in a realm of fantasy and martial arts. The modern world has revealed that there exist numerous paths to acquire what one desires beyond mere cultivation. Do you aspire to become a beloved hero in the martial world? Such a task is simple, contingent solely upon your sincerity. Perhaps by inviting your junior sister for a drink? As the sage once proclaimed, do not toil in isolation across time and space, for the natives may surpass your efforts. Heaven itself serves as a chessboard. Stars as the pieces knowledge is the golden key to success. Moreover, it is said, the landscape is adorned with allure. Why contend against the heavens? Chapter 1. The falling cauldron at midnight. A slender crescent moon hung delicately in the sky, with stars flickering intermittently. At the foot of a mountain, a cold pool mirrored the celestial bodies, while the occasional chirping of cicadas accentuated the serene stillness by the water's edge. A caravan slowly traversed the narrow mountain path, the wheels sparkling as they disrupted the tranquil moonlight. This caravan appeared distinct from ordinary ones, primarily due to the fact that its guards were all women. As the curtain of a carriage was gently lifted, a youthful girl with an innocent yet charming visage was revealed. Her bright, sparkling eyes curiously gazed at the pool for a moment before she suddenly inquired, "Master, is that not the Winding pool?" Her voice, as melodious as a songbird, broke the night's silence, startling the resting birds into flight. Beside her, a young woman veiled in light gauze, who had been leaning back with her eyes closed, slightly opened them upon hearing the girl's question. With a hint of drowsiness, she glanced outside and sighed softly. Indeed, it is the Winding pool. The girl, intrigued, asked, "Didn't they say this is a sacred pool, always guarded by someone? Yet, there's not a single ghostly figure in sight." "Sacred pool? Merely talk," the woman replied with a hint of mockery in her tone. "There were once guardians, but that was merely because, when the cauldron fell into the water, the pool became infused with the spiritual energy that overflowed from the world-protecting cauldron. Soaking in its waters was beneficial for cultivation, and thus it was claimed by the royal family. Over 1,000 years have passed, the spiritual energy has dissipated, and it has since become an ordinary pool. The royal family has long lost interest in its upkeep, and it has lain in neglect for nearly a century." The girl, seemingly discontent, asked, "Is there truly not a trace of spiritual energy left?" "None whatsoever," the woman replied, casting her a glance filled with amusement. "You are merely enchanted by the pool and wish to take a dip, aren't you?" Having been seen through, the girl giggled, "Master understands me so well. We've been traveling for a day and night. I feel all sticky." The woman retorted with a hint of annoyance, "Your cultivation has long been untainted by worldly dust. Where could this stickiness possibly come from?" The girl, with a mischievous glint in her eyes, leaned against her master and teased, "Perhaps it's because I've been thinking of men." Though the girl appeared no older than 13 or 14, her demeanor shifted, revealing an alluring quality that belied her age. The words she spoke were certainly not those one would expect from a typical girl. Yet, the woman merely chuckled, unfazed by the remark. "Very well, you are simply a natural clean freak. Let us take a brief respite. I shall accompany you." Should an outsider glimpse this scene, it would be evident that these two were far from ordinary. The caravan came to a halt, and the female guards dispersed, subtly controlling all routes leading to the pool. The master took the girl's hand, and together they stepped barefoot from the carriage. Under the moonlight, their garments billowed gracefully, two slender and exquisite figures gliding towards the water, exuding an ethereal beauty. The gauze fell into the grass as their porcelain-like bodies waded slowly into the pool. Despite a day of travel being far from exhausting for them, the coolness of the water against their skin elicited soft sighs of comfort. "Master." The girl gently caressed her arm and whispered, "With the 9 cauldrons safeguarding the world, peace has prevailed for 1,000 years. Can our aspirations truly be realized?" In truth, the so-called master appeared youthful, her jade-like complexion suggesting she was no more than 26 or 27, yet she possessed a maturity that her disciple lacked. Having endured the trials of the martial world and bearing the weight of managing a sect, she emerged from a faction of darkness, embodying an exquisite blend of strength, nobility, mystery, and allure. The girl gazed enviously. "Master, you are truly beautiful. I bet many men have gone mad for you in the past." "Haha, men are fickle creatures. They only become infatuated when they cannot possess something. Thus, Choner, remember this. Emotions are mere toys, play with them, but do not take them to heart, lest you find yourself driven to madness." Though the girl was clever, her youth rendered her comprehension limited. Moreover, the art of seduction is best left to those beneath us. You and I bear the weight of our sect. Such matters do not require your direct involvement." The woman smiled gently, brushing her disciple's delicate chest, and continued, "Those who gaze upon you shall pay dearly for their indiscretion that is your true calling." Before she could finish her thought, she suddenly sensed something amiss and looked up at the sky with urgency. High above, the air warped oddly, followed by a crack of thunder and a rush of wind. From the stormy skies, a figure abruptly fell through a rift. As the figure emerged, the tempest vanished, leaving behind an eerie silence as if it had been a mere illusion. The master and disciple stared in astonishment as the figure screamed while plummeting, and just as it was about to plunge into the pool, the person spotted them and shouted, "Help!" before crashing into the water with a resounding splash, sinking beneath the surface. The two women exchanged glances, their eyes narrowing as they focused on the surface where the figure had disappeared, revealing ominous intent. Only ripples remained at the site of the plunge, bubbles rising to the surface. Xuemu, a supervisor at a domestic music agency, had previously launched and cultivated a failed girl group. While many had not heard of this lackluster ensemble, Xuemu had garnered some reputation within the industry, positioning himself at the forefront of idol production. With considerable financial resources, he often indulged in the company of escort girls, pursuing the dreams of starlets, leading a rather comfortable life. In his leisure time, he enjoyed antiquing. On this particular day, he had stumbled upon a small bronze piece, barely the size of a fingernail. After spending an entire night trying to decipher its significance, he inadvertently cut his hand and suddenly vanished from his home. Having read numerous novels, he was not unfamiliar with the concept of time travel. Thus, upon being flung into a strange wilderness, he realized he had encountered an inexplicable phenomenon. He had never harbored such expectations after all. He had been close to successfully wooing a small starlet. Now, he found himself in this predicament. Moreover, he discovered another unsettling fact. There were no coordinates for such journeys. A fortunate soul might land directly in a beauty's embrace, while an unfortunate one could end up in a cesspool, drowning to death. Presently, suspended in midair, he could not discern whether his luck was favorable or not, though he found some solace in the fact that below him was a pull at least he would not perish upon impact. These trivial thoughts raced through his mind. He soon found himself crashing into the water surface. Just before he could discern the figures of two women by the pool, he managed to yell help, before plunging heavily into the depths. The notion that one would survive a leap into water from such a height, as portrayed in martial arts films, proved to be a fallacy. The impact from 30 or 40 meters above was akin to being struck by a heavy hammer, sending shockwaves through his body, causing him to spit blood and lose consciousness. If no one intervened, he would surely drown in the pool. With a swift motion, the girl at the water's edge raised her hand, summoning a jet of water that propelled him from the depths, allowing the current to gently carry him towards the two women, showcasing an extraordinary display of skill. Strange, such a strong, toxic aura emanates. Initially, the women had intended to exact vengeance upon him, but as he drew closer, they simultaneously furrowed their brows and closed their pores, drawing upon their inner energy. The man exuded a peculiar miasma, which even their profound familiarity with poison from the magical sect could not identify. The young maiden, Channer, gazed intently at Xuemu's short hair, murmuring, "Is he truly a monk? Could he have fallen victim to some newly devised poison by a fellow practitioner?" The young woman's delicate hand rested on Xuemu's wrist, scrutinizing him closely, her eyes widening in astonishment. "How curious. What is it, master?" This man is permeated with at least 1,000 varieties of toxins from his skin to his internal organs, including many that are dispersive and unprecedented. This means that if he were to enter a common town, he would be a source of plague, capable of rendering 100 miles into a wasteland within days. Channer stared in disbelief, but he is still alive? Even the esteemed young Master Zhao, who is accustomed to testing poisons, would have perished long ago under such a bizarre toxin. Yet this man not only survives but appears quite healthy, save for the injuries sustained from the recent impact. Channer recalled the man's strange entrance, feeling a twinge of anxiety. Could he be more formidable than young Master Zhao? Yet how could someone so powerful be injured merely by falling into a pool? Chapter 2. A True Lack of Culture. Xuemu awoke in a daze, his eyes still heavy. He felt himself reclining on a soft couch, the scent of blossoms lingering at his nose, while the sound of wheels clattering on a mountain road accompanied the jolting motion. It appeared he was inside a carriage that a youthful voice chimed melodiously. "Master, Have some tea, do not overexert yourself. Another woman's voice followed. Thanks to that fool Feng Liang, our southern estate has suffered 80% damage. Now, we can hardly contemplate grand plans if we do not find solutions soon. Our sect will be reduced to ruin. Your uncle is still ensnared in Lushan men, requiring substantial funds for rescue. How can you remain at ease, master? This voice possessed an indescribable charm, sending delightful shivers through Xuan Mu. With great effort, he finally managed to open his eyes and turned slightly to see a young woman seated cross-legged beside him, her hair elegantly arranged, eyes like autumn waters, holding a book in her hands. Her delicate profile, veiled in gossamer, took his breath away. This woman is truly beautiful. Was it her and her companion that I glimpsed bathing before I fell into the water? What a pity at that time. Neither seemed to be clothed, yet I could hardly see clearly. A girl in white was angrily shaking her small fist. The next time I see Feng Liang, I'll personally sever that thing of his and send it to become a plaything. This is not the time for assigning blame. If you have such vigor, why not assist your master in calculating the accounts? The girl paused mid-motion. What accounts? Last month, the Baiwa garden in the capital suffered a loss of 1,320 taels. The Yinji workshop in Lingzhou lost 415 taels. And the Xuanfang studio in Wuzhou gained 74 taels. What was our total loss last month? The girl slowly retreated, her eyes darting around in embarrassment, eliciting a chuckle from Xuan Mu. You truly believe that merely practicing martial arts can sustain a sect? Sooner or later, you will be responsible for these matters. What good is running away? By the way, master, I just remembered I haven't completed my morning exercises. I will go practice now. Stop. First, bring me the counting rods. Xuan Mu finally spoke. No need for the counting rods. The total loss is 1,661 taels. The girl looked at him with curiosity, her large eyes blinking in surprise. You boast right after waking up. That's not good. Just wait. Initially disinterested in fetching the counting rods, her curiosity was piqued by Xuan Mu's immediate answer, prompting her to rush out eagerly. Xuan Mu still felt pain throughout his body as he struggled to sit up and offered a slight bow to the young woman. Thank you, madam, for saving me. Before he could finish expressing his gratitude, the woman abruptly turned her head, her previously gentle gaze transforming into a piercing coldness, radiating an overwhelming power. Xuan Mu felt his blood surge chaotically within him, unable to suppress a mouthful of blood as he was filled with dread. Is her gaze lethal? Must it be this absurd? The intensity in her eyes diminished as she furrowed her brow, murmuring to herself, is it truly possible that he possesses no cultivation whatsoever? Xuan Mu was baffled by the question. What peculiar poison do I have? You are infused with over 1,000 toxins and carry a dispersive source of plague, making you a walking embodiment of contagion. Speak. Who are you, and what is your purpose? Xuan Mu remained dumbfounded for a moment, mumbling, an active periodic table of elements? He had no idea how to explain this predicament, scratching his head in silence, ultimately asking, Madam, do you have a solution for my condition? The woman nearly laughed in exasperation. You are quite forward. Xuan Mu replied, Madam, are you perhaps seeking a method to create such plague-infused individuals like myself? Her smile faded, and her eyes glimmered ominously. You are quite astute. Xuan Mu realized that this master and disciple were not virtuous individuals, shaking his head. Madam, you may be disappointed my condition is truly unique, and you cannot replicate another like me. The woman languidly remarked, Since you refuse to speak, then you shall perish. With that, she raised her hand, poised to strike. Xuan Mu shouted urgently, As long as I exist, you can create a plague. Her beautiful eyes flickered, and after a moment's contemplation, her hand slowly lowered, as if pondering how to utilize this plague-bearer to her advantage. At this moment, Chana hurried in, exclaiming, Master, the counting rods are here. Xuan Mu was drenched in cold sweat, realizing he was on the brink of death. This woman was undoubtedly a remorseless killer, genuinely contemplating the use of a bioweapon strategy. Her act of saving him stemmed from curiosity about his potent toxins and their potential usefulness, not from any noble intent. If she deemed him useless, he would not know how he might meet his end. Having held a supervisory position, Xuan Mu could not willingly allow his life to be manipulated by another, nor be utilized as a tool for plague by a woman. Seizing the moment when the master and disciple were momentarily distracted, Xuan Mu sought to regain the initiative. His gaze fell upon the counting rods. Perhaps this could serve as a viable entry point? Observing the peculiar wooden pieces, he could not help but feel exasperated. Such rudimentary arithmetic should not require counting rods. Using them was absurd. These women were formidable in martial prowess, yet their cultural knowledge seemed lacking. In truth, whether in a martial arts world or a fantastical realm, it was evident that brute strength held supremacy. Why should a modern individual engage in a battle of physical might, enduring endless training and leveling up? That would be to forsake one's strengths and confront the indigenous people's strengths with one's weaknesses. What purpose would that serve? From their calculations of gains and losses, it was clear they too required sustenance and sought the development of their sect. They were neither immortals nor solely focused on longevity. Thus, in such a society, a modern person still had considerable maneuverability. As he pondered, Chauner suddenly exclaimed, "It truly is 1,661 taels." The woman looked at Xuan Mu with newfound respect, her demeanor shifting from one of disdain to one of acknowledgement for his capabilities. Xuan Mu met her gaze confidently, smiling slightly. "If, for you, the development of the sect holds greater significance than the creation of plague, then perhaps my potential role could exceed your expectations." Chapter 3. The so-called spring and autumn. It is evident that one cannot simply be coerced into submission by Xuan Mu's bravado. The young woman merely smiled faintly, stating, "There is no need to trouble yourself with developing a sect. You are more suited to manage accounts. Chauner, arrange a carriage for him and provide some healing medicine." Xuan Mu felt somewhat speechless, realizing that no one had tended to his wounds before, which explained his persistent pain. Lying in her carriage was merely a means to inquire about his circumstances. If he were unable to uncover any answers, he would likely be disposed of without a second thought. Who would waste effort on healing him? Now seated in a much more ordinary carriage, Xuan Mu leaned against the wall, exhaling deeply. The pressure he felt before the woman whose gaze could kill was immense, while the 13 or 14-year-old girl before him was far less intimidating. Chauner cheerfully tossed 2 bottles at him, saying, "This white bottle is for healing. Just 1 pill will suffice. After taking it, you can rest and you will feel fine. The red bottle temporarily suppresses the toxin. We don't want to be on constant alert, holding our breath around you. Each pill lasts for 12 hours, so remember to take 1 daily." "Thank you," Xuan Mu replied, immediately opening both bottles and consuming a pill from each. After all, it would be too easy for the other party to end his life, so there was no need to fret over the medicine. The pills dissolved instantly, a refreshing sensation spreading throughout his body, alleviating much of his pain in a mere moment. Xuan Mu gazed at the bottles in astonishment, pondering the peculiarity of such effective healing medicine. It seemed rather unscientific. Well, since transmigration had already occurred, it was futile to cling to notions of science. Xuan Mu offered the girl a smile he believed to be charming, expressing his gratitude. "I must thank my noble teacher and disciple for their life-saving kindness. My name is Xuan Mu. May I ask how to address you?" The girl responded with a smile. "Your self-satisfied grin is rather irritating. By the way, I was considering plucking out your eyes. I wonder if you could still manage accounts if you were blind?" Xuan Mu's smile turned sour. "Certainly not." The girl propped her chin on her hand, examining Xuan Mu's face as if witnessing some miracle. "You are quite bold, not only gazing at me, but also managing to keep your life intact in front of my master. That is no small feat at last." Xuan Mu understood her desire to extract his eyes and helplessly remarked, "I saw nothing. It was pitch black, and I fell so suddenly. I'm no deity who could behold anything in such circumstances. White and bright, you must have seen that, which for me is akin to being gazed upon. Can we engage in a rational discussion?" "Not possible," the girl chuckled. "If you share your story with me, perhaps I shall let you off the hook." Noticing her playful demeanor, Xuan Mu sensed no real malice behind her fierce words. He smiled. "I've been steeped in toxicity since childhood. I do not even know why I'm still alive." In this world, with myriad sects and schools of thought, it was clear that he could not comprehend it all. The girl sighed with an air of maturity, pointing at Xuan Mu's short hair and then at his garments. "However, a monk and poison are difficult to associate. What sect does this peculiar robe represent?" Xuan Mu glanced down at his attire, his lips twitching. This was no monk's robe, it was a bathrobe. He had transmigrated while at home, clad only in a white bathrobe. It was quite tragic. Others who transmigrated at least had wallets or phones to aid them. But he had nothing but a blank slate. Wait, he did possess the bronze piece that had been seized from him by them. Noticing his silence, the girl's expression morphed into a smile that was neither here nor there. "You have a rather handsome face, yet beneath that robe, you are empty. Are you perhaps a wandering monk practicing joyous sin?" The girl spoke so boldly on such a topic without a hint of embarrassment. Xuemu internally scoffed, replying, "It is precisely because my heart toward Buddhism is unsteady that I return to secular life. In truth, I have sought enlightenment in the mountains since childhood. You are the first outsider I have encountered. I am still unaware of the current dynasty. Then how curious that you appeared in midair. Were you struck down by the Buddha?" "Correct," Xuemu replied. "I am not called Xiao Chong. I am called Xiao Chan." The girl continued to smile. "No need to pry. My name is no secret, unlike some who speak not but falsehoods. The great Zhou has been established for a millennium, and yet you still inquire about the dynasty. Moreover, this robe is of exquisite fabric. You need not feign being a mountain dweller so poorly." Xuemu realized that his explanation was utterly unconvincing. However, it seemed she was not overly insistent, perhaps because in this unscientific world, various absurdities were commonplace, and it did not find his sudden appearance in midair to be particularly remarkable. It was as though they were oddly forgiving, recognizing his fabrications as normal. The girl, being young and naturally curious about the world, engaged him in conversation more as a means of amusement than genuine inquiry. Had it been her master, one who would treat him like a mere tool, there would be no patience for idle chatter. And was the notion of a millennium for the great Zhou exaggerated? 800 years might have been more plausible. However, during that time, there likely wouldn't have been monks around, Xuemu cautiously speculated. Spring and autumn? Xuemu felt intoxicated, realizing he could not discern whether this world was entirely different or if it was merely due to the girl's ignorance. After much contemplation, he replied, "It refers to a civilization where numerous philosophical schools clash." Xiao Chan stared at him for a long while before finally stating, "If what you refer to as spring and autumn is indeed what we have now, then we are in the spring and autumn period." Xuemu was left speechless. "Are you telling me that this great Zhou has been in the spring and autumn period for 1,000 years?" Xiao Chan casually remarked. "With martial arts from 100 schools competing for a millennium, is that not what you call the spring and autumn?" Xiao Chan continued, "I suspect you are from the poison sect, merely practicing incorrectly, resulting in an accumulation of strange toxins. However, there is a silver lining. Generally, people would hesitate to kill you for fear of needing to incinerate you for quarantine. Fine. Even the illiterate of this era understood the concept of quarantine." Xiao Chan scrutinized him for a moment, her curiosity seemingly exhausted, and grew somewhat bored. "I'm leaving. This is dull." With that, she vanished without a trace, as if she were a ghost. Xuemu stared at the empty carriage before collapsing onto the bed, finally releasing the tension he had been holding. Now, he contemplated the environment he faced. If this was the general attitude of this world, it was no wonder that many transmigrators struggled diligently in their cultivation. The feeling of being looked down upon was indeed disheartening. However, as for martial arts, he was already 27, coming from a completely different culture. Starting now, how could he hope to compete with those who had grown up immersed in this environment? He had no special advantages. Suddenly, Xuemu sat up straight. He noticed that his palm bore no scars, but instead, a peculiar pattern. Hastily, he rose and moved to the window, examining it closely in the sunlight. Indeed, it was a pattern, an undulating azure design, identical to that on the bronze piece he had previously obtained, only the size of fingernail, appearing as though it had been inscribed upon him. Chapter 4. A bowl of chicken soup. It seemed that the bronze piece had merged with his palm. Xuemu clenched and released his hand repeatedly, failing to sense any foreign object or energy response, feeling utterly devoid of purpose. Perhaps one needed to possess a certain amount of energy to activate it? Xuemu pondered silently. Outside the window, the sky was a serene blue, the air fresh and invigorating, with the songbirds flitting about in the lush grass. After living in a modern metropolis for over 20 years, Xuemu had not encountered such a pastoral scene in a long time. Even in the countryside, the sky was often shrouded in a gray haze, inducing a sense of oppression rather than the refreshing clarity he now experienced. For Xuemu, who had no family ties in this world, the moment made him ponder whether traversing realms was truly significant. It was merely a change in lifestyle. The wealth he had amassed through years of hard work had dissipated like the wind, and the fleeting fame of being a minor celebrity was gone. What was there to lament? In this entirely new world, facing an uncertain future, what was there to fear? He had once started from nothing, and he could do so again. With a sigh, he released a cloud of stale breath, feeling his spirits lift considerably. Surveying his surroundings, He noticed they were no longer on a mountain path, but had seemingly reached a smooth, official road. In the distance, he could discern the vague outline of a city. Perhaps their destination. Yu Xiaochan was not far away, her garments fluttering as she walked gracefully upon the grass. Xuanmu gazed at her bare feet, certain she was not touching the ground, but merely skimming over the tips of the grass, like a butterfly flitting amongst flowers. As though sensing his gaze, Yu Xiaochan turned her head, flashed a playful smile, and made a gesture as if to poke his eyes out. As if to say, "Look too long, and I shall take your eyes." Struggling for conversation, Xuanmu pointed towards the city. "Miss you, what place is that?" "The capital." She replied, "Are we heading to the capital? Does it concern you? I am to be your accountant." Yu Xiaochan laughed heartily, drifting towards the carriage window to assess him. "You look much better now. You were quite sickly before. Our medicine is indeed effective." Xuanmu rolled his eyes internally and continued the conversation. "Why aren't you riding in the carriage?" Yu Xiaochan puffed out her cheeks. "My master is calculating the losses we incurred in the south. The numbers give me a headache. So I came out for some fresh air." Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback. He had noticed the presence of several female guards in the carriage when they changed compartments. If she was bored, why not chat with them instead of frolicking alone on the grass? As if reading his thoughts, Yu Xiaochan's eyes curved into crescent moons. Finding the situation amusing. "It seems you truly do not know who we are, thinking anyone would dare to converse with us so casually. You must be either quite ignorant or a bit off your rocker." Leaning against the window, Xuanmu looked at Yu Xiaochan's cherubic face. Her skin as smooth as fine jade, adorned with shallow dimples that made her irresistibly cute. He shook his head with a smile. "While I admit my ignorance about your esteemed lineage, I see no reason to shy away from speaking to such a lovely young lady." Yu Xiaochan playfully scratched her cheek. "You'd think differently if you knew who my master is. May I inquire your masteress name?" Yu Xiaochan blinked. "She shares your surname." "Her name is Qingqiu. Xue Qingqiu." The name flashed through Xuanmu's mind, accompanied by the chilling gaze of her beautiful eyes. He found it hard to reconcile such a name with the image of a formidable master, as it sounded rather unremarkable. He chuckled. "So we are of the same clan. That makes me less fearful." Yu Xiaochan's eyes widened as she regarded him with a look of incredulity before bursting into laughter. Well, as long as you're not afraid." It was not surprising that he had never heard of her, given that she was only 13 and had yet to make her mark in the martial world. However, her master was another matter altogether. The celestial realm was painted in hues devoid of color, and the bloodied hands washed by Qingqiu. She was the strongest Dongshu-level master, the enigmatic leader of the Starry Moon sect, a notorious figure feared by many. Her name held great weight in a world that revered martial prowess. And in this age of martial arts and philosophical teachings, the name Xue Qingqiu could silence a child's night cries. Xuanmu mused that he had no idea from which corner of the earth this girl had emerged. Xuanmu smiled. "Since you are bored, how about I tell you a story?" Yu Xiaochan's eyes sparkled with interest. "Yes, please." Yu Xiaochan eagerly speculated. This old man must be quite wealthy. Not caring for a mere bowl, Yu Xiaochan paused, her perpetual smile fading as she fell into contemplation. After a moment, she spoke. "That was a very intriguing story. It seems to have given me some insight into my cultivation." "Thank you." Not far away, in another carriage, Xue Qingqiu was engrossed in several scrolls of silk. Her delicate brows furrowed as she sketched notes. Her prowess had reached realms beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals. Though the conversation between Yu Xiaochan and Xuanmu was low, every word reached her ears clearly. As Xuanmu concluded his tale, she, like her disciple, paused momentarily, then glanced down at the scrolls in her hands. Suddenly, as if a realization struck her, she burst into laughter, causing several rolls of silk to ignite with a ghostly blue flame, turning to ash in an instant, leaving no trace behind. A female disciple reported, "Master, we have arrived." The caravan came to a gradual stop, and Xuanmu disembarked from the carriage. Raising his gaze to the characters carved onto the city gate, Tiandu. Chapter 5. A New World. The city gate was entirely different from what Xuanmu had imagined. In stark contrast, there was not a single guard in sight. He wondered if this peculiar world, with its high levels of personal martial prowess, rendered guards unnecessary, or if civilization had reached a stage where they were simply not required. The gate stood wide open, with pedestrians bustling about. Looking inside, he could see a broad street, over 10 yards wide, teeming with life and excitement. The architecture along the streets resembled that of the Song dynasty, vibrant and prosperous, filled with the sounds of vendors calling out, creating a lively atmosphere. The passers-by wore a variety of outfits, many bearing swords and daggers, predominantly dressed as chivalrous heroes, while others donned luxurious garments. However, there was a conspicuous absence of scholars in Confucian attire. Overall, it resembled the flourishing scenes of ancient times depicted in films, differing greatly from his preconceived notion of a brutal and uncultured world. Xuanmu was unfamiliar with the concept of the jianghu, uncertain yet impressed. Clearly, whatever was used to forge the core formation of the capital was of significant caliber. He instinctively glanced at the bronze piece in his palm. Could it truly be connected to the so-called jianghu? It seemed to hold even greater promise. However, he sighed, you really can fly. When you reach the Gui Ling realm and connect with the bridge of heaven and earth, you too shall fly, Yu Xiaochan replied nonchalantly, as if it were a trivial matter. Yet, Xuanmu could sense her distraction. Following her gaze, he noticed a side street to the right, where a crowd had gathered around a fighting arena. A flag was planted atop the arena, bearing the words, "Friendship through martial arts." Indeed, it was friendship through martial arts, not a competition for marriage. It appeared commonplace, as many passers-by paid it no mind, indicating that such arenas were a regular occurrence. At that moment, a burly man with a fierce beard shouted, lunging towards his opponent from over a yard away, aiming a powerful punch. An unmistakable phantom of a ferocious tiger emerged around him, his fist poised to strike. The roar of the tiger echoed, its fangs bared, exuding an aura of formidable might. His opponent, a young man in a brocade robe, clearly reluctant to take on such a forceful strike, stepped back slightly, sidestepping while forming a knife hand, aiming for the burly man's wrist. As the actions unfolded, a sharp whistle tore through the air, colliding with the tiger's roar. The atmosphere in the arena exploded, smoke billowing outward. Soon, the brocade-robed youth found himself at a disadvantage, staggering back several steps, his complexion shifting from pale to flushed. The burly man smiled, clasping his hands in respect. "Brother Jean, thank you for your grace." The young man in the brocade robe forced a smile and nodded before descending from the arena, displaying a commendable sense of sportsmanship. The burly man raised his right hand, basking in the applause of the onlookers, while others consoled the young man, indicating that this was a common practice. Victories and defeats in the arena were simply part of the norm. Finally, Xuanmu and Yu Xiaochan's caravan moved away from the side street, leaving the scene behind. Yu Xiaochan appeared somewhat distracted, prompting Xuanmu to inquire, "What troubles you? Are they formidable enough to induce pressure?" Yu Xiaochan murmured softly, "A third-rate sect like Meng, whom Min has actually produced disciples in the transformation phase, and their mastery of power is impressively sophisticated, utilizing force and momentum with remarkable finesse." Xuanmu, though baffled, felt a sense of admiration. "Are they truly more formidable than you? What is there to be anxious about?" She replied, "If such a third-rate sect can cultivate such exceptional disciples, one can only imagine how many outstanding seedlings exist among the 8 major righteous sections. Perhaps the so-called 10 outstanding dragons are indeed stronger than I." Yu Xiaochan added, "I must strive harder." Seeing this usually cheerful young girl reveal such seriousness and concern, Xuanmu couldn't help but offer reassurance. "You are only 13 or 14. Why compare yourself to those already renowned as the 10 outstanding?" "I am Yu Xiaochan," she declared, halting in her tracks, gazing earnestly into Xuanmu's eyes. "The future of the sect rests upon my shoulders. Only strength is fundamental. Even lagging behind them by a mere step is an unforgivable sin." This shift in tone left Xuanmu feeling somewhat disoriented, yet he struggled to articulate his thoughts. How could he express that the image of this petite girl, whose shoulders seemed delicate enough to shatter with a mere pinch, starkly contrasted with the weighty sense of responsibility she bore, rendering the situation almost suffocating? He couldn't help but glance back at the carriage, pondering whether Xue Qingqiu had heard her words and what her thoughts might be. Surely, she would feel a sense of pride? Xuanmu shook his head and smiled, momentarily at a loss for words. The conversations of passers-by floated into his ears, and he once again felt the dissonance between himself and this world. Even the bystanders seemed to find amusement in this peculiar exchange. "Ah, Brother Zhang, you look quite cheerful. Have you encountered some joyful news? My son passed the examination at Qishuan Valley yesterday, and successfully became an outer disciple. Congratulations indeed. Haha, a mutual celebration. Li Xian, my foolish brother has recently gleaned much from the concept of white clouds emerging from a mist. Shall we find a place to validate and spar this evening? That sounds splendid. I shall prepare some light wine at home for us to enjoy while discussing martial arts. Hey, old Wang, I heard you've been in seclusion for days. How fares your training? Fair enough. Tonight, I'll showcase my skills at Baiwa Garden, hoping to captivate that charming girl. Xuanmu was increasingly at a loss for words. Were they truly showcasing their prowess, even in such matters? The thought alone was absurd. Wait, Baiwa Garden, didn't that sound familiar? Tentatively, he asked Yu Xiaochan earlier. You mentioned Shuni and referenced Baiwa Garden? Yes, she replied, her focus shifting from her sense of duty as she nodded cheerfully. That is one of our properties in the capital. Somos autre clarification, à Brotel? Yu Xiaochan shot him a sidelong glance, her smile tinged with playful allure, her voice taking on a teasing tone. Oh, what is this? Is our Lord Shui intrigued? Would you like me to summon a few ladies to keep you company? Consider it a reward for your storytelling prowess. Xuanmu rubbed his forehead, unsure of how to respond. You speak of the glorious future of your sect and the foundation of strength. And I assumed you were quite sophisticated, only to discover you operate a brothel. It felt as though he had applied for a position as a financial officer for the mafia, only to find himself merely an accountant for a bathhouse in Dongguan. Chapter 6. Enchantment, what peculiar expression do you wear? What is wrong with running a brothel? Yu Xiaochan retorted, her gaze sharp. In such a grand sect, where do we source our food, clothing, and living expenses? Where do our cultivation resources come from? Will you simply seize them all? Xuanmu pondered and found her reasoning sound. In a fantastical world centered around leveling up and battling for treasures, how did these sects thrive? It was commonly suggested they hunted demonic beasts or competed for mining rights. But any society consists of multifaceted elements, whether in terms of wealth or cultivation resources. There are numerous avenues of acquisition. Relying solely on combat and auctions is inherently flawed, leading to a collapse of human foundations and unsustainable existence. Yu Xiaochan continued. The brothel is merely one of our many enterprises. The women, they are not our disciples. We merely manage it, much like other sects manage different industries. Do not presume that our sect is engaged in illicit activities. That look in your eyes is truly distasteful. Of course, Xuanmu had no intention of furthering this discussion. Recognizing that his own ventures in the entertainment industry were hardly noble, he decided to remain silent. The so-called brothel was merely a multi-storied building close to the marketplace, with various sections including guest lodgings and residences for guards. Beyond the courtyard lay a bamboo grove, where the most secure area served as the station for their Xingyue sect members. They did not enter through the front of the brothel, but instead approached via a back entrance into the bamboo forest. Within the grove, Xuanmu witnessed a female guard activating a mechanism, causing the previously murky grove to become clear, accompanied by the sound of soft chimes reminiscent of a doorbell. Xuanmu quietly contemplated. If formations were involved, they should pertain to calculations. As Xingyue's sect is well-versed in formations, it should not be incapable of even basic arithmetic. Perhaps each disciple specializes in their own domain. Noticing his contemplation, Yu Xiaochan seemed to understand his thoughts and remarked, were it not for Uncle Yi being trapped in the 6 doors, why would Master personally handle accounts? Once we rescue Uncle, she may have some topics of discussion with you. Xuanmu nodded, refraining from further comment. Indeed, each had their own duties. The sect could not be so simplistic. A graceful young woman led several others out of the bamboo grove and bowed respectfully towards the carriage. Greetings, sect master. Shui Qingqiu's voice emanated from within the carriage. Qingqing, what is the situation with the 6 doors? Shui Qingqiu appeared somewhat pained. This madwoman's handiwork complicates matters if we wish to rescue her. The sect master need not worry. The 6 doors are not solely under Shui Qingqiu's control. There's still ways to maneuver. Very well, let us make arrangements and discuss further. Understood. The young woman, Qingqing, shifted her gaze to Xuanmu, a flicker of surprise crossing her features as if hesitating. Perceiving her confusion, Yu Xiaochan interjected, this is Xuanmu, the accountant appointed by Master. Shui, you manage accounts. Qingqing seemed to suddenly grasp something, her hesitation dissipating as she smiled. Please follow me. Xuanmu realized she had misunderstood, perhaps mistaking him for a relative of Shui Qingqiu. He glanced at Yu Xiaochan, who made a face at him. This girl was being deliberately mischievous. Xuanmu felt a warm sensation in his heart. The intentional guidance was quite significant, determining whether he was regarded as an esteemed guest or treated as a servant. Strangely, Xue Qingxiu did not oppose this, leaving Xuanmu uncertain whether it was indifference or affection for Yu Xiaochan that led to her acquiescence. This silent endorsement instantly altered the way everyone regarded him. Seizing the opportunity, Yu Xiaochan leaned in with a grin, whispering, "No need to look at me like that. I just think you are quite different from those servants. If you wish to thank me, share more stories." Xuanmu smiled slightly, "As many as you desire." As a man, Xuanmu ultimately lived separately from the disciples of Xingyue's sect. He was guided by a girl named Menglan, who had been standing beside Qingqing, indicating her status as an important disciple responsible for this area. Xuanmu chose not to engage casually with her, following her in silence until they arrived at a secluded courtyard. A small bamboo building, elegantly crafted from green bamboo, stood within a quaint courtyard adorned with nameless flowers, exuding a delightful fragrance. Xuanmu immediately took a liking to this small abode, reflecting that it was far more refreshing and genuine than any modern agritourism establishment. Regrettably, the absence of the internet would likely render the nights rather dull. The girl, Menglan, halted and bowed slightly. "Young master, we have arrived." After a journey of silence, Xuanmu finally spoke. "Thank you, Miss Menglan." Menglan gently bit her lower lip, a hint of a charming smile gracing her face as she leaned closer, the soft, white curve of her figure seemingly brushing against Xuanmu's arm. In a sultry tone, she murmured, "The place is rather modest. I hope you won't find it unappealing." With a soft and alluring voice, she drew near, prompting Xuanmu to tilt his head slightly, meeting her gaze. A flicker of surprise stirred within him. "What brings you here?" This young woman appeared to be merely 17 or 18, her beauty unparalleled. Perhaps it was due to her years of practicing the Xingyu's sex techniques that she exuded a hazy aura, strikingly similar to the subtle charms occasionally displayed by Xue Qingxiu and Yu Xiaochan, evoking an air of elusive mystery. Surely, this was a characteristic of their sect, like the stars and the moon, dreamlike and ethereal, possessing a unique beauty that Xuanmu had never encountered in the modern world, which he found immensely captivating. Yet at this moment, Menglan's demeanor shifted. Her peach blossom eyes sparkled with a spring-like glimmer, her sensuous red lips slightly parted, releasing a faint floral fragrance that wafted into the air, her breath akin to that of orchids. The most primal desires of the heart were irresistibly drawn to this sensory allure, yearning to unveil more of her enigmatic charm. Xuanmu, not inexperienced with women, felt a surge of raw impulse rise from within, his gaze inevitably drawn to the soft whiteness of her bosom, an overwhelming desire to tear through her modesty and taste her sweetness. Believing himself seasoned in the arts of seduction, he thought it improbable that such beauty could be so easily swayed. Surely, she must have employed the legendary art of allure. He sighed softly, retreating half a step and chuckling, "I find this place quite satisfactory. I appreciate your hospitality." He gestured to his bathrobe. "Might I trouble you for a set of fresh garments? I wish to bathe." While he had encountered many eccentric outfits on the streets, this bathrobe was not particularly eye-catching. Yet wandering about in it felt exceedingly awkward. Thus, his first order of business was to change into something more appropriate. Noticing his calm demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed Menglan's eyes, and she gently caressed Xuanmu's chest, saying softly, "This is but a trivial matter. How about I assist you with your bath?" Xuanmu smiled in response. "My dear, the art of allure should not be employed upon one's own kind." Menglan paused for a moment, her flirtatious smile fading as she took a half-step back. "Though you possess no cultivation, your remarkable composure is commendable. I have been too reckless." After a brief pause, she smiled sweetly. "I shall take my leave now. Someone will soon bring your clothing." With that, she gracefully departed. As her enchanting figure vanished from sight, the intense desire that Xuanmu had been suppressing dissipated instantly. It was evident that her allure was indeed potent. This subtle art of seduction was deceptively effective, yet she seemed to have refrained from unleashing her full power, likely out of concern for her own safety. Had she exerted even a modicum of inner strength, he would have been left utterly ensnared. Were he a naive youth unaccustomed to the charms of women, this alone might have sent him spiraling into a state of bewilderment. Fortunately, he had weathered many storms and was not easily swayed by mere appearances. In this unfamiliar land, uncertain of his future, he had no inclination to pursue romantic entanglements. Besides, he was not truly a relative of Xue Qingxiu. So what audacity did he have to indulge in such frivolities? Yet, why would she seek to enchant him? Why such urgency at their first meeting? Chapter 7. Different Paths. Same destination after a brief interval. A maid indeed arrived with clothing, casting a curious glance at Xue Mu before covering her mouth with a giggle. There's a bathtub upstairs. Shall I fetch water for you? Xue Mu glanced at the water well in the courtyard and waved his hand, laughing. What kind of gentleman would have a lady draw water? Please, allow me to do it myself. Perhaps Minglan had instructed her not to create any fuss. For the maid did not insist, smiling as she departed. Drawing water from the well, Xue Mu submerged himself in the tub, washing away his weariness. Why did she flirt with him? Unless it was a deliberate test, there could only be one possibility. She was a relative of the sect leader. And perhaps this was a means to curry favor with the disciples here. It seemed she was overly eager. They had just met. The allure of the demonic sect was indeed palpable. Regardless of their martial prowess, there were times when they still exuded a rather dubious charm. Idly flipping through the garments placed beside the tub, he found them to be quite comfortable, both inside and out, adorned with beautiful patterns. Absently, he pondered the implications of clothing, which encompassed a myriad of aspects, from cotton and silk to weaving, tailoring, dyeing, and even aesthetic design. It is easy to proclaim the supremacy of martial prowess. Yet if everything outside of martial skill is disregarded, how do such things develop? Xue Mu often found himself reflecting on this while reading novels, pondering how it seemed that everyone was solely focused on cultivation, yet they still had clothing to wear. Thus, upon arriving in a world such as this, he had been observing these nuances, not merely out of curiosity, but as a prerequisite for understanding the world. Those who solely immersed themselves in cultivation were often doomed to misfortune. From his current analysis, it was evident that while martial prowess was revered, other facets were not stagnant. Just as in his own world, where Confucianism was esteemed while folk crafts were looked down upon, progress had been made nonetheless. The pursuit of a better life is intrinsic to human nature. In a stable society, people naturally strive to enhance their living conditions. The emergence of new men's clothing illustrates this well. He recalled that ready-made garments had appeared in the Song dynasty in his world, not too early. Yet here, they had already manifested, and in terms of materials, craftsmanship, and design, they were not at all inferior. Thus, the distinction between valuing culture and valor was, in essence, negligible. In his world, while some scholars might have lofty ambitions, the majority were merely motivated by fame and fortune, seeking to elevate their status. In this world, did everyone truly pursue the profound truths of martial arts or uphold justice? Were most not similarly driven to stand out and improve their circumstances? Martial arts were merely a means to an end. If there were other avenues to achieve these goals, they would not necessarily engage in martial practice. Minglan, with just a fingertip, could easily subdue him, yet she chose to entice him. Wasn't that the crux of the matter? Xue Mu sighed, revealing a relaxed smile. Regardless of the world, it seemed that all paths ultimately converged. Lost in thought, he suddenly beheld a slender figure materialize before him. Upon closer inspection, he recognized Yu Xiaochan standing at the edge of his tub, her head tilted as she scrutinized the shoulder exposed above the water. Her expression tinged with a hint of flirtation. Resting her elbows on the rim of the tub, her small fist propping up her chin, she smiled mischievously. Someone with no cultivation at all managed to resist the art of allure. My master commends your composure. I'm curious as to how you achieve this. So I came to see if you're made of wood. Clearly, you are flesh and blood. Do you all know about this? Was Minglan truly sent by you to test me? He asked, pondering the confidence of her sect. That art of allure is indeed enticing. But did you really think everyone would succumb to it? Indeed, our secret technique is not as ineffective as you might believe. It evokes the most primal desires of the heart, reaching deep into the soul. It is not merely a matter of willpower to resist. Even if Minglan did not exert her full strength, an ordinary person without cultivation would find it nearly impossible to withstand, unless you carry some talisman of purity. But you appear to be devoid of any such items, Yu Xiaochan remarked with a glimmer in her eyes. Tell me, you do not favor women, do you? At that moment, Xue Mu had no desire to address being perceived as effeminate. Instead, he pondered the floral patterns on his palm. wondering if his ease in resisting was not solely due to his extensive experience, but perhaps due to a hidden advantage. Tentatively, he inquired, could it be the effect of the jianghu? The jianghu indeed possessed such qualities, subduing evil and alluring forces, exuding righteousness like no other. Yu Xiaochan casually replied, but it does not belong to you. It cannot shield you from allure on your behalf. Shui Mu faded deeply, realizing that he had indeed acquired a golden finger, perhaps even one as robust as a thigh, merely revealing the tip of the iceberg. Fearing that his secret might be uncovered, he hastily changed the subject, saying, hey, young lady, do you really intend to watch me get up? What does it matter to you? You have no fondness for women. He assured her, I can confidently tell you that my greatest affection in life is for women. Shui Mu, feeling rather indifferent, thought that if this little girl was unperturbed, why should he be concerned? Therefore, he stood up straight, splashing water around him. A tall lance stood upright, and Yu Xiaochan's eyes nearly bulged out in surprise. She quickly turned away, stamping her foot, exclaiming, you really stood up? How indecent! Surprised, Shui Mu chuckled. It's quite refreshing to hear the word indecent come from your lips. Yu Xiaochan fell silent, simply tossing her clothes at him. Hearing the sound of Shui Mu drying off behind her, she suddenly sighed softly and murmured, you truly do not care about such matters. Do you think I wanted to gouge your eyes out when we first met? Was it merely out of cruelty? Shui Mu was taken aback, finding her unexpected sigh somewhat disconcerting. The words she spoke seemed incongruous with his perception of this sect, which often exuded a certain allure while also upholding notions of chastity. Moreover, they even operated a brothel. However, he began to understand that he might have misunderstood their intentions. He suddenly realized that while they appeared flirtatious on the surface, they were, in fact, quite strict, which was rather unfair. Did those young heroes who had been deceived and left with bloodied faces not harbor any resentment towards them? Chapter 8. Writing the Demon Sect. Reading the girl group. What was his profession? He was an operator of a girl group, a creator of idols, crafting female idols, selling personas, selling purity, and selling images. What was the essence of it all? Fans treated idols as lovers, crying inconsolably when a romantic scandal broke. Yet did the idols truly have any connection to them? After taking their money, had they ever given them anything in return? Even a handshake would leave them giddy for days without washing their hands. Giving something was merely for others. When would fans ever get their share? The idea of a demon sect girl group amused Shui Mu greatly. Although the methods differed, the essence was remarkably similar. Thus, one could say they were colleagues in a sense, and after all, he was part of the demon sect as well, wasn't he? Yu Xiaochan huffed, forget it. We demon sect vixens are just like this. It matters not what you think. What if I said I prefer vixens? Shui Mu replied with a playful smile. Observing Yu Xiaochan, he noted her exceptional qualities. If she were to be promoted, she might well become a national sensation. Unaware of his thoughts, Yu Xiaochan retorted with a cold laugh, hypocrisy. Shui Mu, unsure how to explain the essence of their shared profession, shifted his perspective and said, in truth, you saved my life, treated my wounds, and provided me with shelter. Regardless of how others view you, even if the world calls you vixens, to me, you are the closest person in this realm. If any hero were to confront you, I would surely assist you in vanquishing him. Shui Mu spoke from the heart. Indeed, the closest person to him in this world was the girl before him. If they truly clashed with any righteous faction, whom to support would be a trivial consideration. Yu Xiaochan laughed. You help us in battle? You'd fly away at the slightest breeze. Yet, her tone was noticeably lighter. Since your heart rate remains steady while you say this, I shall take it as your sincerity. Indeed, it cannot be more sincere. Shui Mu seized the opportunity to say, I do not know martial arts. You could teach me. Yu Xiaochan seemed to have perked up at his words, turning around, her eyes brightening suddenly. Hey, you look quite handsome in that brocade attire. Previously, Shui Mu had merely glanced at the clothing, but now that he wore it, he realized its full allure. It resembled the attire of a chivalrous hero from ancient martial arts dramas, with snug sleeves and tapered trousers, allowing for ease of movement. Unlike the cumbersome robes of scholars. However, the fabric was exquisite, embroidered with silk, a jade belt accentuating his waist, adding a touch of nobility. The white collar stood upright, imbuing him with a sense of cleanliness and elegance. Coupled with Shui Mu's modern, capable demeanor, it created a striking contrast to the prevalent martial vigor of this world, distinguishing him from the delicate, refined types. Indeed, clothing makes the man. His previous bathrobe had been rather embarrassing, but now, wearing this outfit, Yu Xiaochan's eyes nearly sparkled with admiration. Xuanmu glanced at himself in the mirror, feeling quite pleased, and remarked, I never anticipated that I would look quite charming in such attire. Yu Xiaochan inquired from behind, what does handsome mean? It means strikingly attractive, Xuanmu replied. Turning to strike a pose, look how dashing I am. Can you not teach me martial arts? Or is it that your techniques are only for women? Xuanmu added, you are so kind to me. Could it be that I have truly captivated you? Are you not afraid that I might be a spy seeking to steal the secrets of your sect? With your age and aptitude starting from scratch, and having been poisoned beyond remedy, who would worry about you? Yu Xiaochan replied nonchalantly, her laughter blooming like a flower. The sect is filled with women. I have long grown weary of them. A handsome man is a refreshing sight. Xuanmu found himself at a loss for words. Whether it was his previous expression of loyalty that had borne fruit or the charm of being a handsome man, Yu Xiaochan seemed genuinely enthusiastic, tugging at his clothing as she urged, Are you hungry? Let us go to Baiwa Courtyard. Hey, are you dragging me to a brothel? Do you think brothels only sell girls and not gourmet meals? Yu Xiaochan retorted, Master is right. Good-looking men are often rather dim-witted. Was this the male equivalent of being all brawn and no brains? He accepted that he might be a weakling in combat. But how could this illiterate girl who could not even calculate simple arithmetic dare to insinuate that his mind was filled with nonsense? Xuanmu found the situation both amusing and exasperating, yet he was equally intrigued by their business model and followed Yu Xiaochan with keen interest. Upon arriving at Baiwa Courtyard, they encountered Meng Lan, who cast a glance at Xuanmu, appearing both melancholic and resentful, before bowing, Young Master, Shui Gongzi. It seemed this girl was unaware that her flirtation had been broadcast live. Yu Xiaochan chose not to expose her, but simply smiled, Please arrange for us a private room. Xuanmu added, Preferably one with a clear view of the main hall. Really? Are you preparing to take on the role of the treasurer? Yu Xiaochan tilted her head, regarding him with curiosity. Xuanmu smiled slightly. Trust me, I could do much more than merely manage the accounts. Even a bathhouse. I could transform it into a paradise on earth. Don't you agree? Following Meng Lan to an elegant room on the upper floor, Xuanmu's gaze was immediately captivated by the calligraphy and paintings adorning the walls. The ink-wash landscapes and expressive floral and avian depictions, accompanied by verses, were indeed present. However, the craftsmanship appeared rather rudimentary. It was unclear whether this was the general standard of development or merely reflective of Baiwa Courtyard's quality. Observing the main hall below, the ethereal sound of a guqin floated up. Xuanmu moved to the door, straining to listen intently. Compared to appreciating calligraphy and painting, music was his forte. After a while, Xuanmu felt a jolt of astonishment, not due to a lack of skill, but rather an overwhelming realization of the extraordinary level of talent being displayed. The guqin performance was incomparably superior to the quality of the paintings. Solo performances are inherently limited, which is why modern music emphasizes accompaniment and harmony. Yet, the musician playing below, using only a 7-string guqin, coupled with a sweet, soft voice, managed to evoke a gentle, enchanting atmosphere that felt as if spring breezes were caressing the heart, sending delightful shivers throughout. This was a high-level synergy of composition, performance, and singing that resonated deeply within the soul, achieving a level of artistry rarely found in the contemporary world. Despite the apparent lack of cultural depth, this mastery in dance and song was not merely akin to a girl group. It was in fact a genuine girl group, a superlative powerhouse of talent. Chapter 9. The responsibilities of a traveler, Yu Xiaochan languidly remarked, because sound is also a part of martial arts, and our sect excels in this aspect. What you're listening to is, in fact, infused with the superficial allure of this sect, which reaches deep into the soul. If one were to withdraw their skills, the performance would merely be average. Xuanmu has come to understand that everything beneficial to martial arts, such as clothing and performing arts, is part of this charm, which can lead to significant development. Conversely, elements that bear no relevance to martial arts, such as calligraphy, painting, and poetry, are merely hobbies and thus exhibit weaker growth. It is not that Xingyue Zong is unique in this regard. Rather, it is the nature of the world. Yu Xiaochan pointed to her own nose. If you truly have an interest in music, I am a distinguished master, ranking among the best in the world. How foolish it is to come and listen to a performer sing. When have you ever demonstrated your prowess? Perhaps playing the bamboo flute in the grove. Xuemu, uninterested in engaging in childish banter, directly inquired. Compared to the performing arts, the lyrics just now were utterly pedestrian. What does it mean when one sings of a beloved who has not come for a long time, causing the heart of the lover to be anxious? Could it be any more simplistic? No matter how beautiful the melody, it utterly obliterates any ambience. Do the guests truly appreciate it? Do you think they're literate? Even if the young ladies sing with vibrant imagery and poignant sentiment, if the guests cannot comprehend, what significance does it hold? Yu Xiaochan looked at him curiously. Isn't this a general principle of the world? Just like when you write martial arts manuals, it is for your own legacy. The more comprehensible, the better. Unless one intends to deceive, writing in an obscure manner could lead to the mispractice that ultimately severs one's lineage and path. This is not peculiar to the capital. Only prominent sects and noble families emphasize literacy, as they possess profound traditions. Yu Xiaochan pondered. Most people can read to some extent. The bookstores sell basic martial arts texts. After all, they must be able to understand them. Moreover, what if one day they stumble upon a fortunate inheritance and cannot comprehend it? Wouldn't that be infuriating? In any case, that is how it is. No one cares for flowery embellishments. I recall a time when someone presented a grandiose couplet to the emperor, only for the royal pen to dismiss it as utter nonsense. This became a laughingstock across the realm. Do not emulate it. So, aside from manuals, what other text do you have? Do tales of the jianghu count? How about the history of the founding of the nation? All right, I suppose that qualifies. Xuemu found this world increasingly intriguing. Their utilitarian approach to language made a certain sense. Yet, it seemed the people of this world were unaware that manipulating words could wield effects rivaling those of allure. Furthermore, written words possess a terrifying capacity for dissemination and indoctrination that is difficult to achieve through other means. What Xuemu cared about was not literature per se, but rather what he termed Wenshuan. They all vie for the path, yet they have failed to explore the promotional potential of language. Particularly this sect, which possesses both song and allure, seems oblivious to leveraging this advantage for promotion, celebrity endorsements, and instead treats it merely as a supplementary discipline to martial arts. However, they do have a star, and that star is Xue Qingxiu. If someone is drawn to visit the sect, or wishes to learn about the ways of Xingyue Zone, the allure of Xue Qingxiu accounts for at least 99% of that attraction. Is this not the reason they strive so diligently in martial arts? Yet again, it is said that all paths lead to the same destination. In this world, people stubbornly believe that only strength forms the foundation of everything, which is fundamentally accurate, yet overly rigid. Xuemu even speculated that, given the foundation of Xingyue Zone, if he were in charge, the strategies at his disposal could potentially transform this world dramatically within just a few years. Xuemu observed the scene below. The main hall was sparsely populated. Some patrons hugged courtesans while demonstrating martial techniques, with the courtesans playfully engaging in mock combat, all accompanied by the gentle sounds of strings and bamboo, creating a comically absurd scene that caused Xuemu to chuckle. What an amusing world this is, increasingly piquing his interest. At this moment, Menglan entered with a wooden tray, on which were several small dishes and a pot of wine. Yu Xiaochan regarded her with a knowing smile. Why must you personally serve the dishes? Have you taken a liking to our young master Xue? Menglan smiled softly. With the young master present, I certainly cannot allow those clumsy servants to disturb the elegance of the occasion. Xuemu tasted a dish. It was quite delightful, suggesting that the basic pleasures of the palate develop rapidly in any environment. The wine was even better, smooth and velvety, with a rich aroma that penetrated deeply. Though its potency was mild, the ancient flavors wafted gently, making Xuemu feel as though he were in a mountain stream with clear waters flowing, a truly surreal experience. After all, this world carries an air of mystique, and some matters cannot be judged by ordinary logic. However, Yu Xiaochan appeared somewhat discontent, having merely picked at her food before setting it aside with a sigh. My master has gone to the 6 doors. I wonder how things are faring. Menglan replied with a smile. With the sect leader personally taking action, there's naturally nothing in this world that cannot be accomplished. Yu Xiaochan shot her a glance. Everyone knows that Xiahou Di is not quite right in the head. Saying such comforting words is meaningless, senior sister. Menglan seemed somewhat embarrassed, lowering her head without a word. Yu Xiaochan continued. I remember when we were younger, you were never one to curry favor. Otherwise, perhaps you would have entered the inner door long ago. You seem quite different this time. Meng Lan remained silent. At this moment, even Xuan Mu, who had been immersed in the delights of the otherworldly cuisine, raised his gaze towards her. Compared to her previous eagerness, Meng Lan now appeared to be an entirely different person, her silence surprising him. The enchanting Meng Lan seemed but a fleeting glimpse from a dream. This sect truly has individuals with multifaceted personalities. Does Xingyue mean changeable? Chapter 10. The Crisis of Baiwa Yuan. Yu Xiaochan inquired again. Senior sister, have you encountered some difficulties? Do feel free to share with me. Meng Lan smiled. No, young master, you are overthinking it. Yu Xiaochan smirked. If there are no difficulties, why the rush to flirt with him? What is so appealing about him? He is a plague upon the land. Xuan Mu continued to eat. Meng Lan's face turned slightly pale as she realized that her previous flirtations had not gone unnoticed, since the young master was aware. The sect leader must surely know as well. She could not help but wonder if this would lead to any adverse consequences. Yu Xiaochan did not seem to blame her. Instead, she personally poured her a cup of wine, saying, Senior sister, your behavior appears unusual. You seem eager for promotion, and I suspect there is something weighing on your mind. Can you not confide in me? Xuan Mu inwardly sighed, not for Meng Lan, but for Yu Xiaochan. He had confirmed that this girl was merely 13 years old. In his own world, where 8 years marks the beginning of primary school, a 13-year-old would be in the 5th grade, or at the very least, the first year of middle school if starting at 6. They were all innocent children, chasing after the notion that our 3 little ones are so handsome. Yet Yu Xiaochan had been groomed for leadership since a young age, bearing a heavy sense of responsibility. Her demeanor, so mature and earnest in offering comfort to her sect members, could easily convince one she was 23. Only during moments of eager storytelling could one glimpse her youthful spirit. Meng Lan silently sipped her wine and finally spoke. Young master, Baiwa Yuan is on the verge of collapse. In truth, Xuan Mu had already discerned that Baiwa Yuan was indeed in dire straits. Just moments ago, in the main hall below, the few patrons present highlighted the lack of business. Even in the bustling evening hours, it felt uncharacteristically cold. Yu Xiaochan was taken aback. I heard it was still profitable a couple of months ago, and now it is merely experiencing slight losses. How could it be facing such dire straits? Meng Lan explained. The competition in the capital is fierce, with brothels surpassing those in all other provinces. Previously, we held an advantage with our allure, maintaining a leading position. However now, Yu Xiaochan questioned, but we still have that, don't we? Meng Lan sighed. Ultimately, we do not engage directly. We have only imparted rudimentary skills to the young ladies. The disciples of Hahuan Zone, however, participate directly, their allure and natural beauty far surpassing ours. Yu Xiaochan gritted her teeth. Those wretched individuals of Hahuan Zone truly engage in selling themselves. They advocate for indulgent pleasure without a care. What shall we do? To others, we appear to be in cahoots with them. Our reputation has been tarnished. Meng Lan fell silent, unable to respond. Yu Xiaochan pondered for a moment before asserting, in comparison to others, we still hold an advantage, right? It's not as if we cannot survive just because we have lost a bit of business to Hahuan Zone. Meng Lan shook her head in dissent. Since we cannot disseminate our advanced techniques, relying solely on superficial allure will not suffice. Years ago, such skills were thoroughly examined by others. Naturally, they too have mastered them. We have long since lost our edge. Yu Xiaochan fell silent at last. Meng Lan sighed, expressing her concern. What worries me is whether the sect might one day allow us, the outer disciples, to personally confront Shu Qingqing's intentions. I have sensed a hint of this possibility, which is why I wish to depart from here early, to avoid encountering that day. She turned to Xuan Mu with an apologetic smile. Though I have sought to utilize your assistance, I harbor no malice, and I hope for your understanding. Xuan Mu smiled in acknowledgement. A twinge of regret stirred within him. She had a clear and pressing demand, making it difficult not to take action. If the time and place were right, perhaps something could indeed materialize, but alas, it was a pity. Yu Xiaochan retorted firmly, Sister, you know well that our principles differ fundamentally from those of Hahuan Zone. Such actions are inconceivable for Xingyue Zone. Being mistaken for Hahuan Zone is already distasteful enough. But to actually engage in such deeds? This is something I will discuss with Shu Qingqing. Upon hearing this, Xuan Mu was momentarily taken aback. So you're saying that both your Xingyue Zone and Hahuan Zone are not merely manipulating from behind the scenes, but are openly operating as demonic sects in the capital? This is quite astonishing and completely overturns my understanding of the mysterious demonic sections. Logically speaking, if they were classified as demonic, conflicts with the righteous path would be inevitable, and profound enmity would exist between the two. Therefore, if the demonic sects were to emerge publicly, they would surely provoke violent retaliation from the righteous sections. Even if Xue Qingxiu were invincible, her enterprises would likely be ruined, akin to the southern ventures they had previously mentioned. Demonic sects must operate in the shadows. They could not afford to stand in the open. Their unusual visibility must be related to the unique situation in the capital, perhaps with the tacit approval of the court, making it impossible for the righteous path to openly oppose them. Is the government openly shielding the underworld, or is it simply that the underworld is gradually being legitimized? But why was this not possible before, and why is it acceptable now? Xuanmu continued to nibble on his food, lost in thought. He found it hard to believe that such political matters could solely hinge on Xue Qingxiu's personal martial prowess. Perhaps there were deeper layers to explore. Yu Xiaochan was not contemplating such matters. The impending collapse of their enterprise meant that their disciples might have to resort to selling themselves. If they did so, what difference would there be between Xingyue Zong and Hahuan Zong? At least in the eyes of the world, there would be no distinction. This was not a trivial matter, but a significant issue concerning their divergent paths. Yet, regardless of how clever the young girl was, she was fundamentally trained in martial arts and lacked expertise in business matters. What ideas could she possibly have? Even Xue Qingxiu might not possess any good solutions, let alone her. Yu Xiaochan gazed vacantly at her wine cup, rendered speechless for a time. The atmosphere grew heavy, filled only with the sound of Xue Mu chewing his food. Yu Xiaochan glared at him, exclaiming, "All you do is eat. Do you even have the heart for this?" Xue Mu replied nonchalantly, "Well, developing a brothel is merely a step." He continued thus, "Mere violence will not lead to development. I would say the same to your master." Yu Xiaochan scoffed, "Merely? If you are so capable, why not offer a suggestion? There are plenty of lucrative business opportunities beyond brothels. Is this all you can think of?" Chapter 11. The Allure of Uniforms, perhaps from their very first encounter. Xuanmu had consistently conveyed his willingness to assist in the development of their sect, or perhaps he had always exuded an air of generosity and confidence that proved infectious. Yu Xiaochan did not doubt his sincerity. Instead, she eagerly prodded his hand with her chopsticks, urging him to share his thoughts. Minglan cast her gaze downward, her expression somewhat peculiar. To be honest, she still had not deciphered Xue Mu's origins. Even if he were a relative of the sect leader, the young master should not be so casually interacting with him. She began to suspect that her earlier flirtation might have been a grave mistake, bordering on rivalry for the young master's affections. First, let me clarify a few points. Xue Mu raised a finger. Is the model of brothels in the capital all quite similar, merely showcasing beauty and talent, without any other tricks? Minglan responded, "They are mostly alike. Though some do offer the gimmick of selling talent without selling their bodies, but they will face the same eventual fate." Xuanmu nodded. "Second, are you not afraid of offending the righteous path?" Minglan was taken aback. How did the conversation shift to offending the righteous path? If one were to compete with others, would it not be the same sect they would offend? Very well. Xuanmu leaned closer to Yu Xiaochan, beckoning her to come nearer. She instinctively leaned in, and he whispered into her ear. The warmth of his breath was unprecedentedly close to her delicate ear, causing her heart to race as an electric thrill coursed through her, igniting a heat that flushed her cheeks. Her translucent earlobes began to change color, turning a rosy hue that spread to her face and neck. Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback, instinctively swallowing hard. It was truly surprising. She was so innocent. No wonder she had been displeased with his earlier misunderstandings. This was genuine innocence. In that moment, her rosy earlobes seemed to radiate endless allure, appearing tender and adorably captivating. Xuanmu felt an overwhelming desire to kiss her, but his reason reminded him that such thoughts were utterly inappropriate. She was merely 13, far too young for such notions. One could only say that the natural shyness of a girl possesses a charm that surpasses any seductive skill. The air between them seemed to freeze in time, while Minglan watched with great amusement. Once he stepped back, Xuanmu let out a sigh of relief, asserting, "I have no interest in young girls." Yu Xiaochan glared at him, exclaiming, "You?" Xuanmu quickly changed the subject. "By the way, I forgot to ask, Do the major sects of the righteous path have uniforms? I mean, do they have a common attire? Yu Xiaochan, fully aware of his attempt to divert the topic, begrudgingly engaged with it, saying most of them do. Why do you ask? Well, here's an idea. Xue Mu continued without pretense. You could have the young ladies change their attire. For example, they could don Taoist robes and claim to be female disciples or sword-wielding heroines from a major sect, projecting an image of a cool and aloof swordswoman from a righteous sect. Yu Xiaochan, initially filled with a mix of indignation and shyness, felt her heart racing even now. Yet, as his words penetrated her ears, all traces of her earlier embarrassment vanished, replaced by a growing excitement that sparkled in her bright eyes. Menglan's eyes also lit up, and they exchanged a knowing glance before rising from their seats. Without needing to deliberate, they both recognized the effectiveness of this strategy. It would be immensely successful. The major sects, perched high above, rarely deign to acknowledge ordinary folk, and any common traveler fortunate enough to exchange words with them would likely cherish that encounter for days. This role-playing would undoubtedly fulfill countless desires within the hearts of many, drawing them in by droves. It mattered not if they could not fool everyone. People merely craved the sensation of defiling a goddess. Menglan could almost envision the scene of overflowing guests at Baiwa Garden, with no room for doubt. This plan was extraordinarily cunning and compelling, capable of generating profit, while simultaneously irritating the righteous sects, a perfect match for their tastes. One glance at Yu Xiaochan's gleaming eyes revealed that she might even be concocting more audacious ideas in her mind. Moreover, this strategy could not be replicated by others. Ordinary backgrounds would never dare to offend such super sects as Wen Jianzong or Xiantianzong. But who were they? They were already in opposition to the righteous path. It would be best if they could incite their wrath. Only Hahuanzong, being a fellow demonic sect, might dare to adopt this tactic, and if they did, it would be of little consequence. They could share the burden of any potential retaliation from the righteous path, and perhaps even see Hahuanzong's business thrive, while Xingyuezong avoided the brunt of the backlash. This was a uniquely crafted strategy designed specifically for them, risk-free, highly profitable, and with swift results. Menglan was nearly brought to her knees in admiration, wondering how such an idea could possibly come to be. Excellent, excellent, Yu Xiaochan exclaimed with great excitement as she paced back and forth. The style of the Wenjian sect is truly unparalleled, with white garments as pure as snow and figures as sharp as swords. Ha ha! I have heard that Mu Jianli is currently traversing thousands of miles to pay homage to swords. If she were to discover that this attire had someone embracing her, would she not be infuriated on her arduous journey? And then there's the foul-mouthed nun of Xintian sect. Ha ha! That robe is quite distinctive. I shall immediately organize a hunt for those hypocrites with eyes on their foreheads and procure a few outfits for our use. Observing Yu Xiaochan's evident overexcitement, Menglan cautiously advised, this matter should be reported to the sect leader, as it may indeed provoke severe retribution. Yu Xiaochan waved her hand dismissively. My master will only commend it. I shall tell him right away. With that, she lost all interest in leaving through the main door, instead soaring through the window. Just as she perched on the windowsill, she suddenly recalled something and turned back with a smile that was both playful and teasing. If you're truly interested in women's ear jewels, you may as well kiss your senior sister. Have you not already flirted with her? Leaving behind this ambiguous remark, she vanished from sight. Xuemu struggled to divert his thoughts from the entanglements of romance, taking a delicate sip of wine as he pondered. The brothel is hardly a long-term solution. In truth, you all could pursue other avenues of development. Menglan shook her head. Surely, young master, you are unaware that a decade ago, we possessed not even a visible industry. We lived in constant evasion amidst various pursuits. It was the sect leader's extraordinary talent that allowed us, in our youth, to transcend the limits of human potential, intimidating both the righteous and the wicked, thus granting us the opportunity to establish ourselves and flourish. None of us are skilled in management. The brothel simply allows us to utilize our strengths, and we are uncertain of what else we could undertake. Xuemu replied indifferently, in my view, it is rather simplistic. Alas, my voice faded as I lamented that I was not truly related to Xue Qingxiu. How could I possibly hear everything? Meanwhile, Xue Qingxiu of the Six Doors was summoned by his apprentice. Upon hearing of such trivial matters, he was initially displeased, but then found it somewhat amusing. What a mischievous idea! Did Xuanmu come up with this? Indeed, indeed, came a reply. Haha, it appears Xuanmu has some genuine skill. We did not save him in vain. Go ahead, the righteous path is noisy, and I shall bear the burden. Truly, the essence of demonic energy is inherited. Yu Xiaochan was right. The master would only commend it. Chapter 12. The first risku tale in the world. Hey, have you heard? A beautiful nun has arrived at Baiwa Garden, claiming to hail from Xintian sect, with the Taoist name jianghu. That's impossible. Isn't it? How could a disciple of Xintian sect possibly sell herself? Regardless of its authenticity, the robe of Xintian sect looks delightful. It would certainly enhance the experience. By the way, there is also someone claiming to be from Wenjian sect, named Mu Qianqian. She truly embodies the image of snow-white garments and a sword like a rainbow. Quite striking indeed. Don't tell me she's the junior sister of Mu Jianli. Who cares if she is? Let us treat it as a fact. That's a valid point. I must meet this Qianqian girl. I have long coveted the swordsman of Wenjian sect. I want to see jianghu. Under the deductions of Yu Xiaochan, Baiwa Garden's new uniforms were not limited to just one or two sects. They encompassed nearly all righteous paths of the martial world, except for the overly lowly sects that lacked uniforms. The righteous sects collectively found themselves targeted. Even the nunneries were not spared. The news that Baiwa Garden would feature female heroes from all sects spread like wildfire, reaching every corner of the capital in no time. Initially quiet, Baiwa Garden suddenly became bustling around the hour of high, with throngs of visitors at its doors, nearly bursting the threshold. There were martial artists, ordinary merchants, and even government officials disguised in plain clothes to join the revelry. The number of young women far surpassed demand, and countless patrons jostled in the main hall, nearly coming to blows. The young women were all well-trained, adept at performance. The Qianqian girl truly emanated a chilling grace, easily avoiding unwanted touches. Only when considerable amounts of silver were offered could one manage to sit beside her. There were also nuns reciting scriptures in private rooms and Taoists perusing sacred texts, showcasing a myriad of talents in the martial arts realm. Watching the lively scene from the rooftop, Yu Xiaochan, who orchestrated this farce, couldn't contain her joy. Her smile seemed almost too wide to close. With this business every day, Baiwa Garden will surely prosper. Once the news spreads, I wonder how many will be infuriated. That would be even more entertaining. At this moment, Yu Xiaochan was profoundly impressed by Xuanmu, even contemplating that perhaps a peck on the ear from him wouldn't be so bad after all. Suddenly, she remembered that Xuanmu had invited Menglan to hide in his bamboo house. She felt an uncomfortable sensation rising within her, unsure of the source of her feelings. Logically, if they truly had a connection, it was none of her concern. She had no intention of engaging in romance at this time, and having a strategist within their sect was quite beneficial. Yet, the more she thought about it, the more irritable she became, transitioning from elation to restlessness. Yu Xiaochan paced back and forth, concocting an excuse for herself. Menglan is one of the responsible persons here, with Qingqing accompanying the master to find the 6 doors. Menglan is the primary person in charge. How could she be hiding away, leaving me, the young sect leader, to oversee matters? This is simply unacceptable. I must fetch her. Resolute in her plan, Yu Xiaochan darted towards Xuanmu's bamboo house. Even under the constraints of the capital's no violence decree, Yu Xiaochan, utilizing only 50% of her strength, arrived at her destination in the blink of an eye. The bamboo house was aglow with candlelight, casting a warm ambience in the quiet night. Uncertain of her own motivations, Yu Xiaochan slowed her pace, quietly landing on the edge of the bamboo house. Peering through the window, Xuanmu had unfurled a sheet of paper before him, gripping a brush and writing vigorously, appearing even more handsome in the process. Menglan stood gracefully beside him, quietly grinding ink. Her delicate face bore a hint of color, and her gaze would occasionally drift toward Xuanmu's face, filled with an unreadable sentiment. Yet Yu Xiaochan could not shake the feeling of tenderness in the air. What a tranquil and harmonious scene it was, reminiscent of a serene painting, with the red sleeves adding fragrance to the couple's duet. Yu Xiaochan's discomfort intensified, and she could no longer contain herself. Suddenly appearing before them, Xuanmu did not lift his head, continuing to write as if her sudden arrival was a common occurrence. However, Menglan's expression turned serious, and she greeted young sect leader. Yu Xiaochan's eyes darted between the two, seemingly finding no peculiarities, and asked casually, "What are you two doing?" Xuanmu continued to write as he replied, "Didn't I tell you? This strategy may not last long. Even if your master is invincible and can maintain control for a time, he cannot hold it forever. Besides, the righteous path may stir unrest, leading the court to intervene. Thus, this is merely a temporary measure. We must consider the next step." Oh, Yu Xiaochan feigned indifference as she leaned closer to him. "What is the next step?" "Previously, when you went to strip the clothes from others, I had Meng Lan take me around the bookstore. As you said, aside from tales of martial arts and history, there were only basic manuals and even books on agriculture and mining, yet no literary works to be found. How does this relate to the next step?" Yu Xiaochan curiously leaned over to examine what he was writing. Xuanmu paused his brush, glancing at her. "It's best if children refrain from looking." Yu Xiaochan huffed. "I want to see it regardless." Xuanmu's calligraphy was merely at an introductory level, sufficient for neatly writing out regular characters. And he could recognize many traditional characters, but could not write them. Yet, when he picked up the brush, he found writing traditional characters effortless, not knowing if it was yet another effect of the patterns in his palms. Regardless, this neatly written script, although merely competent, was considered a fine hand in a world that did not prioritize literary talent. At least Meng Lan and Yu Xiaochan found it pleasant to read. Their first impressions echoing that he was not only handsome, but also possessed beautiful handwriting. Xuanmu was composing a story, which he referred to as a short story. He did not merely engage in the act of literary appropriation, but rather tailored a whimsical narrative according to the practical circumstances, skillfully crafting a tale that, while inspired by various story templates, primarily drew upon his own literary prowess. The novel commenced on a relatively conventional note, recounting the saga of a wandering swordsman who, after being wounded in a duel, was rescued by a benevolent woman named Qian, who devotedly cared for him for over a month. During this time, the swordsman developed a clandestine affection for the gentle and kind-hearted Qian. However, he gradually discerned that the environment around him was rather peculiar, often filled with the sounds of music and revelry, accompanied by the laughter and flirtations of men and women. At times, Qian's voice would be intermingled within this cacophony, enchanting and alluring. Upon recovering and being able to walk, the swordsman stealthily ventured outside for a glimpse, only to realize that he was in the renowned brothel, Baiwa Yuan, where Qian served as the star courtesan. This revelation ignited a surge of anger within him. How could she consort with those men, yet feign purity in his presence? Qian, deeply hurt, countered, "Am I merely your guest? Do you not desire to toy with me like the others?" The swordsman found himself at a loss for words. The complex and agonizing emotions began to mutate when, one day, after Qian entered a room with a patron, the swordsman succumbed to the temptation of voyeurism, secretly observing their intimate encounter. This tormenting yet irresistible thrill of witnessing the woman he cherished engage with another was vividly portrayed by Xuanmu. At this juncture, the story revealed its darker undertones, transforming into what could only be described as a risky narrative. In Chapter 13, "This must be the big shot," Xuanmu continued his fervent writing. The tale was not lengthy, for a prolonged narrative would surely deter readers. Ultimately, the swordsman was confronted by his enemies, and Qian valiantly shielded him from a fatal blow, allowing him to vanquish his foes, but at the cost of her own life. With her last breath, Qian uttered, "This life is fleeting. I await the next to serve you in purity." For Xuanmu, this was a deliberate attempt to evoke melodrama, yet for the novice readers, Yu Xiaochan and Meng Lan, it was heart-wrenching, prompting tears to flow. "Xuanmu, you scoundrel! Why must you let Qian perish?" They lamented. "This is a tragedy meant to stir the heart." "I do not care. You must bring her back to life." Witnessing Yu Xiaochan's tear-streaked face, Xuanmu could not help but chuckle. Of course she must live. Otherwise, how could our star courtesan Qian exist? Yu Xiaochan blinked in surprise. And after a moment of shared understanding with Meng Lan, they both realized this was merely Xuanmu's second step. Cautiously, Meng Lan inquired, "How do we utilize this story?" "This is a subtle advertisement," Xuanmu replied with a smile. "Did you not notice that the backdrop of this tale is Baiwa Yuan, with the protagonist being its leading courtesan? Once the story spreads, Baiwa Yuan will gain fame, and so will Qian. The crux lies in whether the narrative resonates with the audience. Judging by your reactions, we should have a solid chance." Just like Shaolin Temple's renown, one wonders how much credit is due to the martial arts novelists. Yu Xiaochan began to grasp the concept, so you intentionally wrote that lascivious scene in great detail. Regardless of time or culture, the most captivating and rapidly disseminated content invariably revolves around such themes, unless one grows weary of it, as it is a facet of human nature. Especially in an era that undervalues literature, profound and nuanced writing garners little attention, while tales of sensuality ensure an eager readership. This unspoken truth was evident to Yu Xiaochan, who, having been educated from a young age, was familiar with such narratives and felt a blush even at the mention of them. One could only imagine the lack of resistance from newcomers. Now I understand. Yu Xiaochan regarded Xuanmu with renewed admiration, marveling at the layers of thought embedded within his prose, all of which were remarkably sound. She tentatively asked, "Shall we take this to the scriptorium for engraving?" "No. Let the young ladies transcribe several copies themselves and gift them to every guest. Given the current dearth of stories here, I estimate that within 3 days, the capital will have organically spread it, negating the need for us to print." Menglan expressed her admiration. "May I request your name to be signed?" A signature holds great significance in this world. For martial artists, achieving fame is often the primary goal upon entering the realm, and once renowned, they tread carefully to maintain their reputation. To Menglan, such an enthralling tale was more than sufficient for Xuanmu to gain notoriety. "Signing? That is unnecessary." Xuanmu waved dismissively. "This is to bring fame to Baiwa Yuan, not for my own sake." In truth, he felt that associating his name with such risque literature was a bit beneath him, as it did not reflect well on his character. However, upon hearing his words, Menglan was deeply moved, and Yu Xiaochan's eyes sparkled with determination as she softly insisted, "I know you do not seek recognition for yourself, but please, allow me to have your name. Otherwise, I might not use your story at all." "Very well." Xuanmu took up his brush, pondered for a moment, and inscribed 4 characters. "Sanhao Shuesheng. Is this the nickname you've given yourself?" Yu Xiaochan inquired, perplexed. "What does it mean? Which 3 virtues?" "The good refers to preferences." Xuanmu tossed down his brush. "Good bosoms, good long legs, good slender waists. Known in the martial world as Sanhao Shuesheng." "In the martial world? Is there anyone so shameless?" Yu Xiaochan burst into laughter, giving him a playful glare. "You really have a penchant for this, don't you?" Xuanmu regarded her flat chest with a blank expression, remaining silent. Yu Xiaochan clutched her chest, tears streaming down her face. "Anyway, my senior sister is quite ample." "I do not know," Menglan remarked with surprise. "Are you seeking the sect leader?" Xuanmu merely pursed his lips in response. Ultimately, the Star Moon sect was governed by Xue Qingqiu, who wielded absolute power and prestige. Any endeavor required her approval. If he could earn Xue Qingqiu's trust, as he had with Yu Xiaochan, the possibilities with the Star Moon sect would be boundless. Yet, he harbored a secret, unmentionable thought. Yu Xiaochan was still too young, and Menglan was merely a low-ranking disciple with little authority. If, just if, he could win over Xue Qingqiu. At that moment, a sudden and violent explosion resonated from afar, accompanied by tremors that could be felt even from their location. Menglan's expression changed dramatically, towards the direction of Lu Shanming. Could it be that the sect leader is in conflict with someone? Xuanmu could no longer remain idle and dashed out with Menglan. Upon reaching the entrance of Baiwa Yuan, they spotted Yu Xiaochan detaining a certain Qinqin Shu, engaged in an animated discussion. "What has transpired?" Yu Xiaochan turned to see him. Huffing in annoyance before explaining, "Lu Shanming is not allowing anyone to leave. Master has lost her temper, demolishing their outer prison and freeing several convicts. She declared that unless they release someone within a day, she will dismantle a cell each day." Xuanmu stood there, dumbfounded. Had he misinterpreted the situation earlier? After a short while, Xue Qingqiu arrived gracefully, tossing a set of constable attire with an air of nonchalance. "Xiaochan, go find a girl to change into this and tell the guests that we can also entertain the head of Lu Shanming here." Xuanmu, arms crossed, gazed incredulously at Xue Qingqiu's unfazed demeanor, pondering that perhaps this was what it meant to be a big shot. In Chapter 14, Star Moon Sect, Yu Xiaochan sought guidance. The primary objective of the Star Moon sect's visit to the capital was to rescue Yi, who had been apprehended by Lu Shanming. The sect's members were numerous, with clandestine agents spread across the nation, and disciples of Menglan's caliber were plentiful throughout the realm, making it one of the foremost sects of the demonic lineage. However, due to the arduous nature of their cultivation methods and stringent selection processes, The inner disciples were relatively few, and the core disciples even rarer. Among Xue Qingqiu's generation, there were only 3 direct disciples. The eldest sister had gone missing under mysterious circumstances, forcing Xue Qingqiu to bear the burden from a tender age, followed by the youngest, Yinye. While the eldest sister had many apprentices, none were direct successors, as Yinye had yet to take on disciples. The next generation's only direct heir was Yu Xiaochan. Thus she had been groomed as a potential sect leader from a young age. Apart from a few elders safeguarding the sect, Yinye, as Xue Qingqiu's junior sister, could be regarded as one of the sole figures of the sect, a definitive core. Additionally, her unique cultivation method rendered her indispensable to the sect. The capture of such a significant figure compelled Xue Qingqiu to abandon his cultivation and depart from the Lingzhou headquarters, hastily bringing his beloved disciple to the capital overnight, where they encountered Xuanmu. The losses in business ventures were not the primary objective of this journey, but rather an ancillary issue to be addressed. In Xue Qingqiu's mind, this trip also served as an opportunity to cultivate his disciples' management skills and courtly interactions. Over the past few days, Yu Xiaochan had been engrossed in a plan for industrial revival, which Xue Qingqiu observed with a sense of satisfaction. Although he felt his disciple was getting too close to Xuanmu, he reassured himself that Yu Xiaochan was still young and innocent, unlikely to encounter any problems. Witnessing her effective actions brought him comfort. Consequently, he chose not to involve her in the negotiations with the Lushan men that evening, allowing her to focus on the industrial matters while he attended to the negotiations alone. However, he did not anticipate that the discussions would falter. Yu Xiaochan glanced back at Xuanmu's silhouette and tugged at her master's sleeve. "Master," she inquired, "do you think it would be better to invite Xuanmu?" Xue Qingqiu replied curtly, "Have you lost your senses? You wish to have an outsider, someone we encountered on the road, eavesdrop on such crucial matters?" Pouting, Yu Xiaochan retorted, "Xuanmu is quite capable. He surely has valuable insights." Xue Qingqiu replied coolly, "Precisely because he is astute. My dear, we once regarded him as insignificant, dismissing his mysterious origins. Now that we know he is not an ordinary person, shouldn't you be more cautious?" Yu Xiaochan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Her master's admonition made her reflect on whether she had been overly reliant on Xuanmu lately, instinctively seeking his counsel whenever a problem arose. It seemed rather unwise, as it might dull her own intellect. If they failed to devise a solution, she could always discreetly consult Xuanmu later. The notion of exercising caution had slipped her mind entirely. Consequently, she fell into a deep slumber as soon as her head touched the pillow. In her dreams, she seemed to witness 2 figures battling in the heavens, their faces obscured, yet each strike and kick transformed the atmosphere, shifting the very stars. A great bronze cauldron floated between them, nearly shattering upon their cataclysmic clash, plummeting to the earth with a thunderous crash, creating a gaping crater. Water surged from the depths of this pit, rapidly forming a chilling pool. This earth-shattering confrontation appeared to possess a terrifying power capable of fracturing dimensions. At the moment the bronze cauldron fell, a minuscule pattern detached from its surface, hurtling through countless dimensions and epochs, ultimately manifesting as a radiant light that embedded itself into Xuanmu's palm, causing him a sharp pain. Startled awake, Xuanmu realized it had been a dream. Yet he sensed it was not merely a dream, but the source of the bronze fragment that had transported him here. As his connection with this world deepened, the energy of the bronze fragment resonated with his consciousness, revealing its origin. Thus, he surmised that his arrival in this realm had occurred in mid-air above the pool. Not by chance, but precisely at the location where the bronze fragment had departed from the cauldron. The master and disciple had been bathing there, which truly was serendipitous. Otherwise, he would have met a dire fate. With a sigh, Xuanmu rose to wash up, just as he splashed water on his face. He heard a cacophony of voices outside, accompanied by the sounds of clashing energy and the sharp clang of weapons. It was evident that either the righteous sect had come knocking, or the female captain had stirred up trouble. Xuanmu stealthily approached the back gate of Baiwa Garden to observe the commotion. Indeed, he found several teams assembled in the main hall, all dressed in matching attire, their fiery gazes fixed upon the women of Baiwa Garden, who wore identical garments. A long-bearded Taoist, seemingly the leader, brandished his sword and proclaimed, "Zhuo Qingqing, how dare your Xingyue sect insult my Xintian sect? Do you think my sword is dulled?" The Taoist robe bore the insignia of Shintian sect, adorned with intricate patterns of clouds and bamboo. Xuanmu glanced at the girls in the same style of Taoist robes within Baiwa Garden and could not help but chuckle. Zhua Qingqing replied nonchalantly, "I do not comprehend your words, Daozhong Dongfeng. The ladies may wear whatever they choose. Which edict of the court have we violated? You impersonate our sect's disciples and engage in lewd acts. Do you still have the audacity to speak? We have already clarified to our guests that these ladies are not genuinely from your sections. If you do not believe us, you may inquire. How about this? We at Baiwa Garden will erect a sign stating that all the ladies are unrelated to you." Absurd. How vexing it is for a cultivator to possess such a temper, Zhua Qingqing retorted with a charming smile. "I have heard that in your youth. You adored a particular disciple from the Wenjian sect, only to be rejected, which twisted your inclinations. How do our Qianqian and that one compare? Perhaps we could fulfill your dreams. Only at a 50% discount." A chorus of laughter erupted from the girls in Baiwa Garden, even eliciting suppressed chuckles from the righteous disciples present. Daozhong Dongfeng's beard bristled in fury as he waved his sword, declaring, "Words are futile. If your Xingyue sect remains obstinate, we shall dismantle your Baiwa Garden today. Who dares to dismantle our Baiwa Garden?" A melodious voice, reminiscent of a golden aureole, suddenly pierced the air, followed by a delicate figure gliding through like a specter. As the fragrant breeze wafted past, Daozhong Dongfeng suddenly coughed up a spray of blood and collapsed onto his back. With a stunningly beautiful face, pristine white robes, and bare feet, she smiled amidst the swirling blood mist, creating a dissonant yet captivating atmosphere that momentarily silenced the crowd. Even the members of Shintian's sect, who had just witnessed their leader's demise, stood frozen, unable to react. Xuanmu, who had been observing quietly, covered his forehead, recognizing that like teacher, like disciple, she too was formidable. One had to wonder how the demonic sect managed to survive while offending both the government and the righteous sects, yet still operated openly. It was utterly illogical. Chapter 15. The debut on the grand stage. After a brief silence, the anticipated chaos erupted in full force. Xuanmu realized that the righteous sect had not sent any prominent figures. Perhaps they were all absent from the capital. This was indeed intriguing, as the righteous sect lacked any significant presence in the capital. Xue Qingqiu and his disciple had only just arrived a day ago. This made sense. The capital's formation suppressed cultivation by 50%, and prominent figures typically refrained from engaging in places where their powers could not manifest. This was likely one of the methods the court employed to maintain control over the capital. Thus, the so-called chaos was simply Yu Shaochuan unilaterally humiliating the righteous sect, while figures on Xingyue's sect side, such as Qingqing and Menglan, refrained from intervening, lest they steal the spotlight from the young sect master. Yu Shaochuan giggled as she flitted through the crowd like a butterfly, effortlessly knocking down one opponent after another. The scene resembled a cinematic portrayal of a demoness wreaking havoc, contrasting starkly with her earlier bashful demeanor. Xuanmu felt a chill run down his spine at the sight. Yu Shaochuan toppled a female disciple from the Wenjian sect and casually tossed the garment to Menglan, saying, "Here is another outfit. Strip it off first." It seemed that in her eyes, these individuals were merely there to provide uniforms. A young Taoist cried out in anger, "Demoness, you will face retribution." Yet before he could finish, Yu Shaochuan casually kicked him away, sending him spiraling through the air before crashing to the ground before Xuanmu. Xuanmu blinked in astonishment. The Taoist, bloodied and battered, struggled to lift his head, meeting Xuanmu's innocent gaze. Demon, the Taoist yelled, summoning whatever strength remained to rise, his sword long gone. Resorting to striking with his palm, Xuanmu turned and fled, with the Taoist clumsily pursuing him. At that moment, two feminine voices cried out, "You dare! Be careful!" "Young master!" Yu Shaochuan, realizing that her casual kick had landed the Taoist at Xuanmu's feet, suddenly remembered that he was an ordinary person without any cultivation. She instinctively shouted, "You dare!" and flung a silver hairpin directly at the Taoist's head. Simultaneously, Menglan, alarmed, leaped toward them, unleashing a gust of wind that rushed toward the Taoist's back. All actions in the hall came to a halt as everyone turned their attention to where Xuanmu stood. The scene appeared to descend into slow motion. It was uncertain whether the Taoist had struck Xuanmu down first, or whether the Taoist had himself succumbed to a fatal blow. Yu Shaochuan, still shaken, gasped for breath and suddenly burst into laughter, pointing at Xue Mu and exclaiming, "You haven't taken your medicine today." Xue Mu, now grasping the situation, responded, "So, is it toxic then?" Meanwhile, Meng Lan, who had rushed to Xue Mu's side, paled slightly, stepping back a pace and murmuring, "Your poison skills are quite formidable, my lord." Xue Mu chuckled awkwardly, casting a glance at the Taoist's lifeless body, feeling a peculiar unease. Guilt was not quite the sentiment, for the man had attempted to take his life without hesitation. Yet it was undeniable that he had taken a life. A modern individual raised in a civilized society inevitably harbors psychological barriers regarding such matters. Fortunately, the death had resulted from passive poisoning rather than an act of his own hands. Thus, the emotional turmoil was somewhat subdued. Indeed, the effects of the poison had been suppressed, yet 12 hours had elapsed, and today Xue Mu had not taken his medicine. The Taoist had been overwhelmed by the myriad of mutated viruses emanating from Xue Mu's body, and having been gravely injured, he was clearly unable to resist, ultimately succumbing to the poison. The remaining disciples of the righteous path retreated in unison, suddenly realizing that they were in no position to contend. Just when Yu Xiaochan was sufficient to toy with all of them, and neither Qingqing nor Meng Lan had even made a move yet. To their astonishment, there lurked a seemingly unassuming, yet profoundly skilled individual with unknown depths of poison mastery. Yu Xiaochan, in high spirits, smiled sweetly and inquired, "Did I allow you to leave?" One of the disciples retorted angrily, "Enchantress, do you intend to annihilate us all?" Yu Xiaochan scoffed, "You don't have any elders residing in the capital. And with just a few lackeys, you dare to demand an explanation? What a bunch of simpletons." The angry disciple countered, "If it weren't for your ambush on Master Dongfeng." Yu Xiaochan playfully stuck out her tongue. "Would he have survived against me in a fair duel?" Stumped, the disciple realized that anyone could see the extraordinary prowess of this enchantress, her cultivation level inscrutable. In other words, they lacked the qualifications to compel her to reveal her trump cards. Curiously, despite Yu Xiaochan's charming demeanor, he found himself unwilling to speak harshly. Suddenly, laughter echoed from outside. A mere girl, yet she possesses the potential to captivate the world. The young master of the Xingyue sect, truly remarkable. As the words faded, a man and a woman strode through the door. The man, an elderly figure clad in a flowing blue robe with a long white beard, exuded an aura of otherworldly grace. The words just spoken had originated from him. The woman, appearing about 25 or 26, donned the typical attire of a Six Doors captain. A dark red uniform jacket paired with black fitted attire that accentuated her form, striking a balance between elegance and solemnity. As she walked with commanding strides, her long, toned legs captivated attention, radiating the vitality of a cheetah. A scarlet cloak draped over her shoulders billowed gracefully with her movements, enhancing her striking appearance. With her hair tied in a high ponytail and piercing eyes that held an impressive intensity, her features, though not conventionally delicate, emanated a unique charm. Xue Mu's gaze was instantly drawn to her, pondering if she was the madwoman Xiahou Di mentioned by others. To his surprise, she was not an old hag, but a vigorous beauty. Yu Xiaochan tilted her head, resting a finger on her cheek, glancing left and right before mischievously stating, "Captain Xiahou, dear sir, you enter together so intimately. Could it be that you are courting?" The two, who had initially exuded a powerful presence, nearly stumbled at her words, awkwardly distancing themselves. Xiahou Di retorted with a cold smile, "Spare us your theatrics. Under the emperor's gaze, you openly commit murder. Does your Xingyue sect truly disregard the Six Doors?" Yu Xiaochan feigned shock. "Captain Xiahou, you must advocate for me. Look at these men, armed and intruding upon our establishment. The maidens of Baihuiyuan are delicate and defenseless. Were it not for Xiaochan's skills, they would have faced dire consequences." Xue Mu nearly burst into laughter at the sight of the righteous disciple's horrified expressions, realizing that the situation was legally sound, hence the clean execution of the act. The elderly man interjected, "I am Miao Yu of the Sini sect." Yu Xiaochan blinked. "Ah, Master Miao, but your sect values intention over uniformity. This incident is entirely unrelated to your esteemed faction." Miao Yu replied nonchalantly, "In the righteous path, one disgrace is a disgrace to all. We are bound as branches of the same tree. Furthermore, even disregarding your attire incident, your disciple has slain many righteous disciples. How can my Sini sect stand idly by?" Xue Mu observed Xiahou Di intently, and noticed that upon Miao Yu's mention of their shared fate, she subtly frowned, indicating her displeasure. Xue Mu's mind raced. It seemed the court did not favor an overly united righteous sect. Yu Xiaochan, still grinning, asked, Master Miao, what do you intend to do? Will you bully the weak and instruct me? Miao Yu, his beard flowing, was reluctant to engage in a conflict with a mere 13-year-old girl, especially in such a public setting. After pondering, his gaze fell upon Xue Mu, and he smiled slightly. This young hero is likely not from the Xingyue sect. You have poisoned members of the Zuantian Gong. Should you not provide me an explanation? Xue Mu rolled his eyes, thinking, why do you not mention that it was the Taoist who sought my life first? In truth, Miao Yu is likely aware that the Xingyue sect would not overly protect a man, thus seeking to take advantage of the situation to appease the present righteous disciples. Yu Xiaochan, evidently perceiving his thoughts, stifled a laugh and said, indeed, he is not one of us, but Master Miao should take note. His surname is Xue. Xue Mu smiled and bowed. Xue Mu pays his respects to all present. Upon hearing the surname Xue, Miao Yu's expression shifted dramatically. The atmosphere among the righteous disciples turned tumultuous. Even Xiahou Di's gaze toward Xue Mu grew grave. The imposing presence of Xue Qingqiu's tiger skin banner was truly formidable. Chapter 16. The treasures of Chinese history. Miao Yu's complexion fluctuated between red and white, having publicly proclaimed he would seek an explanation from Xue Mu. How could he back down upon hearing that surname? What would become of his reputation in the martial world? Observing his colorful expression, Xue Mu suddenly remarked, Xiaochan, the Sini sect is rather intriguing. Yu Xiaochan, puzzled, played along. In what way? They advocate for intention, correct? Indeed. Intention is merely a guise for cowardice, is it not? Yu Xiaochan doubled over with laughter, and the maidens of the Xingyue sect joined her in uninhibited mirth. Miao Yu, incensed, pointed a finger and admonished, you insolent wretch. Xue Mu, unfazed, thought to himself, what do I have to fear? Here in the Xingyue sect's domain, I challenge you to act against me. Even if not for our camaraderie, I've just slain a man for the Xingyue sect. They must uphold their dignity and not allow you to make a scene here. Indeed, a chilling voice echoed from an unknown source. What utter nonsense. The voice seemed to emanate from a distant realm. It resonated in the ears of the crowd with a bone-chilling clarity. Miao Yu's expression shifted to one of horror. As the words lingered, the sky abruptly darkened, and a radiant light, akin to a shooting star, cut through the air and approached with astonishing speed. Miao Yu summoned all his energy to counter the luminous force, resulting in a thunderous crash as they collided. Miao Yu was sent sprawling through the air, spitting blood as he crashed to the ground, clutching his chest and struggling against the flow of crimson. Even the seemingly formidable elder figures of the righteous path were swiftly dispatched by the prowess of Xue Qingqiu, leaving Xue Mu swallowing hard as he comprehended the source of such formidable renown. After an extended moment, Miao Yu struggled to utter, so it is the esteemed presence of sect leader Xue. Ahem, let us depart. Assistants soon arrived to help him leave slowly, and as they passed through the doorway, Miao Yu suddenly seemed to recall something, glancing back at Xiahou Di. Xiahou Di wore a stoic expression, while Miao Yu seemed to grasp something, her demeanor shifting to one of resentment. Xue Mu also perceived the silent drama unfolding before him. Miao Yu was entirely unaware that Xue Qingqiu was in the capital. She had initially believed she could display her authority, only to be beaten like a dog, and she began to resent Xiahou Di for not informing her. Xue Mu shook his head, thinking that if anyone deserved blame, it should be Xue Qingqiu for not showing her proper respect, rather than Xiahou Di. Was this the nature of the righteous path, or was it confined to their sect? Regardless, since their safety was assured, he decided to swallow a pill first. He noticed how the young women had distanced themselves from him, an unpleasant feeling of disdain washing over him. Xue Mu produced a vial and swallowed a pill, surveying the scene before him. The situation was rather intriguing. The once formidable group of righteous disciples, battered and bruised, were now helping each other to retreat, leaving a few corpses on the ground. Several young women had been captured, clearly facing a fate of being stripped, casting pitiful glances toward Xiahou Di, the only one who could potentially save them. Xiahou Di had not come here to intervene in the conflict between righteousness and evil. She turned her head away from the women's pleading eyes, sighed, and remarked, whose malicious idea was it to use someone else's clothing? Was it Yu Xiaochan? The gazes of everyone from Xingyue sect, including the young women, involuntarily fell upon Xue Mu, and Xiahou Di followed suit. Twitching her lips in confusion about this man's origins, treating him as if he were a brother of Xue Qingqiu. She then stated, "As for your grievances between righteousness and evil, Lu Shanmin has no desire to intervene. As long as your young women change out of Lu Shanmin's attire and refrain from using it in the future, I shall take my leave." Xuanmu spread his hands, feeling powerless in this regard. Yu Xiaochan, with a pitiful tone, interjected, "Since my sister has spoken, we should comply. But my master is in prison, so pitiful. Can my sister not do us a kindness?" Xiahou Di replied indifferently, "Let your master discuss this. You cannot decide." Xue Qingqiu's voice echoed softly, "As long as Yi remains in Lu Shanmin, the young women of Baiwa Garden will continue to allow guests in the capital to experience the flair of constables." Xiahou Di's anger flared. "Xue Qingqiu, do not overstep." Xue Qingqiu's tone turned frigid. "We are merely giving you face. You have imprisoned a pillar of our sect. Moreover, Yi has committed no crime. Who is truly overstepping here? Does Lu Shanmin really think Xingyue's sect is easy to bully?" Xiahou Di insisted. "I have already stated that Yi's abilities are too formidable. Witnessing her powers emerge, she must not be allowed to roam the martial world freely, lest chaos ensue." Xue Qingqiu scoffed, "What a joke. I could say that your clothing is the cause of chaos. Perhaps you should remove it and run through the capital, ensuring peace reigns." Xuanmu could only think of a string of 6666 in his mind. Xiahou Di, fuming, retorted, as the leader of a prominent sect, "Do you not feel ashamed to utter such nonsense?" Xue Qingqiu dismissed her. "There is no point in further discussion. I truly do not believe Lu Shanmin is dictated by your madness. Choner, see our guests out." Xuanmu finally understood the crux of the issue and why Xue Qingqiu had branded Xiahou Di a madwoman. To arrest someone for a crime that had yet to occur was a perplexing matter. One could hardly say that being prepared was wrong, but it depended on which side one chose to align with. "Young sect master, please stay," Xiahou Di exclaimed in frustration, turning to leave when she caught sight of the captured righteous women. It felt too disgraceful to disregard them completely, so she softened her tone. "Although I do not concern myself with your grievances, I advise against harming the innocent. At least release those few." Yu Xiaochan smiled charmingly. "That won't do. I still need to find two lovely ones to serve her Shui." What had begun as a mere excuse to placate Xiahou Di turned into Xuanmu's encouragement. It would indeed be better to release them. Otherwise, the righteous will cause disturbances daily, leaving no peace. If we release them, at least there will be some room for negotiation regarding the clothing matter. He lowered his voice. "We have a few more steps to take. The clothing issue is merely a transition." Yu Xiaochan paused slightly, then cheerfully responded, "I will follow your suggestion. Let us strip them of their clothes and allow them to leave." As Xiahou Di reached the door, she overheard this exchange. Turning to glance at Xuanmu with a look of profound meaning, Xiahou Di raised an eyebrow. "Does young master Xue have any advice?" Xuanmu pointed to the bustling street outside. "There are many people about to engage in debauchery. Does Lu Shanmin intend to intervene?" Xiahou Di was taken aback by Xuanmu's unexpected remark. "What kind of assertion is that?" Xuanmu blinked innocently. "Because they all possess lewd implements. We cannot allow this to go unchecked. They should all be apprehended to prevent any unforeseen consequences." Xiahou Di finally understood his analogy, and for a moment, she found herself at a loss for words, eventually retorting, "The circumstances are different. They cannot be compared." With that, she strode confidently out the door. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaochan had released the captives, her face beaming as she sidled up to Xuanmu. "Oh, our Xue Yi is truly impressive." Even a madwoman like Xiahou Di was left speechless. Xuanmu responded with a smile. "The rationale is indeed on our side." With another utterance of our, Yu Xiaochan beamed even more brightly, pointing to a line of tragically clad women leaving. She quipped, "Isn't it a pity to let them go just like that? If you want her to play with, I can certainly arrange that for you." "Must you, a mere child, constantly speak of such matters?" Xuanmu replied, exasperated. "With such jewels around me, those common beauties pale in comparison to fireflies beside the full moon. They are utterly insipid." His words elicited laughter from the members of Xingyue's sect, including Yu Xiaochan. However, her smile seemed tinged with jealousy. Perhaps because he had referred to jewels rather than Xiaochan at that moment, Xue Qingqiu's voice floated over. "Choner, bring Xuanmu to me. Inform him of certain matters along the way." Xuanmu let out a sigh, realizing that after the events beginning with the killing, he had gained Xue Qingqiu's fundamental trust. His recent remarks to Xiahou Di had piqued her interest, prompting her to seek him out for further discussion. Gratitude arose within him for Lu Huangshu and Jianyong. Although the histories of different worlds could not be directly applied here, history itself is a treasure trove, offering endless enlightenment, and any reference could prove useful. Chapter 17. She is too young. Yu Xiaochan led Xuan Mu slowly towards the bamboo grove. The two of them strolled through the serene bamboo forest. With a gentle breeze rustling the leaves, sunlight filtering through to create a dappled glow, the scene was quite picturesque. Uncertain of what emotions this scenery stirred within her, Yu Xiaochan's face remained slightly flushed. She was meant to brief Xuan Mu on the situation, but found herself at a loss for words. Even Xuan Mu felt a touch of romantic beauty in the air, reflecting on how well the girl treated him, and his heart softened a bit. As they walked side by side, there was an undeniable sense of budding affection. He pursed his lips, still feeling the age difference was somewhat inappropriate, and tried to shift the conversation to the topic at hand. What is the situation with Lu Shanman? They seem indifferent to the enmity directed at you. What exactly do they oversee? Xuan Mu's mind began to connect the dots, realizing this echoed the spring and autumn period, where the central authority was weak and feudal lords thrived. No wonder Xiahou Di seemed uninterested in the conflict between righteousness and evil. Deep down, she likely wished for a more vigorous contest. Likewise, she probably did not want to see the righteous unite, as they were rapidly becoming mere shells of their former selves, leaving Lu Shanmin in a precarious position. Yu Xiaochan continued, Lu Shanmin is indeed quite powerful, but their position has become increasingly awkward. They cannot manage significant matters. Even the cases of bandits are often taken over by righteous figures seeking fame. Lu Shanmin finds it difficult to extend their reach, instead having to commend and encourage the righteous, resulting in many superlative experts limited to solving trivial disputes. None of the previous heads of Lu Shanmin were content. They all sought to elevate its authority. Xiahou Di is perhaps the most extreme. She even personally apprehended thieves, despite being the head of Lu Shanmin. A peak master in her own right, ranked among the top 100 martial artists in the world. For such a master to chase after thieves, who else could be deemed mad? Observing Yu Xiaochan gracefully waving her tiny hand, Xuan Mu could not help but chuckle, remarking that her actions would not elevate her authority, but rather diminish her worth. She was simply attempting to manifest the presence of the Lu Shanman. By capturing the esteemed Shu Yingye, her verbal claims of foresight were merely a facade, as she truly hoped to bolster the prestige of Lu Shanman. After all, apprehending the second-in-command of the Xingyue sect would certainly instill fear in many. Xuan Mu nodded in understanding. Yet he mused that not everyone within Lu Shanmen possessed such altruistic intentions, suggesting that there was likely room for maneuvering. Yu Xiaochan sighed, acknowledging that it was impossible for everyone to be so selfless. However, the formidable authority of Xiahou Di was concerning. For reasons unknown, she enjoyed the emperor's trust, with rumors swirling that she was the emperor's illegitimate daughter, possibly even princess. Consequently, most individuals within Lu Shanmen dared not defy her wishes, complicating matters significantly. Xuan Mu jested that Xiahou Di was indeed a rare beauty, speculating that she might be more of a mistress than an illegitimate child. Yu Xiaochan halted, casting him a sidelong glance that was both playful and teasing. It was evident that Xuan Mu had a knack for thoughts that others would deem inappropriate. The Taoist had not spoken falsely. They were indeed enchanting beings, and he was a captivating man. In truth, the modern mindset of many individuals resonated with these enchanting beings, as Xuan Mu's earlier ideas were imbued with a certain charm that often led to impure thoughts. Their mental wavelengths were indeed in sync, and it was not an exaggeration to refer to him as a captivating figure. Xuan Mu turned to gaze at her, finding Yu Xiaochan tilting her head in his direction. Her expression charming, her skin fairer than snow, and her lips as luscious as ripe cherries. His heart fluttered once more, and he instinctively declared that since she was an enchanting being, he wished to be a captivating figure. Yu Xiaochan, still young, had never before encountered such blatant declarations of affection. Her heart raced, a sweet and tingling sensation spreading through her, leaving her mind blank, and she was left momentarily speechless. Her cheeks flushed crimson. After a brief silence, she managed to stammer, "You truly are incorrigible." Xuan Mu felt a twinge of regret, realizing that such romantic declarations were perhaps ill-suited for casual banter. Just as he prepared to amend his words, An unexpected sound echoed through the air, akin to a deep bell tolling within their hearts. He felt as though his very insides were being churned, nearly causing him to bleed internally. While Yu Xiaochan's expression swiftly regained clarity, Xue Qingxiu could no longer refrain from intervening. As Yu Xiaochan swiftly collected herself, she remarked, "According to our intelligence, the Emperor has not been capable of human relations for over a decade. She cannot be a mistress. The possibility of her being an illegitimate daughter from years past is much higher. We should leave. Our master is waiting." Seeing her flee as if escaping for her life, Xuemu struggled to suppress his turbulent emotions and ascended the bamboo loft of Xue Qingxiu. Inside her quarters, Xue Qingxiu had removed her veil, quietly sitting by the window, her autumn-like eyes gazing thoughtfully at the azure sky. Her lips, gently pursed, suggested she was deep in contemplation, exuding a sense of melancholy and intellectual beauty rather than the intimidating aura she typically projected. A stick of sandalwood incense burned before her, its fragrant smoke rising gently, soothing the restless spirit within. Upon hearing their entrance, Xue Qingxiu softly addressed Yu Xiaochan. "This is calming incense. Has it brought you peace?" Yu Xiaochan, absorbed in playing with the hem of her garment, remained silent. When she finally lifted her gaze, a pleading look in her eyes seemed to implore her master not to chastise Xuemu. Xue Qingxiu sighed, merely repeating, "You may go." Typically, Yu Xiaochan appeared to be indulged without restraint. Yet in this moment, she seemed somewhat guilty and refrained from her usual antics, exiting obediently. Facing her, Xuemu settled cross-legged on the floor. Between them stood a table adorned with the incense, the delicate smoke swirling around them. And an absurd sense of tranquility washed over Xuemu as he found himself face to face with the leader of the demonic sect. Moreover, she was the most exquisite woman he had ever encountered. Amidst the fragrant smoke, it was difficult to discern whether her natural allure or the incense's scent was more intoxicating. Within the Xingyue sect, known for its assembly of beauties, she possessed a mysterious and captivating aura, exuding maturity and grace, complemented by her noble status and formidable prowess, rendering her a paragon of beauty. Every encounter with her quickened Xuemu's heartbeat, as none of the artificially enhanced beauties he had seen could compare to her splendor. It was hard to fathom how individuals in a world untouched by the myriad influences of media and entertainment could withstand such allure. No wonder the Xingyue sect always concealed their faces with veils. Revealing themselves might indeed incite chaos. Xue Qingxiu's voice gently interrupted Xuemu's reverie, surprising him with her words, "Our sect does not prohibit love. Although Xiaochan is unique, if your intentions are sincere, I have no reason to reproach you. However, Xuemu quickly interjected, "Please, sect leader, continue." Her gaze sharpened suddenly. "I see no genuine affection in you, only calculations aimed at securing your position." Xuemu felt a chill run down his spine. Yu Xiaochan, still inexperienced in the world, had scarcely encountered men before. Regardless of her enchanting qualities, she remained naive in matters of the heart. In contrast, Xue Qingxiu was well-versed in the ways of the world, and from her observations, Xuemu's thoughts were laid bare, making it difficult for him to conceal his true intentions. Fortunately, Xuemu's conscience remained clear, devoid of ulterior motives. After a moment of reflection, he chose to speak candidly. "Anyone in my position would prioritize establishing a solid foundation. Thus far, my actions have been in the interest of the Xingyue sect, devoid of deception. As for Xiaochan," he hesitated, contemplating the possibility that Yu Xiaochan might be eavesdropping outside. Weighing his words carefully, he finally concluded, "She is still too young." Chapter 18. Xingyue without color. Yu Xiaochan indeed eavesdropped from outside. The phrase "she is still too young" struck her ears, stirring a complex mix of emotions within her. She felt a blend of disappointment and sadness, yet also a sense of relief. It was a whirlwind of feelings that she could not articulate. She was indeed still young, and surrounded by women in the sect, she had encountered very few men. Her understanding of love was vague, leaving her uncertain if she had developed feelings for Xuemu. Perhaps it was not love in the conventional sense, but Xuemu's mind was filled with whimsical ideas that differed from anyone she had ever known, drawing her curiosity. Furthermore, Xuemu was handsome, and Yu Xiaochan realized her fondness for his company had grown into a sense of dependence, an alarming sign that would understandably concern her master. Yet, she remained acutely aware of the need to guard her heart. Given her identity, her cultivation, and her training, allowing herself to feel deeply could lead to catastrophic consequences. If she were to lose her innocence to him, neither her master nor she would permit Xuemu to live afterward. Xuemu's words had effectively set the tone for their relationship, providing a sense of ease for both parties. However, it was unfortunate that this budding, innocent affection might be doomed to wither prematurely. Yu Xiaochan lifted her gaze, staring at the window lattice, as if she could see the gentle smoke dancing through it. As she gazed, her focus faded, and suddenly a smile broke across her face. If Xuemu could see her, he would find that smile utterly captivating, as if her youthful innocence had matured in an instant, blooming into a breathtaking allure after the rain. Inside, Xue Qingxiu's calm voice continued, "If you are indifferent, why express such sentiments as willing to be a captivating figure?" Feeling a mix of confusion and understanding, Yu Xiaochan stood outside, her expression shifting to one of amusement as the weight of her thoughts shattered into a million pieces. In this narrative, Xue Qingxiu nearly suffocated himself with laughter, finally managing to calm down and remark, "You truly are a natural talent for the demonic path." Xuemu responded with unflinching honesty, "Perhaps. In any case, I am fully aware that only a sage or a eunuch could truly disregard Xiao Chan's allure, and I am but an ordinary man." Xue Qingxiu chuckled lightly, "Yet, how can you dismiss the charm of Yu Xiaochan, who is no trivial figure?" Xuemu maintained his composure. In the secretive realm of the demonic sect, the sudden embrace of a beauty must bear ulterior motives. My heart is filled only with caution, devoid of other sentiments. Xue Qingxiu nodded in acceptance of this perspective. The demonic sect's viewpoint diverges significantly from that of ordinary folk. The bewitchment of mortals is commonplace. Xuemu candidly admitted his lack of fortitude in resisting the enchantment of Yu Xiaochan, a perfectly natural admission. If a person devoid of cultivation could truly overlook her allure, Xue Qingxiu would suspect them of having ulterior motives. At heart, Xue Qingxiu's martial-centric mindset influenced her thoughts. She could not fathom her disciple being attracted to an utterly unremarkable individual. Presently, it seemed there was a flicker of interest, likely due to his youth and inexperience, which would surely fade after a few years of wandering the martial world. Viewed from this angle, the somewhat feeble Xuemu could serve as a fitting emotional awakening for her. Once Xiaochan ventured beyond the martial realm, she would not easily become ensnared in romantic entanglements. Regardless of the nature of Xuemu's feelings for Xiaochan, it was a commonplace affair in the eyes of their sect. Human desires are not sinful. It is impotence that is the true original sin. Xue Qingxiu began to weave grand visions. "If you truly make me feel you are indispensable, I might even take it upon myself to promise Xiaochan to you in a few years. What harm would there be?" Outside, Yu Xiaochan's heart skipped a beat. She knew her master was merely testing Xuemu, yet her heart raced nonetheless. Xuemu's expression grew solemn. After a moment of silence, he slowly replied, "Such words should not come from a good master. After spending days together, we are not mere wood and grass. I genuinely like Xiaochan and do not wish for her to become a pawn used by the sect leader to attract talent, whether for myself or anyone else." Yu Xiaochan's eyes sparkled, and she bit her lip tightly. The emotions she had felt moments ago were now lost, replaced by a more intricate sentiment that was beyond her understanding at her age. She did not wish to hear more, otherwise. She feared she might truly plunge into the depths of despair. Thus, taking a deep breath, she decisively turned and drifted away. Regardless, she was Yu Xiaochan, the sole pillar of the next generation of Xinyu, and she should not remain trapped in such juvenile emotions. After several seconds of silence, Xue Qingxiu finally spoke. "Do you realize that your words have saved your life?" Xuemu remained silent. Xiaochan bore the weight of the sect. She could play with men, but must never become ensnared by them. Xue Qingxiu remarked coolly, "If she truly develops feelings for you, I would simply kill you, putting an end to it. Even if Xiaochan were to blame me, I would not care." Xue Qingxiu was not angered. Her beautiful eyes gazed at the fragrant smoke, and she continued, "Our sect has struggled for survival amidst countless assaults for over a millennium. If we do not leverage certain advantages, we would have perished long ago. How could a mere onlooker comprehend such matters?" Xuemu sighed, "I understand. However, that does not imply one cannot feel emotions." Xue Qingxiu stated matter-of-factly, "History has proven countless times that emotions often spell disaster for our sect." Xuemu nodded, likely referencing the challenges of cultivation. Having read countless novels, he could easily grasp the notion that both righteous and demonic paths encounter emotional tribulations. Perhaps their sect had experienced tragic tales that led to a deep-rooted fear of attachment. He was curious, so, has the sect leader never experienced love? Xue Qingxiu shot him a glance. Never. Xuemu murmured almost inaudibly, "What a pity, being so beautiful." Although his voice was soft, Xue Qingxiu heard him clearly, and, instead of being angered, she laughed. "You truly have a bold spirit. No wonder Xiao Chan claims you are unlike others." Her smile held a hint of playful allure, reminiscent of you, Xiao Chan's own beguiling demeanor. The demonic sect, known for its captivating charm, would not take offense to such remarks. When she first stepped into the martial world at the tender age of 15 or 16, she was not the stern sect leader she was now. She too had been a captivating figure, having charmed many men, leading countless righteous heroes to their downfalls. Yet, after achieving the pinnacle of martial prowess and spilling blood across the realm, she had long abandoned the flirtatiousness of her youth. The phrase Xingyue without color, bloodied hands, washed Xingqiu originally described her unparalleled beauty in the first half and her extraordinary magical prowess in the latter. As time passed, the first half was often interpreted to refer to Xingyue's own, as few could view her solely from a woman's perspective. Listening to Xuemu's words was indeed refreshing. She vaguely recalled the days when she had captivated the hearts of many. Aside from Xiao Chan, it had been ages since anyone had praised her beauty. In a daze, she wondered if she had become one of those stern-faced, middle-aged women. Though she was merely 28, the prime of her youth, indeed, it felt like a loss. Xuemu shrugged. "Perhaps I truly am different. Others may only revere the sect leader's unmatched martial prowess, but I see first and foremost a stunning beauty, unlike any I have encountered in my life." Xue Qingqiu's smile deepened, her gaze playfully appraising Xuemu, before she suddenly laughed. "You say Xiao Chan is too young. Could it be that you are actually interested in me?" In response, Xuemu genuinely wished to say, "You are correct. If I were to say yes, would the sect leader kill me?" He cast a fleeting glance at the undulating landscape, but quickly lowered his gaze. Xuemu replied indifferently, "The allure of the sect leader is extraordinary. I fear that too much admiration may disturb my tranquility and cloud my judgment. After all, the sect leader summoned me here to discuss serious matters, not to indulge in frivolous romantic conversations." Xue Qingxiu was slightly taken aback. Her flirtation faded as she regarded Xuemu with newfound seriousness, sitting upright. She suddenly comprehended why, despite the unconventional education Xiao Chan had received since childhood, this man could evoke mundane thoughts within her. He was truly different. Such rational composure was a rare and admirable quality. Had he begun training in martial arts early on, he might have already gained renown in the martial world. Xuemu continued, "Moreover, since the sect leader does not believe in love, this pretense likely stems from a desire to find amusement in my presence. Yet, I am not here to be a toy for amusement. I have no interest in playing games. Ultimately, a man must demonstrate his own value before he can confidently discuss other matters." Xue Qingxiu smiled slightly, well said. "I hope you are not merely a man of words. Given the current situation, what are your thoughts?" Xuemu exhaled, organized his thoughts, and slowly stated, "The demonic sects have transitioned from covert operations to open visibility. On the surface, this is attributed to the sect leader's unparalleled prowess or the extensive connections of the Huan sect backing them. However, I believe the true reason lies elsewhere. The demonic sect has received tacit support from the imperial court to counterbalance the righteous path. The sect leader's seemingly provocative actions against the Six Doors, such as the dismantling of their prison, did not result in any casualties, nor did it offend them to the point of no return, establishing a mutual understanding. Within these boundaries, the Six Doors will make certain concessions to Xingyue Zong and will not pursue the matter too rigorously. In other words, there exists a degree of collaboration between you." Xue Qingxiu listened intently, her beautiful eyes fixed on Xuemu without blinking. Once he finished, she suddenly gestured. A tea set floated gracefully towards them, landing precisely on the table between them. Xue Qingxiu, with her delicate hands, poured tea for Xuemu, stating, in hindsight, "My initial desire to use you as a bookkeeper was a grave misjudgment. You are not merely a bookkeeper, nor are you here to develop a brothel enterprise. Your perspective is far more macrocosmic. The shift in the court's attitude towards the M.M. reflects a comprehensive change in the court's strategy regarding the jianghu. Su Q is well aware of this, which is why she shares a tacit understanding with the Li SHNMN. However, it is only due to her previous secret meeting with the Emperor that she comprehends the court's intentions and understands her course of action. Meanwhile, countless individuals within the righteous and demonic paths remain oblivious, mistakenly believing it to be a matter of the decline of the righteous and the rise of the demonic. Some even criticize the Emperor for being inept, while within the X and Jiang, it is widely believed that the outcome is a testament to the sect leader's remarkable talents, with true insight being exceedingly rare. Su Q recognizes that Su M possesses very little information. Just from observing subtle details over the past couple of days and engaging in basic exchanges with Shio Chn, he has managed to discern and analyze the situation with remarkable accuracy, which greatly astonishes Su Q. Regardless of the era or culture, the reverence for the wise remains constant, irrespective of martial prowess. Those who have honed their martial skills to perfection are rarely mere muscle-bound fools. Many possess exceptional intellect and vision. Although Su M lacks any martial strength, at this moment, he appears to Su Q as if he is imbued with boundless energy. This energy is of equal importance to martial might. The MM respects the strong, and Su M's energy qualifies him as a formidable presence. Thus, she personally serves him tea, a true manifestation of her respect. Since entering this world, Su M has continuously observed and contemplated, ultimately manifesting his potential. Just as a needle finds its mark, he is destined to emerge. Su M takes the tea, savoring a sip. The leaves are unroasted green tea, boiled in water, and at this moment, the tea is cool. Yet, it is not tasteless. Instead, a unique fragrance lingers on his palate, refreshing and invigorating. Remarkably, the thirst induced by their prolonged conversation is instantly quenched, leaving a delightful salivation. What a fine tea, Su M exclaims, though he harbors a tinge of regret. The tea culture in this world seems underdeveloped, as evidenced by the natural green tea, yet this unscientific world tea possesses an enchanting quality. The special aroma could easily overshadow typical roasted teas, and even if he were to invent a roasting method, it might prove futile. What a pity for a potential source of income. However, it is hard to say. At the very least, the act of brewing fine tea carries an air of sophistication. And perhaps it could become a trend among the elite. Who knows? The unique tea leaves in this world might yield even better results with roasting. It is worth exploring further. Noticing Su M lost in thought, Su Q interjects. Regarding why Su M sets down his teacup. Pondering, I have a vague idea. Shihud's capture of why seems intended to assert authority, which contradicts your covert collaboration. She is in the wrong. The sect leader's anger towards her suggests he intends to exert pressure from higher authorities, perhaps individuals close to the Emperor. Su Q narrows her eyes, contemplating for a long while before responding. Why do you believe we have someone near the Emperor? Since you are privy to intelligence that the Emperor cannot access, there must be someone within the palace. Moreover, given the Emperor's apparent rapport with the MMN, there should be a middleman of considerable standing. At this moment, Su Q suddenly feels fortunate that there are no such figures among their adversaries. Otherwise, many matters would likely be compromised. She inexplicably feels a wave of fatigue and lets out a barely audible sigh. Your insights are astute. Please continue. The sect leader's desire to consult with me stems from certain reservations. He likely wishes to avoid excessive contact with that individual or to prevent any overt signs of affinity towards the MMN, hence hoping I can offer alternative methods to navigate this situation. Su Q opting for silence, refills Su M's teacup. He muses, in fact, progress can be made directly through Shihud. Seizing a rare opportunity to counter, Su Q responds, Shihud's resolve is like iron. Once she makes a decision, it is difficult to sway her. Shihud possesses notable desires. Where there are desires, there exists potential for exchange. What kind of desires? The desire to elevate the authority of the Li SHNMN. In essence, her capture of why serves this purpose. Though she must realize it is not a sound strategy, it is somewhat flawed, as antagonizing the X and Jiang is not her intention. Thus, despite the sect leader's humiliation today, she endured it. If we can present her with a better alternative, I believe she would abandon YNY. Su Q nods in agreement, admitting that she had never dared to imagine the Li SHNMN would refuse to release someone. and that turning against the X and Ju Ing would bring no benefit to the Li Sh and Mn. She wonders what madness has overtaken Shud. What plan do you propose? Su Q Enki gazes intently at him for a moment. You should understand. Enhancing the Li Sh Nm in S authority equates to augmenting the court's control. This is a goal the court has aspired to achieve for over a millennium, but has failed to realize. Su M replies nonchalantly. Even the MMN is secretly colluding with the Li SHNMN to accomplish what has eluded them for 1,000 years. It seems that changes are indeed afoot. Adding one more endeavor would not be unwelcome. Then let us meet with Shud again tonight. In hopes of discovering a path to resolution, Su Q Enki decisively concludes, followed by a charming smile, her demeanor radiating allure. If this matter succeeds, there will be rewards. In this fleeting moment, her enchanting persona resurfaces, captivating the soul. Su M internally chuckles, recognizing that the reward cannot possibly be her. Why then must she flirt so shamelessly? It is always a test of one's resolve. Must one's desires be so relentlessly pursued? Chapter 20. The foolish old man moves mountains. Super Chicken Soup Su M turns his gaze to the window, only to realize it is already past noon, likely around 1 o'clock. He is yet to offer anyone a meal, pondering the absurdity of rewarding someone with something so trivial. A knock at the door interrupts his thoughts, and Yushiak N's voice calls out, Master. Su Q Enki waves her hand, and the door opens automatically. Yushiak N rushes in, glancing curiously at the teacups on the table, and exclaims, You actually serve tea personally? It seems the conversation went well. Although Su M is aware that Yushiak N has likely overheard parts of their earlier dialogue, he feels somewhat awkward. Yet, Yushiak N seems utterly unconcerned, maintaining her cheerful demeanor. Su M cannot detect any change in her, but Su Q Enki is overjoyed. She instantly realizes that Yushiak N has achieved a significant breakthrough in her cultivation, having transformed her spiritual essence, surpassing a crucial threshold. This milestone has stymied countless prodigies. Recall that she herself only reached this stage at 15. Yet Yushiak N has accomplished it at merely 13, an unprecedented achievement since the founding of the X and Ju Ying. No, not just within the sect, but a feat unheard of across the realm. It is a legacy that will be etched in history, shining through the ages. In her ecstasy, Su Q Enki suddenly recalls something and pauses momentarily. It is perplexing that Yushiak N had shown no signs of breakthrough before. This sudden advancement must relate to her earlier hesitation, as a flicker of worry tempers her elation. She inquires, What brings you here at this hour? Yushiak N sticks out her tongue. Master, if you are unconcerned about hunger, I worry that uncle might starve to death at your hands. So I came to summon you both for a meal. Su Q Enki and Su M exclaim in unison. Uncle? Now, both the disciples of their sect and outsiders regard Su M as Su Q Enki's brother, and she has not denied it. Yushiak N smiles slightly. Since I'm still young and shouldn't call you uncle, what should I call you then? After a prolonged silence, Su Q Enki replies lightly. Then let it be uncle for now, Shiak N. Have them bring the food, so we can share a meal with your uncle. Su M twitches his mouth, feeling no joy in being called uncle, but rather a desire to weep. They had agreed he would still grow, yet here he was, relegated to the status of an uncle. What nonsense! Yushiak N inspects them while nibbling on her nails, grinning. Is Master and Uncle a case of missed opportunities? Shouldn't we have a heartfelt conversation tonight? I really think Master should consider it. Su Q Enki feigns a threat. I'll give you a good beating. You shameless little thing. Yushiak N giggles as she runs off. Su M lowers his head to sip his tea. Su Q Enki stands up, gazing out the window at Yushiak N's retreating figure, suddenly asking, May I inquire how old are you this year? 27. 1 year younger than you. Su Q Enki remained silent for a moment before continuing. I had considered assigning you a role, but if you do not join our sect, any position would be difficult to validate. Our sect has not accepted male disciples for many years, and I am reluctant to break that tradition. Therefore, you may indeed operate under the title of Mai. Su M chuckles. It seems the sect leader is somewhat reluctant. Shui Qingqiu chuckled lightly, saying, Considering the reputation of your brother, the influence on the Xingyue sect is unpredictable. Thus, one must exercise caution. Do you truly believe I can casually acknowledge relatives? Shuemu appeared nonchalant as he replied. Then let it be, since the sect master is not sincere in acknowledging kinship. Why force it? It sounded as if he too was reluctant. Shui Qingxiu found this curious and asked, "Do you have any idea how many people?" Suddenly, she halted, a strange glimmer flickering in her eyes. It seemed she grasped some of Xuan Mu's intent. Was it pride? Or perhaps another desire? If it were the latter, was it directed toward the grown-up Yu Xiaochan? Or was it about her, Shui Qingxiu herself? He did not articulate it, leaving room for interpretation. She found it quite amusing. At that moment, a servant entered with food, followed closely by Yu Xiaochan, who remarked, "Today, the court was utterly chaotic. We set a precedent, and now the Hahuan sect is imitating us, even hunting down righteous female disciples to strip them of their clothes. Even those nobles in the capital who run taverns and casinos have been stirred. Though they're not as ruthless as us in capturing people, they're discreetly commissioning outfits." Yu Xiaochan laughed gleefully. "The major sects stationed in the capital are not strong, and having suffered a great loss at our hands, they dare not act recklessly again. Instead, they sought assistance from bureaucrats friendly to them, leading to a commotion in the court." Xuan Mu, vigorously digging into his bowl of rice, casually remarked, "The court will likely fail to reach a resolution. I suspect they will call in Xia Ho Di for a token reprimand, and it will end there." Yu Xiaochan rested her chin on her hand, observing his voracious eating with an expression that flickered with emotion before quickly suppressing it, smiling brightly. "Uncle, you are indeed astute. Your predictions are spot on." Xuan Mu retorted without thinking, "I am not an uncle." "You are indeed an uncle." He was interrupted by Shui Qingxiu. Seeing Shui Qingxiu casually enjoying her tea nearby, Xuan Mu felt exasperated. It was absurd. He had seen many things, but never someone forcing another to take on the role of a brother. Did they truly believe this would resolve issues? Regrettably, they likely had no idea about a more exhilarating discipline known as German orthopedics. Furthermore, Ganjiji could be pronounced in 4 tones. Yu Xiaochan's eyes twinkled mischievously as she sweetly said, "Uncle." Xuan Mu nearly flinched. "What now?" "Since there are no guests this morning, the girls have begun transcribing your little stories. When will the next one come out?" Speaking of these little tales, while appearing frivolous, they actually harbored a significant ambition for Xuan Mu, a tentative assault on the fabric of this world. He valued it greatly. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "Let's see the impact of this piece tonight before deciding. The narrative can be crafted at any time. It is not urgent." Yu Xiaochan began to act coy. "Then I want to hear Uncle tell a story first. If he can converse properly, we might share some tales." All right. Yu Xiaochan immediately adopted a serious demeanor, though she intentionally provoked him with her complex and peculiar mindset when it came to hearing a story. The little girl finally revealed her explosive curiosity. At this moment, Shui Qingxiu was also quite curious. Previously, in the carriage, Xuan Mu had casually shared a little story that had resonated with her, and she had developed an expectation for his narratives. Hearing them mention the girls transcribing little stories, she was still unaware of what it entailed. As Xuan Mu leisurely consumed his meal, he began, "In ancient times, there was a man named Yugong, who faced 2 great mountains blocking his path, making travel inconvenient. He resolved to level the mountains." Yu Xiaochan responded with a laugh, "The strength to shatter mountains. Is he a powerful figure like a master of Dongshu? Is it even possible to shatter mountains in this nonsensical world?" Xuan Mu nearly choked on a grain of rice, finally managing to say, "He was just an ordinary person, lacking strength like me." Shui Qingxiu scoffed, "A mortal moving mountains is indeed overreaching." Xuan Mu nodded. Another wise elder laughed at him for his foolishness, believing it impossible. Yu Gong declared, "When I die, I have sons. When my sons die, there are grandsons. The descendants are endless, so why should I worry about not leveling them?" The master and disciple exchanged a solemn glance, falling into silence. Their sect had endured centuries of hiding and hardship, yet it had persisted for 50 generations without extinguishing. Now, as the sect began to rise again, Shui Qingxiu bore the banner, and Yu Xiaochan carried the torch. Was this not the embodiment of Yugong's story? Shui Qingxiu sighed softly. "I was indeed shallow. Did Yugong succeed in the end?" Xuan Mu, improvising, altered the ending. Eventually, several passing masters of Dongshu were moved by Yugong's spirit and lent their assistance, resulting in a happy conclusion. The master and disciple both felt a surge of empathy, their faces lighting up with relieved smiles as they exclaimed, "Indeed, if we encountered him, we would also assist." Xuan Mu smiled and continued eating. He intentionally selected suitable stories to touch their hearts, particularly such motivational tales which resonated with everyone. Even in this age of information overload, the most popular themes in social circles remain timeless, motivational tales. For the pair, who bore the heavy burden of their sect, no story resonated more profoundly than this. Xuanmu aptly stated, "You have me." Both of them tilted their heads to look at him, their expressions a blend of amusement and skepticism. They understood his words carried ulterior motives, yet at that moment, they found it quite agreeable. Xue Qingqiu simply teased, "I wonder who is Yugong and who is Dongxiu." Xuanmu murmured under his breath, "I know you are Dongxiu." In his murmurs, there was an inconspicuous pause and emphasis on the words Dong and Su, carrying an utterly vulgar implication. The master and disciple, accustomed to such levels of banter, could not possibly misinterpret his lewd intent. Instead, they laughed. "As long as you know, that's good." After finishing the last bite of rice, Xuanmu felt elated. He had finally established a firm foothold in this world. Although Xue Qingqiu appeared to be a ruthless figure from the demonic sect, one merely needed to understand her psychology and maintain the right balance to engage with her. In fact, she might be more agreeable than those from the more traditional sections. Even in matters of courtship, it seemed there might be a glimmer of hope, for she was indeed a master of Dongxiu. Chapter 21. How the enchantress was forged. Yu Xiaochan accompanied him as they walked side by side, while Xue Qingqiu stood on the balcony, silently observing the figures of the two walking together. This time, she did not intervene, for she had come to understand the kind of person Xuanmu was. Perhaps he possessed the lecherous nature common to men, yet he also harbored a strategic mind and sufficient composure. He knew what could be done and what should not be touched. He would never dare to provoke a forbidden boundary. Yu Xiaochan's feelings were precisely that forbidden boundary. Both Yu Xiaochan and Xuanmu were acutely aware of this situation, rendering any concern unnecessary. However, reflecting on the implications Xuanmu had revealed towards herself, Xue Qingqiu found it somewhat amusing. He was indeed a daring man, yet he had also struck at her tender spot, leaving her in a state of conflicted amusement and irritation. Her previous teasing remark to Xuanmu was quite genuine. Her powers had been perfected, and she bore no concerns like Yu Xiaochan. In other words, she could indeed seek out a man. Only, neither she nor anyone in her sect had ever entertained such a notion. Xuanmu's covetousness had stirred thoughts within her that had long been dormant. Setting aside Xuanmu, she realized that she could genuinely seek a suitable partner, someone compatible, powerful, capable of aiding her, and sufficiently trustworthy. Regrettably, such individuals were nearly non-existent. To cite just one reason, which normal person could fall in love with a demoness notorious for her infamy? Even if such a person existed, they would likely belong to the demonic path. To be honest, despite being part of the demonic path herself, Xue Qingqiu was well aware that the character of those within it was nearly impossible to trust. Should a union occur, it could very well bring calamity upon the Xinyu sect, leaving only endless regret in its wake. This was also the key factor in Xue Qingqiu's belief that once emotions were involved, it often led to tragedy. Suitable men were nearly non-existent, and once feelings were stirred, it either resulted in a love-hate relationship or upheaval within the sect. There was no third option. As I pondered, the silhouette of Xuanmu once again came into view, marking the possibility of a third encounter. Xue Qingqiu gazed for a moment, then faintly smiled, shaking her head. He was too weak. To put it bluntly, he could hardly break through his own limitations. Such a feeble man, even if he possessed wisdom as deep as the ocean, could only earn her admiration momentarily. He would scarcely ignite any spark in her heart. Perhaps, like most past sect leaders who led solitary lives, she too was destined to tread this path, a fate that need not be forcefully altered. With a sense of indifference, Xue Qingqiu turned away, seated herself cross-legged on the bed, and with her ironclad resolve, effortlessly dispelled the myriad of distracting thoughts, swiftly entering a state of tranquility. Yu Xiaochan and Xuanmu strolled once more through the bamboo grove. The shadows of the bamboo danced as before, the gentle breeze carried warmth, yet the atmosphere that had accompanied their arrival was nowhere to be found. It felt as though an eternity had passed, although both were aware it was merely the span of a morning. "Uncle," Yu Xiaochan still called, her tone seemingly more natural with each utterance. Xuanmu did not contest it any further, simply responding with a murmur of acknowledgement. Yu Xiaochan playfully kicked at the fallen leaves, asking, "You didn't come from Yihuan's sect, did you?" Xuanmu paused, taken aback by the question. "Why do you say that?" With a smile, Yu Xiaochan replied, "Their focus is on appearances and charm, rather than genuine feelings. That is the most typical trait of Yihuan's sect. If you claim to be one of them, I would not be surprised at all. Though her tone remained casual, it was evident she did not truly consider Xuanmu to be of that sect. Her words carried a hint of reproach for his lack of feelings towards her, which had nearly ensnared her heart. Such is the nature of mere mortals, far removed from the likes of Yihuan's sect. Xuanmu shook his head. Before meeting you all, I didn't even know what Yihuan's sect was. Yu Xiaochan mused. Then where do you truly hail from? Looking up at the gently swaying bamboo leaves, Xuanmu took a moment before answering. Let us just say I come from the heavens. Yu Xiaochan chuckled. May I interpret that as you being sent by the heavens to assist Yugong? Xuanmu shook his head. I believe there is much I can achieve in this world. The revival of Xingyue's sect is merely the beginning. Such an ambitious heart, Yu Xiaochan teased. Uncle knows nothing of this world. Xuanmu smiled. You could enlighten me. After a moment's contemplation, Yu Xiaochan earnestly replied, Actually, Uncle appeared at the right moment. 1,000 years ago, when the world was in chaos and martial prowess dictated everything, even the cleverest minds could not withstand the destructive power of a single sword. While martial prowess remains revered, we now live in a relatively peaceful era. Your imaginative thoughts have great potential in this time. At least they are effective in charming young ladies. I was almost captivated myself. Had it not been for my master's timely intervention, you might have swept me off my feet. As they conversed, they had already exited the bamboo grove, the outline of Xuanmu's humble bamboo house coming into view. Yu Xiaochan halted, smiling. Are you serious? The current state of affairs in the world is unprecedentedly intricate. As I'm still young, I cannot speak definitively. Perhaps it is best for our omnipotent uncle to gradually comprehend it himself, or perhaps discuss it with Master. Xuanmu felt a twinge in his heart as he gazed earnestly at her. He sensed deeper meaning in Yu Xiaochan's words. She was indeed perceptive. What purpose did her cleverness serve? With a sigh, Yu Xiaochan continued, I have decided that once Master Enye emerges, I will leave the capital. However, not so soon. Before I depart, I hope the matters concerning Baiwa Garden can be resolved successfully. A beginning must have an end, after all. So I will be relying on Uncle's brilliant schemes in the coming days. Xuanmu remained silent, pressing his lips together. Yu Xiaochan met his gaze, her smile unwavering. Her eyes shimmering with unspoken thoughts, making it impossible to discern her true intentions. After a long pause, Xuanmu sighed. Where shall we go? To the south. To collect debts, Yu Xiaochan replied dreamily. It is time for the world to know the name of Yu Xiaochan. 10 years of hard practice. All for the sake of one day achieving fame and shaking the world. Surely, my master should not bear it all alone. It would be wonderful if a man could care for her as well. In just half a day, this young girl had transformed. If she had once been an easily readable, clever child, she now exuded the aura of a siren capable of enchanting the masses, her thoughts elusive and inscrutable. Their martial paths were indeed strange. A mere shift in mindset could lead to such profound growth. At the end of her words, Uncle once again became you. As emphasis fell upon that word, she suddenly lifted her steps, her white garments fluttering as she vanished into the bamboo grove, like an ephemeral spirit slipping through a dream. Chapter 22. The path of Xingyue until dusk, accompanying Xue Qingqiu to meet Xiahou Di. Xuanmu's thoughts remained in a daze. Yu Xiaochan's smiling visage flitting through his mind, disrupting his earlier clarity. He was not a naive youth, but rather a man with a wealth of emotional history. He recognized this state as a potential sign of burgeoning feelings, a perilous situation. It was a grave sin to let superficial attraction ignite deeper emotions. The two concepts were entirely distinct. Xuanmu rubbed his temples, pondering how it was possible for him to develop feelings for a girl barely half his age. Setting aside the values of his own world, he had learned that in this realm, girls married at 16 and 13 was an indisputable age of immaturity. Thankfully, this was a world of demonic sex, where notions were already quite distorted. In a more conventional setting, he would likely face dire consequences. It was absurd that he had never realized he might possess a penchant for Lolita aesthetics. Previously, while engaging in online banter about the 3 years of bloodshed not being a loss, he had merely played along without ever taking it seriously. Following his usual aesthetic preferences, it was more likely he had been captivated by the enchantment of this siren beside him. Xue Qingqiu, shrouded in delicate veils, walked quietly through the narrow streets. Passers-by seemed to recognize her, their expressions shifting to fear as they hurried away. Xuanmu rarely witnessed Xue Qingqiu walking. She appeared as a youthful maiden, slender and graceful. Yet her figure seemed dreamlike. He felt she was close at hand, yet also far away, as if she belonged to a misty landscape, beautifully obscure yet undeniably unreal. He suspected that if someone were to attack her, they might struggle to locate her true position. Her mystical aura was not deliberately projected, but rather an intrinsic part of her being, harmoniously intertwined with the universe. Consequently, he could not replicate the feeling of strolling through the bamboo grove with Yu Xiaochan, as it felt unreal, although they walked side by side. It was akin to a solitary journey. Why was he thinking of Yu Xiaochan again? He realized that if he continued down this path, he might truly become a pervert, and it was imperative to sever this line of thought. Seeking a distraction, he initiated a different topic. What exactly does Xingyue sect practice? Curious about the ethereal quality he sensed from Shui Qingxiu, she misinterpreted his inquiry as a desire to learn martial arts and shook her head. Xingyue sect possesses a multitude of techniques, yet none are suited for you. Your primordial essence has long been depleted. That aside, the toxins within you are deeply entrenched, rendering any training futile. However, I have sent Qingqing to find young Master Zhao this afternoon. He is a master of poisons and should be able to assist you somewhat. Xuan Mu was taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment, yet he did not dwell on it. That is not what I meant. Xiaochan mentioned that in today's martial world, various schools vie for prominence. I wish to understand what principles our Xingyue sect upholds. Xuan Mu was momentarily speechless. Her words sounded grandiose, and he finally understood why they exuded an air of mystique akin to stars and moons. This ethereal essence was leagues above his own base intentions. Yet, why was this regarded as a demonic path? Shui Qingxiu effortlessly discerned his confusion and smiled as she remarked, in truth, the term demonic sect bears no inherent meaning. The so-called demon is merely a label conjured by them. For instance, the Mieching Dao, which embraces ruthless violence, is deemed evil in the eyes of the masses. Yet, in their own perspective, they merely hone their spirit and cultivate their ambition, believing their actions to be justified. Xuan Mu thought he comprehended. Do we refer to ourselves as the holy sect? Yet, how can the lofty principles of the Xingyue sect be seen as anything but righteous? Can the world truly not accept this? In fact, there exist paths within the righteous sects that closely resemble ours. The Xuantiangong is quite similar. As for why we are deemed demonic, Shui Qingxiu merely smiled faintly, a hint of derision in her expression. We believe that in the pursuit of the mysteries of the body, it is paramount to cast aside irrelevant shame. For example, the arts of seduction and dual cultivation represent the most primal secrets of life. If one does not explore the essence of yin and yang, how can one claim to delve into the mysteries of the body? Xuan Mu was left speechless, astounded by the abrupt shift in perspective. How could the exalted mysteries of the human body and the cosmos be reduced to such notions? However, upon reflection, it seemed there was some truth to it. If modern anatomy were to be transported back to antiquity, it would undoubtedly be categorized as demonic, albeit their physiological studies sounded somewhat more refined. Noticing Shui Mu transition from shock to contemplation, Shui Qingxiu remarked casually, "You are not frightened?" "No," Shui Mu replied with a smile. "There is indeed nothing inherently wrong. After all, we are not to be compared with the likes of the Huan sect. Indeed," she continued, "they cultivate through the absorption of yin and yang, which, in our view, is rather primitive." Shui Qingxiu declared with pride, "Though we study the art of seduction, we are merely enhancing our own capabilities. Our exploration of dual cultivation is simply an inquiry into the mysteries of yin and yang. The human body itself is a treasure trove, vast as the heavens. And while the potential for self-development is scarcely tapped, where is the time to absorb from others and introduce impurities? Moreover, their hedonistic pursuits fundamentally contradict the essence of martial arts. To be associated with them is indeed a disgrace." As Xuan Mu listened, he found the discourse increasingly intriguing. This was truly a clash of philosophies, akin to the 100 schools of thought, yet based on the principles of martial arts rather than political ideology. However, he inquired, "But, sect leader, do those righteous sects not study the harmony of yin and yang? Why are they not deemed demonic?" Shui Qingxiu cast him a curious glance. "Do you not perceive the distinction?" After pondering for a while, Xuan Mu shook his head. "I genuinely do not." Shui Qingxiu tilted her head, observing him with an ever more peculiar expression. "You and I, alone in this secluded alley, discussing the topic of dual cultivation, do you not find this inappropriate?" Xuan Mu was taken aback. Indeed, what reputable sect would engage in such discussions? If he were to approach a Taoist nun for a private chat on dual cultivation, he would likely be met with a swift blade. In light of this, it seemed the Xingyue sect's conduct was undeniably demonic. Xue Qingxiu casually remarked, "We believe that the exploration of the mysteries of the human body is a matter of openness and seriousness. Even discussions of sexual organs need not be veiled in secrecy. Those so-called righteous sects indulge freely in their actions, yet feign horror at the mere mention, deceiving themselves with their hypocrisy. Ironically, they are deemed righteous, while we are labeled as demonic." Xuanmu found himself at a loss for words. "Your reasoning is remarkably avant-garde and modern. Are you truly the ones who have traversed time? Or am I the one out of place?" Although he did not grasp their lofty academic pursuits, he suggested, "Perhaps we could discuss the 8 notable artifacts or the 3 renowned spears, or even delve into the intricacies of the old man, pushing the cart in Guan, and sitting on lotus." Yet, Xuanmu understood that while they considered their inquiries into martial arts to be normal, it did not sanction lewd speech. They often bewitched others with beauty. Yet under the long-standing conditions of evasion, they merely leveraged this advantage, which over time became habitual. In truth, they did not endorse unrestrained indulgence. This was why, despite their alluring appearances, they emphasized that such charms were only to deceive others' affections, and they themselves must not become ensnared. Regrettably, this mindset is susceptible to corruption, especially as they often require self-sacrifice, making it impossible to maintain a pure image as a sect. Xuanmu recalled how Menglan had generously offered herself, and Xue Qingxiu seemed unfazed, leading him to realize that after a millennium, the disciples of their sect had likely grown accustomed to this, and by this time, many might possess morals akin to those of the Hawan sect, becoming increasingly demonic. He suddenly understood why they no longer accepted male disciples. In such an atmosphere, the presence of male disciples could easily lead to promiscuity. It would be commonplace for high-ranking members to take hundreds of partners, resulting in moral decay. And many promising talents capable of mastering core techniques would be ruined. Some past incident must have been related to this, leading to the expulsion of male disciples. Yet they would not explicitly establish a rule against admitting men, leaving it to the discretion of the sect leader. Indeed, being a sect leader is no easy task. Conversely, if one were to define righteousness and wickedness by mainstream acceptance, then he, in a modern idol industry, would equally be regarded as demonic. In other words, he too would belong to the path of darkness. The intertwining of modern demonic practices with those from another realm seemed to resonate, explaining why he felt increasingly at ease with them. Suddenly, Xue Qingxiu burst into laughter, her mirth not the previous light-heartedness or derision, but rather a genuine joy. With your intellect, you ought to discern the differences, yet your indifference only illustrates that you perceive this as normal. No wonder you and I resonate so well. Had I met you years ago, I might have made an exception and allowed you to join our sect." Xuanmu chuckled in response, "Indeed. Thus, it remains true that if you are a demoness, then I, too, am a demon perfectly matched. But do not say that my words bear ulterior motives." Xue Qingxiu laughed. "You are my brother. You have long been a demon." At that moment, she regarded Xuanmu with unprecedented fondness. A man who wholly endorsed her lifelong philosophy was a rare find, one that might not come by again. This recognition of their shared pursuit in martial arts provided a soul-deep satisfaction beyond any sweet talk. Referring to him as her brother now carried genuine warmth, unlike previous considerations. Regrettably, he was too weak, otherwise, well, never mind. Xuanmu, unwilling to linger on the sibling topic any further, smiled. "Now I realize that certain topics can indeed be broached. For instance, when will you teach me the dual cultivation technique?" A cold voice interjected from ahead. How shameless. Xuanmu abruptly looked up to see that after traversing several alleys, they had reached the end of a secluded passage, which culminated in a somewhat dilapidated small building. Xiahou Di stood at the entrance, casting a disdainful glance at the pair of siblings. Xue Qingxiu languidly responded, "The 6 doors oversee the heavens and the earth. Do they also dictate how I converse with my brother?" Clearly, given Xue Qingxiu's prowess, she was aware that Xiahou Di had been eavesdropping nearby. Yet she chose to respond to her brother with such ambiguous remarks, fully revealing her demonic essence. Indeed, the strict demeanor of a sect leader was merely for the sake of their disciples. This was her true nature in the martial world. Xiahou Di, evidently disinterested in engaging her on this topic, turned sharply, leaving the pair with the sight of her flowing cloak. "Come inside." Xue Qingxiu led Xuanmu in, casually remarking, "This is her residence." Judging by its dilapidated appearance, one wonders if her integrity is genuine or feigned. Xuanmu replied, as someone with conviction, "Surely it must be the former? Perhaps not, who is entirely untouched by worldly affairs." Xue Qingxiu scoffed coldly, striding into the main hall without waiting for Xiahou Di to speak, arrogantly seating herself, with Xuanmu following suit beside her. Xiahou Di took her place at the head, offering not even a cup of tea. Addressing them with a frosty demeanor, did not sect leader Xue declare that she does not believe the 6 doors are under my complete control? Why then, have you summoned me? What more is there to discuss? Before arriving here, it was agreed that Xuanmu would handle matters with Xiahou Di on his own. Xue Qingxiu recognized this arrangement. Otherwise, given the tense atmosphere between her and Xiahou Di over the past few days, it was likely they would have resorted to violence after just a few exchanges, rendering any negotiation utterly futile. However, had she not recently developed an immense admiration and fondness for Xuanmu, she would not have granted him such leeway to proceed so decisively. The fact that Xuanmu could silence Xue Qingxiu with a mere gesture astonished Xiahou Di, leaving her a loss for words. This was something that even the leaders of the 8 major righteous sects could not achieve in their discussions. Clearly, Xuanmu's influence over Xue Qingxiu surpassed previous assumptions and needed to be regarded with greater respect. Xuanmu inclined his body slightly towards Xiahou Di, smiling as he remarked, "Regardless of past events, my sister and I are guests here." Xiahou Zongbu's hospitality leaves much to be desired. After a brief moment of silence, Xiahou Di finally responded, "Sir, the tea." Soon, an elderly servant presented the tea. Xue Qingxiu, with her eyes closed, ignored it, while Xuanmu graciously thanked the servant and took a delicate sip. The tea he received seemed far less enjoyable than what Xue Qingxiu had experienced. Even the esteemed head of the 6 doors, akin to a minister of public security, appeared to be living a life less comfortable than that of the struggling Xingyue sect. Observing Xuanmu's gratitude towards the servant, Xiahou Di's eyes shimmered with intrigue. Once he finished his tea, she inquired, "May I ask the purpose of your visit?" Xuanmu set down his cup and replied, "I wish to propose a business arrangement with Xiahou Zongbu." Xiahou Di coolly remarked, "If your intention is to barter for Yi, then there is no need to speak further." Xue Qingxiu suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze sharp and fierce. Xuanmu, who had been attentive to her reactions, quickly pulled her back, and Xue Qingxiu shot him a glare, as if to say she was not so short-sighted. When Xuanmu remained silent, she huffed and closed her eyes once more. Xiahou Di found their dynamic quite entertaining. The exchanges between the siblings were rather amusing. She had never envisioned Xue Qingxiu displaying such a side, as if stepping out from the shadow of her long-held image as the leader of the demon sect, now appearing more relatable and grounded. Xuanmu sighed, "Xiahou Zongbu, to be frank, keeping Yi imprisoned will only lead to a deadlock between the 6 doors and the Xingyue sect, benefiting only outsiders and contradicting your intended goals." Xiahou Di remained unmoved, stating, "Perhaps you all believe I seek to establish authority. But my true intention has already been made clear. Yi's methods are far too dangerous and should not exist in this world. My decision not to execute her is merely out of concern for the larger implications on the court. I do not wish for relations with the Xingyue sect to deteriorate further." Xuanmu was taken aback, contemplating the true extent of Yi's powers. Was her capability truly so formidable that it surpassed even his own, which could wreak havoc at will? Xiahou Di continued, "You must understand, Xue Zongzhu. The 9 tripods are meant to stabilize the world, but they can only suppress malevolent spirits. Yet, malevolent entities dwell within human hearts. The 9 tripods are mere inanimate objects, incapable of providing eternal stability. Should Yi emerge, the human spirit may wither, malevolence may flourish, and I fear the 9 tripods will inevitably collapse, leading to a resurgence of chaos akin to 1,000 years ago." Xue Qingxiu dismissed her words as alarmist rhetoric, retorting, "When has that girl ever been capable of such feats? Moreover, Yi rarely leaves her training grounds, so how could she possibly exert such influence?" The fact that Xue Qingxiu did not contest Xiahou Di's assessment of Yi's powers, but merely believed it had not yet reached that point, left Xuanmu astounded. It suddenly dawned on him that the martial supremacy of this world likely stemmed from some historical turmoil, persisting to this day. Thus, Xiahou Di's seemingly irrational actions could be interpreted as genuine concern for the world. She likely understood that attaining Ying Yi was not in her best interest, yet felt conflicted. Then Xiahou Di stated, perhaps Ying Yi may not reach such extremes, but it is wise to remain cautious. This matter will not change. Shui Qingqiu seethed. You lunatic, do you truly believe I would hesitate to take a life? As tensions flared once more, Xuanmu interjected, Xiahou Zongbu. A preventive measure with a low probability of success pales in comparison to the future of the six doors, which bears more weight. Xiahou Di hesitated slightly before asking, what business does young Master Shui wish to discuss? Please speak plainly. Xuanmu's assessment was indeed correct. Xiahou Di had desires. A longing to restore the authority of the six doors. The notion of the 9 tripods collapsing and chaos engulfing the world was irrelevant to her. She was not a saint, and how could she prioritize such abstract concerns above all else? In essence, if the sky were to fall, there would be taller individuals to bear the burden. The 8 major righteous sects still stood firm, and a congregation of formidable experts remained. If the six doors persisted in their current state of decline, aspiring to be saviors would only invite derision. Xuanmu retrieved a book from his robes and presented it to Xiahou Di, inquiring, is this not a collection of martial tales I purchased from the bookstore? Printed as a product of the six doors? Xiahou Di glanced at the cover, which read, Chronicles of Jianghu Events in the 20th Year of Chong'an, with a note indicating it was published by the six doors in the 22nd year of Chong'an. Flipping open a page, she discovered a bold inscription. In the autumn of the 20th year of Chong'an, Shui Qingqiu single-handedly cleansed Han. This event saw the six doors valiantly resist the demon threat, with 3 esteemed captains sacrificing their lives to secure the escape of a lone child. However, beneath the leadership, the entire sect of 237 members perished, causing the river to change color. The site of Hanjiang remains to this day, with skeletal remains visible at the riverbed, and the name Bloodhand Qingqiu arose from this incident. In truth, Xuanmu had not previously examined this page. He was now drenched in sweat, realizing he was not merely grasping a prominent figure, but rather the living legend of a demon prison. However, he had no intention of provoking Xiahou Di. He quickly clarified, it is a misunderstanding. How was I to know you would turn to this page? Xiahou Di paused, exasperated, and replied, indeed, it is a tale produced by the six doors. What of it? Xuanmu queried, is it because the six doors also need to generate revenue? Were an ordinary individual to ask such a question, it would likely provoke Xiahou Di's ire. Yet, in this moment, Xuanmu had clearly been regarded as a significant figure in their dialogue, and it would be futile to conceal the truth from an astute observer. He stated candidly, the intent to generate revenue exists, but the primary reason is that the populace necessitates these tales. Many significant events in jianghu are only passed down through oral tradition, leading to numerous conflicting versions. The six doors have a duty to clarify and provide accurate accounts. Shui Qingqiu scoffed, your so-called clarification is nonsense. How could I be unaware that the six doors participated in the battle at Hanjiang? Yu Qianjiang is still imprisoned in my Lingzhou. What ghost did you save? If you wish to claim credit for deceased captains, I have no interest in such accolades. Xiahou Di felt slightly embarrassed and fell silent. Thus, the need for clarification served to shape a positive image of the six doors or the court. Much like this story aimed to convey that the six doors valiantly resisted the onslaught of the demon sect, with 3 brave souls perishing in the attempt to save a single child, an outcome both admirable and poignant. This was a rudimentary application of propaganda, essentially a means of enhancing their reputation or capitalizing on current trends. In any case, the Xingyue sect would not refute these narratives. It was entirely reasonable for the six doors to engage in such practices. If they could not even manage this, they might as well take their own lives. However, Xuanmu's focus lay elsewhere. As he remarked, I have noticed that there are numerous similar tales of jianghu in the bookstore. Besides those produced by the six doors, there are also accounts from wandering martial artists, yet I have not seen any from other sections. What is the reason behind this? Xiahou Di replied nonchalantly, I naturally would not allow them to boast about themselves and tarnish the reputation of others, spreading falsehoods that could mislead the populace. Xuanmu smiled and said, by the same token, is it not true that on the territories of the major sects, only their own narratives circulate, while others are silenced? Xiahou Di affirmed, of course, there will also be publications from the six doors as local governments exist, and so do our branch offices. Unless they rebel, how can we prevent the local authorities from publishing? This was an entirely natural, unique, and monopolistic channel that flowed throughout the nation. Such a channel, coveted by modern individuals in their dreams. If they were unaware of how to utilize this, can I not call you all foolish? Xuanmu's heart was filled with confidence. And in that fleeting moment, he contemplated several potential strategies. However, which one would be the most suitable, particularly one that could involve Xingyue Zong, was yet to be determined. Xiahou Di, growing somewhat impatient, remarked, "You have been toiling for quite some time. What business are you intending to pursue?" Xuanmu cautiously inquired, "Have you ever considered what matters most to the disciples of the jianghu?" Xiahou Di, with evident annoyance, replied, "Fame." "Indeed, fame," Xuanmu affirmed with a smile. "Yet, such momentous events that could resonate throughout the jianghu are exceedingly rare. Take your esteemed De Shiji, for instance. It produces only a thin volume each year, filled with widely known topics. In truth, numerous individuals in the jianghu possess remarkable accomplishments, yet lamentably, their feats often go unrecognized. It is difficult to promote oneself without appearing pretentious, making widespread acknowledgement nearly impossible. I believe the jianghu lacks something essential." A flicker of intrigue crossed Xiahou Di's mind, and Xue Qingqiu, who had been feigning disinterest, finally opened her eyes. Xuanmu continued, "For example, there is a dearth of evaluations on the emerging talents of the jianghu, detailing their achievements, analyzing their potential, and critiquing their martial prowess. Particularly among the second and third-tier sects and solitary wanderers, many have noteworthy accomplishments that remain unknown. In their quest for fame, they often resort to public displays akin to street performances, yielding results that fall short. If Lushan men could undertake this noble endeavor, it would undoubtedly capture the hearts of the world." The notion of capturing the hearts of the world seemed rather abstract to Xiahou Di, yet she immediately grasped the implication. Once such a ranking gained popularity, it would control the shortcut to fame, compelling even the most prestigious sects to seek Lushan men's assistance for their disciples. Observing Xiahou Di's expression, Xuanmu could discern her thoughts. He smiled faintly and continued to elaborate. "Once a genuine trend is established, how could Lushan men lack authority?" Xiahou Di, having little time to ponder Xuanmu's gaze, paced for a moment before finally halting, exhaling a deep sigh. "This idea is indeed commendable and would be immensely beneficial for Lushan men. However, we are significantly constrained by the influence of various sects in the region, compounded by our insufficient manpower. Should we present stories that deviate from the truth or are incomplete, it could undermine our credibility and render us a laughingstock." Xuanmu blinked. "Our Xingyue Zong disciples are spread across the seas, engaged in various industries, providing us with an exceptionally broad source of information. You see, our business aligns perfectly." Chapter 25. Long-term strategy and truth. Xiahou Di was more astute than Xuanmu realized. While Xuanmu had only a limited understanding of Xingyue Zong structure, relying on logical assumptions, Xiahou Di, given her position, was well aware that Xingyue Zong had established an extensive intelligence network through its widespread connections with courtesans. As one of the most chaotic and vibrant environments in the jianghu, brothels could yield an abundance of information if one were diligent. Regular patrons often included individuals of high status, and the renowned courtesans, mingling with the elite, undoubtedly gathered countless secrets. Xingyue Zong had fared well in recent years, primarily benefiting from timely intelligence, while the income for brothels was merely secondary. Yingyi, as the soul of Xingyue Zong's formation, had hastily journeyed south for several months, and Xiahou Di had little doubt that she was not merely indulging in leisure, but rather fortifying their intelligence operations. However, she could not extract this information from her. Xiahou Di had never considered that intelligence could be wielded so transparently. Xuanmu's proposal was straightforward, yet his ambitions ran deep. In fact, it represented the nascent form of entertainment media aimed at cultivating star personalities. As it evolved within different cultural contexts, the potential for various offshoots was yet to be discerned. The impact of media was not something the people of this world could fully comprehend. For instance, given the current sluggish speed of information dissemination, a shocking event in the jianghu might only be documented in Lushan men's records 2 years later. Should a timely news outlet emerge in the future, the resulting shifts in the jianghu's dynamics could be profound, far beyond what one could surmise in a moment. Even Xuanmu could not predict the outcome. Moreover, as jianghu individuals currently focused solely on their affairs, the day may come when personal privacy becomes a topic of discourse. A media outlet with established credibility could easily elevate a mediocre individual to the status of a saint while simultaneously casting a genuine hero into disrepute. The concept of words wielding lethal power was not something anyone in this superficial world had yet contemplated, and Xuemu would certainly refrain from revealing such grand ambitions at this juncture. The ability to manipulate fate with a pen was the deepest and most concealed aspiration of his scheme. Setting aside such distant considerations, the mere prospect of this platform for emerging talents had already stirred Xia Hodi's emotions. This initiative was indeed highly operable for Lu Shanmen. Their identity made them exceptionally well suited for this task, facing minimal resistance from both the court and the populace, with a foundation for documenting significant events already in place. They could act swiftly, and the potential benefits were immeasurable, a truly tailor-made strategy. Xiao Di was also aware that Xuemu did not approach her with purely altruistic intentions. Regardless of whether he harbored ulterior motives, he was presently advocating for Yinye's rescue. As long as she wished to pursue this venture, collaboration with Xingyue's own was indispensable. Even if there were alternative sources of intelligence, she would still rely on Xuemu's specific plans. The release of Yinyi was a straightforward exchange, devoid of any faults, and she could hardly believe that such a strategy originated from a disciple of the demonic sect, notorious for their cunning and treachery. Xue Qingxiu observed Xiahou Di's evident intrigue with a faint sigh. Initially, she had felt reluctant about Xuemu assisting Lu Shanmen's development, as a strengthened Lu Shanmen posed a looming threat over their demonic sect. However, in light of the need to rescue Yinyi, she could not afford to dwell on distant consequences. Yet, she soon realized that Xuemu's brilliant idea was far more complex than she had anticipated. Should this plan be executed, while Lu Shanmen would undoubtedly benefit, Xingyue's own might gain even more, to the extent that it would take time for her to fully grasp its implications. Perhaps it could be said that Xuemu's intentions were never to aid Lu Shanmen, but rather to serve the interests of Xingyue's own, a scheme long in the making. As she contemplated this scenario, a long-forgotten memory suddenly resurfaced in her mind. At that time, both she and Xiao Chan had been bathing in the nude. Xue Qingxiu was momentarily lost in thought, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks, a rare occurrence in her life. Xuemu clasped his hands and smiled. I, too, am grateful for the head constable's recognition. Even if this business does not materialize, we may still become friends. Startled from her reverie, Xue Qingxiu blurted out, "What are you two selling?" Xiahou Di, do you intend to become my sister-in-law? Where is this conversation headed? Xiahou Di was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter, choosing not to refute, but rather playfully responding, "That is quite an intriguing proposal. I look forward to it." Xue Qingxiu realized she had lost her composure and quickly regained her usual demeanor, casting a somewhat suggestive glance at Xiahou Di's long legs. After scrutinizing for some time, she exclaimed in astonishment, "I hadn't realized. It turns out that head constable Xia is still a maiden, thus qualifying to serve my brother." Xiahou Di, a serious official and a blooming maiden, was hardly a match for the playful banter of this mischievous girl. Xue Qingxiu's comment caused her face to flush crimson, her long legs instinctively tightening, her eyes blazing with indignation. This conversation had spiraled into absurdity. Was cooperation still on the table? Xuemu awkwardly pulled Xue Qingxiu aside and turned to Xiahou Di. "Then we shall await good news from the head constable. Furthermore, tonight there will no longer be any young ladies in constable attire at Baiwa Garden. Consider it our small gesture of sincerity." Xuemu smiled. "I'm all ears." Xiahou Di replied, "The Crown Prince is preparing to collaborate with several high-ranking officials to submit a petition claiming that Baiwa Garden's attire corrupts public morals and disrupts peace, warranting its closure. Were it not for Mr. Xue's influence, my signature alongside his would likely seal this matter, as His Majesty would not dismiss the opinions of so many high-ranking officials for the sake of your minor enterprise." Xue Qingxiu raised an eyebrow. "Why should I care about the reputation of the righteous path? What does it matter to that Ji Wuyong? Is he not afraid of disappearing without a trace one day?" Xuemu nearly choked. "What did you say the crown princess' name was?" "Ji Wuyong?" The emperor indeed possesses a remarkable talent for naming, which deserves admiration. Even more impressive is this sister, who casually expresses her intent to murder the grand prince, speaking directly to the head of the six doors. It can only be said that the pinnacle of power in this world is truly unfathomable. With a single sword capable of toppling cities, one can act as they please, neglecting their domains, and the loss of dignity cannot solely be blamed on the court. Xiahou Di casually remarked, not only does it concern him, but it is also significantly related. Do you know who stands behind the Xuanhuan Pavilion of the Hahuan sect? Chapter 26. The Confluence of Winds and Clouds. So that is the case. A person like Ji Wuyong naturally cannot withstand the temptations of the Hahuan sect. Shui Qingqiu sneered. It seems the Hahuan sect has already infiltrated the beds of the powerful, competing with the demonic sects we have battled for a millennium. Do those fools truly believe they're merely a group of courtesans and young boys? Shui Qingqiu's expression turned cold. Xuanmu is my brother. His intentions are the intentions of my Xingyue sect. What is this nonsense about picking up scraps? Is that so? Xiahou Di was disinclined to argue with her. As for Shui Qingqiu, a superlative overlord, her background may be unknown to others, but the six doors, if they had not deliberately investigated, would indeed be derelict in their duties. This individual is a girl abandoned in a disaster-stricken agricultural household, less than 3 months old at the time of her abandonment. The six doors had conducted a thorough investigation and could reasonably conclude that her family perished in the calamity, leaving no blood relatives. It is conceivable that none of the elders wished to shoulder the responsibility of the sect's decline, nor did they desire to face the hardships that lay ahead, pushing her forward as the sect leader to deflect blame. The public believed that the Xingyue sect was on the verge of collapse, hiding from the court and the righteous path while the demonic sects eyed them covetously. What could a young girl, the leader of a severely weakened Xingyue sect, do? No one anticipated that this scapegoat of a girl would turn out to be a remarkable force capable of reversing the tide. Bearing a heavy burden, she traversed the martial world, captivating all, and little did they know how many heroes she had ensnared, allowing the Xingyue sect to breathe again. Her martial progress was astonishing. Having spent 5 years in pursuit of knowledge and 3 years in the realm of Dongshu, traversing paths that others would take a lifetime to complete, she finally stood among the pinnacle of martial prowess in her time. From then on, she concealed her enchanting visage, transforming into a raging inferno, her bloodied hands staining the ground, countless bones piled high, instilling fear throughout the realm, forging a living legend. At this point, it was not merely scapegoating. The entire sect revered her as a deity, her words commanding immediate effect. Under her formidable presence, the Xingyue sect grew increasingly powerful, as evidenced by the multitude of disciples who had joined in the past decade. In summary, Xiahou Di's questioning tone was met with Shui Qingqiu's icy retort. You six doors are not the household registration office. Refrain from meddling in unnecessary affairs. Xiahou Di smiled slightly. The six doors are certainly not gossiping housewives. Shui Qingqiu huffed. Xuanmu, noticing her discomfort, hastily changed the subject. So, Ji Wuyong's so-called corruption of morals is merely talk, even if he shuts down the Baiwa courtyard. The next day, the Xuanhuan Pavilion will still operate as usual. I have heard that people from the Hahuan sect have long since prepared clothing for it. Xiahou Di responded nonchalantly, perhaps. In fact, your uniform proposal has embarrassed the righteous path. The court originally supported it covertly, as long as you do not involve the six doors uniforms. Shui Qingqiu sneered. Since the Hahuan sect has covertly undermined my Baiwa courtyard, I need not concern myself with any camaraderie. I shall simply not wear anything tonight. Xuanmu casually remarked, if we do not wear it. Seeing such a lucrative opportunity before us, the Xuanhuan Pavilion will undoubtedly seize the chance. I suspect the experts from the righteous path are already on their way to the capital for this matter. By then, we shall conveniently withdraw, while the Xuanhuan Pavilion will find themselves in a predicament. Xiahou Di was momentarily taken aback, a chill creeping in her heart. Could it be that this shift in dynamics was already within his calculations? How could there be a loss? Xuanmu smiled faintly. The second step I previously took should soon bear fruit. The chill in Xiahou Di's heart deepened. The conflict over a mere Baiwa courtyard was trivial, yet the qualities exhibited by Xuanmu in this small matter demonstrated that he was not merely a brilliant strategist with occasional flashes of insight, but possessed a comprehensive strategic capability. Is this what you were concocting with Chonner before? I have yet to see it. Let's go take a look. Shui Qingqiu seemed greatly intrigued as she spoke, dragging Xuanmu along, completely disregarding Xiahou Di's presence. Xiahou Di squinted her eyes, watching the sibling duo depart, pondering silently. The Xingyue sect is an established and powerful demonic sect with its foundations and resources firmly in place. Xue Qingxiu, a savvy individual in the martial world, possesses considerable foresight and strategic planning, along with extraordinary martial talent. Thus, the sect's revival would be swift. However, no one is omnipotent, and her weaknesses lie in managing industry and strategy, while the new generation of talents in the sect has yet to mature. Yu Xiaochan is still young, and as for Yin Yi, that is entirely a pitfall. Thus, the Xingyue sect currently faces a bottleneck, as evidenced by the widespread losses in its industries. Further development is likely to be exceedingly difficult. Yet now, with Xuanmu, the qualities of strategic planning have already begun to emerge. This combination is akin to a fish in water, a convergence of fortunes. If Xue Qingxiu truly listens to Xuanmu's counsel as she appears to, then the Xingyue sect ascendants will be inevitable, and their enemies must prepare to face calamity. For the time being, she intended to cooperate with them, which is manageable. However, should the day come when they turn against her, Xiahou Di firmly believed she would choose to eliminate Xuanmu at all costs without hesitation. Chapter 27. The power of small yellow text to think that even this unyielding overlord would show a grave expression. Do you know why I recklessly dragged you away? In the blink of an eye, they arrived at the Baiwa courtyard. Xue Qingxiu seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, releasing Xuanmu before asking this question. Xuanmu also found Xue Qingxiu's behavior somewhat peculiar, even if she resented Xiahou Di at such a critical juncture, where cooperation was imminent and they were on the verge of rescuing Yin Yi. She should not have completely disregarded face-saving gestures. Xue Qingxiu did not allow him to ponder long, directly stating, Xiahou Di harbors intentions to kill you. You possess no cultivation. Even the residual force from a confrontation could claim your life, and being on her territory, you are unaware of the dangers. Even with my extraordinary abilities, I would find it difficult to ensure your safety. It is better to leave while we can. Xuanmu was taken aback. Is Xiahou Di truly a madwoman? Although he had revealed a hint of brilliance to bolster her confidence in cooperation, how could she contemplate murder? Xue Qingxiu, however, defended Xiahou Di, explaining, the emergence of murderous intent does not equate to a genuine desire to kill you. It is merely a fleeting thought. It is not uncommon. Have I not thought of killing you before? I still often do. Xuanmu. Sighing, Xue Qingxiu continued, taking you away is merely a precaution. Even if there is a 1 in a billion chance, I cannot afford to gamble. Observing her earnest demeanor, Xuanmu felt a swell of emotion. Perhaps she regarded him as a brother, or perhaps she simply relied on her own schemes. In any case, her concern was genuine. Xue Qingxiu added, to be honest, if it were anyone else in her position, they would likely harbor thoughts of killing you as well. Do you know where the issue lies? Xuanmu scratched his head. Is it because I am too conspicuous? Not all. We have devoted our lives to cultivation, not merely for the sake of respect from the world or to look down upon others. There is no need to hide our talents. Xue Qingxiu articulated each word carefully. It is because you pose a significant threat, yet are too easy to kill. Even if you could withstand half of her attack, she would not entertain such thoughts. However, you're simply too weak. It is akin to walking down the street. You might not bother to step on a cockroach, but you would crush an ant without a second thought. The principle is similar. Xuanmu fell silent. You need to cultivate. First, you must address the peculiar poison troubling you internally. Xue Qingxiu sighed. If the poison has not reached a critical stage, I could easily resolve it. However, if it has already set in, curing your poison may severely harm your foundation, rendering progress in martial arts impossible. This is quite troublesome. As they spoke, they entered the Baiwa courtyard, and the sight before them caused them to pause in astonishment. At the entrance, someone was rolling on the ground, exclaiming, I am injured. Without the aid of Miss Qianqian, I am going to die. Xue Qingxiu. Stepping inside, they found countless guests surrounding the old madam, inquiring, where is Miss Qianqian? The proprietress explained with a forced smile. Qianqian has only just recovered and is currently recuperating. Upon hearing that she was healing, the guests did not create a disturbance. Rather, they appeared visibly pleased. The originally bustling Baiwa Yuan, filled to the brim due to the allure of uniforms, was now as cacophonous as a bustling marketplace. In stark contrast, the atmosphere in the flower hall was quite serene. Many patrons, while embracing the girls and sipping wine, were actually engrossed in perusing booklets. Someone was playing a sorrowful yet melodious tune, accompanied by a plaintive flute, creating an atmosphere of exquisite tranquility. Each person's demeanor varied. Some gazed with shining eyes, indulging in the girls beside them, while others sighed deeply, wearing expressions of melancholy, murmuring, "Qian." In the elegant private rooms, the ambience remained equally quiet, with no raucous shouts to be heard, likely engaging in similar activities as the guests in the flower hall. Xuanmu's first foray into writing a risque tale, after a day of copying, had finally begun to reveal its potential. He understood this was merely the beginning. If things progressed favorably, Qian might soon become renowned throughout the capital, perhaps even making a name for herself across the land. She winked at Xuanmu, brimming with excitement and pride. He recognized her implication. She was a full participant in this venture and shared in the glory. Yu Xiaochan smiled, saying, "Yes, I will heed your advice, uncle." Her demeanor was reminiscent of an exemplary child, obedient, and yet her eyes held an enigmatic mist, sparkling with an inscrutable amusement. Xuanmu felt a complex mix of emotions, pursing his lips without uttering a word. Meanwhile, Xue Qingxiu took a booklet from one of the girls, glancing through it. The usually dignified expression she wore before her subordinates crumbled in an instant, revealing a comically bewildered look as she cast a sidelong glance at Xuanmu, only to find him and Yu Xiaochan sharing a silent moment. She furrowed her brow slightly, but remained silent, simply putting away the booklet and instructing the nearby proprietress. "Have Qingqing come to see me in the inner chamber." As the group made their way to the underground inner room, the raucous sounds of the brothel gradually faded away, creating a sense of detachment from the mundane world. The silence among the three, master and apprentice alongside Xuanmu, only deepened this sense of complexity and distance. Before long, Zhuo Qingqing rushed in, abruptly breaking the indescribable atmosphere. Xue Qingxiu studied her for a few seconds before turning to ask, "Have you found young Master Zhao?" Sensing the peculiar tension in the air, Zhuo Qingqing trembled slightly as she replied in a hushed tone, "Young Master Zhao indeed resides in the outskirts of the capital, but he succumbed to an overdose last month and has passed away." Xue Qingxiu responded. Zhuo Qingqing produced a scroll. This contains young Master Zhao's lifelong insights on poisons. His family, wary as they are, offered it to me without hesitation upon sensing my interest. Xue Qingxiu's expression lightened somewhat as she accepted the scroll. Xuanmu leaned in to glance at the cover, which read, "Records of 100 Herbs." He marveled inwardly, recognizing it as a notable work among the 100 schools of thought. This truly represented a pinnacle of sophistication. Xue Qingxiu delicately flipped through Records of 100 Herbs, pausing on a particular page for a while, knitting her brows in contemplation before nodding and saying, "This book should prove useful to you, Xuanmu." After a moment's pause, she explained, "The study of poisons is often undervalued due to its limited upper threshold. While effective against the weak, it holds no merit against masters. Even if they were to exhaust their knowledge to poison me, I would merely dismiss it as a fleeting breeze, utterly meaningless." Thus, the various sects of poison masters have gradually waned, and those founded on poison no longer exist, except for a few that dabble in it among the demonic sections. Though our sect has some knowledge, we do not specialize in it, and therefore have little insight into your situation. This young Master Zhao may have been the last dedicated poison master, having cultivated an abundance of toxins akin to your condition. I shall study this thoroughly tonight and see if I can uncover a solution for you." Xuanmu sincerely bowed in gratitude, saying, "Thank you, sister." Xue Qingxiu put away the Records of 100 Herbs and took a look at Xuanmu's risque tale for a moment before chuckling. "It seems we ought to raise Qianqian's price tenfold." Xuanmu shook his head, saying, "Qianqian's standing has evolved. More and more discerning individuals from the martial world will seek her out. She must elevate her status, only entertaining renowned figures from the martial community, engaging in refined conversations over incense and music. Should there be a mutual attraction, she may decide whether to partake in intimacy without any charges." Yu Xiaochan regarded him with an odd expression. "That sounds less like a courtesan and more akin to, well, I can't quite articulate it." Xuanmu smiled. "What you call it is of little concern. There will certainly be those who appreciate this approach. As of tonight, Qianqian shall cease receiving guests." Xue Qingxiu stood, stretching lazily. "Let her attend to Xuanmu this evening." Yu Xiaochan glanced at her master and smiled faintly. "Master is wise. I see uncle navigating through the flowers. Some are too strong, others too timid. He must feel quite pent up." Chapter 28. The live broadcast Shui Mu did not decline. Initially, he had intended to refuse. It was not that he looked down upon Qianqian. After all, it was merely a matter of indulgence. Had he not experienced enough? The thought of being served by the enchanting Qianqian, who had become a cherished name in the capital's martial circles, was undeniably enticing. However, Shui Mu recognized that his current enjoyment did not lie in this moment. If everything could progress toward his ambitions, then those who would serve him in the future would not merely be a courtesan. He had every confidence in this. Both master and apprentice unanimously believed that Qianqian should accompany him, and their nonchalant attitudes were genuine, not feigned. They truly felt it appropriate to bestow upon him a woman, not as a test. Yet, Shui Mu understood that if he were to refuse, it might bring them considerable joy. Regardless of their allure, women remained women. Who would not appreciate a man of integrity? However, as his thoughts raced, he ultimately chose not to refuse. Shui Mu smiled, offering no further words. Moments later, as he soaked in a tub, Qianqian, clad only in a simple garment, stood behind him, gently scrubbing him down. Her delicate hands glided across his chest, caressing tenderly, gradually descending with utmost gentleness. A soft voice whispered in his ear, "My lord, is it comfortable?" Shui Mu closed his eyes and responded with a soft hum. Qianqian lightly kissed his earlobe, her warm tongue swirling around it as she murmured, "Qianqian is truly grateful to my lord. Your brilliant scheme has elevated me to my current status. I cannot express my gratitude enough. The sect master has sent me to accompany you, and I am immensely happy." Qianqian, as the head courtesan of Baiwai Yuan, was undoubtedly a rare beauty. In this moment of soft-spoken flattery, she could melt any man's heart. Shui Mu, however, was not swayed by lust. He merely smiled and rose to dry himself. He found himself remarkably composed. This allure had little effect on him. It was not that he had lost interest in women, but rather that the situation was too absurd. As someone who dealt in poisons, he knew that the milky liquid could incapacitate an ordinary person. He watched as Qianqian, before indulging in sweet nothings, had taken a pill, stripping him of any desire. So this was how the first encounter in this world unfolded. He even realized with a peculiar clarity that someone was watching his live broadcast from outside. An absurd thought crossed his mind. Was this to be called the moment of witnessing a courtesan's service? Qianqian wrapped herself around him, continuing to scrub while her tongue drifted down from his chest, slowly descending further. Not far outside the window, two figures stood among the bamboo, quietly observing the scene within. They watched as Qianqian knelt at the edge of the bed, her head bowed, moving up and down, while Shui Mu reclined against the bed, eyes closed, seemingly savoring the experience. The two figures exchanged soft hums, their meanings inscrutable. After a while, Shui Qingxiu spoke in a low voice. He possesses a strong desire for control. He enjoys being served in such a manner. Such men typically do not wish to be subordinate. Yu Xiaochan observed quietly for a moment before saying blandly, "What does that have to do with me? He has no interest in me. I am too insignificant." Shui Qingxiu retorted with a cold laugh. "Whether he is interested in you or not is irrelevant. As long as you are disinterested in him, that suffices." Yu Xiaochan sighed. "Even if I were interested in him, would Master truly be willing to eliminate him?" Yu Xiaochan expressed her astonishment. "Master, this is not what you said before. Did you not mention that it would take 4 to 5 years to gradually work on it in secret? In any case, there have been changes on the six-door side. Xingluo may have unimaginable uses in the future, far beyond merely serving as a means of communication for our Xingyue sect. Perhaps it will become a cornerstone for the rise of our sect in the changing landscape of the world." Yu Xiaochan clicked her tongue in admiration. "It must be that Shui Mu has come up with some new ideas again. Rest assured, I will not let you down." Shui Qingxiu suddenly smiled. "It sounds like your eagerness to implement his ideas surpasses your obedience to my commands." Yu Xiaochan stuck out her tongue. "Not at all." Shui Qingxiu did not press the matter further, instead saying, "In truth, your early departure, although intended to avoid him, may also align with his wishes. He would prefer not to become emotionally involved, so he would rather you leave and observe his behavior. Did you not sense this?" Yu Xiaochan was momentarily taken aback, her usual vivacity giving way to silence for the first time. After a long pause, she suddenly burst into laughter. "It is truly a pity that he, with his emotional detachment, does not seek out the Hahuan sect." Shui Qingxiu shook his head. "No, he is different from the Hahuan sect. If he possessed a path, it would be closer to our sect." As he said, Enchanting women are destined by heaven. At that moment in the room, Qian had already finished her duties and was gracefully succumbing to Xuan Mu's advances, the soft sounds of intimacy drifting into the night sky. The master and disciple both fell silent, listening for a while, their expressions a mixture of amusement and bemusement. After a moment, Yu Xiaochan remarked, "Who would have thought that such a frail physique would prove to be quite formidable?" Shui Qingxiu did not entertain such talk, lowering her voice. "Xiaochan. The world of jianghu is fraught with treachery and peril, and countless talents have met untimely ends. Yet, anyone aspiring to reach the pinnacle must endure such trials. The master will not accompany you, nor will anyone be sent to protect you. Otherwise, the essence would be lost. Do not blame me for being stern." Yu Xiaochan gazed quietly at the room and softly replied, "I understand." However, Shui Qingxiu paused for a moment and sighed. "You are still too young." "You are too young," echoed Yu Xiaochan, her eyes gradually narrowing. In that moment, the two individuals uttered the same phrase, their meanings diverging yet resonating profoundly. Her thoughts drifted for a while, and with a faint sigh, she suddenly asked, "Master, is he also afraid that once he becomes emotionally involved, he would become a captive, losing control over his own heart?" Shui Qingxiu nodded. "Without a doubt. A person is rational as he is not untrusting of love. He merely fears becoming ensnared. Then why not attempt to ensnare him?" Yu Xiaochan's gaze grew increasingly peculiar. "Although I'm still too young, you are not." Shui Qingxiu refrained from chastising her for her fanciful thoughts, instead falling into silence. After a long while, she said, "I have told you before, seducing a man is not something you or I need to do personally. If he is indeed lecherous, sending Qingqing or Menglan would suffice. If it fails, consider it a reward for him." With that, she turned and gracefully departed. Yu Xiaochan watched her master's retreating figure. Her vision blurred, yet she continued to gaze for a long time. Suddenly, she chuckled softly to herself. "My fearless master, afraid of losing herself this time." Chapter 29. The poisonous arts. Xuan Mu awoke in a daze, the sun already bright outside. As he reached out, he found the space beside him empty. Qian had vanished without a trace. In a moment of confusion, he wondered if last night had been a dream, but as he gradually regained his senses, he realized it was not a dream. He had indeed casually engaged with a rising star of the capital, and without any cost. Shaking his head, Xuan Mu was uncertain of how he felt. He sat up, about to rise from bed when he was suddenly startled. Shui Qingxiu was seated at the table in his room, engrossed in a book. The sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating her as she read, imbuing her with an aura of intellect and even sanctity, a stark contrast to her image as the demon queen. Yet, her casual presence in a man's room, infused with an irresistible charm, created a perfect blend of two completely different allurements that stirred one's heart. The thought that she might have watched the entire scene unfold from last night made Xuan Mu's heart race with anticipation. He let out a strained sigh and rose to his feet. "Awake?" Shui Qingxiu asked casually, not lifting her head. "Yes." Xuan Mu filled a basin with water to wash up. "Did you seek me so early for something?" "It's not early. Significant events have already transpired." "Such as?" "Xiahou Di has officially conveyed the intent to cooperate. The first order of business is to release Yin Yi as a gesture of goodwill. Xiaochan has already gone to retrieve him." Shui Qingxiu finally looked up, smiling at Xuan Mu. "The Xingyue sect cannot do without Yin Yi. If this matter succeeds, we owe you our gratitude." Xuan Mu rubbed his face and chuckled. "We are family. It is only right." Xuan Mu shook his head. "There is nothing else. This is a pioneering endeavor in this world. I am no deity, able to foresee everything, and must navigate cautiously, step by step. However, regarding the circumstances of our Xingyue sect across different regions, it would be best for you to provide me with an overview, so I can be prepared. From today onward, you may peruse all records of our sect's various properties and rosters." Shui Qingxiu smiled. "You'll have your hands full." Xuan Mu grinned. "I'm not afraid of being busy. I just need your trust." "Naturally. I trust you. You are my brother," Shui Qingxiu said as if casually. Xuan Mu could not discern the sincerity in her words, so he merely chuckled. "Indeed." Shui Qingxiu then patted the book in her hands. "This book, Records of 100 Herbs, I studied through the night and have formed some ideas regarding your situation." "Did you not sleep all night?" Xuan Mu asked softly as he sat opposite her. "I could go a month without sleep, and it would be nothing," Shui Qingxiu replied, laughing lightly. Are you concerned about the health of someone who could easily slay 1,000 of you? Don't make me laugh, Xuanmu retorted. Xueqingxiu did not continue to jest, turning to the main topic. This book consists of 3 parts. The first part is dedicated to the identification of various poisons. The second addresses the formulation and antidotes. We will leave that for now. If you're interested later, you can study it as a means of self-protection. The third part concerns the cultivation of poisonous arts, which is quite relevant to your current situation. Xuanmu listened attentively. Indeed, in a world that values practical knowledge, the explanations were straightforward and comprehensible, even for someone like Xuanmu, who lacked any foundational knowledge. He could not help but exclaim, "This is indeed very suitable for me. If I can control the toxins myself, I would not need to rely on medication anymore." Xueqingxiu explained, there are primarily 3 issues with cultivating poison. Firstly, practicing poison equates to severing one's own path to advancement. Your strength or weakness depends entirely on the amount of poison you absorb. However, even if you were to absorb every poison in the world and create extraordinary toxins, it would not be enough to harm me. Xuanmu waved his hand, laughing. The limitations are too low, I understand. After all, what use is it to cultivate something so extraordinary? I have no interest in a step-by-step approach to training. Xueqingxiu shook her head, chuckling. Secondly, cultivating poison is not simply a matter of solitary practice. It requires experiencing the poisons of the world. This, however, may be an advantage for you, as much of the poison within you is of a kind I have never encountered, providing ample opportunity for absorption and integration for several years. Additionally, our sex heritage can assist you in gathering poisons. Combined, this may make your cultivation of poisonous arts quite manageable. Xuanmu felt relieved. This was the benefit of having strong support, with guidance on techniques and abundant resources. Who among the predecessors that traversed through worlds could boast of such comfort? Most faced hardships and struggles. Xueqingxiu's expression remained serious as she stated. The key issue lies in the final point. Practicing poisonous arts is exceedingly perilous. A moment of carelessness could lead to self-destruction, with no remedy available. Even the capable young master Zhao could not endure it. This indeed posed a significant concern. Xuanmu grew serious and asked, what are the primary dangers? Firstly, although the poisonous arts inherently provide strong resistance to toxins, a mortal body still struggles to withstand the onslaught of myriad poisons. The more you absorb, the more your body deteriorates and your lifespan shortens. However, in my view, this issue should not be a major concern for you. You have already absorbed a great deal of poison yet remain lively, which is a remarkable feat. Xuanmu, the fundamental principles of any sect emphasize the importance of focus and tranquility. Some sects, plagued by inner demons and illusions, require additional techniques such as the ice heart method to maintain composure. The poison sect, however, does not incorporate such effects, as its path is entirely disconnected from the psyche and soul. Therefore, should you encounter any distractions during your practice, even merely recalling a troubling thought, you may easily lose control of the poison, leading to a demise from which you might not even comprehend how it occurred. Others may practice the poison sect only after establishing a solid foundation. How can you, lacking any groundwork, venture forth with poison? Xueqingxiu found this quite troubling, stating, I need to contemplate further solutions to this issue. Xuanmu paused for a moment, hesitating before saying, if this is the primary concern, I believe I could give it a try. Xueqingxiu raised an eyebrow. It seems that the patterns on your palms indeed possess the effect of enhancing focus and resisting distractions. Xuanmu, uncertain, suggested, shall we conduct a test? How shall we test it? Xueqingxiu inquired. Didn't Timeng Lan once employ a charm on me? I truly did not feel my mind being bewitched at that time. Why don't you try again, sister, with a bit more intensity to see if I can withstand it? If I can endure this, it seems there would be no further issues. Xueqingxiu, with a half-smirk, assessed him. In the face of serious matters, you still have the leisure to tease me. Should I call it lust clouding your judgment? Testing? A playful smile graced Xueqingxiu's lips. If you were to fall under my spell and become infatuated with me, I would not grant you relief. Xuanmu smiled gently, then let it be love. Chapter 30. In the midnight hour, when the heart is most vulnerable in truth. Xueqingxiu was quite conflicted. On one hand, she had lost the desire to engage directly with Xuanmu in playful games. not merely due to what Yu Xiaochan perceived as fear. Xuanmu increasingly aligned with her preferences, and she harbored a slight concern that she might genuinely develop feelings for him. However, this was a mere fraction of her overall sentiment. After all, for someone like her, the absolute confidence cultivated over many years was not easily shaken. For her to truly fall for someone would indeed be premature. The real crux of the matter lay in the discomfort of sternly instructing her disciple to refrain from engaging with him while simultaneously exchanging glances with him. It was a situation that felt increasingly awkward and unsettling. Yu Xiaochan's gaze and occasional comments, suggesting that some were too strong and others too weak, only exacerbated her unease. Had it not been for Xuanmu's undeniable utility, she might have long since dealt with the situation decisively. Yet, on the other hand, Xuanmu continually intrigued her, and she found herself almost instinctively curious to see how he would fare against her charm. She contemplated the possibility of trying out the spell without engaging in flirtatious exchanges, opting for a more refined approach. Thus, she began her attempts. Xuanmu soon realized that his perception of Xue Qingqiu was shifting. She gazed at him with an expression that seemed to radiate boundless affection, her eyes brimming with tender emotion. This was not mere acting. She may not have been consciously aware of her feelings, yet they created an impression of profound allure in his eyes. In an instant, Xuanmu felt an overwhelming sense of tenderness toward the woman before him, as if they had shared an eternal bond, ready to forsake everything for her. A curious sense of detachment emerged within him, as though he were observing himself from a distance, one part aware that he was undergoing the trial of her charm, while the other succumbed to the enchantment, enmeshed in the throes of love. He maintained a thread of clarity amidst the influence, akin to multitasking. As warmth surged through his palms, a powerful energy blossomed, dispelling evil and banishing illusions. The observing part of him grew increasingly lucid, and that flicker of affection gradually waned. A resounding thought echoed in his mind, and Xuanmu's gaze sharpened with clarity. "Sister, this is ineffective," he declared with a smile, prompting a look of utter shock to flicker across Xue Qingqiu's features. She had employed the Xingyue sect's secret technique, Yinghua, which, while a form of charm, was a sophisticated art far beyond mere physical attraction. It ventured into the realm of soul manipulation. Unlike lustful seduction, this technique invoked a love that stemmed from the very essence of one's being. Even the faintest hint of affection would be magnified 1,000-fold, leading one to believe they were irrevocably in love. Countless talented individuals had once succumbed to madness, falling into an all-consuming passion, willing to sacrifice everything for her without regret, even to the point of death. Yet, the question remained, how could he have resisted? This was simply impossible. He was merely an ordinary person. Why was he immune? Xue Qingqiu speculated that perhaps her power had been insufficient, and she attempted to amplify her efforts. Still, Xuanmu's gaze remained unwaveringly clear. Xue Qingqiu could not contain her frustration. As a former leader of the demonic sect, it had been ages since she had encountered her own tactics being so thoroughly dismantled. In her competitive spirit, she unconsciously resorted to a more potent form of seduction. Xuanmu recognized that her eyes had grown hazy, her delicate hand reaching out to him, her lips parting slightly as if whispering a soft call to a lover. An overwhelming impulse surged from the depths of his heart, compelling him to grasp her hand and pull her into an embrace, to shower her with affection. Taking a deep breath, he closed his eyes, then reopened them to gaze at Xue Qingqiu, only to find her even more enchanting than before. Nothing more. The act of casting and breaking spells was merely that. Xue Qingqiu could no longer remain seated, suppressing her astonishment as she slowly rose to her feet. All thoughts of avoidance vanished into thin air. Her flawless, graceful form unfolded, swaying gently with each step, her delicate fragrance wafting through the air, intoxicating him and making it difficult to resist awakening. Her jade-like arm draped over his shoulder, and as she leaned closer, her breath, fragrant and soft, carried with it a hint of a sigh. Her soul, demeanor, actions, voice, and scent aligned in a full-spectrum display of seduction. This was undoubtedly the most powerful display of her charm throughout her life. This was not a mere suppression by golden finger to keep one's heart devoid of desire. The golden finger could only neutralize the assault of the technique. The remainder was a battle of will and reason between the sexes, whether one could withstand the alluring charm that could captivate the world. and whether one could suppress the burgeoning feelings of love, entirely dependent on one's own resolve and intellect. Xue Mu's breathing grew increasingly rapid as desire whispered to him, urging him to embrace her, to hold her close, to lose himself in her beauty, even if it meant facing death. What was there to wait for with such a stunning woman? As their bodies drew nearer, they could both sense the growing unrest in each other's breath, even feeling the warmth radiating from each other's cheeks. Xue Mu summoned his last reserves of strength, attempting to voice, "That's enough, it's merely a test. Let us cease here." At that moment, the beauty in his arms offered a profound solace, providing a refuge for his melancholic heart. Unable to restrain himself any longer, he embraced her fiercely. He anticipated a mocking retort, or perhaps even a slap from Xue Qingqiu, but casting his gaze downward revealed her eyes clouded with enchantment. Gazing at him with longing, her delicate hand did not withdraw. Instead, it trembled as it reached out to caress his cheek, her rosy lips quivering as if poised to kiss him. Could it be? He had awakened, yet she had succumbed to her own feelings? In the next moment, a knock echoed from the door, startling Xue Qingqiu awake as she realized she was seated in Xue Mu's embrace, wrapped around him. Their eyes met in an intimate gaze, filled with lingering affection. She genuinely wished to eliminate the two outside. Xue Mu was unaware of the divine intervention at play. How could she possibly be oblivious? In the midnight hour, when the heart is most vulnerable, it was, in essence, a method designed to dismantle defenses without distinction between friend or foe, a widespread aura of enchantment. Xiahou Di opined that the power of Yinya could penetrate the defenses of human hearts, leading to the rampant chaos of spirits and phantoms, resulting in the collapse of the Jianghu. Is this not the truth? Xue Qingqiu, who harbored a modicum of affection for Xue Mu, found herself unwittingly ensnared in that deliberately seductive ambience, ultimately losing her composure and unwittingly nestling into his embrace. Had there not been a knock on the door, who knows if she would have dared to kiss him? Xue Qingqiu was internally raging, her thoughts filled with 1,000 angry horses, shouting indignantly towards the door. "You all better come in." Chapter 31. Emotion arising from the heart, Xue Qingqiu's chest heaved with anger, while Xue Mu dared not gaze upon the enchanting peaks before him, opting instead to sip his tea. It was well known that the esteemed sect leader was facing a grave loss of dignity, and even if he managed to escape this predicament unscathed, there was no telling what troubles might befall him later. The door swung open, revealing Yu Xiaochan standing outside, cradling a small child in her arms. Xue Mu spat out his tea in shock, staring agape at the doorway. Indeed, Yu Xiaochan held a girl of about 5 or 6 years, her chubby face round and adorable, with neatly trimmed bangs and long, straight hair cascading down her back, almost touching the ground. At that moment, the child was blissfully asleep, her mouth agape, drool nearly spilling forth. Is this Yinya, the legendary Shirshu, the one who presides over the formations of the Xingyue sect, a master of mystical calculations? The source of chaos in Xiahou Di's eyes? I will believe it if you told me this was Xiaomai, yet the strange aura emanating from her, that unmistakable ethereal presence, lingered in the air, confirming her identity as Yinya. Yu Xiaochan's expression bore a hint of melancholy, evidently affected by Yinya's presence. Upon entering, she promptly explained, "Shirshu has been in a deep slumber since entering the Lushan Gate and has yet to awaken. In truth, no one dares to approach her prison. No one wishes to be ensnared in the spontaneous sorrow within their hearts, unable to resist even through their cultivation." To Xiahou Di, Shirshu is nothing short of a hot potato, yet she clings to her tenaciously. Xue Qingqiu paused, her previously clenched jaw gradually relaxing. Entering a deep slumber is a form of self-preservation, blocking memories of the heart to prevent the secrets of a sect from being forcibly extracted through soul-snatching techniques. The breach of defenses is merely a passive emanation that occurs once intentional suppression is lost. It is not deliberate. One could only say it was a fortuitous occurrence, and she cannot blame her for it. Xue Qingqiu sighed softly. Is this what they call fate? Xue Mu finally could not restrain himself. How can this child be Shirshu? Yu Xiaochan replied, "When I was the age of Shirshu, she was my age. Now that I am this age, she is also this age." This tongue-twisting statement left Xue Mu bewildered, contemplating for long, while before realizing that Yinya's cultivation possessed a reverse growth attribute. So how old is she this year? If she continues to practice, will she regress to infancy or even to the state of sperm? Inya is 24 this year. She is not a child, Xue Qingqiu remarked nonchalantly. Just toss her onto the bed. I will awaken her from her slumber. Yu Xiaochan casually tossed Inya from a distance. The little girl landed with a thud on the bed, bouncing twice before resuming her deep slumber. Xuemu twitched slightly. Yu Xiaochan would never admit to intentionally punishing the Shu who caused her sorrow. She tilted her head in self-explanation. We often play games like this. Shu 1T feel pain. She is very formidable. Xue Qingqiu rose and approached the bedside. With a flick of her palm, a brilliant purple light erupted, spreading across Inya's body, flickering with radiance. Xuemu initially thought it would take longer, intending to converse with Yu Xiaochan for a moment, but suddenly, a child's wail erupted from the bed, turning around with veins bulging on his forehead. He saw Inya's chubby arms and legs flailing on the bed as she cried out, "Senior sister, they are bullying me." With the sound of her cries, the dark aura immediately dissipated, indicating that upon regaining her consciousness, the child had managed to control the outflow of her powers. Xuemu breathed a sigh of relief, feeling significantly lighter. Xue Qingqiu's voice was filled with exasperation. All right, senior sister will go and deal with Xiahou Di shortly. Oh, Inya stopped crying, her nose twitching, her large eyes gleaming with tears. Xuemu was almost overwhelmed by her cuteness. Was this girl a character sprung from an anime? After a moment's pause, Inya weakly added, "It's not Xiahou Di, it's Xuantiangong." Xue Qingqiu felt a vein throbbing on her forehead. Can you not finish your sentences in one go? Be precise. How did you end up in Xiahou Di's hands? Inya began to daze again, her big eyes blinking as though explaining the matter was quite challenging. After a considerable while, she gestured and described. First, it was Feng Liang from the Yearning sect. He killed someone from Xuantiangong and was pursued by the Heart Path. He sought refuge here. I initially headed south to gather Xing Wangshi, but I didn't expect a Xing Wangshi to be so beautiful. Senior sister, let me tell you, it sparkled and was as big as this. The little chubby hand struggled to illustrate an egg-sized object, then seemed to feel it was insufficiently large, widening her hands to the size of a duck egg. Xue Qingqiu maintained a blank expression. Yu Xiaochan beamed with delight. Xuemu felt overwhelmed by the adorableness. All right, Xue Qingqiu sighed. The Heart Path wants you dead, misjudging your strength. During the battle, Hinya entered the heart and was killed, prompting Xuantiangong to mobilize, and in your escape, you encountered Xiahou Di. The little girl nodded vigorously. That is pretty much it. Senior sister is amazing. By the time you clarify everything, who knows how many years it will take? Xue Qingqiu retorted, losing all desire to pursue the matter further. Xuemu interjected. So it seems Xiahou Di actually saved Inya, only to discover her unique cultivation and subsequently decided to keep her. The little girl seemed to realize only then that there were others in the room, her big eyes blinking as she turned to meet Xuemu's gaze filled with affection for the adorable. Their eyes locked for a moment. Inya paused, and her eyes gradually brightened. Senior sister, this man's aura smells so good, like tonghulu and meat buns. Xue Qingqiu felt a jolt of surprise. Are you serious? Inya's eyes sparkled brighter as she gazed at Xuemu, nearly drooling. It smells so good. I've never encountered a man who smells this delightful before. Xuemu was utterly perplexed, casting a pleading glance at Yu Xiaochan. Yu Xiaochan smiled gently. Shu's cultivation is unique. She emphasizes a heart as clear as the moon, pure and unblemished, devoid of any convolutions regarding worldly affairs. Thus, she grows younger as she lives. Moreover, she possesses an almost instinctual insight into the goodness and malice of human hearts. Emotions arise from the heart, reflecting as clearly as the moon upon water. For most people, merely not being unpleasant is sufficient, but for her to find someone pleasant, there is but one condition. What condition? Absolute sincerity emanating from the heart. Yu Xiaochan turned to him, her eyes that had recently cleared of the common mist, now sparkling with joy. Even if you harbor a trace of malice, a hint of ulterior motive, or a smidgen of negative sentiment towards us, no matter how deeply concealed, the aura you emit will never be perceived as pleasant by Shu. You must truly adore us for her to react this way. Yu Xiaochan's dimples deepened with her sweet smile, leaving her thoughts unspoken as she turned away. The two exchanged glances, their emotions inscrutable, before they both turned in different directions, falling into silence. Xuanmu scratched his head, pondering whether his interest in them could be considered a form of exploitation. After careful thought, he concluded that perhaps there was an initial element of utility in his intentions, having once believed that winning over Xue Qingxiu would be immensely beneficial. However, as their relationship deepened, and Xue Qingxiu began to trust him more, considering his feelings, addressing him as brother with increasing ease, and with a thread of affection from Xiaochan entwined within, he realized that he no longer harbored any ulterior motives. Not a single one. He had long since begun to treat the affairs of the Xingyue sect as if they were his own. Although there exists a mutual attraction between men and women, the Xingyue zone is not as innocent as it seems. In their perspective, the union of yin and yang is a natural response, one that can be openly discussed. As long as there is no manipulation or exploitation involved, it cannot be deemed malicious. Rather, it is a manifestation of genuine affection. Why does he wish for Xiaochan to depart? Firstly, it is due to her tender age. He does not consider himself a lowly enthusiast and wishes to avoid any inappropriate intimacy with a 13-year-old girl, as it would feel quite unsettling. Secondly, he fears that should he become too emotionally invested, Xiaochan might ultimately reject him due to the complexities of cultivation and sect affairs, which would indeed be tragic. This is not an act of malice. Instead, it stems from a concern that he might grow too fond of her, crossing the boundaries of goodwill. In summary, his intentions towards these women are genuinely benevolent. He finds joy in everyone, including the newly arrived Yin Yi, who captivates him immensely. Were it not for the peculiar phenomenon of emotional resonance, which allows Yin Yi to perceive his sentiments, he himself would still be grappling with his own feelings. One can only remark on the absurdity of this world. The ability to discern individuals by their aura is even more illuminating than a mirror that reveals demons. Yin Yi, with her wide eyes, curiously gazes around before suddenly clapping her hands and exclaiming, "Ah ah!" Su Qingxiu, who had been silent, rebuked her in exasperation. "What are you screaming about?" Yin Yi, with a delightful smile, replied, "This man emits an aura towards senior sister that is unmistakable. He wishes to engage in dual cultivation with her." Hearing this, Su Qingxiu, still recovering from their recent encounter, felt a surge of anger and nearly spat blood. Grabbing Yin Yi by the scruff of her neck, she scolded, "You usually take your time with everything, yet now you choose to babble incessantly. Go eat. You've been captured for so long without a single grain of rice. Aren't you hungry?" "I'm not hungry." "Ooh, this man is so entertaining. I haven't tea yet discern the nature of his bond with Chan'er. Their auras are so chaotic and fascinating. I want to see." She flailed her little arms and legs in the air. Su Qingxiu, exasperated, struck her on the forehead. "At 24, stop acting like a child. If you keep this up, I'll slap you into next week." Su Mu stared in disbelief as Su Qingxiu dragged Yin Yi away like a chick. He suddenly felt as though this so-called demonic sect had transformed into a rustic family homestead, featuring a hard-working housewife, a half-grown girl, and a wailing child. Chapter 32. A secretary delivered to your doorstep. Su Qingxiu hurried away with Yin Yi, leaving Yu Xiaochan gazing at Su Mu with curiosity. Such chaos and intrigue. Even senior uncle cannot discern the aura? She chuckled softly, shaking her head as she departed in silence. Su Mu remained in a daze for a while, rubbing his temples as he picked up the Baichao Lu that Su Qingxiu had left by the window and sat down heavily. He could now confirm that his unique ability genuinely possesses the power to clear the mind and dispel illusions, even exceeding his expectations. One of the strongest martial powers in the world, Su Qingxiu, had exhausted her charms, yet it proved utterly ineffective, nearly leading to her own downfall. Although it was the influence of Yin Yi, it sufficiently demonstrated that the patterns in his palm can indeed resist mental intrusion. With Su Qingxiu absent, he was at a loss regarding where to begin practicing, as he was unaware of the locations of his meridians. However, the first two sections of Baichao Lu contained knowledge that he could learn independently, which would be a valuable skill. Thus, Su Mu set aside his thoughts of romantic entanglements and began to study diligently. As he read, he realized that the elements of this world were vastly different from his own. Many plants and creatures were entirely unfamiliar, and the bizarre and fantastical effects of various poisons served as a reminder that he inhabited a world that fused fantasy and martial arts, far from a simple rustic existence. The Li Han Hua, strikingly beautiful and endlessly fragrant, causes one to lose their soul upon nearing. It is said that this flower resembles the enchanting women of Xingyue zone. Hence it is privately referred to as Xingyue Hua. Su Mu tilted his head, observing the illustration of the flower, and chuckled inwardly. This young master Zhao possesses a certain flair, even bestowing nicknames upon flowers. A knock sounded at the door. Su Mu, flipping through the book, casually said, "Come in." The door opened, and a fragrant breeze wafted in as Meng Lan's gentle voice announced, "Young master." Su Mu smiled and inquired, "Is there new information?" "Indeed. After a day and night of spreading the word, your little story has now pervaded the capital, with people clamoring to copy it, nearly everyone possessing a copy, leading to a paper shortage in the capital. The court has even caught wind of it, causing quite the uproar. Some believe it to be a corrupting influence that should be banned, and Meng Lan has come to report this to you." Su Mu was aware of the considerable power of such tales, but still underestimated their rapid dissemination. In just a day and night, it had become a sensation in the capital, indicating a rather empty leisure time for the populace. "What decision has the court made?" It is said that His Majesty was greatly amused upon reading it, remarking, "A remarkable piece." Su Mu inwardly scoffed, pondering the emperor's moral compass, imagining that indulging in such trivial literature would likely bring him joy. Perhaps it might even serve as an impetus for him. He contemplated for a moment before asking, "Did Xiao Chan send you to inform me?" As he spoke, he gradually moved closer, her delicate hand gently kneading his shoulders. She continued, "Moreover, your plan has indeed rescued Meng Lan, allowing her to avoid the fate of selling smiles like those of the Hehuan zone. Meng Lan is grateful and admires you, wishing to assist you in the same way as that day, forever helping you with ink preparation." Su Mu was not seated in a chair, but was reclining on a high couch by the window, without any support behind him. Meng Lan stood beside him, her body pressing against his back, and he could easily lean back to find comfort in her softness. Su Mu refrained from taking advantage of the situation, quietly relishing the massage while calmly reading. "There is no need for you to flatter me." Meng Lan's voice seemed to waver. "Young master, do you truly find Meng Lan so unworthy of pity? I am still a maiden. Am I not as good as Qian Qian?" Su Mu chuckled. "My encounter with Qian Qian was merely a fleeting pleasure. Is that all you seek?" Her hands hesitated briefly before resuming their ministrations, and she fell silent. Su Mu sighed. "Your sect leader must have sent you here." Su Mu paused, finally placing the book down to regard her seriously. Meng Lan ceased her massage and met his gaze. "The sect leader hopes that I can make you fall in love, yet forbids me from causing you any harm. This command is rather perplexing. If I were to exert all my strength, and by chance harmed you, I would be held accountable. Yet if I resort to superficial allure, it has already been proven that you are impervious to such temptations. The sect leader still sends me. What could be the intention? There is only one explanation. The sect leader has lost composure. I am merely more familiar with you than the other disciples." And thus she sees a glimmer of possibility and wishes to give it a try. A vision of the morning, filled with soft jade and fragrant warmth, flashed through Su Mu's mind, just shy of Su Qingqiu's initiating a kiss with him. Yinyi mentioned that he wishes to engage in dual cultivation with senior sister. And Su Qingqiu, in a fit of exasperation, dragged Yinyi away without sparing him a glance. Meng Lan's assertion regarding the loss of composure was not unfounded. She dared not take matters into her own hands and simultaneously wished to extinguish his inclinations. Thus, she contemplated introducing a woman to him to cultivate a relationship, steering their bond toward a more conventional sibling dynamic. Given her relatively frequent interactions with him, she was sent in hopes of fostering some possibility. Why bother? Su Mu pondered, knowing that Meng Lan was unlikely to succeed, recalling how close he had come to faltering himself, relying on an outer disciple. After some thought, he asked, "Are you not afraid of your sect leader's displeasure if you directly convey her intentions to me?" Su Mu shook his head and smiled, stating it so plainly may rather invoke my aversion. Meng Lan replied earnestly, "Young master, your intellect is profound as the sea. You must have already surmised my intentions. Concealing it serves no purpose. It is better to lay it all bare. You will require a dedicated assistant, and Meng Lan shall follow your lead, whether in matters of business or by your side at night, ensuring you are never left wanting. She is indeed a clever individual who seizes opportunities. Having ulterior motives is not inherently wrong, while lacking them would be quite unusual." Su Mu had witnessed many instances of unspoken rules in rising through the ranks and did not find them objectionable. He sighed, You still do not comprehend the unparalleled prowess of your sect leader. Last time, your flirtations did not escape her notice, and this time, the situation could escalate drastically. Should she take it to heart, it would not be unjust to accuse you of betrayal. You truly seem unafraid of consequences. Menglan, with a pallid expression, retreated a couple of steps. Although the sect leader's divine powers allow for glimpses into the heavens and the earth, surely they cannot discern our subtle exchanges? I believe that if she truly desires, she can. Xuanmu chuckled softly, affirming, "You are indeed correct. I require an assistant. At the very least, someone must handle the mundane tasks of ink and paper. Who better than you, given our familiarity?" He called out, "Dear sister, if you can hear me, grant me this favor. We are kin, and betrayal is not in our discourse. Please assign her to assist me." In the distance, Xue Qingqiu sat cross-legged in her chamber, eyes closed and expression impassive. Yinye, restinct beside her, munchit onjake. Yu Xiaochan held a scroll, diligently recording notes. Suddenly, a hint of a smile graced Xue Qingqiu's lips as she murmured, "For Menglan's transgressions, let them be noted. Serve Xuanmu well, and should any treachery arise, let the penalties be doubled." Yinye continued to indulge in her snack, oblivious. Yu Xiaochan glanced up, her smile cool. "Is it a loss?" Xue Qingqiu shot her a glare and closed her eyes once more. Though her words seemed merely a whisper, inexplicably, they drifted through the bamboo grove for a couple of miles, reaching Xuanmu and Menglan with clarity. Menglan felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. She understood the sect leader possessed formidable powers, yet never had she imagined that such intimate whispers could traverse an entire bamboo grove. In comparison, this telepathy seemed trivial. Xuanmu, unfazed, rose with a smile. "Come now, do not be so frightened. Your sect leader is not one to be overly pedantic." Menglan, regaining her composure, murmured her gratitude. "Thank you, my lord, thank you, sect leader. There's no need for thanks. Since you're here, assist me with the ink." The young lord pondered. How long can a single tale endure? Eventually, it shall lose its allure. Stretching lazily, Xuanmu added, "Coincidentally, I have conceived another story, one set in Baihuiyuan. It is quite intriguing. Would you care to hear it, dear sister?" Chapter 33. The emergence of a second tale. Menglan gently rolled up her sleeves and quietly ground the ink. The faint scent of ink wafted through the air, inducing a momentary reverie. Turning her head, she observed Xuanmu writing fervently, his demeanor composed, radiating an almost imperceptible elegance and leisure. His serious profile was strikingly handsome, a sight most pleasing to the eye. Men are visual creatures, and women are no different. Beauty is justice. It influences initial impressions and subsequently shapes future developments. Menglan recalled a quiet night, standing beside him, grinding ink, stealing glances at his profile. What had she felt then? The memory eluded her. Truth be told, she admired and appreciated him, yet the distance to romantic feelings felt substantial, even though she had once flirted with him, merely viewing it as a stepping stone. And what of today? Uncertain of her emotions, she observed him, knowing that things had shifted. He had become her master. Her existence was at his command, to live or die as he wished, and any humiliating task he might assign left her with no room for resistance. Despite being an ordinary person without any cultivation, he wielded power, as if mocking her very efforts of over a decade. What good were your years of practice? Menglan sighed softly, redirecting her attention to his story. He had already penned half of it. The tale revolved around a young man named Xiao Mu, a scion embroiled in a struggle for inheritance, striving to win his father's favor. While his brothers exerted themselves in martial training, seeking victory through strength, Xiao Mu exhibited cleverness, keenly observing his father's other preferences. He discovered a portrait of a captivating beauty in his father's chamber, which often elicited sighs from him. This must have been the father's long-lost love, still lingering in his heart. Thus, he concocted a plan to find a woman resembling her to present to his father, certain it would bring joy. After a lengthy search, he finally encountered a courtesan named Qing'er in Baihuiyuan, whose appearance bore striking resemblance to the woman in the portrait. He spent lavishly to secure her release, intending to present her to his father. However, the world of nobility was not so easily navigated. Qing'er required extensive training in etiquette and an understanding of the father's preferences and taboos. To achieve his goal, Xiaomu personally guided Qing'er, sometimes adjusting her movements closely. King Ye, gentle and graceful, was matched by Xiao Mu's noble demeanor. As days passed, their proximity blossomed into mutual affection, and they fell deeply in love. Upon reading this, Menglan instinctively glanced at Xuanmu. Why must he always weave such complex emotions, deriving pleasure from tormenting his characters? Yet, he was proven right. The more tangled the conflicts, the more fervently people engaged in discussions. Throughout the day and night, the capital buzzed with debates on how the wandering swordsman should treat the enchanting Cher, with disagreements sometimes escalating into quarrels, inadvertently elevating the story's notoriety and enticing more readers. Xuanmu continued to write ardently, while Menglan remained absorbed in his narrative. As Xiao Mu grappled with his feelings for Qing'er, he became increasingly discontent. Ultimately, his emotions erupted, and he found himself in bed with her. Qing'er, sensing his turmoil, did not rebuff his advances, but rather sought to soothe his troubled heart. One fateful day, the astute Qing'er subtly gathered information from Xiao Mu's trusted confidants, uncovering the truth. That night, under the flickering oil lamp, she contemplated deeply, ultimately making a heart-wrenching decision. Concealing her intentions from Xiao Mu, she enlisted the help of his confidant to gain entry into his father's chamber. Upon discovering this, Xiao Mu rushed towards his father's room, realizing in that moment that he could not tolerate such an act, even if it meant forfeiting his claim to the inheritance. He was determined to prevent Qing'er from being with his father. With a thunderous crash, Xiao Mu burst through the door, only to be struck dumb by the sight before him. His father held Qing'er, weeping uncontrollably, and upon seeing Xiao Mu, exclaimed through tears, "You have arrived just in time. This is your long-lost sister." Xuanmu cast down his pen, halting the story there. The divine twist left Menglan astonished. Was it true that Qing'er and his father had not consummated their relationship, resulting in a happy resolution? But what of Xiao Mu and Qing'er's poignant love? In the end, they were revealed to be siblings? Was this an incestuous affair? Yet they had already been intimate. What would become of them? Menglan swallowed hard. Entranced by the finality of this conclusion, Xuanmu had not elaborated further. The true turmoil within Xiao Mu and Qing'er remained a mystery. Would they continue their forbidden romance? Or would it come to a definitive end? All that remained was for the readers to speculate, debate, argue, and organically propagate the story. Suddenly, Menglan's eyes widened. She recalled Xuanmu's earlier, loaded question. Would you like to see it, dear sister? The sibling romance between Qing'er and Xiao Mu, alongside the sect leader and Xuanmu. Until the very end, Xuanmu revealed his fangs. This was a twofold strategy. Writing a tale linked to Bai Huiyuan was merely secondary. It was evidently a retaliation against the sect leader for sending her to entice him. Was this a love letter or an unabashed declaration of war? He was defying the heavens. Yet, on the surface, he merely composed a promotional story for Bai Huiyuan, which, while thought-provoking, would undoubtedly spark discussions akin to his previous work. Should the sect leader become enraged, he could easily claim it was solely for Bai Huiyuan's sake, urging her not to take it personally. Menglan eagerly anticipated the sect leader's reaction upon encountering this story. Chapter 34. I send you. Menglan respectfully handed the manuscript to Xue Qingqiu and then fled as if propelled by the wind, fearing the potential wrath of the sect leader upon reading it. Despite Xue Qingqiu's formidable skills, she could not perceive the distant words, and when Menglan presented the manuscript, she merely spread it across the table with a sense of intrigue, sharing the moment with her junior sister and disciple. Initially, the three of them found the reading delightful, even expressing their amusement at the intimate scenes. However, upon reaching the conclusion, Xue Qingqiu was momentarily stunned, her complexion paling as she swiftly tucked the manuscript away. Yi, dazed, lifted her head, but they haven't finished reading. With a stern expression, Xue Qingqiu snapped, "What are children doing watching? Go away." Yi lunged forward. "But I want to see. I've never read such an enchanting story." With a resounding thud, the young girl was sent flying by her elder sister's kick, crashing into the bamboo wall and leaving a human-shaped dent as she landed flat on the ground. Unfazed by the impact, Yi sprang back up and dashed into the room to seize the manuscript once more, only to be knocked unconscious by her sister's palm and discarded into the corner of the bed. Yu Xiaochan, propping her delicate chin on her hand, watched with a smile as her master lost her composure. After a moment's contemplation, a knowing smile graced her lips before her figure flickered and vanished from sight. The truth was that Xue Qingqiu was merely concerned about her pride. Allowing her to be alone would suffice. That Xuemu, how audacious! Did he truly believe I would not dare to eliminate him? Xue Qingqiu's fury erupted, leaving ashes in her wake. What a scoundrel! A scoundrel! Xiaochan, who had just been there, was now nowhere to be found. With Xiaochan absent and Yinyi dazed, Xue Qingqiu's anger suddenly waned. Was it possible that Xiaochan recognized this and chose to depart? Sighing, Xue Qingqiu sat on the only chair that had not been overturned, which her disciple had occupied earlier, massaging her temples in contemplation. At that moment, when Xuemu had been compromised, he had thought of his parents and the world he cherished. She too had felt a similar melancholy upon her own breach. At the age of 15, her sect underwent a cataclysm, with her master falling into madness and perishing, several elders fracturing, and all male disciples abandoning the sect to establish a new one. The eldest sister went missing, leaving Yinyi, merely 11, to shoulder the sect's burdens at such a tender age. Others might easily extol her talents, but could they truly comprehend the treachery of the martial world? The path to martial advancement was fraught with peril and hardship, unknown to those who had not traversed it. Over the past decade, she had traversed thousands of miles across the land, confronting life and death countless times, step by step navigating the fine line between existence and demise, ultimately achieving the legendary status she held today. Her admirers worshipped her, and the entire sect revered her as a deity. Yet how few could fathom the exhaustion she bore. Aside from Xiaochan, who was her only solace, but she could not afford to be weary, nor exhibit any sign of weakness. She must project the image of the world's mightiest warrior, capable of shaping the heavens with her hands alone. It was only when Yinyi entered her heart, and her defenses crumbled, that her boundless fragility and solitude grew unabashedly, yearning for a broad shoulder to lean on, to allow her a peaceful slumber unburdened by thoughts, a place to entrust everything. It seemed as though there was indeed a man before her who could assist her, who was already helping her. She knew he harbored feelings for her, and she was enticing him in return. So she leapt into his embrace. But then the sound of knocking shattered the night, awakening him, and she too returned to consciousness. He remained the unremarkable Xuemu, while she continued to be the invincible leader of the demonic sect. He still shared a bond with Xiaochan. As her master, she could impose restrictions, yet her intent could never be to compete for affection. Was she truly attempting to seize a man from her disciple under the guise of utilizing her disciple's martial skills? What a farce! Thus, she could only be his elder sister, and he her younger brother, especially after Yi discerned his pure intentions. Xue Qingqiu decisively resolved that if Xuemu accepted his role as her brother, she would wholeheartedly embrace the role of a good sister, transferring any expectations of men onto her brother. She could even assist him in his pursuits of women. If Menglan desired something, she would gladly provide it. Yet this tale, he had pinned openly ridiculed her self-deceiving resolution. His implication was clear. He would not hesitate even with blood relatives, let alone those without. Such reckless advances infuriated her. Was he not simply causing chaos? However, recalling Ye's determination, she felt a fleeting notion that perhaps Xuemu believed Xiaochan too young and was truly interested in her all along. How could it be that she was in competition with her disciple? Was there truly no issue with her and Xuemu's relationship? It seemed it had nothing to do with her disciple at all. How was it her concession? After much contemplation, her thoughts remained tangled. Sighing, Xue Qingqiu finally commanded, "Someone, repair this room." "Yes, sect leader. But what about Master Yinyi? What does it matter? Dispose of her." "Wait, have you seen Xiaochan?" The young master was packing his belongings, preparing to bid farewell to young Master Xue. Xue Qingqiu remained silent, standing quietly by the window, her gaze lingering on the gently swaying bamboo leaves, her expression inscrutable. Leaving so soon? Xuemu observed Yu Xiaochan, who claimed to be departing with her luggage. Yet he noticed no bags. Her only belongings were a small embroidered pouch at her waist and a crystal-clear jade flute. Was that all she carried? Perhaps the world held storage pouches, and this embroidered bag contained more than it appeared? Or was the jade flute merely a cherished instrument, or her true weapon? He recalled her once stating that she excelled in music, ranking among the finest in the realm. Yet he had never heard her play. Their time together had been too brief. He hadn't truly come to know her, merely catching fleeting glimpses. And now she was to depart, like a fleeting dream. "Isn't this what you were told long ago?" Yu Xiaochan smiled gently. "If I linger any longer, you might find yourself questioning why this girl still hasn't left. Xuemu shook his head. That is not the case. Yu Xiaochan laughed. Are you reluctant to part with me? The children of the martial world grow weary of the capital's splendor, for it can dull the heart. Uncle truly treats me well, she continued nonchalantly. So let us not indulge in frivolities. Wishing me success on my journey would be the truest sentiment. Xuemu remained silent, feeling a torrent of words he wished to share with her, yet unsure how to express them. Regardless of any martial limitations, at their age, any feelings between them could not transcend the barriers of their hearts. While it was said they could mature, it was merely the whims of youthful desire. The wisest choice was to refrain from acting on such impulses. He even questioned whether his audacity in pursuing Xue Qingqiu, the formidable demon lord, stemmed from genuine admiration for her unparalleled grace, or from a desire to divert his attention from Yu Xiaochan. Perhaps it was a mixture of both. Now that he had resolved to pursue his master, he should not entangle himself with her disciple. It was best to sever this ambiguous and intricate relationship cleanly, benefiting all parties involved. Finally, he spoke softly, yet all he managed to say was, I send you. Chapter 35. Mu Jianli. The two walked side by side, gradually exiting the bamboo grove of Baiwa Garden and stepping onto the bustling streets of the capital once more. The vibrancy of the surroundings persisted, with vendors calling out and sounds of sparring echoing nearby. In truth, they had only been in this world for 3 days. Everything appeared unchanged. Yet why did it feel as if so much time had passed? Yu Xiaochan smiled brightly. Xuemu. Surprisingly, she no longer addressed him as uncle. Xuemu was momentarily taken aback. It seemed they were thinking along the same lines. Xuemu sighed. Yes. It feels as though these 3 days have stretched on for an eternity. Yu Xiaochan casually inquired, how long do you think it takes to remember someone? She continued, and how long to forget them? Xuemu fell into a contemplative silence. Time, indeed, is peculiar. Yu Xiaochan turned to glance at him, her smile unwavering. It takes but a glance to remember, yet a lifetime to forget. She spoke nonchalantly. Don't be so silent, trying to maintain distance from me. Aren't we still uncle and niece? Xuemu followed her and looked over. A slender young woman in white, bearing a long sword, stepped gracefully into the city gates. Her attire, woven from coarse cloth, appeared faded and patched, and her straw sandals bore holes, presenting a rather impoverished image typical of a diligent practitioner. Yet, none dared to display even a hint of disdain. Instead, they held their breath in respect. She radiated the presence of a drawn sword, her sharp gaze exuding determination. And with each resolute step, an overwhelming sword intent permeated the air, sharp enough to sting the faces of passers-by. In the face of such formidable sword intent, all poverty and simplicity seemed utterly insignificant. Even the most opulent adornments paled in comparison. At this moment, Xuemu truly understood why Xue Qingqiu claimed that her extraordinary prowess could not ensure his safety. This overwhelming sword intent seeped into one's very bones. And this was still a result of a formation suppressing 50% of her power. He had no doubt that outside, a mere glance from this girl could render him utterly defenseless. Even the divine could not shield him. Yu Xiaochan exclaimed, she has actually arrived in the capital, perhaps passing through on her long journey to pay homage to the sword. Or is she here to stir trouble regarding the uniform incident? Xuemu's expression turned solemn. Who is she? Mu Jianli, the foremost among the 10 talents of the righteous path, the most exceptional disciple of the One Jian sect, and indeed the entire righteous path of this generation, a genius most likely to attain unity with the sword. So, this was Mu Jianli. Xuemu recalled the appearance of Qianqian from the day before. Indeed, they bore a striking resemblance, but this sword intent was beyond imitation, even for Qianqian or anyone else. Noting Xuemu's seriousness, Yu Xiaochan chuckled. No need to be so tense. Mu Jianli has yet to fully master the sword. Once she does, she will return her essence and won't be so sword-like. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xuemu asked, can you defeat her? Yu Xiaochan looked up and pondered. 2 days ago, I certainly could not, but now, who can say? Xuemu's mouth hung open in astonishment as he regarded Yu Xiaochan, genuinely shocked. What concept did this represent in the annals of humanity? Such an extraordinary talent. No wonder Xue Qingqiu had been so anxious. If she were to shatter Xiaochan's martial aspirations, it would indeed be an irredeemable tragedy, a fate worse than death. Reflecting on Xiaochan's progression, He realized he had been a catalyst, witnessing the entire journey, and he was uncertain of his own emotions. Speaking of this matter, the uncle had indeed played a significant role. How did it feel? Yu Xiaochan, too, pondered this question, her dimples sweetly evident as she smiled. Xuanmu finally managed to utter, "Do you need a pendant for your thigh? I'll shout Liu Liu Lu." Yu Xiaochan did not comprehend this jest, but recognized it as his attempt to mask his thoughts with humor. She laughed. "Master is the true pillar. You should hold on tight." As they passed by Mu Jianli, she suddenly halted and said softly, "This little sister, at such a young age, has already achieved the 5 elements transformation. There is none like her in the world. With this moonlit starry night, could you be the young master of Xingyu's sect?" "You Xiaozong?" As she spoke, she effortlessly drew Xuanmu along, and in the blink of an eye, they vanished from sight. Mu Jianli stood still for a moment, her brow slightly furrowed, muttering to herself, "Strange. I initially thought the stirring of the sword heart was a reaction to encountering a formidable opponent, but upon closer inspection, it seems directed at the man beside her, who evidently possesses no cultivation. What did this mean?" After a brief pause, seemingly unable to comprehend, she shook her head and continued on her way. Meanwhile, Yu Xiaochan had led Xuanmu gracefully out of the city, and once beyond the formation's reach, they gently descended. Turning to Xuanmu, she smiled. "Your training should be prioritized. You are truly too weak." Yu Xiaochan laughed. "Did you think I was referring to safety?" "No, not all." "Then what was it?" "Master's physical cultivation has reached the peak of humanity, without a single flaw. To you, Master is akin to a stone woman. You cannot even breach her defenses, leaving your aspirations unfulfilled." Knowing that Xingyu's sect regarded such matters as mere academic discourse, Xuanmu found himself at a loss for words. Awkwardly countering, "I have no such aspirations." "None?" Yu Xiaochan cast him a flirtatious glance. "Then what about the story of Qing'er and Xiaomu?" Clearing his throat, he replied, "Actually, it's nothing." Yu Xiaochan did not press him further, instead looking ahead and softly stating, "I want a story too, one where I am the heroine. And it must be quite alluring." Xuanmu twitched his lips. "Such tales are unsuitable for children." "Is that so?" Yu Xiaochan laughed again, her smile enchanting and laced with unspoken sarcasm. "Then what is your hand currently holding?" Xuanmu's heart raced as he realized that since she had pulled him out of the city, he had been holding her small hand without releasing it for even a moment. Chapter 36. As you wish, do not contemplate. Longing forgotten, the sentiment of parting has always been a source of sorrow. In a world where transportation and communication belong to ancient civilizations, farewells have perpetually been the most melancholic of experiences. For mortals, a parting could lead to a lifetime of separation. Hence the saying that a letter from home is worth its weight in gold, with countless timeless verses born from the sorrow of farewell. Though there are those in this world who can soar through the skies, Xuanmu has come to understand that such individuals are few and far between. And even among them, the ability to fly comes at a significant cost, making it unsustainable. Thus, upon their initial meeting, they had arrived by carriage. Overall, this remains a world of ancient transportation modes. When Yu Xiaochan departs, it is no exaggeration to say that they may not reunite for 2 or 3 years. In such a world, there are short pavilions every 5 miles and long pavilions every 10 miles. People bid farewell at each pavilion, lamenting their parting. They had entered the city through the northern gate, but now they were exiting through the southern gate. Just 5 miles beyond the southern gate lies the river, accompanied by a pavilion. Xuanmu still held onto Yu Xiaochan's hand, walking slowly as they meandered together. They walked at an agonizingly slow pace. The 5-mile short pavilion transformed into a long pavilion. Only upon seeing the gentle flow of the river did Yu Xiaochan smile slightly. The southern gate is not favorable. Upon reaching the pavilion, they found the willows green and lush, with countless tendrils swaying. Leaning against the willow tree, Yu Xiaochan casually played with the branches, her beautiful gaze fixed intently on him. "Have you thought of a story?" Xuanmu nodded. "I have." Yu Xiaochan's face brightened with joy, her delicate hand flipping over to reveal an ink brush, paper, and inkstones seemingly from thin air. She tossed them onto the stone table in the pavilion, the ink stick landing perfectly in the inkstone, instantly turning to liquid. "It's not that I do not wish to grind the ink for you slowly like Menglan," adding fragrance to the red sleeves. Yu Xiaochan slowly removed her jade flute and whispered, "I have something else for you. Let us begin together." Xuanmu nodded and stepped forward to take the brush. His heart was a whirlpool of confusion. He truly could not create original content any longer. Yet he had a story that partially aligned with Yu Xiaochan's desires, which could be easily adapted. The tale spoke of a Mr. Shui, who came from a foreign land and resided with a widow who had a 13-year-old daughter named Chan-er. Unfortunately, Chan-er was too young, and the time was not right. To be closer to the young girl, Mr. Shui married the widow. Indeed, it was a reimagining of the famous Lolita, which could now be titled Lo Xiao. Chan Yu Xiaochan tilted her head, laughing heartily. If Master sees this story, you will never have a chance with her in this lifetime. Xuanmu sighed, custom-made literature. Yu Xiaochan nodded. True, this is fabricated, but I merely wish to read it. The story was lengthy, and Xuanmu wrote slowly. Yu Xiaochan did not continue to read. Instead, she leaned against the willow tree, raising the jade flute to her lips. The haunting melody of the Xiao was unlike anything Xuanmu had ever heard, yet he was certain it was the most exquisite sound he had encountered in his lifetime. It resonated with sorrow and longing, weaving a delicate thread of melancholic thoughts that enveloped him, penetrating deep into his heart. A sense of wistfulness silently burgeoned within him, akin to the heartache of a long night, filled with desolation and heartache. There was no pretense in the performance. It was purely the melody's ability to touch the soul, stirring feelings of grief that no artifice or technique could withstand. You wish to hear this? My dear, I am indeed the finest of performers. Yet here you are, foolishly seeking the song of a mere musician. He recalled Yu Xiaochan's teasing words. Xuanmu felt truly foolish, captivated solely by her beauty and charm, neglecting to consider her passions, her loves, and her sorrows. Resolutely, he severed the distance between them. She wished to depart, and he too desired her absence. Gazing at the disingenuous tale he had penned, a mere imitation, a contrivance devoid of sincerity, he found it grotesque and unspeakable. Finally, in a fit of anger, he cast down his pen, shattering it in two. Yu Xiaochan tilted her head, observing his fury with a hint of surprise, quickly replaced by a smile. Amidst the pervasive sound of the Xiao, she transformed into a fleeting silhouette, gliding past him and seizing half of Luo Xiaochan, before gracefully stepping into the river. With bare feet skimming the waves, she ventured forth, her voice carried by the river breeze. Locking hearts, we borrow a dream of spring. Beneath the willow, two figures part, sending off the short pavilion lawn. From that moment on, the moonlight and the breeze each claimed their own realm. As you wish, do not dwell on it. Let us forget each other. Unconsciously, he pressed his hand to his chest, feeling as though something within him was about to rupture. His breath becoming labored. A fragrant breeze swept past, a delicate finger alighting on his forehead. Xuanmu inhaled deeply, and the oppressive sensation gradually dissipated, his breath returning to normalcy. Leaning against the railing, he gasped for air, drenched in sweat as if he had just emerged from water. Xue Qingxiu stood quietly beside him, gazing intently into his eyes. Chan-er has not cast a spell. Merely her natural expression has stirred your blood. I know you possess the ability to dispel illusions and clear the heart, yet her sorrow is devoid of deceit. How can you withstand it when your heart is already entwined? Xuanmu struggled for breath. Mu Jianli traversed the grand avenues of the capital. Her destination was a grand residence, and upon reaching the entrance, the two guards displayed evident admiration. Ah, it is Miss Mu. Please come in. Mu Jianli nodded slightly to the two men, entering at a measured pace. Many had already gathered in the courtyard, adorned in various sect robes, with several litters draped in white cloth at the center. A voice cried out, "The demoness of the Xingyue sect is brazenly slaughtering our disciples from the 8 sects. Even Elder Dongfeng has fallen victim to her shameless ambush. This debt must be repaid." Another voice chimed in with a mocking tone. "This is the capital. The laws of the court do not protect those who commit murder in private. To die here is to die in vain." One man shouted angrily, "Are you from the Qishuan Valley, seeking to distance yourselves? Do not forget that your Qishuan garments are also worn by her courtesans." Amidst the cacophony, Mu Jianli stepped into the courtyard. With her appearance, the clamor quieted significantly. Each gaze cast upon her was imbued with complex emotions. Some were filled with admiration, others with envy, and some with respect. Mu Jianli stood silently beside the white cloth, then bowed to the prominent figure seated before her, Jianli pays her respects to Master Mo of the Valley, Master Yuan Zhong, and Elder Miao. The seat of honor was occupied by Mo Shiwashin, the leader of the Qishuan Valley, a graceful matron. Next to her was Master Yuan Zhong of the Wujiao Temple, known as the Thousand-Handed Manjushri. It was evident that to contend with Xue Qingqiu, figures of such stature were necessary, should they decide to oppose the Xingyue sect. Such confrontations would herald the onset of a righteous versus demonic conflict. Mu Jianli maintained her composure, yet the fleeting sensation of brushing past Yu Shaochan lingered in her mind. The young master of the Xingyue sect possessed extraordinary talent, and at merely 13, he had begun to garner attention across the realm. It was forgivable that the righteous heroes here remained oblivious, lost in their own desires, each with their own schemes. Rumor had it that the method of Yi was peculiar. Though its realm was unclear, it was comparable to Dongshu. If one day Yu Shaochan were to transcend the limitations of humanity, how would the Xingyue sect, with its 3 Dongshu, fare in this world? The decline of righteousness and the rise of evil could not be more pronounced than this. Chapter 37. The greatest demon in the world? What troubled Mu Jianli most was the realization that, at that moment, the men's gazes were not merely appraising her, but engaging in a comparison of a more insidious nature. Behind Mo Shiwashin stood a female disciple, of a similar age to Mu Jianli, with exquisite features and an expression that was cold and aloof. The male gazes directed at her were met with her perpetual, distant smile, suggesting she practiced a cold-style technique, with an aura of chill surrounding her, appearing stunningly unapproachable. Many men whispered amongst themselves, and even Miao Yu, seated beside the leader, could not help but glance at Mu Jianli and then at the female disciple, instinctively comparing them. Both donned white attire, but if Mu Jianli was a sword, this woman was a shard of ice. The distinction lay in her embroidered white garments that perfectly accentuated her beauty and grace, in stark contrast to Mu Jianli's simple, even patched, rough fabric. Thus, if one were to judge solely on appearance, Mu Jianli indeed paled in comparison. Miao Yu asserted, the Xingyue sect has produced a demon named Xue Mu, purportedly the brother of Xue Qingqiu, yet nobody knows where this brother emerged from. The matter of attire is but his ruse. A fleeting image of the man beside Yu Shaochan crossed Mu Jianli's mind. The man devoid of any cultivation, yet igniting an inexplicable sense of combat within her sword heart. Miao Yu continued, handing over a small booklet. Moreover, this demon has been releasing lascivious and corrupt material, sowing discord among the populace. In my view, this person poses a greater threat than the blood-handed demon queen. Mu Jianli perused the booklet, coming across explicit scenes between swordsmen and courtesans, and even her steadfast sword heart could not help but be taken aback. Such content was indeed shocking and unprecedented. A throng of supporters voiced their indignation. Miss Qinyao speaks the truth. Such a demon must be eliminated. She glanced at Qinyao, unable to refrain from asking, who is this senior sister? No wonder she donned white attire. She could not wear the Qishuan garments. Understanding her non-core identity in this context, Mu Jianli realized it was unusual for someone of such standing to take the lead in speaking. Such incitement appeared to be a bid for attention. Perhaps to catch the eye of the Valley Master for advancement? Mu Jianli sighed softly. This was the righteous path, long since enamored with vanity and superficiality. What martial virtue should truly be pursued had been forgotten. The silent Master Yuan Zhong finally spoke with a smile. If Jianli has any thoughts, do share. After all, this place is also the domain of the Wujian sect. Indeed, this grand residence belonged to the Wujian sect, overseen by a steward surnamed Xie, one of the external affairs managers who, although not particularly formidable, was responsible for liaising within the capital, organizing this gathering of sections. Mu Jianli bowed slightly. Jianli believes the Xingyue sect's actions in killing stand on legal grounds, making it difficult to hold them accountable. Moreover, the attire incident is the crux of the matter. Since the Xingyue sect has already retracted their garments, we should be seeking the Hehuan sect instead. Master Yuan Zhong pondered in silence. Miao Yu retorted with a scoff. Legal grounds? Does Jianli believe herself to be among the 6 doors? We, the righteous, if we act wantonly, are no different from demons, Mu Jianli replied calmly. With reason, one stands firm. With a firm spirit, the sword is unyielding. I merely uphold the sword of my heart. Just as Miao Yu was about to respond, Mo Shiwashin waved her hand, Does junior brother Xie share this sentiment as well? Xie Shu, who had been standing quietly to the side, glanced at Mu Jianli. Naturally, he was determined to support his own key player. As the person responsible for external affairs, he had already discerned the most advantageous course of action. Xie and his Shizini had come to a mutual agreement. Mo Shuexin smiled and nodded, stating, "Then it is settled. Today at the hour of Shun, we shall suppress Xuanhuan Pavilion." Her prompt agreement suggested that she had already been inclined towards this decision. With the authoritative decree of the esteemed Valley Master, the matter was resolved. Miao Yu, unable to contend against such authority, left in a huff. As the crowd dispersed, the figure of Chun Yao passed by Mu Jianli. Casting a serious glance filled with profound meaning from her cold phoenix eyes. Unperturbed, Mu Jianli gradually exited the grand hall, following Xie Shu to her residence. Along the way, Xie Shu chuckled. "I had thought my Shizini was solely focused on the sword, devoid of distractions. But today I see that you are also a strategist." Mu Jianli paused. Perplexed, "What do you mean, Shu?" Xie Shu stroked his beard and replied, "If Xue Qingqiu were to exert his full strength, it would be catastrophic. Moons would sink and stars would fall, and Mo Shuexin could not possibly protect everyone. If there were grave casualties, how would she explain it to the various sects? Moreover, there is no one in Huanhe's sect comparable to Xue Qingqiu. It is evident who would be chosen as the point of breach. Hence, Mo Shuexin was never inclined to confront Xingyue's sect, and you provided her with a compelling justification for her actions, which surely pleased her immensely." Mu Jianli fell silent. Xie Shu continued, "Xue Qingqiu's intimidation is already palpable. But what I admire even more is that enigmatic figure from Xingyue's sect, Xue Mu." Mu Jianli looked up at him. "What do you mean by that?" "If my guess is correct," Xie Shu mused, "the sudden withdrawal of their attire was orchestrated by this remarkable individual. He has provided us with a pretext to deal with Huanhe's sect, all while remaining aloof." Mu Jianli contemplated. Could it be that Shu is overthinking? If so, this person is indeed a master of fate and strategy, manipulating both the righteous and demonic paths with ease. One could say it is highly probable. Xie Shu replied with a smile. "This person is quite intriguing. With a mere flick of his hand, he has elevated a renowned courtesan to unparalleled heights in the capital. That maiden, Qianqian, now possesses such lofty standards that she only accepts visits from the distinguished. Imagine those who have toiled for 20 years, now standing on equal footing with a courtesan. What a peculiar sensation that must be. Even I, at present, find it impossible to meet her." Xie Shu continued to ramble on, his words tinged with envy for the illustrious Qianqian. Mu Jianli listened, then abruptly halted in her tracks. She suddenly realized that the fervor for battle in her heart was not merely due to encountering a rival swordsman of equal prowess, but also stemmed from another reason. Not joy, but a warning. If there were someone capable of disrupting the hearts of sword practitioners and undermining the world's reverence for martial prowess, that would be the greatest menace of all, a universal adversary. Was she being overly sensitive? A man devoid of cultivation, merely aiding his beloved, should not lead her to such distant thoughts. Had her recent training exhausted her? Shaking her head, Mu Jianli entered her chamber, seeking tranquility as she settled into meditation, preparing for the forthcoming confrontation with Huanhe's sect. In the underground chamber of Baihua Garden, Xue Mu was also seated in meditation, with Xue Qingqiu positioned behind him, one palm resting against his back. Without hesitation, he began to practice the art of poison under Xue Qingqiu's guidance. You know nothing of meridian points. Learning the foundational knowledge systematically would take far too long. I shall channel my true energy into your body, guiding it to circulate and assist you in unblocking your points. Focus and remain calm. Remember this path of circulation, for it is the operational route of this Baichao poison technique. Once familiar, see if you can operate it autonomously, forming a vortex of spiritual energy. If the vortex forms, it can absorb spiritual energy from outside to nourish and strengthen your true energy, while simultaneously absorbing toxins to blend with your true energy. However, you should currently focus solely on absorbing toxins, as you are unlikely to sense the world's spiritual energy. A stream of exceptionally pure, true energy flowed into his dantian and cautiously began to traverse a small meridian like a timid mouse. This was the true energy of a Dongshu-level expert, imbued with a hint of Tao's essence, far beyond ordinary nourishment. As it commenced its circulation, Xuanmu felt a tremendous jolt in his mind, as if his body had transformed into an entire realm. His sea of consciousness resembled a starry night sky, encompassing all, while his dantian shone like a bright moon, illuminating the earthly realm. The acupoints flickered like distant stars, appearing and disappearing. He clearly witnessed his obstructed meridians being rapidly unblocked by that thread of true energy, akin to a once gray blueprint being painted sky blue. Simultaneously, countless mixed black, green, and brown energies were absorbed by the sky blue, spiraling together into a grotesquely unappealing hue. This was the toxin hidden within his skin, meridians, blood, and bones. An ordinary person would expel them using true energy, while a poison practitioner would absorb and integrate them. For someone like Xuanmu, whose condition was critical, the toxins were so deeply intertwined with his essence that separation would likely lead to catastrophic damage. Thus, Xue Qingqiu could only guide him towards integration, necessitating the practice of poison. Gradually, as he absorbed more toxins, the indistinct ugly color began to clarify, transforming into a deep green. Xue Qingqiu's control and power over his true energy were exceptional. While others would experience great pain when unblocking their meridians, Xuanmu felt no discomfort, only a profound sense of ease, akin to a soothing massage. Then, he sensed a deep green blueprint emerging around him, akin to a celestial map. I bestow this thread of true energy upon you. Attempt to manipulate it along the designated path, Xue Qingqiu instructed. With a smile, he added, your aptitude is satisfactory. Though the tone suggested it was merely acceptable, Xuanmu was content. Forming a vortex so swiftly was already a significant achievement. Just as he awaited further instructions from Xue Qingqiu, the latter suddenly exclaimed, and an unexpected change occurred within Xuanmu. A vast and profound aura seemed to sense the presence of the vortex, joyfully darting towards it, exuberantly leaping into the vortex. This aura was pure and immense. Its mere presence caused the vortex to spin wildly, rapidly expanding, doubling in size with each rotation, swiftly transforming into a raging whirlpool. Xue Qingqiu, perplexed, inquired, from whence comes this spiritual energy? It appeared as though it had always existed within him. Hearing this was not alarming. Xuanmu felt a wave of relief wash over him. He suddenly recognized the source of this spiritual energy. Who else could it be but the patterns? It was said that the spiritual energy emanating from the Jinshi Ding had once transformed the waters of the Eye Pool into a sacred pond. He had absorbed a fragment of it. This spiritual energy was likely sufficient to last him a lifetime, regardless of its origin. Having his sister present was indeed a stroke of fortune. Xue Qingqiu once again infused true energy into him, swiftly instructing, release all inhibitions and absorb with all your might. I shall protect your pathways. Xuanmu understood. Without Xue Qingqiu's protection, he would surely perish. The overwhelming spiritual energy surged forth, and his meager meridians could never withstand such a tsunami of force, which would undoubtedly result in utter catastrophe. With Xue Qingqiu safeguarding him, what had once seemed dire transformed into a blessing. Without hesitation, Xuanmu activated the vortex, and the spiritual energy rushed in joyfully, merging into one. A deluge of true energy surged forth, flooding into his meridians and acupoints. A faint, gentle light enveloped him, soothingly guarding the seemingly fragile meridians against the onslaught of the tumultuous waves, allowing them to expand rather than collapse, gradually transforming into a mighty river. Time passed, and as Xuanmu focused inward, he found the vortex in his dantian had vanished, replaced by a deep green nebula, vast and majestic, floating within his dantian, forming a sea of energy. The spiritual energy continued to flow into this sea, no longer tumultuous but integrating silently. The toxins within his body swirled with the true energy, merging into a new entity of toxin and true energy, then flowed into the river, which returned to the sea, completing a flawless cycle. Xue Qingqiu's palm finally departed from his back, and she chuckled softly. What a strange twist of fate to leap directly into the Qi-Si stage, skipping 2 realms. In due time, as you cultivate diligently and your Qi-Si transforms into elixir, your training will reach perfection. At that point, you may consider refining your spiritual power and bridging the heavens and earth. Perhaps your cultivation will surpass that of anyone else. Xuanmu opened his eyes and exhaled gently, murmuring, "None of that is true fortune. You are my true fortune." Xue Qingxiu laughed lightly. "You still have the leisure to tease me? Only speaking the truth." Xuanmu slowly rose to his feet. Despite sitting cross-legged for an indeterminate time, he felt no discomfort. Rather, he was invigorated and quite at ease. Turning to gaze upon Xue Qingxiu's exquisite beauty, he bowed sincerely. "Thank you." Xue Qingxiu rose gracefully. No need for courtesy. "This was merely a trivial effort on my part. However, I find your sudden influx of spiritual energy somewhat perplexing. Are you certain that there are no issues?" Xuanmu introspectively examined himself for a moment before chuckling. "If there is any issue, it is but a minor one." "What minor issue?" "The Qi Sea is green." Xue Qingxiu paused, taken aback, yet could not discern any issue with the color green. "And what of it?" "Nothing of consequence. I shall simply choose to overlook it, as long as the hat is not that color." Chapter 39. Sword Qi soaring to the heavens, Xue Mu clenched his fist, stretching his arms and feeling the surging power within him. His physical body felt unchanged, a consequence of not yet being tempered. He knew that a single punch would unleash a torrent of combined true and toxic qi, powerful enough to shatter stone. Moreover, he distinctly sensed his thoughts sharpening. His senses heightened. Even the faintest thread of spider silk by the wall appeared vividly clear, while the gentle rustle of bamboo leaves outside resonated like celestial music. It is no wonder that many become entranced by power. This profound awareness of a universe is an experience that modern individuals cannot fathom, easily leading to addiction. Yet, this is merely the most elementary application of power. According to the principles of the 100 Herbs Poison Technique, his toxic energy could manifest in countless attack modes. Just through combinations of data, innumerable effects could arise, far beyond simple energetic strikes. He felt akin to a newly wealthy individual suddenly endowed with millions, yet unsure how to spend it. When others strike, he remains uncertain how to respond. Spending money is an art in itself, one that could occupy him for a lifetime of diligent practice. Regardless, at least he would not be slain by mere glances now, nor would need to have his sister take any pills beforehand. This, indeed, is the crux of the matter. In general, poisonous techniques are characterized by strong offense and weak defense, which does not align with your intended role. After all, we do not require you to go out and kill. However, I believe that with your intelligence, you will find a suitable approach for yourself. Should you encounter any confusion, feel free to seek me out for discussion. Xue Qingxiu imparted earnestly. While the study of poison techniques can benefit from external resources, practical application must begin anew. Whether it be martial skills or the subtleties of poison deployment, both are vast systems. This is not a matter of overnight success. No external aid can assist you. It all depends on your own efforts. What our sect can provide is merely finding someone to assist you in practice or offering individuals for you to test your poisons. Nothing more. I will do my utmost. The two ambled out of the secluded chamber, the sun having long descended, casting a resplendent twilight glow in the west. This session of cultivation had consumed 3 full hours, yet Xuanmu felt as though only an instant had passed. They both gazed up at the sky, simultaneously pausing their conversation. After a moment, they unexpectedly spoke in unison. Actually, they exchanged glances and burst into laughter. Xue Qingxiu smiled gently. "You go first." "Actually, my practice is merely for self-defense. I have no aspirations for high attainments or profound truths. I have many ideas I wish to implement. Perhaps I truly lack the time for extensive cultivation and may disappoint my sister." Xue Qingxiu nodded, sighing with a smile. "I was going to say the same. I too am quite hesitant. I initially wanted to give you various scrolls from our sect to burden you further, yet I hope for you to ascend in martial arts. I understand that one's energy is limited, and it is nearly impossible to achieve both, yet I find myself overly greedy." Unable to contain his curiosity, Xuanmu inquired, "Why do you wish for me to ascend in martial arts?" Xuanmu seemed to grasp her intent, pursed his lips, and chose not to speak further. Everyone desires a partner who shares similar interests, progressing toward a common goal together. Yet, Xue Qingxiu could not voice such sentiments. He was not yet her partner. Once more, they lifted their gazes to the remnants of twilight, and after a long silence, Xue Qingxiu whispered, "I wonder where Chon'er has wandered off to." This was indeed one of the greatest concerns weighing on their hearts. Both were suddenly distracted. Xue Qingxiu squinted at the horizon for a while, before stating coolly, What a magnificent sword, intent soaring to the heavens. Judging by this cultivation, it must be Mu Jianli, correct? The sword sect is fortunate with her presence. At least a century of prestige is assured. Xuanmu replied. Little Chan is no less impressive. While the sword sect may enjoy a century of prestige, our Xingyue sect will endure for millennia. Your words are insincere. Xue Qingqiu shot him a sidelong glance. What you mean to say is that the Xingyue sect has you, hence the millennia, right? Xuanmu chuckled. I truly did not think that. It was merely a casual compliment. Please do not tell me that my sister thinks this way. Xue Qingqiu did not look at him, her gaze drifting toward the distant sword, intent soaring into the sky. Whether the Xingyue sect with you endures for a millennium or perishes in a day, I cannot say. Xuanmu replied resolutely. I cannot guarantee the former, but I can assure you it will not be the latter. Xue Qingqiu smiled slightly. I hope so. Ahead, shadows danced as a little girl ran towards them with a group of people. Senior sister, Mumu, have you emerged from seclusion? Mumu. Xuanmu found himself both amused and exasperated. While Xue Qingqiu's gaze shifted to the little girl, her expression inscrutable. Yinyi trembled slightly, her lips pouting as if on the verge of tears, yet she did not cry. Xue Qingqiu clearly did not know how to handle this junior sister. In truth, she was also unsure how others should address Xuanmu. Well, Mumu would have to suffice. Regaining her composure, she clasped her hands behind her back and asked, What happened over there? Xue Qingqing stepped forward. The 8 righteous sects confronted the Seeking Pleasure Pavilion, demanding they withdraw their uniforms. The Crown Prince was present, using words to corner Imo Shuixin and others, agreeing to settle matters based on the outcome of a disciple competition. Xue Qingqiu gazed at the sky, where the sword intent had now dissipated, and remarked with a hint of sarcasm, It seems the outcome has already been decided. The Hawan sect is also shameless, claiming it to be a disciple competition. Yet when it came to formations, the numbers were equal, and who does not know the difference between defense and offense? As she spoke, admiration flickered in Xue Qingqing's eyes, continuing, in the end, Mu Jianli single-handedly shattered the Hahuan sect's 12 joyous formation, and then silently departed. Xuanmu smacked his lips. How should he put it? It was only until this moment, or rather until he encountered Mu Jianli herself, that he felt this world possessed that flavor of martial arts, a life devoted solely to the sword, with nothing else. It was truly martial and deeply sentimental. Her combat prowess likely transcended the mid-stage of transformation, capable of effortlessly challenging opponents of higher levels, embodying the archetype of a protagonist. However, the realm of martial arts is separate from the realm of society. Mu Jianli's display might stir dissatisfaction among many in the righteous path. A benefactor? Of what significance? Had she not emerged from a prestigious sect, it would be exceedingly difficult for her to stand out. One must first learn how to navigate the world. Regardless, Xuanmu still held admiration for this girl. What young person among the Chinese has not dreamt of such a martial world, such a sword? At this moment, Menglan hurriedly entered from outside, bowing, Sect Master, young master, Mu Jianli requests an audience. How fearless she is, knowing full well that our Sect Master is here, not fearing that we might eliminate her and ruin a seed of the righteous path. Do the demonic sects adhere to principles? Is there conspiracy at play? Xuanmu, overtaken by conspiratorial thoughts, could not help but ask, what were her exact words? Menglan replied, her exact words were, I, Mu Jianli of the Asking Sword sect, have traveled thousands of miles to seek the sword, and now I humbly request the sect master to grant me a glimpse of the star's soul, Cloud Meow. Xuanmu was taken aback, questioning the peculiar situation before him. Had the ritual of sword worship led to this? Xue Qingqiu's expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue, pausing for several moments before stating, Please lead her to the bamboo pavilion at the back. Chapter 40. The sword worship choosing to host the meeting at the sect's residence rather than at Baiwa Yuan was a sign of respect. Baiwa Yuan was merely a place of transient encounters, and it was evident that Xue Qingqiu believed such a swordsman deserved a more solemn reception. This gesture reflected not only an appreciation for the younger generation, but also a recognition of heroism. Mu Jianli was aware of the significance and refrained from paying attention to the bamboo forest array, entering the bamboo pavilion with her gaze fixed straight ahead under Menglan's guidance. Xue Qingqiu occupied the main seat, with Xuanmu on the left and Yinyi on the right. The three highest-ranking individuals of Xingyue's sect were gathered here to await her arrival. Mu Jianli was momentarily stunned. The decorum exceeded her expectations. She did not consider herself to possess the same status as her own master. In truth, Xue Mu's curiosity about the sword worship compelled him to insist on witnessing it. Ying Yi, with wide, gleaming eyes, was eager to see the swordsman. Encountering these peculiar individuals, Xue Qingxiu, the head of the sect, felt a mix of exasperation and concern. Mu Jianli's gaze fell upon Xue Mu, and this time her sword heart remained undisturbed, yet she was taken aback. Earlier that morning, he had shown no signs of cultivation. Yet now, in the evening, he appeared to have reached a significant level of mastery. Upon reflection, she realized that with Xue Qingxiu's unparalleled prowess, it was not difficult to elevate someone's abilities. It merely risked being a case of hasty growth. She did not dwell on it further. What truly astonished her was Xue Mu's position on the left side. Traditionally, the left was deemed superior to the right, suggesting that Xue Mu held a higher status than Ying Yi. Who was Ying Yi? The only junior sister of Xue Qingxiu, the soul of the sect's formations, and a figure of great renown. Just last month, a formidable figure from Xintian sect had pursued the demonic talent Feng Liang, only to be thwarted by this seemingly 5-year-old girl who effortlessly defeated him. The righteous forces of the south had mobilized to capture the demonic maiden but returned empty-handed, even failing to apprehend Feng Liang. In their frustration, they vented their ire by attacking several brothels exposed during Ying Ye's and Feng Liang's escape, leading to a public spectacle where the women, led by an old matron named Qin Li, protested at the government offices, tarnishing the reputation of the righteous sections. This incident had gradually spread, shaking the realm. The previously unremarkable Ying Yi gained widespread recognition, with whispers of her mysterious cultivation and prowess, speculating that she might be close to or even at the Dongshu level. Yet, to find someone of such caliber beneath Xue Mu's status was perplexing, especially considering her cheerful demeanor showed no sign of discontent. Outsiders remained oblivious to the true reason. Ying Ye's ineptitude rendered her incapable of contending for position, and any rivalry would be purely superficial. Regardless, this was an internal matter of Xingyue's sect, and Mu Jianli resolved to focus on her own thoughts. Junior Mu Jianli pays her respects to sect master Xue. Xue Qingxiu regarded her silently for a moment, her voice echoing with a distant tone. 10 years ago, your master sought to worship the sword with me, and I declined. With a hint of a smile, she continued, "Are you not afraid I might simply kill you to end the lineage of the Wendazong?" Mu Jianli replied calmly, "The talents of Wendazong are numerous. The absence of one Mu Jianli would not signify its end. Furthermore, sect master Xue, as a generation's master, possesses a certain poise that I trust will not lead to difficulties for a junior." Xue Qingxiu chuckled, amusement flickering in her expression. "You are the 48th generation of Wendazong, while I am the 50th of Xingyue's sect. By rights, I should refer to you as Shirshu Zhu. So who is truly the junior here?" Mu Jianli was taken aback. Such generational distinctions between different sects were not typically acknowledged. After all, the Yin-Yang sect had only 3 generations, with their founding ancestors still alive. Would that mean they were the ancestors of all? Yet she was not one to engage in verbal sparring and chose silence instead. Xue Qingxiu languidly reclined in her chair. "Do you know why I refused your master's sword worship?" Mu Jianli replied, "The junior does not know." Xue Qingxiu leaned back with a languid demeanor. His sword worship ceremony had long been completed. When he came to seek my acknowledgement, it was not the sword he desired, but rather my hall. I subtly conveyed that he was 3 generations my junior and over a decade older than me, and with such an unattractive appearance. How could he dare pursue youthful blossoms? As a result, he abandoned the sword worship. I heard he delayed his advancement to Dongshu by 5 years due to this, nearly losing his position as sect master. I assure you, I had no intention of obstructing his path. It was clear now. She had deliberately led him on, leaving him in a daze, thus disrupting his resolve and eliminating a formidable opponent, without question. Mu Jianli stood there, feeling the grand image of her master collapse. The atmosphere of sword inquiry had shattered completely, and what was the purpose of worshipping the sword now? At that moment, Xue Qingxiu presented the sword. Now that an acquaintance has arrived, sincerely seeking the path. Do not accuse me of being stingy or of extinguishing the earnestness of the world in pursuit of the Tao. With a graceful motion, a starry light shot forth from an unknown source, stabilizing before Mu Jianli and revealing its true form. It was a most peculiar sword, its body irregular and seemingly composed of various small stones, yet it exuded a unified presence. Each fragment emanated a subtle power, interwoven and enveloping the sword in an ethereal mist, obscuring its true appearance like a veil over the starry sky. This was one of the three divine artifacts of Xingyu's sect, Xingpi Yunyao. For the first time, a tremor of astonishment crossed Mu Jianli's composed visage. She had traversed the world in search of renowned swords, aiming to understand their sword hearts, sense their intents, and align them with her own path for deeper insight. This required a deeply sincere and tranquil heart to resonate with the sword, not merely a casual encounter. Hence the arduous journey, free from distractions, dedicated solely to the quest for understanding. However, as Yu Shaochan had jested about merely visiting a weapons shop, it was evidently a joke. The swords worthy of worship were those stained with blood, forged through countless battles, imbued with the essence of their past masters, carrying a certain spirit that could yield insights upon inquiry. Typically, the righteous sects would honor the Windazong's requests, granting them swords for understanding, as the chances of genuine comprehension were slim, and it was a courtesy to extend. Yet, famous swords were not solely in the possession of the righteous. Many lay in the hands of adversaries. Thus, the act of sword worship also encompassed a mode of challenge, battling renowned swordsmen to grasp their sword arts through practical experience, which encapsulated the true essence of the far-reaching sword worship. To her surprise, Xue Qingqiu's demeanor surpassed her expectations. Not only did she not intend to retain her, but she also genuinely offered the sword for her examination. However, she first aimed to unsettle her sword heart with words, establishing a minor test. Xue Qingqiu's intent was clear to Mu Jianli. An obstacle had been set, and whether she could overcome it would reveal her abilities, allowing her to justify her presence. There was no need for concern over providing an advantage to others. Such a grand demeanor truly befitted a master of her generation. Perhaps a reason for her ability to sweep the world at a young age. With this understanding, how could she possibly fail to honor the master's goodwill? Mu Jianli closed her eyes, remaining silent for 10 breaths. Upon reopening them, her expression was once again devoid of joy or sorrow, embodying a resolute sword intent. The fleeting distraction had dissipated like the wind, no longer lingering in her thoughts. Under the curious gazes of the three from Xingyu's sect, Mu Jianli sincerely bowed before the Xingpi Yunyao, one hand resting on the sword's hilt while the other formed a sword gesture, held before her. Xue Mu could not discern how she communicated with the sword. Moments later, the divine sword suddenly glowed brilliantly, vibrating gently, and even Xue Mu felt the joy radiating from the sword, as if it had found a kindred spirit. As the radiance diminished, Mu Jianli released the hilt, stepping back and bowing deeply. "I thank you, senior, for bestowing this sword." In the eyes of Xue Qingqiu, there was an unmistakable admiration. The resonance of the sword's heart was indeed your own prowess. No need to thank me. However, I must forewarn you, such talents emerging from the enemy sect pose a grave threat. Should we meet again in the jianghu, I shall not hold back. With that, she turned and departed, her graceful figure akin to a long sword. As for Xue Mu, who had previously piqued her curiosity, she did not even spare him a glance. Chapter 41. The struggle for the path. Yi watched her silhouette fade into the distance and muttered. She originally had no scent at all, but now there is a hint of floral fragrance. It is said that one who is akin to a sword befriends swords, yet ultimately they are still human. The absence of scent signifies neither goodwill nor malice. She came solely to inquire about the sword, her heart devoid of ulterior motives. The presence of floral fragrance, however, indicates that she, while verbally stating her status as a junior, has indeed remembered Xue Qingqiu's gesture with the sword and harbors goodwill. Humans are, after all, human, possessing emotions and desires that cannot be suppressed, no matter the training. One cannot transform into a mere sword. Xue Mu glanced at Yi, noting how childlike she appeared in her practice, which stemmed from her clarity and purity, allowing her to reflect the hearts of others. Yet this did not imply she possessed the understanding of a child. In truth, she was a 24-year-old seeker of the path, steadfast in her journey. The notion that they are still human carried a distinct implication, suggesting that the path of the Wenjian sect is but a delusion, a clear divergence expressed through Yin Ye's childlike demeanor, which seemed particularly enchanting. Unable to restrain his curiosity, Xuanmu inquired, "What has she gleaned from the sword?" With a sigh, he reflected on the myriad paths of philosophy, realizing they were indeed at odds with one another. He suddenly felt that this group could argue for a millennium without reaching any resolution. Why argue? We are all just adorable girls. What matters most is our happiness. Just as he pondered this, Xue Qingxiu cast him a sidelong glance. What? Do you perhaps believe she is correct? Only a fool would assert her correctness at such a moment. Xuanmu replied with a smile. I admire her purity, as do you. Yet I know that there is one aspect of the Wenjian sect that is undeniably flawed. Oh, what aspect is that? Xuanmu mused. A beauty like Mu Jianli should be adorned in silky garments, embellished with exquisite jewels, radiating gentleness and grace while reclining on a couch. For that is the true splendor of the mortal realm. How could one allow such inferior attire to mar delicate skin, or let those wretched sandals chafe tender feet? Engaging in such arduous cultivation is a sheer waste. It is the one Jian sect that embodies the path of demons, is it not? Xue Qingxiu remained composed as she stood, her expression unyielding. Confine this lewd scoundrel to his secret chamber. He is not to be fed today. Yi stood in shock, not moving, while Xuanmu chuckled. My esteemed sister, it appears you have forgotten that we are already late for dinner with Xiahou Di. Xue Qingxiu shot him a fierce glare. I have discerned the business schemes between you and Xiahou Di. Do not assume I cannot manage without you. With a sigh, Xuanmu remarked, Sister, this is an entirely new operation. Even I must navigate through it. What can you achieve merely by exchanging glances with Xiahou Di? Xue Qingxiu regarded him silently for a moment before responding, directing her words to Yi, strengthen the defensive formations around Xuanmu's residence, arranging the highest level of security with available resources. Soon, many will recognize Xuanmu's significance. We cannot afford any losses. Understood, Yi replied, still in a daze. Xue Qingxiu then fixed her gaze on Xuanmu. Let us go. Upon arriving at Baiwa Garden, they were met with a throng of guests, overwhelming in number, rendering the venue unable to accommodate them adequately with a shortage of staff. Originally, Xue Qingxing and Meng Lan were to remain in the background. Yet now they were drenched in sweat, personally managing the crowd outside. Xuanmu waved, and Meng Lan rushed over, panting, Young master. What is the cause of this frenzy? This should not be happening. It is due to the destruction of the Xuanhuan Pavilion by Mu Jianli Sword Qi. All the guests have flocked here. Meng Lan's eyes sparkled, as expected of the young master. She bowed to Xue Qingxiu and, without further delay, hurried off to work. After a moment, the tokens were distributed, and indeed, the chaotic scene was swiftly organized into a calm and orderly formation, with guests seated in the front hall, each holding a booklet and nodding their heads in understanding. Xue Qingxiu observed quietly, allowing Xuanmu to issue commands and make arrangements, until she finally sighed, You are truly remarkable, swiftly restoring order amidst chaos, and even seamlessly promoting the second story's business strategy. I cannot compare to you. Such scenes of waiting for services are commonplace. It is you who lack experience. Xuanmu humbly replied, It is but a minor skill, far inferior to your expertise. The two walked side by side, and after several steps, Xue Qingxiu remarked, In truth, I have not yet agreed to the publication of the second story. In urgent matters, chaos is never a solution. Xuanmu replied, Besides, to the average person, that story holds no profound meaning as we perceive. There is no need to overthink it. What profound meaning do we perceive? Xuanmu fell silent. Suddenly, Xue Qingxiu said, You are somewhat different today, slightly wooden and serious. If it were usual, you would likely seize this opportunity to provoke me. Yet your words regarding Mu Jianli were clearly still you, unchanged. Xuanmu remained silent. Is it because of Chon'er? Are you now admitting to having feelings for Chon'er? To be frank, I do not know, Xuanmu whispered. I should have forgotten little Chon. I myself feel I am more fond of you. Why must you interrupt? Am I not aware of what you wish to say? Xue Qingxiu showed no anger, merely stating, I will give you 3 days to sort it out. What does this mean? Xuanmu turned to look at her in astonishment, and Xue Qingxiu's expression remained inscrutable, revealing no hint of her thoughts. You arrived at least half an hour late. Xiahou Di's displeased voice came from ahead. Xuanmu halted, looking up to see a grand structure before him, flanked by imposing stone lions, with a conspicuous bronze cauldron in front, shimmering with a mysterious brilliance. Above the cauldron, a black plaque bore the gilded characters, Lu Shan Men. Chapter 42. The so-called jianghu, is this the Zhen Sherding? It cannot possibly be so brazenly displayed at the entrance. Xuanmu attempted to sense the patterns in his palm, but there was no response. As he surveyed the scene, Xue Qingqiu transmitted a message: do not embarrass yourself. It is merely a replica of the Zhen Sherding, bearing some residual energy. Xuanmu nodded and stepped through the grand entrance alongside her. Xiahou Di awaited them inside, accompanied by two others. One was a man with flowing hair, exuding valor, dressed in the Lu Shanmen uniform, with a jade token hanging at his waist. The other was a delicate, beardless young man with a soft demeanor, whose attire did not seem to belong to Lu Shanmen. Upon seeing the Xue siblings enter, both inclined their hands in greeting. Honored guests, we have failed to welcome you properly. Forgive our rudeness. Xiahou Di flicked her cloak and turned to walk inside. Do not indulge in pleasantries. Master Xue does not entertain such formalities. Come in. As they entered, they beheld a flagpole towering into the sky, adorned with several severed heads, bloodied and fresh. Their expressions of shock preserved even in death. The sudden sight of fresh human heads delivered a visceral impact that could not be compared to mere television. Xuanmu's stomach churned, nearly causing him to retch. Thankfully, he had not eaten, so his empty stomach spared him the embarrassment of losing his composure. Xue Qingqiu, indifferent, passed by the flagpole. Xiahou Di led the way, her crimson cloak billowing behind her, appearing like a trail of blood in Xuanmu's eyes. The venue for Xiahou Di's banquet was the Lu Shanmen headquarters side hall, signifying a formal collaboration and an official invitation. It was akin to a modern bureaucratic visit, where a brother unit invites others to tour and partake in a communal meal. It symbolized intimacy and aimed to bolster Xuanmu's confidence. Such an invitation would not resort to violence or bloodshed, as it would tarnish Lu Shanmen's reputation in the jianghu, rendering them a laughingstock. Thus, they would only resort to such desperate measures when absolutely necessary. Upon entering the side hall, the decor exuded an air of solemnity and simplicity, featuring a modest round table that could comfortably seat 5 or 6 individuals. Xiao Di took the lead and casually remarked, "Please have a seat. There are no formal positions here. It would be troublesome." Xue Qingqiu then took a seat beside Xuanmu. The delicate young man and the valiant figure exchanged glances, both exhibiting a slightly peculiar expression, yet they refrained from uttering a word, simply occupying the remaining spaces. Each party was scrutinizing the other, their thoughts diverging. Conventionally, when two individuals attend a banquet, they would naturally sit on either side of the host, signifying their roles. However, this brother-sister duo disregarded such norms, opting instead to sit together. While one might deem this behavior as lacking in decorum, their demeanor suggested otherwise. It seemed they genuinely wished to be in proximity. Were they truly siblings? Xuanmu was not indulging in such gossip. His attention was drawn to the jade token at the waist of the valiant man, reminding him of the fabricated account in the chronicles, which claimed that Xue Qingqiu had slain 3 golden badge captains. If this were the case, the color of the token likely denoted a rank within the 6 doors, with the jade badge indicating the highest level of cooperation, while the gold badge represented a subordinate status. Soon, attendants resembling officials began to serve wine and dishes. At that moment, Xue Qingqiu raised a cup and addressed the gathering. "I apologize for my tardiness. I appreciate your patience." He regarded the valiant man with an expression of solemnity, stating, "As far as I know, among the many who enter the 6 doors, there's only one who has attained the Dongshu level." The valiant man clasped his hands in greeting, his countenance grave. "Xianzhe has met with Zhongzhu Xue. I have long admired your esteemed name." Indeed, he was the formidable Wei Su Ho. Xue Qingqiu smiled, turning to Xuanmu to introduce the foremost expert of the 6 doors, renowned for his prowess. "It appears the 6 doors are quite earnest this time. Dongshu, Marquis, such figures would be considered superlative powerhouses in both court and martial realms." Xuanmu quickly expressed his admiration, pondering how a young woman like Xiahou Di could command the 6 doors, likely due to the unwavering support of this esteemed figure. No wonder there were speculations about Xiahou Di being the emperor's illegitimate daughter. There seemed to be some truth to it. The delicate young man chuckled. "This is the court's sincerity." Xue Qingqiu nodded. "I presume you are the esteemed Li Gonggong, the companion of flowers?" The delicate youth raised his cup in acknowledgement. "Indeed, that is me. I apologize for the humble name that tarnishes Zhongzhu's ears." Xuanmu understood. Realizing the young man's effeminate demeanor was due to his status as a eunuch, and a eunuch at that. Claiming to be the companion of flowers was quite the audacious title. Xue Qingqiu, however, did not concern himself with the individual's status. Slightly lifting the edge of his veil and taking a modest sip of wine, demonstrating courtesy. The atmosphere at the onset was agreeable. Xue Qingqiu's cordiality indicated his awareness of the significance of this gathering, especially with a presence from the palace and a Dongshu powerhouse accompanying them. It was clearly not a moment for pretentiousness. Xuanmu raised his cup in a gesture of respect, completing the formalities, and continued the conversation. What is the current outcome regarding the Xuanhuan Pavilion? Living amidst the martial world, one must embrace the blades of fate. If trouble comes, let it come. Xuanmu casually remarked, in matters of the martial world, my sister will ensure my safety. If the court poses a threat, the esteemed Xiahou will surely protect me. Xiahou Di smirked. Our collaboration is one matter. Why should I be obliged to protect you in other matters? Xuanmu responded leisurely. Isn't it the case that you informed me about the affairs concerning the crown prince? Xuanmu merely acted as a blade in your hand. The esteemed Xiahou cannot sever the bridge after crossing. Li Gonggong and Xianzhou exchanged glances, their expressions turning solemn. Xue Qingqiu observed this, a smile flickering across her face. She had long understood the nature of being a pawn. Yet, in this game of self-interest, she could see the reactions of those present, clearly indicating that her words had struck a chord. This moment allowed her to feel somewhat equal to Xuanmu, easing a burden she had carried. If she were to remain as clueless as she had been during the chaotic events at Baihuiyuan, with Xuanmu handling matters effortlessly, she feared it might lead to doubts about her own intelligence. Xiahou Di narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Xuanmu for a while before sighing. I have always believed that someone like you, Xue Gongzi, does not belong in the martial world. It is a pity you do not engage in court affairs. Should you desire, I could recommend you for a position. Xue Qingqiu's expression instantly shifted to one of severity. That will not be necessary. Xuanmu interjected with a hearty laugh. Raising his cup, I harbor no interest in court matters. However, I am now a friend of the esteemed Xiahou. Should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask. Oh, Xiahou Di raised her cup, pausing just before her lips, swirling it slightly, regarding the crown prince. If you, Xue Xiansheng, do not wish to enter the court, how can you assist me? You might not even grasp the nature of our conflicts. Though she expressed skepticism, the shift in pronouns from this seat to I indicated a recognition of Xuanmu's notion of friendship. Xuanmu smiled in the capital. Maintaining public order is no simple task. The brothers below toil tirelessly and should rightfully enjoy some benefits. Xiahou Di continued to swirl her cup, her sharp gaze fixed intently on Xuanmu, awaiting his next words. Xianzhou also adopted a serious demeanor, taking this topic to heart. Xuanmu continued originally. In places like Qinlu and Chuguan, the officers and officials could reap some gains, and finding a companion was relatively easy. Yet, some noble families have monopolized the scene, causing the brothers to miss out on benefits and leading to long-standing grievances. As the chief captain, it is only fitting you provide some advantages for them. Xiahou Di remained silent for an extended period before finally raising her head and downing the contents of her cup. Then gestured to Xuanmu. It seems you possess considerable insight into the affairs of the common folk. This is rather unexpected. Unlike typical martial individuals, most tend to dismiss these officials. Implicitly, she acknowledged that she and the crown prince indeed had conflicting interests, aligning with Xuanmu's analysis. At least this was one of the reasons. Xuanmu also finished his drink, smiling, though I dwell in the martial realm. Wherever there are people, the martial world exists, and the principles often align. Xiahou Di shook her head with a smile. You speak true. Suddenly, Xuanmu remarked, however, I believe there's another phrase that would resonate more with the esteemed captain. At this moment, Xiahou Di regarded Xuanmu with increasing seriousness, asking earnestly, what phrase? Xuanmu leisurely poured himself more wine, responding, the martial world is but a corner of the empire. Xiahou Di's beautiful eyes sparkled with intrigue, and Xianzhou tightly gripped his cup, both visibly moved. The martial world is but a corner of the empire. How could those of the martial world ever rise above the court? Wasn't the pursuit of Xiahou Di and Xianzhou's entire lives precisely for this? Xuanmu's simple statement pierced directly into their hearts like a sharp blade, akin to savoring fine wine. Li Gonggong cast a glance at Xue Qingqiu, his expression inscrutable. The scene unfolded with Xue Mu dominating the conversation, while Xue Qingxiu, as the leader of a sect, remained silent like a subordinate, allowing him to take the lead. This was a complete overturn of expectations. However, at this moment, Li Gonggong began to comprehend why Xue Mu could seize the initiative. Even the guests and hosts of the Six Doors had exchanged roles, so why would it be strange for Xue Mu to take the lead before his sister? It would be truly bizarre if Xue Mu, who did not enter the Xingyue sect, did not possess such charm. He wielded no martial arts, but merely employed casual words that struck at the most vulnerable aspects of the heart, achieving an effect akin to the charms of the night. Chapter 43. The new talents. Well then, let's not delve too far into the past. Xue Mu smiled. Beyond our formal collaboration, we might also consider some informal partnerships. Xiahou Di's demeanor was exceedingly amiable at this moment, her laughter filling the air. The proposals put forth by Xue Gongzi are sure to be intriguing. We are all ears. Xue Mu responded. The Six Doors could claim a share at our Baihui Yuan, receiving annual dividends to provide drinks for our brothers. If any of our brothers are managing a territory, they should be free to enjoy themselves. Xianzhe, who had maintained a solemn expression, finally displayed a change. Shaking his head and laughing, with this proposal of yours, the brothers will surely scramble for a piece of Baihui Yuan. I cannot bear the burden of that. Xue Mu feigned ignorance, asking, what do you mean by that? Xiahou Di chuckled. You men are always preoccupied with such matters. Even Wei Su Ho is itching to respond. Don't rush to refute. Who cannot see your eagerness? Xianzhe cleared his throat, sitting upright with a serious demeanor. This Ho has his own places to be. At that moment, Xiahou Di and Xue Qingxiu finally found common ground, both women observing the man with a hint of mockery in their gazes. Xue Qingxiu took the initiative to speak for the first time, questioning whether such trivial matters warranted detailed discussion. Let us return to the main topic, she insisted. Xue Mu complained that the intent was merely to bring some joy to their brothers. After all, how could they neglect the interests of their own people? Fine, fine. Xue Qingxiu replied dismissively. Have you finished your merriment? We must discuss serious matters. Xue Mu thought to himself that those who prioritized martial arts in the jianghu often failed to grasp the true benefits of such alliances. In time, they would come to understand that this was far from trivial issue. No one is untouched by the mundane world. It was evident that Lu Shanmin was not affluent. Xiahou Di had once acknowledged that they too needed to generate revenue, and the lower ranks sought their share of the profits. Once Lu Shanmin secured a stake in Baihui Yuan, relationships would deepen. With Baihui Yuan's high revenues, their incomes would rise as well, and they would be regarded as part of the Lu Shanmin family, receiving utmost care and consideration. This would ensure a steady stream of wealth. Even if things went awry, a protective umbrella would be in place. In the future, should Xue Qingxiu leave the capital, Baihui Yuan would not be at risk. Moreover, if a fallout were to occur with Xiahou Di for other reasons, loyal confidants might lean towards Xingyue Zong due to this connection, such as Xianzhe, who could be persuaded. Although Li Gonggong was a eunuch, and thus the matter of women was delicate, it was generally accepted that eunuchs had a penchant for wealth. Nevertheless, there was no need for further elaboration at this moment. They finally turned to the main subject. Would Lu Shanmin provide unwavering support for their collaborative endeavors? Upon uttering this question, a sudden tension filled the atmosphere. Xue Mu's intention was clear. The collaboration on the publication was of utmost importance, and Lu Shanmin needed to mobilize completely, cleanse their ranks, unify their thoughts, and work in concert. If anyone were to hinder progress, it could result in disaster. A simple example would be if someone sabotaged the printing process, causing a fire. How many losses could Lu Shanmin withstand? Or if efforts were half-hearted, dragging their feet, it would adversely affect the inaugural publication. Have you seen the flagpoles outside? Xiahou Di remarked blandly. There were a few noisy ones, and I swiftly dealt with them, ensuring that outwardly, peace reigns and unity prevails. Xue Qingxiu nodded in approval. This initially contentious duo seemed to develop a mutual admiration. Xue Mu rolled his eyes. It was not surprising that the deranged Xiahou Di had her quirks, but how normal could Xue Qingxiu be? Previously, he had not realized her decisiveness and ruthlessness. Such qualities were unexpected in a woman, and now Xue Mu understood why Xiahou Di, despite not being particularly strong and stalled at the pinnacle of transformation, was entrusted with leading Lu Shanmin, even gaining the support of the Dong Su experts who labeled her a madwoman. As thoughts meandered through his mind, Xuan Mu produced a stack of paper from his garment. This is my proposal. Xue Qingqiu was momentarily taken aback and communicated discreetly. When did you draft this proposal? Xuan Mu formed the shape of a mouth. Qian Qian. Xue Qingqiu fell silent. Before Qian Qian went to serve at Xue Mu's bamboo house. She and Xiao Chan had yet to watch the live broadcast, meaning at that time, Xue Mu was indeed engrossed in developing the proposal. He was genuinely focused on aiding Xingyue Zong's advancement, while she had not fully entrusted him yet. Even his playful antics with Qian Qian contained an element of reassurance. He knew that if he were to refuse, she would grow suspicious. Xue Qingqiu sighed, her gaze fixed on the manuscript. The first page resembled a cover, inscribed with Jianghu New Talent List. The others nodded in agreement. This title was quite fitting. It did not rank individuals, but merely served as a compendium of personalities, suitable for release in periodical form. Xuan Mu elaborated. In my view, we can eventually introduce many other features, such as rankings, but the time is not ripe yet. For now, let us test the waters with a new talent list and observe the response. The cover of the new talent list should be designed to capture attention immediately, avoiding the commonplace blue cover with black font. Xiahou Di listened intently and inquired humbly, how should we structure the content for this inaugural issue? While this should have been a relatively simple framework, it was indeed a pioneering endeavor in this realm. Even though Xiahou Di had extensively discussed it with Xianzhe and Li Gonggong, clarity was elusive, akin to having seen a method without truly grasping it. Xue Mu's insights illuminated their minds, leading the three prominent figures to realize that their previous concepts could be discarded. They exclaimed in unison, "Your thinking is comprehensive and insightful." Xue Qingqiu did not lower her gaze to the proposal again. Her beautiful eyes remained fixed on Xuan Mu, her thoughts unknown. Xuan Mu continued, "The selection for the first issue should not be excessive. 4 or 5 individuals would be ideal. It is imperative to include at least one person of considerable renown to draw attention. If several obscure figures are chosen, the appeal of the inaugural issue would plummet." Everyone reflected, seemingly deliberating on who would be the most suitable first choice. Xuan Mu asserted, "I recommend the first candidate, Mu Jianli. Her fame is substantial, and she is regarded as a sword fairy by many, with admirers eager to learn of her exploits. She will undoubtedly elevate the allure of our publication." Xiahou Di nodded in agreement, stating, "Mu Jianli is quite suitable. Her reputation precedes her, and our promotion would merely be a cherry on top, not a loss for elevating a new talent." Xuan Mu smiled. Exactly. With Mu Jianli's appeal, the publication will not fear a lack of attention. As for the other selections, we can insert our personal preferences, striking a balance among various factions, ensuring not to include the other prominent figures of the Qianlong 10 heroes. After several issues, the so-called 10 heroes will pale in comparison to our chosen figures, prompting their sex to take notice. This was the influence Liu Shanmen required, and the effects would reverberate in other aspects as well. If managed well, it could also sow discord among various sections. Xiahou Di understood this well, revealing a hint of amusement, and reciprocated. "Then let the second candidate be your family's Yu Xiaochan to help her gain recognition." Xue Qingqiu shook her head, saying, "Chaner has yet to achieve significant accomplishments, and I do not wish to raise suspicions about her. It is not yet her time to shine. Let us choose another." After some contemplation, Xiahou Di proposed, "Then let it be Yin Yang Zong's Feng Lai Yang. His achievements are remarkable, nearly on par with Mu Jianli. Yet his fame is not as pronounced. Moreover, being from the demonic sect, it reflects our impartial evaluation of new talents." Agreed. Feng Lai Yang is also one not to be overlooked, as he constantly stirs up trouble. Should this succeed, his name would resonate far and wide, and he must remember this significant favor from our sect, comparable to the last time we saved his life. This selection pleased Xue Qingqiu, who grew increasingly impressed by Xuan Mu's cunning plan and cheerfully suggested, "I propose we include someone from a neutral sect, such as Yao Wang Zhuang or Zhu Jianghu. I believe the Zheng brothers, Zheng Haoren and Zheng Yichen, would be fitting." This was indeed a reciprocal gesture. The so-called neutral sects merely leaned towards the court, a fact everyone was aware of. Xianzhe nodded solemnly. "I believe we can include them all. The duo from Zhu Jianghu also makes for an excellent headline." Li Gonggong stroked his chin. "Let us casually add a rogue, and this issue can be finalized." Rogues were crucial, since the new talent list would feature them. There would naturally be countless minor sects, forming the bedrock of the vast jianghu, fostering anticipation among numerous jianghu enthusiasts for their day to be represented on the list. However, the choice of rogue was less critical, as any random figure would suffice. Unlike major sect selections, which required political considerations, there was no need for meticulous selection. Others might think, if this individual qualifies as a new talent, then I surely surpass them, thus fostering an expectation for their own appearance in subsequent issues. The lively discussion created an enthusiastic atmosphere, with everyone exchanging smiles, each harboring a sense of anticipation. One could hardly fathom what kind of storm this publication would unleash upon the jianghu once it was released. Perhaps it would herald a transformation in the world order. Chapter 44. Even influential figures are quite gossiping. As the atmosphere buzzed with excitement over the candidates for the publication, the prominent figures' interest swelled, leading them to engage in a lively gossip session, with the focal point being Mu Jianli. Li Gonggong tapped his fingers rhythmically on the table, shaking his head as if narrating a tale. This woman entered Wangjin Zong at a young age, initially dull and unnoticed in the outer sect. 3 years prior, at the tender age of 14, she emerged triumphant in the prestigious competition of the WNGNZing, wielding a mere iron sword. She bested 18 inner disciples, her swordsmanship pure and unblemished, her intent as sharp as a razor, leaving the sect in awe. LNW personally took her as his sole disciple, signifying that with MGNL, he had no desire to teach others. Su Q Enki remarked, I have witnessed this young woman. Her heart is singularly focused, living solely for the sword. She bore an uncanny resemblance to LNWY in his youth, and thus, she was filled with unrestrained joy. Su M cast a sidelong glance at her, pondering whether LNWY was indeed the one who, in pursuit of youthful beauty, had been outmaneuvered by her. It seemed that he clearly fell short of his disciple, burdened by his own distractions. Su M chuckled softly, choosing not to contest her assertion. She HUD added with a smile. MGNL has not disappointed LNWY's expectations. Last year, at the tender age of 16, she seized victory at the BZ Ing Chi in L in competition, with everyone proclaiming her to be a near reflection of LNWY from 20 years past. Subsequently, she stepped into the martial world, quelling banditry in the mountains, vanquishing the infamous Jiangsu Shuangxi Ying, engaging in over 30 battles, each one either a battle against superior foes or a lone stand against many, without tasting defeat. Earlier this year, when the demonic sect sent their forces to ambush her, she emerged from the fray unscathed, her white garb soaked in blood. That battle surely claimed lives for the ex-Nju Ziying as well. Su Q Enki smiled. That is her prowess. Su NZH sighed. Indeed, Su ZNGZH possesses a remarkable magnanimity. Unlike SHNT Zhu, the ostensible master of the MIQ Ing Do, who, consumed by jealousy, sought to eliminate her afterward, resorting to underhanded tactics to overpower the weak, which is quite shameful. If everyone in the martial world were to act in such a manner, chaos would surely ensue. The demonic sect is, after all, demonic. My apologies, Suzy NGZH, I do not refer to you. Su Q Enki chuckled, indicating her indifference. In truth, she held SHNT Zhu's actions in disdain as well. The martial world has its own codes of conduct. If one engages in battle due to grievances, where blades are blind, or seeks revenge, then no matter the identity, there is no room for complaint. However, should one seek to extinguish the seed of a rival without cause, there are still rules that govern the martial world. Both the righteous and the demonic would not resort to such cruelty. For instance, laying traps and scheming to encircle and besiege opponents is permissible. The conflict between the righteous and the demonic is well established, and survival is determined by skill. Yet, for a powerful figure like Ing X to venture forth specifically to eliminate a rising star is sheer foolishness. If everyone were to behave thus, no one would dare to venture outside, or if they did, they would require a master to accompany them as a caretaker. What kind of existence would that be? Just as MGNL approached the sword with earnestness, Su Q Enki would never slay her, irrespective of her own desires, let alone go so far as to deliberately do so. It would be a profound embarrassment. Moreover, does a powerful figure in the realm of Ing X possess such idle time? Were it not for her visit to the capital this time, Su Q Enki would be deeply engrossed in her cultivation, wholly committed to the path of unity. She HUD remarked, Those who commit wrongful acts are destined to face repercussions. Sh&T Zhu personally intervened, yet was met with resistance, enduring 10 exchanges before receiving support. To withstand 10 exchanges against a D-ing X and survive truly elevated MGNL's renown. Sh&T Zhu has truly undermined his own position. Sh&T Zhu had been overconfident. He was unaware that LNWY had bestowed upon MGNL the flight of the divine sword, granting her the means to challenge him. Su Q Enki interjected with a hint of mockery. Given Sh&T Zhu's stature, to engage with a mere disciple is already a source of embarrassment. Should he suffer even a slight defeat, he would become the laughingstock of the world. In contrast, MGNL, undaunted and fighting for her life, sought only mutual destruction, and he truly could not claim a swift victory. Of course, if the battle were to drag on, MGNL would certainly meet her end. In truth, had LNWY arrived a moment later, she would most likely have been gravely injured, merely fortunate to have survived. This, too, is a skill, seeking mutual destruction, a sentiment that is easier spoken than enacted. How many are capable of such resolve? Su-em listened in silence, his mind echoing a singular thought. Is she not the heroine of this realm? A mere gender swap, and she could easily be the protagonist. MGNL possessed the divine sword Fei Guiying, and this year she sought out renowned masters, traversing thousands of miles to pay homage to swords. After this journey, who knows how much she will progress? She may well replicate Su Zi Ngzh's miraculous entry into the Tao at the age of 20. This is not merely a matter of demeanor. Given her status, does she not fear that such a proclamation may shake the very foundations of her sect? The gathering exchanged glances, uncertain as to why Su Q Enki would display such generosity. Su Q Enki responded with a serene smile. The pure phoenix sings harmoniously, and thus the prosperity of martial arts is born. Without such worthy rivals, how can CHNR refine her skills? If I cannot recognize the talents of the world, how can I achieve unity with the Tao? The atmosphere lingered in silence for several moments, until Su H suddenly rose and offered a bow. Today, it is clear that the rise of X and Ju is not without reason. Su M gazed at Su Q Enki, suddenly realizing that it was precisely her broad-mindedness and foresight that allowed him room to emerge. Had she been envious of talent, the prospect of developing any form of relationship would have been futile. It would have been a miracle if she had not sought to eliminate him or controlled him to the extent that he could only exert a fraction of his capabilities. Su Q Enki waved her hand with a smile. It seems we have digressed. There remains much to discuss regarding the publication. With laughter, they all took their seats once more. After a round of drinks, Su M resumed the conversation. Does the Li SHNMN plan to produce the publication independently? Or will the young ladies of X, Nju, Z, Ing be involved? Shud paused and thought. What difference does it make? Su M smiled. According to our previous agreement, Li SHNMN will oversee the publication, while my X and Zing will provide information and foundational content. In this manner, each can fulfill their role, and a 50-50 split should be acceptable. Previously, everyone had been so absorbed in the potential impact of the publication that no one had noticed the revenue implications. Su M, however, had been keenly aware of this all along. Shud stared at Su M in a daze. This complementary pairing of the Su siblings. Who could stand in the way of X Nju Z Ing in the future? Of course, the people of this world had yet to recognize the significance of channels. In their eyes, a 50-50 division seemed fair. In fact, everyone believed that the party producing the content deserved a larger share, as they would incur costs and labor. Thus, Su M inquired about who would handle content creation. If Li SHNMN would do it alone, then a larger share could be negotiated. Whereas if X Nju Zing participated, a 50-50 split would be reasonable. Su M had shown considerable sincerity by allowing Li SHNMN to choose. Shud quickly responded. I've already planned to establish a separate publication office dedicated to this matter, with all personnel arrangements in place for full production. X and Ju Z Ing has few hands in the capital, so there is no need to trouble you. Su M smiled. Very well. Since Li SHNMN will handle production, let us agree on a 70-30 split. Su N's H could no longer contain himself. The costs of production are not trivial. A 70-30 split is not fair. Su Q Enki coolly replied. I am disinclined to dispute profits with you. 80-20 shall suffice. With X and Ju Zi, Ing treating everyone to drinks. In truth, one side comprised a prominent court official, while the other featured a remarkable sect leader. Discussing profit shares felt somewhat embarrassing. Since Su Q Enki had made such a declaration, Li Shnmn could not press further. Shi Hud immediately concluded, "Then it is settled. I kindly ask Su Ji and Ji to draft a contract." One should not assume that the special statuses of both parties render the contract meaningless. A breach of contract would go unaddressed. In fact, the binding nature of the contract was considerably stronger for Li Shnmn, who required credibility. With a written agreement, any violation would tarnish their reputation in the eyes of the world, which would be detrimental in the long run. Conversely, X Nju Zi Ing faced little constraint. Being a demonic sect, how many had any expectations of their integrity? Thus, Shi Hud's offer was indeed sincere. Su M smiled, accepting without hesitation, and began to write. Only he understood that this 80-20 split was a significant gain. To put it bluntly, even a 91 split would be incredibly beneficial for X and Ju Ziying. Not to mention that this matter was about gaining power for Li Shnmn. The true benefits for X and Ju Ziying lay ahead, and he would gladly accept even a single share. Shi Hud quietly observed Su M writing and suddenly remarked, "This initiative is the brainchild of Su Ji and Ji Zi. Your oversight and guidance are necessary. If you would graciously accept the position of sacrificial toastmaster at the publication office, I could also offer you the position of chief constable, with additional benefits extended to X and Ju Ziying." Shi Hud found herself both amused and exasperated. Su Ji and Ji Zi has his own opinions. Besides, is he not nearing his 30s? Can you, as his elder sister, dictate his path for a lifetime? Su Q Enki retorted fiercely, "I shall oversee him for a lifetime." Upon hearing this, everyone turned their gaze. Even Su M's hand trembled slightly, leaving a large ink blot on the manuscript. Where has that esteemed demeanor of a master gone? How does it differ from a timid woman fearing her beloved might be taken away? Is it still the same person? Chapter 45. The stars of this night are not like those of last night at this moment. Xue Qingxiu fully displayed her enchanting nature, seemingly unperturbed by the peculiar gazes of others, sitting there with an unchanged expression. After a while, Xuan Mu finally said, "Forget the position of the ritual wine. I can serve as an advisor instead." Xiao Di was taken aback. "What do you mean by advisor?" "To advise and inquire." Xuan Mu continued writing. "If you have questions, just come to me. Why take an official position? I have no merits to speak of, and suddenly occupying a high position would surely draw objections from the brothers of Lu Shanmen. It is not the brothers of Lu Shanmen who would object, but rather you are afraid that your sister might have objections." The three great heads of the court exchanged glances, silently mocking. Yet they did not wish to provoke Xue Qingxiu. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Di handed Xuan Mu a waist token. "Even as an advisor, you are still considered part of Lu Shanmen. Accept this gold medal. It will grant you certain conveniences." Upon receiving it, Xuan Mu saw that the front of the gold medal bore a cauldron-shaped pattern, while the back was inscribed with his name, Xuan Mu, along with a remarkably lifelike portrait of himself. He glanced at Xiao Di, noting that this was clearly prepared in advance. Though he wondered why it was only presented now, perhaps there had been some hesitation before. Regardless, Xiao Di was not mistaken. This gold medal indeed offered significant convenience, and she understood that Xuan Mu was an astute person who would not refuse it. With this token in hand, Xuan Mu would at least consider Lu Shan men more favorably. Perhaps in the future, there would be an opportunity to fully welcome him into their ranks. Xuan Mu did not refuse again. He accepted the gold medal and gave a slight bow. "Thank you for your appreciation, Chief Hunter. It is merely a matter of mutual benefit." Xiao Di sighed and cast a sidelong glance at Xue Qingxiu. "Having such a sister is indeed a burden for you." It seemed like a thin veil that could be easily pierced, yet neither seemed inclined to break it, unsure of what was truly lacking. As they walked halfway, Xuan Mu sighed softly. "Sister, you have miscalculated this time. If I could truly become their ritual wine, this publication would then be justified in its involvement, leveraging its influence to achieve numerous goals. Now, there is always a layer of separation, resulting in many inconveniences." Xuan Mu paused. Xiao Di was not wrong. "You are more suited for the court. Once you become the ritual wine, you will be a person of the court, no longer belonging to Xingyue sect. I would rather have less involvement with this publication than witness that day. Xue Qingxiu replied calmly. This is my selfishness, obstructing your future. You may blame me for it. Not at all. Not all what? Even as the ritual wine, I would not cease to belong to Xingyu's sect. Even without being the ritual wine, I would not blame you. Xue Qingxiu shook her head. As the ritual wine, with Xiaohodi as support and good relations with Xianzhe with such advantages. Given your abilities, it would be easy for you to rise in the court. Attaining a noble title would not merely be a dream. How can you be certain you will still belong to Xingyu's sect? Xue Qingxiu chuckled lightly. Then let it be said that I have miscalculated, failing to recognize a truly sincere person. Xue Mu stated, you are anxious about losing me. I should be pleased. Upon hearing this, Xue Qingxiu paused momentarily before quickly resuming her pace. How presumptuous! Without your strategies, am I not still capable of dominating the world? Xue Mu laughed. That is quite different. What is different? Will you develop better with me? Why always insist that without me, you, Xue Qingxiu, would merely be a fearsome tyrant, with no one to appreciate your unparalleled beauty? Such a pity. Xue Qingxiu seemed somewhat amused. There are countless heroes in the martial world, yet few possess your eloquence. No wonder Xiao Chan. She suddenly cut off, and the two fell into silence simultaneously. After a while, Xue Qingxiu gently remarked, in martial arts, breakthroughs occur naturally. Any forced effort lacks flavor and often yields no progress throughout life. Xue Mu readily grasped this double entendre and responded, so when will you teach me dual cultivation? Xue Qingxiu finally laughed, casting him a playful glance, her eyes sparkling with allure. Am I not already engaging in dual cultivation with you? Xue Mu was taken aback. When has that happened? In the secret chamber, with our skin touching, our vital energies merging, flowing from my hands into your body, reciprocating without distinction. What else could that be but dual cultivation? Xue Mu nearly stumbled. My sister, is that what you call dual cultivation? Xue Qingxiu's eyes gleamed with mischief. In matters of martial arts, how many can argue with me? Naturally, what I say is what it is. Xue Mu could only chuckle, unable to refute her. The atmosphere became more comfortable, taking on a leisurely quality akin to a night stroll. Xue Mu gazed up at the stars, stretched his arms, and allowed a long sigh. Do you know, the last time I accompanied you to meet Xiaohodi, I felt your presence was an illusion, unable to ascertain whether you were truly there. Even as we walked side by side, I felt as though I was alone. Xue Qingxiu smiled slightly. And today, it feels as though you are by my side, your fragrance enveloping me, and I can even sense your warmth. Truthfully, with your cultivation, to perceive me remains an illusion. Then why? Back then, you were merely contemplating how to exploit that opportunity. I was not a real person to you, just a chance. Xue Qingxiu softly said, at this moment, in your heart, I have become real, and thus your feelings are genuine. Xue Mu was momentarily stunned. It seems your understanding of your own path is quite materialistic, yet your words sound so idealistic. Indeed, Xue Mu mused, pointing at a small flower growing by the street corner. Before I beheld this flower, it shared my silence. Once I see it, its colors become vivid. Xue Qingxiu pondered this for a moment, then chuckled. This is the insight that Chan needs to comprehend, akin to inquiring about the Tao. Your mastery of half-baked poison techniques seems to have led you to such realizations. How curious. Xue Mu asked in wonder, aren't you afraid I'm just rambling, contradicting your teachings? If you expand upon that phrase, it may indeed form a system, but if it stand alone, many schools share similar viewpoints. Xue Qingxiu laughed lightly. This statement can actually be seen as the origin of the debate over the Tao. Each person believes their own sight to be the truth, relying on their own understanding. Is it not true that the flower does not exist outside the heart? Xue Mu nodded, suddenly finding this intriguing, intentionally saying, yet regardless of people's perceptions, it exists objectively, unaffected by their understanding. Precisely. Xue Qingxiu smiled approvingly. The Tao is ever present. People argue endlessly, only to find it's merely a matter of different names, perspectives, or paths pursued. Then they begin to seek the essence, wanting to know what it truly is. If existence does not change with consciousness, what then is consciousness? What is the essence of existence? Is nothingness merely the opposite of existence? Or does it belong to a type of existence? Do you know? Xue Mu was left speechless. What did he know? This was already philosophy. He had long returned the basics of philosophy to his teacher. How could he know? Moreover, the world is far from scientific, and much knowledge cannot simply be applied. Just consider the phenomenon of the night halo. Even the staunchest materialist might struggle to explain it. You do not know, yet you wish to understand. What is to be done? Practice. Cultivate until you can see through every speck of dust, soar above the 9 heavens, and grasp the sun, moon, and stars. Then you will know. Xue smiled lightly and slowly said, "This is the inquiry into the Tao." In other words, their martial arts are not philosophy. Rather, their martial arts serve as a pathway to inquire about the Tao. Entering the Tao is to touch, penetrating the void is to see through, and harmonizing with the Tao is to master. Xuemu sincerely dared not underestimate the individuals of this world, especially someone like Xue Qingqiu, who stands at the pinnacle. Some insights may not match yours, while others can surpass you. Even in modern times, they could be masters of philosophical theories, not merely capable of combat. Furthermore, her broad-mindedness and vision were indeed commendable, earning Xuemu's respect. I believe that a sect master should be quite persistent, yet unexpectedly, you are quite open-minded, not at all wary of my divergent thoughts. Is this the demeanor of a master? I have told you before, to penetrate is to observe. Xue Qingqiu spoke with an air of tranquility. Do not speak merely of the myriad schools contending for the Tao, each distinct in its own right. Since you have gained insight, you will naturally discern that blind rejection is of no benefit to the Tao. The stones from other mountains can be used to polish jade. Mutual validation yields greater understanding. Perhaps, despite our divergent paths, we may ultimately converge. Contention over the Tao. Do you truly believe it is the Tao we are fighting over? Xuemu Xin felt a stir within. Then what exactly is the contention? A millennium ago, when 100 schools vied for supremacy, we were defeated. Thus, the orthodox sects divided territories, each establishing its own lords, while we have hidden away for a millennium, shunning the light of day. Although disputes arise from differing interpretations of the Tao, they extend far beyond this. Suddenly, Xue Qingqiu halted, turning to fix her gaze upon him. What do you say we are contending for? Xuemu narrowed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding. The current emperor indeed possesses remarkable resolve, collaborating with you all. Pausing, he chuckled. You truly trust me now. You are my brother. If you do not trust me, who else would you trust? Upon hearing this, Xue Qingqiu paused briefly before shaking her head with a smile. The rivers and lakes are but a corner of the realm. What an intriguing remark. I often feel that you are unlike the common folk, as if observing the world from a great distance, often feeling out of place. Yet, like the intricate patterns on the palm of one's hand, everything is interconnected. The aroma of grilled skewers wafted through the air. Xuemu was taken aback. Is it truly possible that there are vendors selling barbecues at midnight on the streets? How could this be? Are there even cumin, chili powder, or pepper salt available these days? Or is there some unscientific, fantastical method at play? Chapter 46, The Match. Turning the corner, he indeed spotted a barbecue stand, where a tall, slender man was grilling chicken wings, now beautifully golden and exceedingly enticing. The savory scent of meat wafted towards him, and Xuemu could not help but swallow hard. There really are grilled chicken wings. Xue Qingqiu glanced at him and laughed. Sometimes when I look at you, you appear to be nothing more than an utterly mundane person. That wisdom you once had in observing the world seems entirely absent. Xuemu grabbed her hand and dashed toward the barbecue stall. I am indeed a mundane person with an insatiable appetite. Just tell me whether you are treating or not. Xue Qingqiu laughed softly, glancing down at the hand he held but saying nothing, only remarking, a grown man without a single coin. How shameless. Xuemu chuckled, pulling her to sit in front of the barbecue stand. Just as he was about to place an order with the owner, Xue Qingqiu casually tossed a piece of broken silver over, snatching a chicken wing directly from the grill and stuffing it into his hands. Xuemu accepted it, smiled at the owner, and took a bite. Indeed, it was neither cumin nor chili salt. The flavor was different, yet still delicious. Xue Qingqiu tilted her head. Watching meat, how does it taste? Xuemu, all smiles, gave a thumbs up to the owner. Your skills are impressive, my friend. We shall have a chat soon. I'm quite interested in this delicacy. However, the owner's face turned pale with astonishment as he stared at him in disbelief. Xuemu paused in mid-bite. Noticing Xue Qingqiu casually say, Be gone. Since your chicken wings taste quite good and have brought joy to my brother, I shall spare your life. The owner broke into a sweat, suddenly spitting out blood, bowing deeply to Xue Qingxiu. I thank you, sect master Xue, for your mercy. I shall come to atone tomorrow. With that, his figure abruptly blurred and vanished without a trace. The barbecue stand remained, with a row of golden chicken wings, as if it had all been a dream. Xue Qingxiu casually picked up a skewer of wings, lifted her veil, and took a bite, her eyes suddenly curving into crescent moons. The flavor is indeed quite good. Xue Mu was speechless. He realized that the owner was a killer, yet he had not fully grasped the nature of Xue Qingxiu's exchange with him. And the other party had already been thoroughly defeated. This sister of his was still in the mood to indulge in the obviously problematic chicken wings. And for the first time, he saw her smile like Xiao Chan, her eyes gleaming adorably. Earlier, when discussing the Tao, she had been lofty and profound. Yet now she seemed so ordinary. She had claimed to be a mundane person, but he could hardly believe she was not a foodie. She had hidden this trait so well. He had never noticed it before. During their previous meals together, he had seen her at banquets, merely sipping wine without tasting food, and he had thought she was practicing fasting. It turned out she had merely been putting on airs. Seeing that no one was around, Xue Qingxiu simply removed her veil. Munching on the chicken wings with abandon, speaking indistinctly, the aroma of soft bones over the charcoal fire, I could smell it from 10 jianghu away. Plus, the heart-devouring powder sprinkled on the wings. Oh, I hadn't noticed that the taste of the heart-devouring powder is actually quite pleasant. Upon introspection, he discovered that indeed 2 new toxins had entered his stomach via the esophagus, which had now fused with his own venomous energy. A fact he had yet to fully adapt to, entirely oblivious to this detail. Noticing him introspective, Xue Qingxiu looked up and smiled. That was an assassin from Fengwu Tower. While the soft bone aroma may not sound impressive, in reality, those who catch the scent below the soulless threshold would have their bones soften and die. Even if I were by your side, I would be unable to save you. The fact that you seem entirely unfazed is quite remarkable. You even ate the heart-devouring powder without any reaction. He nearly fell apart. It appears that my poison skills are somewhat formidable. Xue Mu felt reassured and took another hot wing to eat. How did you injure him? It was completely silent. You're simply too weak to perceive it. Xue Qingxiu, uninterested in explaining, happily devoured the wings. You needed to find poison to absorb, and he clearly offered it to you. Since he presented it so beautifully, I spared his life. I believe it was because you were enjoying the meal that you spared his life. Xue Mu turned his head to observe her, who had abandoned her usual delicate demeanor, feeling an inexplicable tenderness in his heart. He could not help but ask, why do you hide your fondness for such foods? Who can dictate your desires? Xue Qingxiu sighed. Chan is still young. In the night, she is but a child. If I were to display my gluttony, what would that make our sect? A gathering of children? How could I command respect and authority? Xue Mu's heart softened even further, and he could not resist reaching out to wipe the grease from the corner of her lips. Speaking gently, I will secretly arrange for you to enjoy these delicacies in the future. His hand stretched out, though the movement was slow, akin to a snail in the eyes of experts. Xue Qingxiu merely watched him approach without stopping him. With his large hand wiped away the grease from her lips. She finally set down the chicken wing, gazing at him intently, her mouth still moving as she chewed, a truly adorable expression. Xue Qingxiu, with a deadpan expression, remarked, what intrigues me is how you can maintain such a mood. Shouldn't you be investigating which assassin sent him? The Grand Prince? Is there any mystery in this? Xue Mu responded casually. You see, the average person would hardly expect us to be eating chicken wings, implying that the original assumption was that the aroma of the soft bones could kill me. The righteous sect has seen me poison their members before. As long as they're not fools, they should know I specialize in toxins. And it would be absurd to think that mere smoke could deal with a practitioner of poison. Thus, it must be the Grand Prince or someone from the Huan sect, who should be allied with us and not easily tear the relationship apart. That leaves only the Grand Prince. A cold glimmer appeared in Xue Qingxiu's eyes. It could indeed only be Ji Wuyo. Xue Mu chuckled. I fear I have thwarted him in more than one endeavor, which must vex him immensely. Recently, with you always by my side, you are too formidable. He believes an assassination by force would be uncertain. So he resorts to hiring assassins to poison me in exchange for my life. Since he is called the Grand Prince and not the Crown Prince, there must be a second prince and a third prince still vying for the throne. I refuse to believe that the royal family can maintain a facade of brotherly harmony. Xuanmu tossed the wing bone far away. Such large bones would surely incite a fierce battle among wild dogs. The road lay silent, devoid of wild dogs to seize the food, diminishing the grandeur of the scene. Observing Xuanmu's awkward demeanor, Xue Qingqiu covered her mouth and laughed. Xuanmu pouted. Sister, do not conceal from me. Since there are people in the palace, we should naturally lean towards someone. Who is it? Sometimes I genuinely wish you were not so astute. Xue Qingqiu sighed softly. This matter is complex, involving sect secrets. I would rather directly kill Ji Wuyong to avenge you than reveal the identity of the person within the palace. You have already disclosed your ultimate ambitions. What is there to hide? As for these so-called ambitions, I do not believe they can be realized within a few generations. As you said, it is akin to the foolish old man moving mountains, better left to future generations. It matters not if you are aware of it. Xue Qingqiu rose to her feet, gazing up at the starry sky. When it comes to sect secrets, once they are leaked, the consequences are immediate. If one wishes to know, it is not impossible. But there is a prerequisite. What is that prerequisite? Xiao Chan's man, or she paused for a moment, suddenly smiled. My man? Xuanmu retorted with a hint of annoyance. Isn't it still up to you to decide? Is it so? Xue Qingqiu slowly leaned closer to him, inching nearer until her forehead almost touched the tip of his nose. But have you sorted it out for yourself? Xuanmu's mind once again resonated with the sound of Xiao Yin, a delicate silhouette treading upon the waves, drifting away. He remained silent for a moment before whispering. What if I say I've sorted it out? Xue Qingqiu suddenly extended her index finger, placing it gently against his lips. Don't say it. Xuanmu unexpectedly found a kindred spirit in that figure, Lin Wui. After all, wasn't he also being toyed with by a seductive enchantress at this very moment? Frustrated, he questioned, why can't I say it? Xue Qingqiu gazed into his eyes, speaking softly, because then it would still be your problem. Xuanmu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. I am pleasantly surprised that you can engage in discourse with me today. Xue Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with brilliance, shimmering like rippling waters. When the time comes to speak, one naturally can. Enchantress, enough of this, he thought. This game of emotions could indeed be deadly. Xue Qingqiu cast him a lingering glance before finally turning to leave. In your narrative, did Qing err and Xiao Mu act so hastily, ultimately regretting it? In terms of martial prowess, Xuanmu's current combat strength could scarcely reach 5. Yet when it came to the game of emotions, those masters of the world, although brimming with courage, were utterly ignorant, having never even watched a soap opera. In this regard, their strength was barely 5, while the battle-hardened Xuanmu was a master of discernment, perfectly matched against the enchantress, showing no signs of weakness. Thus, as she wavered, he was already contemplating her well-being. It seemed that he was the one suffering loss, but in reality, he had already won a round. Chapter 47. Windstorm Tower. Upon returning to the bamboo loft, Xuanmu leaned against the head of the bed, mentally sorting through the recent events, feeling somewhat fatigued. Time was scarce. He scarcely had the opportunity to peruse the various documents of the Xingyue sect. Numerous events had arrived in a relentless stream, leaving him no moment to breathe. In many matters, he was only half-guessing. Fortunately, it seemed he had not erred too greatly, managing to deceive the reputation of a wise man. Truth be told, at that moment, he was even reluctant to engage with the crown prince, should his energy become ensnared in the whirlpool of royal succession. It would be a considerable time before he could extricate himself. What of other matters then? Thus, upon reflection, it seemed more prudent to approach the crown prince from a different angle rather than the previously considered dog-eat-dog scenario. Why was this considered peculiar? Xuanmu understood that Xue Qingqiu's trust in him had nearly become unreserved. The sect was clearly relying on him to devise strategies for development. If he were to conspire against her sect, she might genuinely fall into peril. With such a level of trust, what was the necessity of withholding secrets? Yet it was precisely required that he become either her or Xiao Chan's man to comprehend this matter. This did not sound like a sect's confidential affair, but rather a personal matter, fit only for a husband. However, their sect's principles were not so coy regarding matters of men and women. Hence, there could only be one reason. This matter pertained to Xiao Chan's private affairs. And as a master, how could he casually divulge his disciples' privacy to others? A brother could not do so either. Once he became Xiao Chan's husband, she would naturally reveal it to him. Otherwise, as my husband, you would not be considered an outsider. It was roughly in this vein. Xuan Mu let out a sigh, suddenly enlightened. The door was abruptly knocked upon twice, shattering the stillness of the night. Xuan Mu casually remarked, "Come in." The door opened, and Meng Lan stood at the threshold, her head bowed as she nervously fiddled with the hem of her garment, softly saying, "Young master." At this hour, was she here to serve? Before Xuan Mu could inquire further, Meng Lan continued, "The sect master has commanded me to attend to your needs for the night." Was this sister attempting to compensate with such a summons? Xuan Mu found himself at a loss for words. "She has already assigned you to me. What command could she possibly issue? Were she a modern girl or an upright maiden? It would simply be a laugh." Meng Lan quietly said, "Even if the sect master did not instruct me, I would willingly serve you, young master." "Enough," Xuan Mu sighed. "I'm quite fatigued today. Since you are here, assist me with a massage." Meng Lan cautiously approached, observing Xuan Mu leaning against the head of the bed. After a moment's hesitation, she quickly resolved to gently remove her fragrant footwear, kneeling upon the bed, and adjusted Xuan Mu's shoulders, allowing him to lean against her bosom. Xuan Mu instantly felt himself enveloped in softness, his head nestled amidst her peaks, swaying gently, a sensation of unparalleled comfort. Her delicate fingers began to massage his temples, kneading gently. This girl was quite bold. Once she made up her mind, what was hers became hers, although devoid of romantic feelings. Xuan Mu certainly did not feign propriety by refusing her service, contentedly relishing the moment until he remembered to ask, "Meng Lan, you wouldn't happen to be surnamed Meng, would you?" Meng Lan smiled, a hint of bitterness lacing her expression. Meng Lan's surname is Zhang. Having known her for so long, it was only now that Xuan Mu discovered her full name, and feeling a twinge of embarrassment, he inquired, "What do you know about Fengbo Tower?" One need only be astute to grasp his intent to nurture her abilities. Meng Lan was certainly no fool. Her eyes quickly sparkled with enlightenment as she replied, "One of the 3 sects and 4 paths. The Wuhan path focuses on the art of assassination. The sect is comprised entirely of assassins. With the right price, anyone can be killed. They are known to pursue souls without leaving a trace. Once one enters the realm of jianghu, the winds rise, and Fengbo Tower serves as their trading point on the ground." Damn it, another sect of the same ilk. Xuan Mu thought, somewhat exasperated. The righteous sects, despite their superficial camaraderie, were evidently less united than they appeared, especially when the forces of the demonic sect were clearly inferior to those of the righteous. Though the Hahuan sect's encroachment upon the Baiwa courtyard business could be dismissed as mere commercial competition, maintaining a semblance of goodwill, even Xue Qingxiu could not voice any objections. Yet this Wuhan path openly accepted assassination contracts right under his nose, even in front of Xue Qingxiu. Should they succeed? Did they believe that the assassin's life would suffice as recompense? This was clearly a recipe for conflict. What benefit did it serve them? Merely to squander their wealth? One could only lament the many misguided doctrines of these demonic sects. The idea that anyone could be killed for the right price was absurd. If I offered enough money for you to commit suicide, would you do it? Truly a bizarre group. What use was their poetic bravado? Would the world truly appreciate it? In contrast, although Xue Qingxiu often displayed violent tendencies, she evidently possessed a greater vision and foresight than those factions. No wonder the Xingyue sect, despite facing numerous upheavals, remained a leader among the demonic sections. Meng Lan seemed to sense his inner musings, adding, "Just as the Hahuan sect competes with us in business, the Wuhan path has its own rivalries. The art of assassination relies heavily on intelligence. Fengbo Tower not only engages in assassination contracts, but also trades in information. Hence, they have always held a grudge against us and the Hahuan sect." Understanding dawned on Xuan Mu. To aspire for information monopoly was indeed ambitious. Such a feat was impossible. No one could know everything happening in the world. Their apparent best strategy was to collaborate and complement one another. They were natural partners, yet managed to develop animosities. This mindset was no wonder they had been rolling in the shadows for millennia. Meng Lan remarked with a smile, "The rivers and lakes are turbulent, and human hearts are the most difficult to fathom. The various demonic sects are habitually wary of one another. Naturally, not everyone possesses the fortitude and vision of a young master like you." Xuan Mu chuckled. "Your vision is commendable too." Meng Lan's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed down at Xuan Mu nestled against her, feeling a stirring within her heart, her eyes glistening with a spring-like luster. "Do you desire it, young master?" Xuanmu shifted his head slightly, rubbing against her, and sighed contentedly. Let us speak of such matters when someone overcomes their voyeuristic tendencies. Meanwhile, in the distant bamboo loft, Xue Qingxiu sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. At last, she slowly opened her eyes, a mix of exasperation and amusement playing upon her features. Beside her, a little girl was arranging a 9-grid puzzle while grumbling. After enduring countless hardships to cultivate to Dongshiu, using my ability to perceive the world for this task. Aren't you tired? If you want to see so badly, just go watch in their room. Who could stop you? Atop the bamboo building, a human-shaped hole has formed, and a little girl soars into the night sky. Chapter 48. Do you wish to become a star? In the uncertainty of whether Xue Qingxiu was spying, Xuanmu found himself utterly disinterested in such matters. Even if Xue Qingxiu casually offered him women, he was unwilling to foster the impression that he would indiscriminately sleep with female disciples, which would be exceedingly inappropriate. Thus, they immersed themselves in their studies. Xue Qingxiu had long since promised Xue Mu unrestricted access to the archives of the Xingyue sect. Although the main records were not housed in the capital possessed its own archives, which Meng Lan was authorized to consult. Meng Lan was remarkably considerate, fetching the records without displaying disappointment or attempting further flirtation, quietly sitting by with an oil lamp, ready to assist Xuanmu whenever he had questions. This level of thoughtfulness evoked a sense of admiration within Xuanmu. Her ability to let go, to be open-minded, and to maintain composure truly marked her as someone capable of bearing responsibility. The Xingyue sect had, indeed, somewhat overlooked her potential. Had it not been for her fear of being thrust into a position of performing for others, she might not have so hurriedly sought his attention. As Xuanmu perused the records, he finally gained a clearer understanding of Baihuiyuan. Officially referred to as the capital branch of the sect, it was led by Zhu Qingqing, a senior of Xue Qingxiu by more than half a year, yet not a core disciple, but rather an inter-sect member. The selection process for inter-sect disciples was exceedingly rigorous, rendering Zhu Qingqing's status quite elevated. Besides the elders and various hall stewards within the sect, her rank constituted a significant part of the sect's core strength. There was also a deputy branch leader who was currently occupied with other duties and was absent from the capital, a figure Xuanmu had yet to encounter. The branch was comprised of 24 outer disciples, with Meng Lan being one of them, and notably favored by Zhu Qingqing, which explained her presence at the welcoming of the sect leader. These 20-plus individuals, alongside additional recruits such as guards, constituted the entirety of the branch's strength, primarily responsible for several key tasks: the operation and protection of Baihuiyuan, intelligence gathering and transmission, and scouting for promising talents. In terms of operational capability, they were rather lacking, as most had devoted their youth to martial arts, with no one having learned the intricacies of management, leading to frequent headaches when attempting to balance the books. Their inadequacies in martial talent and prospects for breakthroughs were likely why they had been assigned to manage affairs. Yet, through their experiences, they had managed to glean some insights. For them, the most crucial tasks remained the collection of intelligence and the identification of promising candidates. However, a contradiction arose. As the only visible presence of the Xingyue sect, the capital, with its mingling of nobility and commoners, demanded a substantial workforce. Yet, constrained by the constraints of the Wu Wei formation, the sect was reluctant to send many personnel to the capital, fearing losses in case of casualties, particularly as they lacked any skilled practitioners. Consequently, the capital branch was ironically the one with the least manpower. This was not unique to the Xingyue sect. Other sects faced similar challenges. Yet, Xue Qingxiu appeared unfazed by this, which suggested that she possessed a comprehensive intelligence network within the palace, far more valuable than Baihuiyuan's. Maintaining Baihuiyuan served a significant purpose in fostering open relations with the court, relevant to long-term strategic planning. Therefore, Xue Qingxiu placed great importance on Xuanmu's ability to turn the situation at Baihuiyuan around. Having organized this information in his mind, Xuanmu realized how pivotal it was to involve the Lushan men in Xue Qingxiu's strategic foothold, significantly advancing long-term plans, essentially reducing a decade of struggle to mere moments. He also discovered a vital flaw in the Xingyue sect's intelligence sources. Previously, it was noted that the Hahuan sect had encroached upon the beds of the powerful. And while Xue Qingxiu expressed disdain, she was, in fact, engaged in similar endeavors. It was peculiar for the demonic sex women not to entice the affluent. Such practices were commonplace across the capital and the branches. The records revealed that among the 24 outer disciples of the capital branch, 3 had become concubines of nobles, one even a wife. It was plausible that disciples from righteous sects had married members of the Xingyue sect, indicating a broader strategy at play. However, their methods diverged from those of the Hahuan sect. The differences in philosophy were one aspect. Another was that the Xingyue sect, as cultivation techniques, possessed concealing properties, allowing practitioners to obscure their origins. This led the Xingyue sect to favor discreet infiltration, often through chance encounters or romantic pursuits, maintaining a higher standard. The benefits were evident. The few from the Xingyue sect held significant positions within their households, with their husbands unaware of their origins from a demonic sect. Yet, the shortcomings were equally apparent. Their progress was exceedingly slow. The current developments had been in motion for several years, yielding minimal results. How long would it take for their plans to bear fruit? Another decade, or even a century. Thus, Xue Qingqiu's earlier remarks about certain matters being unattainable within this generation made sense. It was akin to the foolish endeavor of moving mountains. Xuemu sighed and closed his eyes in contemplation. The foundation of the Xingyue sect was remarkably solid. Xue Qingqiu was indeed a remarkable leader of revival, and her various strategies had established an incredibly strong base. Whatever Xuemu sought to accomplish now was built upon this foundation, far easier than starting from scratch. The Xingyue sect should completely sever ties with the Hahuan sect, allowing the latter to pursue their base endeavors while the former embraced a high-end path, akin to that of stars. The ideal scenario would be to merge with the Hahuan sect, monopolizing the industry by offering both high-end and base services, or at the very least, compelling them to share resources and adhere to fundamental directives. This must be the first key strategy for the Xingyue sect in the near future. Though they had been rivals for a millennium, it was understood that the Hahuan sect had not produced a strong Dongshu practitioner in the last 2 to 3 generations, relying instead on a few dual cultivation techniques to maintain their high-end combat power. Consequently, their increasingly reckless behavior suggested desperation. Previously, they had been selective in their pursuits, but now it seemed they were grasping at any opportunity. This represented a chance. If Xuemu could devise a plan to make them suffer another setback, and Xue Qingqiu could apply pressure while offering some incentives, it would not be impossible to bring them to heel. As he pondered, he casually inquired, "Meng Lan, do you wish to become a star?" Meng Lan was taken aback. "What do you mean by star?" "For instance, someone like Qian," he began. Before he could finish, Meng Lan's face turned pale. "Young master, you." Xuemu quickly realized how his words could be misconstrued, hastily clarifying, "Not that kind. Let us say someone like Mu Jianli. Would you like to be like her?" Meng Lan exhaled in relief, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. "Young master, you nearly frightened me. Mu Jianli is a prodigy. How could we compare?" Xuemu continued, "Why must one practice martial arts to achieve fame?" He shifted his approach, gently encouraging her. "Consider this. In recent days, is Xuexing not gaining recognition?" Meng Lan smiled. "Young master, you wouldn't want me to write a story, would you? I lack that talent." Xuemu's finger traced the records documenting Meng Lan's profile. "Your physique and qi training have both reached the stage of inner and outer harmony. Yet you have been tethered in this realm for 2 years without progress. The hope for transcending seems dim. You have studied the Guqin since childhood and possess considerable skill?" Meng Lan felt a bit shy. "My martial arts aptitude is average. However, my Guqin skills are passable." "Well, martial arts talent is not paramount," Xuemu mused, stroking his chin. "Qinxian Meng Lan has a nice ring to it." Meng Lan was perplexed. Can one be conferred such a title? Just as she was about to inquire further, a strange noise emerged from outside the bamboo building, resembling someone collapsing to the ground, followed by hushed gasps. Meng Lan suddenly stood up. "There is an assassin." Chapter 49. So there are holy maiden sects as well. Peering out the window, Xuemu's expression was rather peculiar. How should he put it? These assassins appeared rather foolish. A woman and 3 men were circling the bamboo building, occasionally moving in a zigzag pattern. Initially, he thought they were employing some unique footwork, but soon he witnessed 2 of the men collide, both clutching their heads and collapsing to the ground. They sporadically brandished their swords at the air, with one even accidentally striking a companion's rear end. Meng Lan, however, seemed unfazed and explained, "This is the Lingua formation set by Shu Inya. Due to the scarcity of resources in Jingshi, she could only deploy such a weak, illusionary formation." Xuanmu was quite curious about what they had witnessed in the illusion. "What did you see?" he inquired. "I can only speculate," Meng Lan replied cautiously. "Based on Master Uncle's preferences, it's likely that on their left, they saw a little girl eating tonghulu, and on their right, another little girl gnawing on a baozi. Hence, you see, their sword strikes are rather low." Xuanmu couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth, thinking that Meng Lan's analysis was likely accurate. Suddenly, with a thud, the female assassin collided with a pillar and lost consciousness. Xuanmu found the situation both amusing and infuriating. Was this the caliber of an assassin, truly believing there was no one in Xingyue's sect to contend with? Before Meng Lan could make a move, Xue Qingxiu gracefully appeared. Xuanmu rolled his eyes and said irritably, "I said, dear sister, I want to play with the female captive. Do you wish to watch?" Xue Qingxiu remained expressionless, casually waving her hand, causing the female assassin to be drawn towards her and then tossed before Xuanmu. "Play away. Your sister will protect you to prevent you from being drained of your essence." Xuanmu broke into a cold sweat. This one appears to be the righteous path. Unlike the Hahuan sect, so she shouldn't drain me, right? Righteous path? Xue Qingxiu scoffed. "Every disciple of Qishuan Valley is an ethereal fairy, pure as ice and jade. You have taken a liking to her, haven't you?" Xuanmu was taken aback. Wasn't this a rather unwarranted jealousy? He scrutinized the unconscious female assassin on the ground. Indeed, she possessed a beauty that could captivate. Even with her eyes closed, her noble and aloof demeanor was evident. He thought to himself, so there are indeed sects of saintly maidens in this world. If the Hahuan sect is a rival in the demonic realm, could it be that Qishuan Valley is the joint nemesis of both Xingyue sect and Hahuan sect? Just because you are noble and aloof, do you think we are mere demons and monsters? Bah! As for Cihang Jingzhai and Inkue sect, even if that is not the intent, it's not far off. No wonder Xue Qingxiu seemed agitated. She did not show the same demeanor in the presence of Mu Jianli, a true swordsman. Xue Qingxiu huffed and said nothing more, leaning against the door and coldly observing Xuanmu as he brought the female assassin into the room. Qin Yao felt exceptionally unfortunate. Having gathered sufficient information, she believed that the demon Xuanmu was merely an ordinary person devoid of cultivation, merely adept in peculiar poison techniques, which should be easy to handle. Moreover, since Xuanmu was the only male in Xingyue's sect, his bamboo house was quite distant from the female disciples, presenting what she thought was a good opportunity. She enlisted a few admirers to join her in capturing him, not allowing Mu Jianli to take the lead. But who knew that this seemingly ordinary bamboo house, lacking any trace of formations, would somehow transport her into an entirely different world? Despite the bamboo house being right before her eyes, it seemed perpetually out of reach, even appearing to recede further away. Turning around, she found that the 3 flower protectors who had accompanied her were nowhere to be seen. Realizing she had fallen into a terrifying formation, she recalled Meng Lan's words that this was an array below the highest safety level demanded by Xue Qingxiu. However, crafted by Yi, it was by no means inferior. The Langyue array was among the finest illusionary arrays in the world, requiring considerable effort even for the senior experts of Qishuan Valley to unravel it, let alone for a new disciple like her, who was desperately seeking entry into the inner sect. She regretted it, felt fear, and wanted to cry out for help, but found herself unable to produce any sound. Suddenly turning her head, she saw a little girl eating tonghulu, staring intently at her. The girl's eyes were as dark as the night, and as she gazed, the darkness began to consume all the white in her eyes, creating an eerie sight that incited a deeper fear within her. Unable to restrain herself, she drew her sword and struck, feeling the blade glimmer with blood, but the little girl had vanished, leaving her unaware of what she had struck. Boundless darkness enveloped her, akin to the little girl's encroaching gaze. Chen Yao, gripped by terror, dashed frantically towards the exit, only to collide with a pillar and lose consciousness. When she awoke, the first sight that greeted her was a man seated at a table, explaining something to 2 women on either side. "Is this understandable?" asked the woman on the left, coldly. "Have I wronged you?" The man replied helplessly, "What have you taken today?" "Umph, as if I have suffered because of you." The layout of the brothel was entirely my endeavor, which took nearly 8 years to establish. Are you negating my 8 years of hard work and slapping me in the face? The man scratched his head. No wonder the variety is so lacking. I thought a millennium of brothel tradition would be superior to Dongguan. This was also the heartfelt effort of Xuanmu. After he declined Meng Lan's offer to share his bed, he neither slept nor practiced, but instead devoted himself to the development of Xingyue's sect. For whom? Partly for himself, but ultimately for Xue Qingxiu. Being human, how could Xue Qingxiu not harbor some softness in her heart? What is Dongguan? It's nothing. Forget it. Your reasoning isn't without merit. Engaging in this line of work for long can't be a good path, and I fear that if this continues, our sect will truly descend to the level of the Hahuan sect. Did you perhaps plagiarize from the Hahuan sect? Nonsense. Do I need to copy others? It is my own ideas that bring disgrace, all right? Xuanmu, are you seeking death? I merely desire to indulge in ecstasy. Chen Yao harbored disdain. After all, they were siblings, and it seemed the demonic offspring were indeed shameless. Xue Qingxiu scoffed again, saying, "Let Meng Lan accompany you in your indulgence. Yet you feign a gentlemanly demeanor. By the way, are you trying to create the image of a Qin fairy with Meng Lan to enhance your pleasure? You must indeed have a fondness for those pretentious harlots of Qishuan Valley." Meng Lan stood to the side, her face flushed and silent. Chen Yao's lips moved as if to say something, but hesitated. The moment she heard this seat, she knew who stood before her, even with 1,000 boldness. She dared not confront Xue Qingxiu. Xuanmu said, "Let us speak of Qishuan Valley. Why are they the righteous path, adored by the masses? While you're deemed demonic and approach with caution, because people are enamored with the image of saintly maidens. Even if they are more licentious behind closed doors than the Hahuan sect, they have achieved prominence. Do you not know to learn from them? It's merely superficial. It doesn't require you to alter the path of Xingyue." Xue Qingxiu remained contemplative, while Chen Yao could no longer contain herself. "You are even more licentious than the Hahuan sect." Chapter 50. The seeds of greed and jealousy sprout from the heart. The three at the table showed no surprise, clearly having anticipated her awakening. Xuanmu turned his head, a smirk on his face, and remarked, "No matter how reckless I am, I would never spread my legs wide against the wall for others to see." Chen Yao was taken aback, glancing down to discover herself bound in a manner that not only left her legs splayed, but also artfully accentuated her curvaceous form. This appearance was indeed more provocative than that of the Hahuan sect's maidens. Panic surged within her. She looked to Xue Qingxiu for help, thinking that at least a woman would not allow a man to humiliate another woman so brazenly. But she was soon disappointed. Xue Qingxiu didn't even lift her eyelids. Engrossed in examining a draft created by Xuanmu, casually stating, "Her powers have been sealed. Do as you please. If you kill her, I will take responsibility." Relying on the infamous reputation of Xue Qingxiu, one would be naive to expect her to show mercy to an enemy. Then, she witnessed Xuanmu rise from his seat with a smile and approach her. Chen Yao shivered, on the verge of tears. She could not fathom why she felt so vulnerable. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, she should not be so easily broken. Perhaps it was the sealing of her powers that left her feeling unprecedentedly weak. Or was it the haunting image of the little girl from the illusion, with those eyes reminiscent of the Dark Knight? She shivered again. Xuanmu lifted her chin, inspecting her from head to toe. This girl was indeed beautiful, especially with that defiant gaze and tousled hair, which added a certain charm. "No need to be anxious," he said with a smile. "Do you know who I am?" "The demon Xuanmu," Chen Yao replied coldly. No, Xuanmu chuckled. "I'm known in the jianghu as the three good Xue Sheng. Do you know what the three goods are? Such a splendid figure, with a fine bosom, slender legs, and a delicate waist," Xuanmu remarked, his hand slowly gliding down, brushing against her mountainous curves. "For instance, this exquisite bosom, I find it quite appealing." As his hand made contact, a wave of goosebumps erupted across Chen Yao's skin, a profound sense of shame enveloping her. Gritting her teeth, she retorted, "You fiend. Kill me if you must. Why resort to such extremes? I've already expressed my admiration. How could I bear to crush a flower so delicately?" Xuanmu refrained from further exploration. Instead, he gently swept aside her disheveled bangs. "Answer a few questions, and I shall release you. What say you?" Observing her reaction, a glimmer of amusement danced in Xuanmu's eyes. She was not the fierce woman she appeared to be, for beneath her cold and proud exterior lay a different truth. "What is your name?" he inquired. Chen Yao showed no resistance to the question, biting her lower lip as she hesitated before finally admitting, Zhu Chunyao, a disciple of Qi Xiangu, I presume? What rank do you hold? With such beauty, you might be a courier. Chunyao bit her lip again, her tone laced with resignation as she replied, I am an inner disciple. Xuemu scrutinized her expression, clicking his tongue in disappointment. Qi Xiangu clearly lacks discernment. But why seek to kill me? A flicker of struggle flashed in Chunyao's eyes as she fell silent once more. Xuemu chuckled, shifting his hand back to her chest. The sensation is quite delightful. Chunyao exclaimed urgently, remove your filthy hands. Xuemu replied with a charming smile. If you do not satisfy my curiosity, you must oblige me in other ways. Embarrassed and furious, she quickly retorted, you are the instigator of this battle between righteousness and evil, yet you stand aloof. Xuemu nodded, logically retracting his hand. So your master sent you? He paused, somewhat taken aback. I say, my dear lady, have I wronged you? Chunyao glared at him coldly. You, a vile creature, deserve to be eliminated by all. Why be so righteous? Xuemu pointed to his temple. Let me guess, Mu Jianli's sword has shattered the harmony, and some are unwilling to accept it, seeking to prove their own worth, perhaps aiming for an even greater achievement. Am I right? A flicker of panic crossed Chunyao.'s eyes, yet she retorted coldly. You underestimate me. Are you a gentleman? You are a woman, a remarkably beautiful woman, Xuemu continued, gesturing towards the corner. Those three incompetent fools are surely your admirers. Chunyao glanced over, seeing her companions slumped in the corner, uncertain of their fate. She clenched her teeth, remaining silent. With your beauty, there must be countless admirers both within and outside your sect, a proud daughter of heaven, desired by all. Xuemu smiled, but alas, with Mu Jianli's presence, people inevitably compare, and oh dear, this girl, aside from her beauty, cannot compare to Mu Jianli. The adoring gazes have shifted to her, leaving our Chun Yao feeling discontented. A thunderous realization struck Chun Yao. Truth be told, Xuemu's words echoed sentiments she had never fully contemplated. The natural jealousy and desire to be the center of attention subconsciously spurred her competition with Mu Jianli, yet internally, she had not formed such a clear thought. However, as Xuemu's words drilled into her ears, they hammered away at her core, brutally exposing the deepest envy hidden beneath her exterior. A tingling sensation spread from her legs. An unprecedented strange pleasure intertwined with humiliation pierced her heart. Chunyao struggled violently, abandoning her previous insecurities, and cried out, Yes, I envy Mu Jianli. So what? The sudden halt of his hand brought an eerie silence. Even Xue Qing Xiu, who had been disinterested, turned a glance at her. Although she allowed Xuemu to act freely, she understood that while he might have a lustful nature, he was not depraved. His unusual behavior in her presence surely served a purpose, and indeed, it proved effective. Menglan regarded Chunyao with an enigmatic smile and finally spoke. So what? It is only natural. Xuemu nodded in agreement. It is only natural. For reasons unknown, Chunyao felt a surge of gratitude, albeit twisted. A wave of weakness washed over her as perspiration poured forth, leaving her breathless. Even with Xuemu's hand still resting on her thigh, she could hardly pay attention. Leaning closer, Xuemu whispered in her ear, If I were in your position, witnessing another man attract the attention of your sisters at Xingyuezong, I would seek to surpass him. Perhaps I would be more direct. I would want to eliminate him. It is indeed only natural. Why should you find it difficult to voice? Is that so? Chunyao gasped, feeling the heat of his breath, that large hand inexplicably wandering. An indescribable sensation coursing through her body. Gradually, she found herself somewhat accustomed to it, the intense shame lessening, merely whispering, I have spoken the truth. You must keep your promise. Do not humiliate me. A lady of such innate beauty ought to receive the pursuit of countless men. Look at me, surrounded by a multitude of flowers, yet I am still irresistibly drawn to you, Xuemu remarked, not only refusing to cease but playfully licking her earlobe. As she listened, Chunyao's rigid form slowly softened, allowing Xuemu to toy with her. After a considerable time, she quietly asked, You promise you will release me? A frantic glance darted towards Xue Qing Xiu and Menglan. Her face flushed as crimson as blood. She recognized that her words implied a willingness to be toyed with, shattering the lifelong image of the saintly, ethereal maiden she had upheld. Chapter 51. The Saint and the Devil. In a moment's thought, Xue Mu's fingers unceremoniously ventured between her legs, bound in a star shape. Chen Yao had no means to resist. Resignation washed over her, and she closed her eyes, allowing him to indulge. Why struggle? She could only hope he would keep his word and release her afterward, without spreading the tale. If that were to occur, it would be a great fortune amidst misfortune. The teachings of Qi Xianghu were upright, devoid of the bizarre restrictions often found in the demonic sections. His skilled touch seemed to possess boundless allure, sending shivers down her spine. Without the will to resist, Chen Yao quickly experienced an unparalleled ecstasy coursing through her body, her delicate form involuntarily writhing, already soaked with heavenly moisture. Suddenly, Xue Mu halted, extending his damp fingers before her with a subtle smile. The facade of a saintly maiden, yet truly more lascivious than even the He Huan sect. A surge of humiliation washed over her as Chen Yao glared. "You." Before she could finish, Xue Mu interrupted casually. "With your ambition, I assume you wish to enter the direct line, pursuing merit for this purpose? Should I say I could assist you in achieving your goal? How would you respond?" Chen Yao's anger dissipated in an instant, leaving her in stunned silence. She had never imagined encountering such a creature capable of stripping her heart bare, holding it in his hands, playing with it at will, commanding it to rise or fall. All her last vestiges of shame and restraint evaporated as she gazed at his glistening fingers, utterly perplexed by her own emotions. Who was Xue Mu? A tale of a courtesan renowned in the capital. Moments ago, she had heard whispers of his intent to elevate someone to the status of a Qin fairy. His promise to help her achieve her ambitions held undeniable weight, especially considering his track record of success. Even if he could not aid her in entering the direct line, the pursuit of fame would be a trivial endeavor for him. Why propose such terms? He could easily toy with her. What was the purpose behind this? With a charming smile, Xue Mu brought his finger to her lips, whispering words that felt like the devil's temptation. "If you believe we can strike this deal, then extend your little tongue and lick." After all, she was bound to lose her innocence, so what harm would come from a mere lick? Uncertain of how long she had been in this state, she finally slowly parted her cherry lips and extended her tongue. Menglan sighed beside her and untied the ropes binding her. Zhu Qinyao seemed to have lost all her strength, her body going limp as she knelt before Xue Mu, gasping heavily. Xue Mu tossed her previously discarded longsword before her and commanded, "Go, slay those 3 companions. That shall be your token of allegiance." Zhu Qinyao, panting, cast a dazed gaze at her sword. She could have easily picked it up and plunged it into Xue Mu, yet for some inexplicable reason, the thought never crossed her mind. As she stared, she gradually reached out and grasped the hilt, slowly making her way toward her 3 companions, as if each step drew her deeper into an abyss. Before her companions, Zhu Qinyao trembled, her gaze unfocused and scattered. Xue Mu's voice echoed behind her. "I will not only support you, but also assure you of my non-interference. You shall leave here whole tonight." Gritting her teeth, Zhu Qinyao drew the sword. With 3 piercing screams, blood stained her white garments. Xue Qingxiu, seated at the table, closed the scroll and sighed softly. Desires arise from the heart. The sacred and the demonic are but a thought apart. Xiahou Di is unjustly blamed for the actions of Yinyi. Zhu Qinyao's trembling hand dripped blood from the blade as she stared blankly at the corpses on the ground. Xue Mu silently observed her quaking figure. Feeling a pang of melancholy, he realized that his thought patterns were gradually aligning with the ethos of this otherworldly, demonic sect. Manipulating human hearts was one thing, but compelling someone to kill was a feat he would never have imagined himself executing in a modern world. Yet here, it felt entirely natural. Perhaps it was merely adapting to local customs, or perhaps it was a form of assimilation. He could not say. What he did know was that this young woman presented an irresistible opportunity for him to insert a wedge into the righteous sect. Her identity was simply too fitting, and if he could conquer her, the benefits would be boundless. This involved matters of great significance, not mere trivial desires to toy with her. However, such actions inevitably felt somewhat discordant. The environment could indeed transform a person, especially in a place where moral laws were so fragile. Once one attained a certain level of power, Xue Mu could not confidently predict how he might change. In a fleeting thought, Xue Qingqiu sighed, "Xue Mu, your manipulation of human emotions is so overt. Do you not fear my suspicion?" Indeed, within their minds, they would not perceive his actions as wrong, but rather as excessive brilliance, giving rise to trepidation. Xuanmu shook his head. You are my sister. Must I hide my talents before you? If one cannot trust anyone in this world, what is the purpose of living? A fleeting glimmer of inscrutable emotion flashed in Xue Qingqiu's eyes. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke. I feel compelled by today's events. I shall enter seclusion for a day. You are fully responsible for all matters in the capital. Xuanmu paused. The assassins from Fengbo Tower are to come apologize today, if you're not here. Xue Qingqiu tossed him an object. Take this. Xuanmu reached out, discovering a smooth stone that shimmered softly, reminiscent of moonlight, exquisite in its beauty. Shock flickered in Menglan's eyes. This was the Huiyue Divine Stone, a token of the sect leader. Even if a Dongshu cultivator were to attack, the stone could shield you from harm. With Yinyi by your side, Fengbo Tower could not threaten you. Xue Qingqiu stood, striding toward the door. From this day forth, you are the grand overseer of Xingyue sect. And should I meet an untimely end, I trust you will assist Xiao Chan in taking the lead. As Xue Qingqiu vanished outside, Menglan collected herself and bowed deeply. Menglan pays respects to the grand overseer. Zhu Qinyao weakly approached, slowly kneeling beside Menglan. Bending forward, Qinyao pays respects to the grand overseer. They seemed to regard the grand overseer with great reverence. Xuanmu was aware of this high regard, yet he could not shake the feeling of discomfort, reminiscent of Yang Lianting, as the excitement of being entrusted with significant power waned. However, now was not the time for such thoughts. Zhu Qinyao still required further guidance. He pocketed the stone and smiled. Menglan rise. Qinyao, as a disciple of Qishuan Valley, why do you pay your respects to the Grand Overseer? Zhu Qinyao murmured, Grand Overseer. Donotist. Qinyao is merely a person of the Grand Overseer now. Is that so? Xuanmu chuckled. Then remove your clothing, so I may see. Zhu Qinyao did not challenge him for breaking his promise not to touch her. Instead, she silently loosened her belt. As her garments fell away, her shoulder, smooth as white jade, was revealed, and beneath her garment, the contours of her delicate form were unmistakably visible. Noticing her intent to continue undressing, Xuanmu teasingly inquired, Are you not afraid I might take you for myself? Zhu Qinyao slowly shook her head. Since the moment she had wielded her sword to kill, she knew she had lost all choice. Whatever he intended to do, she could only comply. In truth, she had long since lost the courage to resist him. This man, merely at the Qi level, seemed far more terrifying to her than Xue Qingqiu. Xuanmu sighed. I said I would not touch you. I keep my word. Come here. Zhu Qinyao crawled towards him, and Xuanmu leaned down, lifting her chin. Zhu Qinyao pressed her lips together, complying as she raised her gaze for him to examine. Truly, she was a beauty. Xuanmu clicked his tongue in admiration, noting that even in this moment, the unapproachable air about her was subtly present, marking her as someone worthy of widespread admiration. Menglan interjected, Are you truly going to cherish her? Xuanmu replied with a smile, You needn't call me Grand Overseer. It sounds far better to call me Young Master. Menglan smiled softly, Young Master. I must keep my promises. One must earn their respect. Xuanmu contemplated for a moment. I not only wish to cherish her, but I intend to elevate her significantly. If she could someday become the leader of Qishuan Valley, that would be ideal. Zhu Qinyao's eyes sparkled with newfound hope, her previously dim expression brightening in an instant. Chapter 52. The grand performance commences. Xuanmu held the Huiyue Divine Stone aloft, standing in the rear hall of Baihuiyuan, where a throng of admirers knelt in awe, paying homage to the unprecedented position of Grand Overseer. In recent days, the close relationship between Xuanmu and the sect leader had become common knowledge, leading many to genuinely believe he was the long-lost younger brother of the sect leader, making his rise to power appear seamless. Moreover, his contributions were evident. The nearly defunct Baihuiyuan was on the verge of closure, with outer disciples preparing to sell it off, yet he had transformed it into a flourishing establishment, drawing guests in droves and generating substantial wealth. In truth, he had salvaged the livelihoods of all disciples. Zhu Qingqing led her disciples in worship, expressing sincere admiration. Even Yinyi stood before him, harboring no objections regarding his possession of the sect leader's token, extending her small hand. Mu, hug me. Xuanmu found it impossible to refuse, but could not help but ruffle her little head. Thanks to your formation last night. Yinyi responded earnestly. Mu smells better and better. Yin will not let anyone harm you. Thus, Xuanmu was at a loss as to how to interact with this spirited child, ultimately stating, "Thank you." Yet, Yin followed up with "Then hug me, Moo Moo." Xuanmu glanced around at the amused expressions of the female disciples and helplessly lifted Yin into his arms. She giggled joyfully, appearing quite pleased. Although small, she exuded an aroma not of childhood innocence, but rather a distinctly pure fragrance. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist. Xuanmu found himself bewildered by the experience, struggling to contain his peculiar emotions. Turning to Zhu Qingqing, he inquired, "Qianqian has mostly ceased taking clients. Do you have plans to introduce a new headliner soon?" Indeed, Zhu Qingqing called for a girl to be brought forth. This is Xiao AI. We have been training her talent for several years. She has yet to meet clients, and her stage name is still undecided. Does the Grand Overseer wish to? Clearly, she assumed the Grand Overseer was eager to sample her. Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively, "I want nothing." After assessing Xiao AI, he noted that she was petite and delicate, appearing rather anxious at being summoned by such a prominent figure. Yet her eyes sparkled with curiosity and anticipation, prompting Xuanmu to chuckle softly. Indeed, she was also an actress. The art of performance is indeed a commendable endeavor. And Xuanmu is in need of an actor. Is it Xiao AI? Today, I intend to stage a play. Do you know what a play entails? In essence, it is an act of deception, and if arranged skillfully, the benefits are boundless. While I cannot yet ascertain how the situation may evolve, I am certain it is a positive development. Zhuang Qingqing, standing nearby, confidently remarked, "Setting aside other considerations, when it comes to captivating souls, Xiao AI is unparalleled. Let us refrain from soul capturing. We are respectable individuals." Today's performance is also a foundation for our entire sect to break free from the brothel industry. We must not always adhere to that seductive and enchanting mindset. We shall not engage in the brothel. The maidens all gasped in astonishment. Of course, our standards must rise. Not only shall we avoid the brothel, but even being a concubine should not be the ultimate destination for the disciples of our sect. Xuanmu stated sternly, "Otherwise, what purpose does my role as the overseer serve?" Xiao AI gazed at Xuanmu in surprise, her expression touched. As she retracted her feigned pitiful demeanor and respectfully bowed, "I shall heed your commands, overseer." Xuanmu nodded. "What is your cultivation level?" Xiao AI suddenly felt awkward. She was not a disciple of the Xingyue sect, merely a novice groomed to serve as the leader of the brothel, with negligible cultivation. That Xiao AI, with her lackluster aptitude, could not even conjure a cyclone. Excellent, a lower cultivation level is preferable. Xuanmu circled around her, chuckling. "Let me see you cry on cue." Xiao AI blinked, her eyes instantly reddening, without the need for any emotional buildup. Remarkably adept at acting. Xuanmu clapped his hands in delight and turned to Zhuang Qingqing. "Where did you find this girl? She is a true talent." Zhuang Qingqing awkwardly smiled. "What brothel maiden cannot perform? Moreover, our sect has trained her well." Indeed, the Yao NV sect places great emphasis on performance. Otherwise, how could they deceive young heroes in the martial world? Coupled with the attributes of a brothel courtesan, she is the quintessence of a leading actress, deserving of the title of Best Actress. With this thought, Xuanmu smiled faintly. In that case, half the work is already accomplished. While paying respects to the Valley Master, Mo Shiwexin noticed something amiss. "Yaoer, your mind seems unsettled. Is there something troubling you?" Zhu Qinyo, prepared, whispered, "Valley Master, I must confess my transgression." "Oh, what wrongdoing have you committed?" "Last night, I acted on my own accord and ventured into Baiwa Garden without permission." Mo Shiwexin shook her head. "You are courting death. Xueqing Qiu and the other sisters are in the capital. Baiwa Garden is a den of danger. What cultivation do you possess to dare investigate recklessly? Indeed, the martial world is fraught with peril. Do not assume it is akin to our own valley. One must always remain vigilant." Zhu Qinyo hesitated for a moment and continued, "Valley Master, I uncovered something during my exploration of Baiwa Garden that has left me perturbed." Mo Shiwexin nodded. "I sense your unease is warranted. Please share it with me." "I witnessed a poor girl being sold into a brothel, and the madam was pressuring her to entertain clients. I saw that she harbored thoughts of suicide, and my heart ached for her." "Oomph." Mo Shiwexin slammed her hand on the armrest of her chair and coldly declared, The Yao and V of the Xingyue sect engage in such heinous acts. Where's that girl now? Naturally, Mo Xuexin would never suspect her disciple of deceit, and resolutely stated, Yaoer, you have done well. As practitioners of martial arts, we must be compassionate and uphold justice in the world. I shall personally intervene to rescue this girl. Zhu Qinyo sighed in relief. At this moment, her task was complete. Just as Xuanmu had said, it was not difficult at all. Not only was it not difficult, but it also earned praise from the Valley Master. Of course, prior to devising his plan, Xuanmu had already ensured that she divulged the complete situation of Qishuan Valley, allowing him to accurately gauge Mo Xuexin's temperament. Qishuan Valley is a prestigious sect of righteous practitioners. In truth, it is not a sect of saintly maidens. This sect comprises both men and women, practicing a heart method divided into 7 attributes, of which the majority of women cultivate water, ice, and wood. Water is gentle and reserved. Ice is steadfast and aloof. Wood embodies vitality and peace. When combined, they exude a saintly aura, resulting in disdain from the demon sect's enchantresses. Mo Xuexin primarily cultivates ice, yet also practices gold and fire. Gold is sharp and fire is intense, which diminishes the calmness inherent in the ice attribute, instead highlighting her rigidity. Thus, her heart method shapes her into a lofty and impulsive individual, contrasting starkly with her name, Xuexin. As for her true nature, Zhu Qinyo was unaware. Perhaps no one truly knows, including Zhu Qinyo herself, who until last night believed herself to be a person of cold pride. She secretly sighed, curious about Xuanmu's subsequent arrangements. Surely, he would not set a trap to ensnare the Valley Master. After all, a Dongshu master is not easily vanquished. Furthermore, the Xingyue sect would not inexplicably engage in a conflict with Qishuan Valley in the capital, would they? Pondering this without clarity, Zhu Qinyo followed closely behind Mo Xuexin. Making their way to Baiwa Garden, Mo Xuexin, her anger palpable, waved her right hand, a thin mist dispersing, causing 2 guards to instantly freeze with terror, trembling as they retreated in fright. The girl, however, remained unharmed, though she faltered and fell to the ground, gazing in astonishment at the entrance while sobbing. As a brothel, it was still early morning, and the establishment had not yet opened for business. The flower hall was empty, but guests who had stayed overnight rushed out to witness the commotion, quickly filling the main hall. Curious neighbors gathered outside, eager to see what was happening, and some even rushed to report to the 6 doors. Zhuang Qingqing floated out, casting a glance at Mo Xuexin, and coldly remarked, I wondered who it was. It turns out to be Valley Master Mo. No wonder you dare to cause a ruckus in my Baiwa garden. Mo Xuexin retorted icily, a den of filth, coercing the innocent into prostitution, devoid of any moral compass. As long as there remains a shred of compassion in one's heart, anyone can intervene in your injustices. Zhuang Qingqing rolled her eyes. What constitutes an injustice? The girl's own father sold her, legally binding her to Baiwa Garden. It is none of anyone's business. Mo Xuexin was taken aback, glancing at the girl on the ground. As a powerful Dongshu master, she could easily discern the girl's abysmal cultivation, confirming that she had not practiced the methods of the Xingyue sect, aligning perfectly with the image of a poor girl, without any flaws. At that moment, the girl sobbed on the ground. I do not wish to sell myself. I can work, wash clothes, cook, and pay off debts. The onlookers began to murmur among themselves, implying that the girl possessed high aspirations, self-respect, and dignity, deserving of respect. Yet, this situation was truly unmanageable. Mo Xuexin hesitated as well. If her father had indeed sold her with a written agreement, then outsiders truly had no grounds to interfere. It is an unspoken affair. Only Xuanmu, hidden in the loft, raised his thumb in approval, thinking, bravo Xiao Ai and Zhuang Qingqing. You two are the Oscar winners for Best Actress and Best Supporting Actress. Chapter 53, A Melody of Peace, The Dream of the Qinshi. Observing Mo Xuexin's hesitation, Zhuang Qingqing, aware that for the sake of her pride, she would try to seize the girl, intentionally added fuel to the fire. I see that Valley Master Mo is aware that our sect leader is in seclusion, and you are deliberately coming to bully us. Aren't you? Xueqing Xiu is in seclusion? Mo Xuexin's resolve sharpened by 7-fold. She coldly responded, do not think for a moment that this Valley Master is bullying you. How much did you pay for this girl? I shall redeem her at that price. Zhuang Qingqing looked at her with a condescending gaze. Valley Master Mo is truly sheltered and unaware of the hardships of the world. You've bought her at cost. All the brothel eat. To be honest, it is evident that Mo Xuexin, a powerful Dongshu master, was enduring the tedious chatter of someone like Zhuang Qingqing for the sake of Xue Qingxiu. Knowing that Xue Qingxiu was not present, she had no time to waste on these minions. She grew weary of further conversation and reached down to grab the girl on the ground. Zhuang Qingqing furiously exclaimed, "Leave her," and simultaneously reached out to grasp her. Mo Xuexin let out a cold snort, transforming her grasp into a push, sending Zhuang Qingqing stumbling back 3 steps with a pale face after barely managing to counter the blow. Just as Mo Xuexin was about to deliver a cutting remark, asserting that she had the right to take the girl and challenging anyone to have Xue Qingxiu demand her back, a furious shout echoed from the air, recklessly brawling in the capital, wantonly harming others. Do you truly think there is no one in the 6 doors? With the sound of the voice, a golden beam of light shot down like a meteor, exuding an overwhelming aura as it roared towards them. Mo Xuexin's expression shifted slightly as she solemnly raised her hand, colliding with the golden light. The radiance dissipated, revealing a formidable and imposing man, his tiger-like eyes glaring fiercely, exuding an aura akin to a soaring dragon. Mo Xuexin's expression was exceedingly solemn as she uttered each word. Wei Su Ho. The surrounding crowd erupted in astonishment. Who would have imagined that such a trivial matter, a mere instance of coercion, could provoke a rare confrontation of profound significance? The individual in question was none other than Xianzhe, the foremost expert of Lushan men. At this moment, he was seething with anger, for this band of righteous individuals had truly overstepped their bounds. Just the day prior, they had recklessly demolished the Sun Huangge. While there were reasons behind their actions, it was akin to delivering a resounding slap to the face of Lushan men. Regardless of their opinions regarding the crown prince behind Sun Huangge, the fact remained that an establishment operating legitimately within the capital had been destroyed by outsiders, leaving the populace to question Lushan men as authority. How could they maintain their dignity in such a situation? Ultimately, considering that their actions were driven by a desire to quell the incident, Lushan men begrudgingly tolerated it. Yet, it was barely a short while later that they found themselves embroiled in another disturbance at Baihua Yuan. Lushan men had just recently entered into a confidential agreement with Baihua Yuan. Were they truly disregarding Lushan men entirely? Xianzhe, embodying the gravity of his title, was filled with righteous indignation, and it was indeed rare to see him unleash his wrath so openly. However, Mo Xuexin was oblivious to Xianzhe's fury, not due to a lack of intelligence, but rather because their ideologies diverged. In the realm of martial arts, minor conflicts often resulted in catastrophic consequences. Such occurrences had been the norm for centuries, with no consideration given to the existence of the imperial court or the concept of martial law. Ask any practitioner of the martial arts, and they would surely speak of strength as the ultimate authority, even boasting of slaying corrupt officials. The thoughts of Lushan men were simply not on their radar. Mo Xuexin coldly remarked, "No wonder the Xingyu sect acts without restraint. It appears they are in cahoots with Lushan men." Her words were intended as sarcasm, yet, ironically, they struck a chord with Xianzhe. The most infuriating aspect for him was that he was not merely defending Baihua Yuan due to this perceived collusion. He was also unable to rebut her statement. Choosing to refrain from further discourse, he stated directly, "There is no benefit in prolonging this conversation. Qi Xinwu Ji is renowned throughout the world. I would like to witness the essence of Mo Gu Master." The crowd dispersed in a frenzy. Engaging in a confrontation of such magnitude was no trivial matter. The clash of their energies could easily obliterate an entire street. In truth, a confrontation was not even necessary. The mere presence of the two, facing one another with solemn expressions, radiated an overwhelming aura that stirred up tumultuous waves. The stone pavement beneath them creaked and gradually cracked. Stones being flung into the air, caught in a swirling vortex that formed a chaotic barrier of debris around them, resonating with a haunting sound. Xianzhe's domain exuded a golden aura, faintly revealing the movement of countless beasts, with the sounds of dragons roaring and tigers howling echoing subtly. In contrast, Mo Xuexin's domain enveloped the area in a blizzard of ice and snow, transforming the world into a glacial abyss. with azure ice crystals and flickering sword energy dancing within. Their respective displays were nothing short of spectacular. Xuanmu, observing from the loft, was struck by the magnificence of their realms. What was this phenomenon? It was not a true realm, but merely an imposing aura. The sheer force of it threatened to shatter the entire street. Had they truly suppressed 50% of their cultivation? Such terrifying power was unfathomable. What would happen if they truly engaged in combat? Yingyi, perched beside him, munching on a pear and unconsciously kicking her legs, seemed a tad anxious. Mumu, your performance is about to commence. They are merely probing one another for now, but if it escalates, it could become dire. Xuanmu signaled Domination, who nodded and departed. He then turned to Yingyi and asked, if it comes to blows, can you separate them? Yingyi giggled. Mumu, do you not know? I cannot fight at all. Just as Xuanmu was about to inquire further, a sudden melody wafted from the rooftop opposite by Hua Yuan. It resembled the majesty of towering mountains, the ethereal essence of clouds, with a gentle stream cascading down from the summit, producing a harmonious, flowing sound. The green waters shimmered, the air thick with mist, as ethereal birds danced joyfully amidst the scene. The celestial music gradually dissolved the worries and tempers of the mortal realm, leaving only the fresh breath of serenity and an expansive sense of joy. The crowd turned to witness a woman, her face veiled in delicate silk, seated gracefully as she played the zither. The faint mist enveloped her, obscuring her features, while the morning sunlight cast a sacred glow upon her, rendering her akin to a celestial being, both compassionate and ethereal. Yet, this was merely an illusion, within such an environment, paired with the deliberately swirling mist. The morning light's sanctity would make anyone appear transcendent. The woman spoke softly, her voice ethereal. Both of you are formidable figures of the present age. Your clash would inevitably impact countless innocents. I implore you to show mercy and quell your wrath. Xianzhe snorted in response, gradually retracting the energy he had summoned. The zither's melody indeed possessed a calming effect, and in that moment he regained his composure, understanding that the woman was offering him an exit from the confrontation. Engaging in a battle with a peer in the heart of the city would undoubtedly have dire consequences, and he would surely face retribution from the emperor. Mo Shiwashin also sheathed her sword, feeling a tinge of regret for confronting Xianzhe, as it did not align with her fundamental interests. However, faced with Xianzhe's imposing demeanor, as the leader of her sect, she could not easily concede. Doing so would undermine her authority. With the intervention of another, she seized the opportunity to withdraw gracefully. As the music ceased, a collective sigh arose from the onlookers. Truly a celestial musician, someone murmured. Is this the maiden from Bai Hua Yuan? How come I have never seen her before? I frequent Bai Hua Yuan nightly and have yet to encounter her. If she truly is from Bai Hua Yuan, I would give everything to spend a night with her. Are you foolish? She is atop the rooftop, not within Bai Hua Yuan. How can a maiden from Bai Hua Yuan possess such an ethereal presence? Indeed, no one had seen Menglan before. Although she occasionally managed Bai Hua Yuan while veiled, this was her first public appearance. At this moment, Menglan slowly rose, offering a slight bow. Both of you are among the finest in the world. Menglan's skills are but trifling, and I beg your pardon for my intrusion. With that, she gracefully departed, her garments flowing like a celestial being. Thus, her name was revealed to be Menglan. One could only hope for another chance to hear her celestial music. Amid the whispers of the crowd, Zhu Qinyao, who had remained silent and observant, slightly raised her head and closed her eyes. Xuanmu had orchestrated everything meticulously, even going so far as to involve two formidable figures, all in a bid to create a celestial presence, to fashion a zither fairy. It was evident that he had succeeded. With a single melody, the conflict ceased, and she vanished without a trace. In the aftermath of today's events, the tales would be told and retold, growing increasingly exaggerated and mysterious. Particularly since she had stopped a confrontation of such magnitude, this was undoubtedly a sensational event that would spread rapidly throughout the realm, worthy of being chronicled in history. With just this one performance, Menglan had ascended to the realm of legends. As long as she maintained a low profile and appeared infrequently, every subsequent appearance would surely incite fervent admiration. This kind of spectacle, this grand orchestration, was entirely foreign to the people of this world. Even Zhu Qinyao, who had been a complete bystander, could not fully comprehend the intricacies involved. All she knew was that this man was undoubtedly capable of fulfilling the promises he had made to her, and his words were far from empty. Chapter 54. The grand finale. Oh dear, it seems Wei Ho has arrived. I, Shui, have been remiss in my duties, only now realizing the gravity of my oversight. At this moment, Shui Mu finally made his delayed entrance from within by Hua Yuan, clasping his hands in greeting. Upon seeing Shui Mu, Xianzhe felt an inkling that he might have been used as a pawn in this scheme, regardless of whether he was indeed a pawn. If given the chance to relive the situation, he would still choose to confront Mo Xiuxin, even if he was manipulated by Shui Mu. It was evident that Shui Mu had seen through Lu Shan Min's intentions. Contemplating this, he remarked curtly, Mr. Shui arrives at a most opportune moment. Shui Mu, with a beaming smile, replied, It is I who have failed to properly welcome such a distinguished guest like Wei Ho. Turning to Mo Xiuxin, his gaze was filled with confusion. This beautiful and noble lady is... Mo Xiuxin coldly interrupted, What qualifications do you, a mere lackey, have to jest here? Zhuo Qingqing, standing beside her, retorted angrily, This is our esteemed Grand Steward. I implore you, Mo Gu Master, to show some respect. The Grand Steward, Mo Xiuxin, was taken aback. When did the Xingyue sect have such a position? Shui Mu chuckled. Although I am but a small fry, matters of Bai Weiyuan still fall under my purview. This lady surely has important business. Why not state it plainly? Xianzhe paused, still unaware of the situation. Just then, a subordinate approached and whispered in his ear. Xianzhe nodded. His gaze toward Xiao Ai softened as a plan quickly formed in his mind. There was no need for explanation regarding Mo Xiuxin's perception of him as a tiger's accomplice. He simply needed to assist this girl in escaping her plight, thus clearing his name. He turned to Shui Mu and said, Since this young lady values her dignity, you at Bai Weiyuan should not press too hard. Shui Mu feigned distress, rubbing his hands together. While that may be so, if this precedent is set, every girl may come forth with a similar request. How can any establishment survive? Xianzhe's expression hardened. Is my status of no account? Shui Mu blinked in surprise. Since it is Lord Xian's desire, Bai Weiyuan shall naturally comply. Before he could finish, Xianzhe interrupted. I did not come for the beauty of this young lady. Shui Mu smiled awkwardly. That complicates matters. Xiao Ai sobbed softly. I am immensely grateful for the protection extended by the Lord and Mo Gu Master. My heart is troubled by the conflict this has caused. My life is no longer my own. I can only repay your kindness in my next life. Wait. Xianzhe scrutinized Xiao Ai. Your eloquence suggests you are educated? Xiao Ai had learned some characters since childhood. Xianzhe laughed heartily. I have recently established a publication office within the 6 doors, and I require assistance. Shui Xiansheng, would you have any objections to offering this young lady to my office? Shui Mu pondered for a moment before nodding. This is Xiao Ai's fortune. If that is the case, it would be rather unkind of me to obstruct it. Let us send her to the west, and let us not speak of costs. Qingqing, please make the arrangements for Xiao Ai's registration. Zhuo Qingqing complied. Xiao Ai wept profusely. Thank you, young Master Shui. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Mo Gu Master. Deep inside, she was astonished and impressed. Until this moment, she had never considered how to realize the benefits Shui Mu had predicted, yet they had arrived inexplicably. She did not understand why Xianzhe was so endearing. Entering the 6 doors meant becoming a legitimate member of the court, even if she started as a temporary worker. With her acting skills and adaptability, securing a formal position would be effortless. Zhuo Qingqing hurried to arrange Xiao Ai's registration, equally astonished. A courtesan, openly integrated into the court, was unprecedented. Xiao Ai must be taken under the wing of the Xingyue sect. This was the first step in breaking the barriers between the Xingyue sect and court positions. A move of immeasurable significance. Indeed, as he had stated, the brothel was too lowly. Under the Xingyue sect, even being a concubine was beneath them. Shui Mu bowed to Mo Xiuxin. Mo Gu Master, your chivalrous spirit is commendable. Though I dwell in the demonic sect, I hold you in high regard. Today's happy outcome is greatly owed to your influence. Might I invite you for a couple of drinks? His words, though charming, elicited a slight softening of Mo Xiuxin's demeanor, yet she remained cold. I do not enter places of filth. This matter is resolved, and it suffices for this visit. Yaoer, let us depart. Zhu Qinyao cast a cold glance at Shui Mu and the others before turning away, leaving no one aware of the tumultuous emotions she concealed within. This performance had only just concluded. It was not merely about elevating a dream. Although Xiao Ai appeared flawless, she was merely a struggling commoner with difficulty in cultivation. However, knowing that the entire spectacle was orchestrated by Xuan Mu, Zhu Qinyao certainly deduced that Xiao Ai must be his pawn. Previously, Mo Xuexin had caused a ruckus at Bai Huiyuan, and Xianzhe intervened to prevent a conflict between Mo Xuexin and the Xingyue sect, having preconceived notions about the situation. Mo Xuexin acted out of righteousness to rescue an innocent girl who was undoubtedly of pure lineage, and thus no suspicion arose. Not wanting to be misunderstood as an accomplice to Mo Xuexin, he took it upon himself to save Xiao Ai, demonstrating his own sense of justice. A prominent lord would not wish to be perceived as bickering over a courtesan, hence he sought a legitimate reason for the rescue. Xiao Ai's display of vulnerability, self-respect, and gratitude, coupled with her education, made her an appealing candidate for the newly established publication office. In truth, Xuan Mu had not anticipated that Xianzhe would recruit Xiao Ai into the Six Doors. He merely foresaw that Xiao Ai's situation would yield benefits. But the specifics would depend on the unfolding circumstances and Xianzhe's spontaneous decisions, which could not be predetermined. In essence, this entire scheme intricately intertwined all parties involved, elevating his woman to the status of a Qin fairy while embedding his cultivated courtesan within the Six Doors, all without offending anyone. Xianzhe likely felt he had been honored, and even Mo Xuexin was pacified by a few kind words. On the return journey, Mo Xuexin remarked to Zhu Qinyao, "This demon Xuan Mu possesses some grace, exhibiting restraint contrary to my expectations of a lecherous individual. Is this what they mean by a gentleman who could be deceived with propriety?" Zhu Qinyao replied, feeling increasingly uneasy. She hoped he would keep his word and remain obedient, for there was no loss in such compliance. Chapter 55. The storm leaves no trace. Meanwhile, Xianzhe had taken Xiao Ai away, while Bai Huiyuan closed its doors to guests. Xiao Ai, once merely a backup courtesan, had suddenly transformed into a phoenix, swiftly ascending. It was apparent that she would secretly enter the sect and almost immediately become a vital disciple of the inner sect. Once she established herself within the Six Doors, it was highly likely that she would assume responsibility for the capital branch, potentially displacing Zhui Qingqing. Perhaps one day, Xiao Ai would rise to become a significant official in the court. This possibility was certainly viable, as the status of women in this world was notably high. Many of the foremost powerhouses were female. Even the chief of the Six Doors was a woman, and numerous government positions were held by women. Historically, there have been several female emperors, proving that gender was not an obstacle to status. The Six Doors held substantial influence within the court, with only two positions of Dongshu, one serving the palace and the other within the Six Doors to intimidate the martial world. Xiao Ai had been personally escorted into the Six Doors by a powerful figure of Dongshu, making her future prospects exceedingly bright. A courtesan struggling with cultivation now stood on the brink of a future that would overshadow the outer sect disciples who had dedicated their lives to training. Each individual was left to ponder their emotions in this moment. It was said that Menglan had actively pursued the Grand Steward, and while no one looked down upon such behavior, they had secretly mocked her eagerness. Now, who would still laugh? They would rather have been the ones vying for his attention. Even a Qin fairy could be their own. Xuan Mu found himself unable to escape, surrounded by a throng of maidens, each exuding irresistible charm. "Grand Steward, why not take a break?" "Grand Steward, allow me to play a tune for you." "Grand Steward, I too am a maiden." Xuan Mu was both amused and exasperated. Thus, it was evident that few among the sect's maidens were virtuous. Strictly speaking, Menglan was not virtuous either, and Xiao Ai was even less so. In this game, the one he truly admired was the seemingly rash Mo Xuexin, for she sought nothing in return, purely acting out of righteousness, thus allowing this demon to exploit her noble heart. The essence of righteousness is not without reason. Perhaps many have become corrupted, yet the foundation remains grounded in morality, which starkly contrasts with the profit-driven nature of the demonic sect. This is also a sense of chivalry and righteousness that many have long lost, including himself. With a faint sigh, he did not intervene in the chaotic scene around him, but instead pulled Menglan close, playfully kissing her cheek. Menglan blushed, her previous ethereal demeanor forgotten. her eyes now brimming with flirtatious allure. The female disciples nearby clamored insistently, insisting that the steward must not show favoritism. The situation grew increasingly chaotic, yet no one noticed the extreme vigilance that remained in Xuanmu's eyes. Amidst this turmoil, the air near the beams of the room twisted oddly, and a shadowy figure darted out like a viper from the darkness, heading straight for Xuanmu's neck. Simultaneously, a soft grunt from a little girl echoed from the attic, which went unnoticed by the others, but the shadow recoiled as if struck by lightning, seemingly thwarted in its assault. Following this, a faint golden glow enveloped Xuanmu, intercepting the imminent attack. "Is that the Huiyue Shenshi?" The shadow exclaimed in astonishment before quickly transforming its tone into a sinister laughter. "Steward Xue has misunderstood." As it spoke, its attack swiftly morphed into the act of flinging something, and then the figure vanished without a trace. The object thrown was not fast. Xuanmu, possessing a modicum of cultivation, easily caught it, only to find it was a human head, the head of the owner of the roasted wings from the previous night. Suppressing the wave of nausea in his stomach, Xuanmu feigned nonchalance. "What does this mean?" The voice that echoed from all directions, indistinguishable in its source, replied. "I have said, Steward Xue has misunderstood. I have come to offer an apology." This individual acted without permission to assassinate an important figure of our sect, nearly igniting a deadly conflict between the two factions, and thus must present this head as an apology. Xuanmu remained non-committal, clearly recognizing the absurdity of the situation. The intent to assassinate him was evident, and the sudden change of plan only showcased the cold-blooded nature of the assailant, who had evidently prepared the head of his subordinate in advance. He merely responded, "If this is indeed an apology, such a cowardly display lacks sincerity." The voice chuckled. "As one who dwells in shadows, I hope Steward Xue can forgive my discretion. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." As the final words were spoken, the voice grew increasingly ephemeral, clearly indicating its departure. In the attic, Yinye's expression remained inscrutable, her dark eyes reflecting an unfathomable depth. Until the very last moment, she suddenly stiffened, her long hair stirring as if moved by a non-existent wind, and shadows spread ominously. At that moment, the voice altered pitch, morphing into an inaudible grunt before swiftly fading into silence. From the appearance of the assassin to their disappearance, including the brief exchange, it all transpired within mere seconds. With the assailant's form never fully revealed, only a distorted shadow visible. Following the failed attack, the sect that practiced assassination revealed its most terrifying visage. It was only at this moment that the female disciples comprehended the gravity of the situation, their faces paling as they realized that even Xuanmu's intimacy with Meng Lan had been a ruse to draw in the enemy. They could scarcely fathom the dire consequences had Xuanmu not been vigilant. The thought of what their fate might have been rendered them utterly disheartened, extinguishing any lingering notions of flirtation. Yinye floated down from above, grinning at Xuanmu. "I made him suffer a loss. How will you praise me, Mumu?" Xuanmu chuckled in disbelief. "Shall I treat you to some tonghulu?" "Oh yes, I want 2 skewers," they exclaimed in unison. Arriving at the underground chamber, Xuanmu settled Yinye on his lap, smiling. "I'm quite curious about your cultivation. Could you enlighten me?" Zhuo Qingqing explained, "My master practices uniquely, focusing solely on body refinement and soul cultivation, without any training in true qi or martial techniques." This revelation astonished even Meng Lan, who had never heard of such a method. Observing Yinye's adorable demeanor, she was left bewildered. It was no wonder none could discern her cultivation. Her path diverged entirely from others, practicing physical prowess without true qi, then directly pursuing the soul. Had she not just attacked the assassin's soul? It made sense that the confrontation went unseen. It was no wonder witnesses from the southern regions claimed they could not comprehend how the heart path was struck down. Xuanmu remained lost in thought, finally chuckling and shaking his head. "So that's it. This little rascal is a mage, a psychic one at that. Her physical training must be astonishingly robust, for the body must evolve, and without a solid foundation in cultivation, one cannot endure." Thus, Yu Xiaochan's assertion that her master would not feel pain made a certain scientific sense. What a conundrum! Why ponder this? She is but 5 years old. Xuanmu quickly dismissed any perverse thoughts and inquired, "Who was that person just now? Surely you all have an idea?" Zhuo Qingqing replied, "It must be the leader of the Wuhan Dao sect, the master of Fengbui Tower, known only by the self-given title Yi. Yi concurred, it has to be him. Others struck by my earlier attack would likely be dead. He merely sustained minor injuries. He can still be injured? Does he not possess Dongshu? Yi pondered, resting her round chin in thought. He is at the pinnacle of the Tao, but has yet to reach Dongshu. If one were to categorize me, it would be similar. However, do not place too much weight on cultivation differences. Martial skills, practical wisdom, combat instincts, and willpower are equally vital. Otherwise, what is the point of fighting? Wouldn't revealing one's cultivation settle everything? In my view, this Yi is elusive and poses a greater threat than many at the Dongshu level. Though she may be young, her insights are indeed precious. Xuanmu pressed his lips together, falling into contemplation. Noticing his deep thought, the three women exchanged puzzled glances, wondering what there was to consider. After a prolonged silence, Meng Lan could no longer restrain herself and asked, "Young master." "Oh," Xuanmu replied, emerging from his reverie, his expression still grave. "Do you not feel that our sect leader has lingered in the capital for too long?" Yi blinked innocently, utterly confused, while Zhuo Qingqing and Meng Lan exchanged glances, their expressions gradually shifting to one of horror. Xuanmu's meaning was clear. He believed that Zhuo Qingqiu's prolonged stay in the capital posed a considerable danger. At the very least, it was highly inappropriate. Why were there no experts stationed in the capital? The capital is fortified with arrays that greatly suppress the cultivation levels of experts, rendering them ineffective. However, while one's cultivation may be suppressed, other factors remain unaffected, such as divine weapons, potent poisons, and intricate mechanisms. In circumstances where everyone's cultivation is halved, even a slight difference in level becomes inconsequential, whereas the impact of these external factors becomes pronounced. No matter how strong one is, they are but a single person against potentially countless divine weapons, numerous traps, and various toxic aids, compounded by myriad combination formations. Moreover, one cannot even fly. This creates a possibility of being overwhelmed, even for those at the Dongshu level. Zhuo Qingqiu, a seasoned fighter molded through genuine life or death trials, possesses strength exceeding that of certain academic sects, capable of traversing the realm with ease. Even when besieged by several experts of equal rank, she could likely escape, but the capital presents a certain risk. Thus, the capital is the area under the most stringent control by the court, and no matter how formidable other experts may be, they are hesitant to enter freely. Zhuo Qingqiu had entered the capital for Yinye's sake, yet remained due to an alliance with the Six Doors, while everyone deemed there was no issue. After all, the emperor was collaborating with the demonic sect, and their Xingyue sect had additional publications in partnership. Xuanmu felt a twinge of unease. The number of powerful individuals in the capital had swelled alarmingly. Previously, individuals like Mo Xiuxin had entered the capital due to the suppression incident and had not left immediately. And now Yi had inexplicably come to the capital. This could be considered the most significant gathering of external experts in recent years. Do not presume that just because the emperor is still collaborating with the Xingyue sect, he will protect them. The emperor's intentions are notoriously inscrutable. He may support the demonic sect to counterbalance the righteous path, but supporting the demonic sect does not equate to supporting Zhuo Qingqiu. Especially with the imminent conflict between the righteous and demonic factions, he would likely revel in any deaths, showing no inclination to intervene. Xuanmu questioned whether he harbored a petty mindset, yet he believed that if he were the emperor, it would be best if Zhuo Qingqiu and others like Lin Wui and Mo Xiuxin would perish. The more he contemplated this, the more anxious he became, decisively instructing, "Yi, go to your senior sister's retreat and set up defensive formations outside. As soon as she emerges, inform her to leave immediately. She must not linger in the capital." "Oh," Yi responded with a slight pout, realizing from Xuanmu's stern expression that this was not the time for sugary treats. Xuanmu added, "Be cautious yourself. This atmosphere feels a bit peculiar." Yi, however, beamed with joy. "I knew that Mu cares about me." Meanwhile, Meng Lan, ever observant, sensed Xuanmu's intention to leave and asked anxiously, "Where are you going, sir?" Xuanmu paused for a moment, then chuckled. "I can't be of much help. Just going out for a stroll." Yi, devoid of ulterior motives, waved her hand. "Goodbye, Mu." Zhuo Qingqing exchanged a glance with Meng Lan, both aware that Xuanmu had matters he did not wish to disclose. Given their different statuses, Zhuo Qingqing felt it inappropriate to pry into Xuanmu's destination. Meng Lan quietly followed him outside, blocking his path at the door. "Sir, it's dangerous to go out alone. May I accompany you?" Xuanmu laughed dismissively. "It's not that serious. What danger could there be in broad daylight in the capital? You should stay here and help Inya." Meng Lan hesitated for a moment, then said resolutely, "Are you going to Fengguolu to probe Inyi's intentions?" Xuanmu widened his eyes in surprise. "I must say, Xingyue sect truly underestimated you." "How could you guess that?" Meng Lan sighed softly. "Sir, for the sake of the sect leader, you truly disregard your own safety?" Xuanmu playfully squeezed her cheek, smiling. "I originally had business to discuss with them and planned to wait for the sect leader to emerge before going together. Now, it seems, the sooner the better." Meng Lan exclaimed anxiously, "But Inyi just tried to kill you." Xuanmu chuckled. "Do not worry. A sect leader is not a fool." When Inyi failed to strike, he immediately offered a head as an apology, indicating that he is also quite cautious. Seeing me approach, he must be filled with suspicion and would not act recklessly without clarification. That is still perilous. If one does not enter the tiger's den, how can one obtain the tiger cub? Should I spend my life sheltered beneath the wings of women? When it is my turn to shine, I cannot be timid. Otherwise, how can I face the desire for your sect leader? Xuanmu realized he was influenced by the values of this world. Or perhaps it was the martial arts spirit engraved in his youthful dreams that was ignited by this realm, leading to a moment of youthful bravado. In modern times, the valor of heroism has gradually shifted from admiration to contempt for mere bravado, reflecting a noticeable ideological change, while this world still upholds a naive view of heroism. It is a realm where martial prowess is revered and courage is esteemed. The collective consciousness promotes the notion of individual heroics. Just as Mu Jianli boldly seeks the sword alone, unyielding in his pursuit, Xue Qingqiu's admiration for him is palpable. At this moment, Meng Lan felt similarly. Though she knew it was ill-advised for Xuanmu to venture into danger alone, she found herself at a loss for words to dissuade him. For if Xuanmu were to remain sheltered beneath the wings of women for eternity, she would silently harbor a sense of disdain, despite her words of encouragement. Perhaps Xue Qingqiu felt the same way. Those who carve their destinies amidst life and death seem fundamentally different from Xuanmu, and it had been a surprise to even engage in philosophical discourse. The notion of fighting side by side, that had likely never crossed their minds. Thus, there always existed an unbridgeable gap. Xuanmu's actions were both a test of courage and a form of self-justification. He gazed down into Meng Lan's eyes, where her mixed feelings of approval and worry created a complex tapestry of emotion. He laughed again, his tone softening. "Rest assured, when I say there is no danger, there truly is none. Do you not trust my judgment? Obey my command and stay at home, preparing for my return. In this world, I have yet to lose my virginity, and I am not so easily dispatched." Meng Lan's eyes shimmered with tears, and suddenly, she leaped into his embrace, pressing her lips against his. In this untainted world, the art of courtship proved surprisingly straightforward. He had previously overthought the matter. With no time for further contemplation, he decisively extended his tongue, delving into the kiss. Meng Lan let out a gentle hum, melting into his arms. She softly shook her head. If her earlier submission had marked a step into intimacy, and her later surrender had signified a recognition of roles, then what did this moment signify? As he cradled her, as the Qin Xian, determined to venture into the tiger's den for the sect leader, Meng Lan understood that her feelings had irrevocably changed. Worry now filled her heart completely, overshadowing any sense of self-satisfaction regarding appearances. Chapter 57. Fengguolu appears to be quite impoverished. Fengguolu was not difficult to locate. As the visible stronghold of the Wuhan sect, it was even more overt than the brothels of the Xingyue sect. The establishments of the Xingyue sect were generally run discreetly, with outsiders largely unaware of the hidden affiliations behind them, each bearing a different name. In contrast, Fengguolu operated as a chain, its branches scattered throughout, openly engaging in business where anyone could enter to negotiate. Many people even refer to the Wuhan sect directly as Fengguolu, as its reputation far surpassed that of the sect itself. Thus, Xuanmu merely inquired of a passerby, and quickly learned the location of Fengguolu. As he approached, Xuanmu felt remarkably at ease. He spoke the truth when he asserted that there was no danger in visiting Fengguolu. Those in positions of power tend to be contemplative. The more one thinks, the less likely they are to act rashly when an opportunity presents itself. In truth, Fengbo was not far, merely a street away from Baiyuan. This area shared a common trait. It was filled with opulent establishments, brothels, taverns, gambling houses, and a variety of entertainment venues, reflecting a certain level of civilization in urban planning. In other words, Fengbo was also a place of amusement. Xuanmu looked up at the sign and the large teapot swaying beside it, unable to suppress a chuckle. So, it turned out to be a tea house. In the early hours of the morning, while the brothels were closed for business, the tea house was bustling, with many idlers sipping tea. The first floor featured a spacious hall with dozens of tables, where small groups chatted over large pots of tea and snacks, discussing a myriad of topics, while others played chess with unfamiliar pieces. The overall atmosphere bore a resemblance to the tea houses Xuanmu remembered, albeit with a disappointing occupancy rate of less than 20%, likely due to the early hour or perhaps the general state of Fengbo operations. It seemed that this was one of Fengbo methods for gathering intelligence. Although there were similarities to the information-gathering practices of brothels, there were distinctions as well, as they catered to the common folk. Additionally, Fengbo employed a more direct approach to intelligence acquisition, utilizing their martial arts skills to quietly gather information, thus compensating for many blind spots in the Xingyue sect's collection methods. Noticing Xuanmu scanning the interior upon entering, a server approached him. "Would you like tea or to purchase tea?" This succinctly encapsulated the nature of Fengbo. Drinking tea meant casual enjoyment, while purchasing tea indicated an intention for assassination or information gathering. Xuanmu smiled. "I seek someone." The server, sensing his distinguished demeanor, felt reassured and quietly inquired. "May I ask who you're looking for?" Xuanmu replied nonchalantly, "I am Xuanmu of the Xingyue sect, wishing to meet with the master of Fengbo." The server's expression shifted in shock. Just as Xuanmu had anticipated, he received a level of treatment befitting his status. The proprietor of the tea house personally bowed and led him to the highest floor, seated him in the finest private chamber, and served him the best tea. Everyone, from the proprietor to the servers, exhibited profound respect, both for Xuanmu's identity and for his audacity in entering a perilous situation alone. The people of Fengbo were well aware that the sect leader had just attempted to assassinate Xuanmu that morning, returning injured. Yet Xuanmu had the audacity to stride in confidently at this moment. Regardless of his motives, the mere display of this courage commanded respect. This cultural admiration for heroism was evident. Xuanmu sat alone at the table, leisurely savoring his tea. The leaves were of the same quality he had enjoyed at Shui Qingqiu's, surpassing those from Xiahou Di, indicating that Fengbo was indeed quite affluent, at least not inferior to Xingyue sect. He was aware that he was being observed, yet he remained unperturbed. After a moment, the empty chair across from him began to distort oddly, gradually solidifying into a human shape, which then morphed into an actual person. A visage that could be described as utterly commonplace, a face so ordinary that it would be lost in a crowd, yet the gaze is sharp and piercing, imbued with a mystical light that penetrates like a needle, revealing an extraordinary mastery. Indeed, Shui Zongguan possesses remarkable audacity. The unremarkable face solemnly lifted the teacup, toasting with tea instead of wine, proclaiming, "I raise my glass to you." Xuanmu sipped his tea and smiled. "The leader of Yingzong?" "Indeed, that is I," replied Yi with a calm demeanor. "Shui Zongguan is among the very few who have witnessed my true form, and thus I extend my respect to heroes." In a world reminiscent of martial arts tales, the transition from assassination to casual conversation is intriguingly exhilarating, a rarity in modern life. "What brings you here, Zongguan?" Xuanmu inquired with a smile. "Last night, someone from your sect took it upon themselves to attempt my assassination, but fortunately, the leader, valuing our camaraderie, eliminated the rogue who threatened the bond between our two families. Have we not put the past behind us?" Yi's eyes glinted with amusement indeed. Since Fengbo is open for business, it would naturally not refuse dealings with fellow practitioners, would it? Yi's gaze flickered. "What transpired last night was the folly of my subordinate. I had no knowledge of their dealings." Clearly, he assumed that Xuanmu was seeking information about the instigator and might even attempt a counter-assassination, leading him to swiftly disavow any connection. It is a jest, he thought. After all, assassins have their principles and would never casually disclose the identity of their employers, nor would they be swayed to turn on them, for their reputation is paramount. Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively. "You misunderstand, Zongguan. In truth, I'm not concerned about who wishes to take my life. My only curiosity lies in how much I am worth. Might you indulge my modest curiosity? The price is hardly a secret. Assassins typically have set rates for various contracts. Yi, complying with Xue Mu's inquiry, responded, "As far as I am aware, the offer was 1,000 taels of gold." Xue Mu spluttered, "Is that all I am worth?" Yi regarded him with a stoic expression, saying nothing. 1,000 taels of gold represents the largest contract Feng Buolu has secured in recent years. For someone as inexperienced as Xue Mu, who was previously deemed not even worth 100 taels of silver, the difficulty of the task escalated due to his constant association with Xue Qingxiu, hence the inflated price. "You ought to appreciate your worth," Yi thought. Xue Mu, with a sympathetic gaze akin to that of observing a beggar, remarked, "Feng Buolu must be rather impoverished." "Impoverished? Do you have any notion of the wealth generated in the assassination business?" Yi countered. "However, their profit model extends beyond mere assassinations. Such opportunities arise infrequently, necessitating supplementary ventures. For instance, selling outdated intelligence to gullible clients is remarkably lucrative, and some timely information can create its own value. After all, isn't it true that Xingyue's zone and Huana's zone also thrive on such dealings? Would one truly believe that merely selling smiles and brothels could sustain the resource demands of a grand sect? This is precisely why Feng Buolu aspires to monopolize intelligence, perpetually viewing Xingyue's zone and Huana's zone with disdain. In this chaotic world, all actions are driven by profit. Seemingly nonchalant, Xue Mu remarked, "Even if it was a unilateral decision, does a mere 1,000 taels of gold warrant nearly spilling the blood of two sects? Is your sect truly so desperate?" This assertion was indeed undeniable. Either they were financially strained or foolishly reckless. Yi was loath to admit either, yet he revealed a kernel of truth. "In fact, no one is aware of your esteemed position within our sect. Had we known, not only would the price have been higher, but we would have ensured that no actions were taken that could alarm you." Indeed, at the time of the contract, Yi was oblivious to Xue Mu's true status within Xingyue's zone. Traditionally, men are seldom entrusted with power in Xingyue's zone. Generally, male assassins are simply eliminated without further thought. The long-standing grievances between Wu Hindao and Xingyue's zone rendered them indifferent to such transgressions. It was only upon witnessing the Huiwed Divine Stone during the assassination attempt and being ambushed by Yi that he truly comprehended the gravity of the situation. Xue Mu wielding the token of leadership indicated a position of significant authority. The title of Zongguan implied real power, with qualifications to succeed the position of leader, not a trivial matter. Yi lamented his ignorance. Had he realized Xue Mu's immense stature, he would have refused the contract outright. For provoking a full-scale conflict with Xingyue's zone would incur losses far beyond mere financial compensation. Unless, of course, they could eliminate Xue Qingxiu directly, which warranted consideration. Xue Mu squinted, his probing having been effectively accomplished. Yi's visit to the capital was surely not solely to eliminate him. He had misjudged the value of the 1,000 taels of gold and mistakenly underestimated Xue Mu's importance, leading him to dispatch a subordinate to act without caution. It was evident that Yi had more pressing matters to attend to in the capital, requiring his personal involvement. Reflecting on this, Xue Mu feigned an intention to depart. "I had assumed your sect would fight tooth and nail for a mere 1,000 taels of gold. Surely you must be more interested in 10,000 taels. It seems I have misjudged your sect, as you appear not to lack in finances." 10,000? Yi's muscles twitched as he quickly replied, "Feng Buolu is indeed rather impoverished. If Xue Zongguan has any profitable ventures, perhaps you might consider sharing them out of camaraderie." Chapter 58. The storyteller Xue Mu found amusement within, recognizing that Yi, who had previously refused to acknowledge their financial plight, had now resorted to laughter, revealing the allure of 10,000 taels of gold. Here was a formidable figure willing to forsake even the most esteemed reputation in the martial world for the sake of wealth. If someone offered 10,000 taels of gold, Yi would indeed contemplate assassinating anyone in the world. It is evident that everyone has their vulnerabilities. Do not be deceived by the cold demeanor of assassin sects. For those whose creed equates wealth with life, their weakness is undoubtedly greed. Yi paused, momentarily taken aback. "What do you mean?" Xue Mu smiled. "The enterprises of other sects are concealed across the lands, with the exception of Feng Buolu, which operates openly. This is your unique advantage. Lu has established itself nationwide. Typically, no one would oppose this tea house, as both righteous and rogue individuals occasionally require intelligence and contracts for assassination, each fulfilling their own needs in a tacit understanding. Thus, it operates in plain sight. However, Lu's circumstances are peculiar. Who among those privy to the inner workings would venture to your assassin's base for tea? Even if they are aware you would not harm guests, the discomfort is palpable. Consequently, the private rooms exist in name only, as no one frequents them unless for business discussions. Furthermore, the common trade cannot compete with other authentic tea houses. Hoping to earn substantial profits is merely a dream. One would be fortunate to break even. Yet, Yingyi was aware that a nearly bankrupt Baiwa Yuan had been transformed by Mu into a bustling establishment, now seemingly the most popular in the capital. In terms of operational acumen, Mu resembled an authoritative figure possessing profound insights. If he claimed Lu could be profitable, it was likely true. Yingyi's demeanor, in stark contrast to that of the king of assassins, was astonishing as he rose from his seat and carefully refilled Mu's teacup, stating, "Shuezongwan, please, I am all ears." "Now I have become your subordinate," Mu mused. As they ascended the staircase, he noticed the main hall below had few patrons, while the upper private rooms were entirely unoccupied. Nonchalantly sipping his tea, he casually inquired, "Might I ask, Zongwan, which aspect do you consider more critical for a tea house?" Yingyi hesitated for a moment before shaking his head. Regardless of the aspect, it hardly yields significant profits. Mu chuckled softly, shaking his index finger. "Zongguan, you are mistaken. What if I told you that by enhancing the tea house's operations, the annual revenue could even exceed 10,000 taels of gold? What would you think?" Yingyi's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. To his astonishment, Mu's 10,000 taels was not merely a one-time transaction, but rather a stable annual income. If that were the case, why risk life and limb as an assassin? Why not simply run a tea house instead? After all, you are a nationwide chain. Surely you have at least 300 establishments. Mu's smile was disarmingly innocent. If each tea house generates an additional 30 taels, 300 would total 10,000. That does not seem insurmountable. Yingyi shook his head. "Shuezongwan is overly optimistic. The customs and practices vary greatly from region to region. Even if you have brilliant strategies to enhance profits in the capital, they may not be applicable elsewhere." Mu replied with a smile. "What if I claimed it would be universally applicable?" Yingyi resolutely declared. "That Shuezongwan is a lifelong friend of my Lu. You must be joking. Am I here to deliver suggestions to you? How naive of you." Mu silently scoffed in his heart, but smiled on the surface. Let us take the elegant seating as an example. What Lu lacks is not patrons, but rather exceptional tea. As long as it is unique enough, there will always be those willing to pay any price for it, regardless of whether this place is a base for assassins. Yingyi chuckled, his expression tinged with disappointment. "I had thought Shuezongwan possessed some clever strategy. If my Lu could acquire distinctive tea, will we still need your guidance? We would have already struck it rich." Mu smiled, pointing to himself. "You may lack extraordinary tea, but I possess it." Yingyi remained calm. "I believe Shuezongwan would not make such a claim without justification. However, I suspect that Lu cannot afford your asking price." Mu replied nonchalantly, "I trust you wouldn't take my word at face value. How about this? Let us fill the main hall first to demonstrate my sincerity, shall we?" "How we fill it? Have you read the short stories I've written recently?" Upon hearing this, Yingyi revealed a hint of amusement. "I have read them. Shuezongwan is indeed a clever person, especially the second piece." It appeared that he had grasped the depth of the second piece. Mu remained unfazed, leisurely stating, "Different strokes for different folks. Some people enjoy reading stories. Some cannot read and prefer listening, while others, even if literate, still prefer to hear stories told." As he spoke, Yingyi's smile gradually faded, his expression growing increasingly serious. He suddenly grasped something. "Indeed," Mu continued, "tea houses are the perfect venues for storytelling. Don't people often recount rumors aloud for the entire hall to hear? If that is the case, why don't we have someone take the stage to tell stories?" Yingyi abruptly stood up. Mu's words continued to flow. "However, I must remind you, General, that ordinary, lackluster stories will not suffice. Others may not enjoy them and might even find them a nuisance while drinking tea. Even if they have some value, it takes time to cultivate a habit of listening to stories." This business acumen was quite impressive, seemingly surpassing that of Xue Qingxiu. And Xuanmu smiled. Indeed, I have a story that can quickly attract crowds. He pointed to himself. That will be the latest work of San Hao Xue Sheng. He was momentarily taken aback, both amused and exasperated, but he had to admit there was merit in the argument. San Hao Xue Sheng had indeed gained considerable fame recently, with the emperor praising him and countless aspiring literati revering him as their mentor. The populace eagerly anticipated his new creations. It was not just the new work. Even repeating those two old pieces would attract a crowd. Ultimately, he could not disregard the necessity of this collaboration, as it was far more enticing than the vague proposal of new tea leaves. He was quite willing to explore this cooperative venture, and once it was confirmed that Xuanmu was trustworthy, the new tea leaf proposal could also be tested, potentially stabilizing an annual income of over 10,000 taels of gold, a monumental boon for the sect's development. Unbeknownst to Xuanmu had yet to develop the tea he envisioned. The so-called new tea leaves were merely bait, knowing that he would not easily accept such an ambiguous proposal, aiming to pique his interest, with the true intention being the storytelling initiative. Storytelling, one of the rudimentary forms of entertainment, held values beyond what Yi could currently comprehend. Through the storyteller's mouth, Xuanmu could effortlessly disseminate the private messages embedded within his narratives across every corner of the world. In the future, once this endeavor matured, there might even be connections to the dealings with Liu Shanmen, perhaps in the realm of news dissemination. Yi sighed. Xue Zhongguan need not elaborate. I understand the benefits. If there is something you desire, feel free to state it plainly. Xuanmu smiled slightly. I have always believed that our two factions are natural collaborators. I seek nothing else but to deepen our cooperation in another aspect. Thus, my new work will be offered free of charge as a show of goodwill. He narrowed his eyes. Are you referring to? Xuanmu enunciated each word clearly. Information sharing, intelligence exchange. He was immediately moved. Chapter 59. The surname Xue. Now and forever he fixated intently on Xuanmu's face, silent, while Xuanmu remained composed, leisurely savoring his tea. After a long pause, he earnestly inquired, Do you know what your statement signifies, Xue Zhongguan? Xuanmu replied nonchalantly, Is it not simply the conclusion of the millennium-long conflict between our two sects? He questioned, Such a significant matter. How can you express it so casually? Xuanmu set down his teacup, stating coolly, Because I believe that this 1,000-year struggle has been utterly foolish and should have ended long ago. I truly wonder how foolish our ancestors were to transform this natural collaboration into a conflict that has persisted for a millennium. He pressed his lips together, pondering for a moment before responding. Xue Zhongguan speaks lightly, yet it does not alter the gravity of the matter. Are you certain you can represent your sister? Xuanmu maintained a tranquil expression. I can. Yi's expression was complex. Xue Zhongguan's willingness to overlook assassination attempts and instead seek resolution speaks volumes of your character. I am in admiration. Allow me to consider this. At an appropriate time, I will visit Zhongguan Xue for a face-to-face discussion. This implied uncertainty regarding whether he fully trusted Xuanmu's ability to represent Xing Yuzong, or if he was merely finding an excuse to delay. However, his demeanor indicated that Yi did possess a willingness to end the conflict and pursue cooperation. That willingness alone sufficed. Surely, throughout the millennium, wise individuals among our ancestors must have contemplated this matter, but it was indeed a complex issue, as mutual suspicion among the demonic sects could not be easily reversed, leading to a persistent inability to collaborate. With this thought, Xuanmu did not press further and rose from his seat. Then I shall await your good news. Xue Zhongguan, please stay. It had already reached noon, and for someone of Xuanmu's stature to visit, Fengbo Liu could not even extend an invitation for lunch, lest they become a laughingstock. The farewells offered to Xuanmu were 100-fold more lavish than the reception he had received. Menglan stood at the door, watching with bated breath, scarcely believing her eyes at the scene before her eyes nearly popping out. Although he was shrouded in a black cloak, rendering his face unrecognizable, he did not deliberately conceal his cultivation, instead allowing the terrifying aura of this formidable being to radiate freely. Blatantly revealing him as the master of Fengbo Liu. Yi's reasoning was simple. Xue Zhongguan is here to visit me. Should anything occur, I do not wish to take the blame for others. Yet, despite his words, his respect and esteem for Xuanmu were evident to all. My lord, sometimes I truly wonder if you are a celestial being, Menglan exclaimed, her expression akin to that of someone witnessing a deity. How on earth did you achieve this? Xuanmu, feeling somewhat weary at this moment, leaned softly against Meng Lan, whispering, "I saw the Hui Yushin Sure in my possession." At that moment, he had no intention of harming me. He was simply too afraid to bear the consequences of a full-scale war with Xing Yuzong. It isn't that I am particularly formidable. Yet, the respect he received was undeniable. Everyone has their weaknesses, Meng Lan pouted. But I cannot fathom what your weakness might be. Come now, you flatter me excessively. Xuanmu chuckled. My cultivation is even beneath yours. I believe with your intellect and the resources of our sect, you will soon ascend to the ranks of the powerful. Even then, I have other weaknesses. What weaknesses? I am quite fond of women, Xuanmu said, as he drew Meng Lan into his embrace, his hands slipping into her clothing to gently caress her. In this world, devoid of rigid constraints, it truly is a wonderful world. Meng Lan's face flushed. Rather than resisting, she subtly adjusted her position to make it more convenient for him. Cooing softly, my lord, you are not at all lecherous. If you truly were, I would have been devoured, leaving not a single bone behind. Xuanmu playfully toyed with a cherry, chuckling lightly. With such a tone, you hardly resemble a Qingxian. Meng Lan began to breathe, slightly heavier, murmuring, before you, my lord. Meng Lan shall forever be but a small maid. Thus, this world truly is remarkable. Even in a realm where every beauty is characterized by fair skin, outstanding temperament, and voluptuous figures due to their cultivation practices, Meng Lan's beauty stands out as exceptional. Otherwise, one could hardly claim her as a Qingxian without facing skepticism. Such beauty, if transported to the modern world, would undoubtedly incite nationwide admiration, becoming a goddess-like figure with an air of superiority. How could one whisper softly, relegating oneself to the status of a maid, allowing for frivolous play, and yet feel honored by it? In this amusing world, where the relentless pursuit of cultivation leads to disdain for earthly love, Xuanmu genuinely wished to ask those predecessors, do you truly comprehend the essence of life? Unbeknownst to her, Meng Lan had nestled deeper within Xuanmu's embrace, her garments lifted to reveal a pair of snowy white jade rabbits, trembling delicately. Xuanmu, with one hand toying with her, leaned closer to whisper into her ear, have you washed thoroughly? He felt his heart stir as he gently nibbled on her earlobe, causing Meng Lan to stiffen momentarily, her breath becoming increasingly labored. Yet, in that fleeting moment, a scene suddenly surfaced in Xuanmu's mind. He sighed inwardly. Though he claimed to forget, he knew he could never truly erase the memory of that solitary flute melody and its distant silhouette. As she had said, to forget someone truly requires a lifetime. Meng Lan, suppressing her breath, softly inquired, do you have worries, my lord? She had fully embraced her role as a servant, diligently attending to him. At such moments, her keen observations of his reactions were merely to discern his preferences and joys, yet she inadvertently noticed his distraction. Realizing this, Xuanmu felt a twinge of regret and softly replied, it's nothing. Just as he was about to continue, a knock sounded at the door. Meng Lan let out a slight, vexed hum, lamenting that their intimate moments were often interrupted, and this time they had nearly succeeded. Xuanmu chuckled as he adjusted her clothing, whispering, there will be plenty of time ahead. Upon opening the door, they found Zhuo Qingqing standing there somewhat awkwardly, clearly aware of having intruded on their private moment. Embarrassed, she greeted Xuanmu with lowered eyes. I did not intend to disturb. Is Captain Xiahou, who has come to visit? Xiahou Di? Xuanmu furrowed his brow, pondering the purpose of such a visit at this hour. Although much had transpired over the past day and night, Xuanmu was not yet overwhelmed. In truth, the agreement with the 6 doors had only been finalized at last night's banquet, and it had been less than 20 hours since then. Regardless, a figure of Xiahou Di's stature could not be kept waiting outside. With a sigh, Xuanmu straightened his attire, leaned down to place a gentle kiss on Meng Lan's face, and stepped out. Meng Lan's cheeks flushed with joy. She sensed a tenderness in that final kiss, a nuance distinct from his previous teasing. Though she welcomed his playful gestures, this affection undeniably brought her delight. She tidied herself and followed him outside, softly asking Zhuo Qingqing, what brings Xiahou Di here again? Xuanmu, walking ahead, turned in surprise at her words. She is specifically looking for me? Not the sect master? Indeed, Zhuo Qingqing replied. Being the head of the capital branch, she had some inkling of the matters under discussion. She hesitated, holding back half a sentence in Xiaodi's eyes. Seeking you holds more significance than seeking the sect master. Upon reflecting and recalling the Huiwe divine stone she had already given to Xuanmu, Zhuo Qingqing suddenly felt that the Xingyue sect would inevitably come to bear the surname Shui. Presently, it already did, though it was likely to become the Xuanmu of Shui. Should she not also consider a step up in her own status? What was the point of managing a failing capital branch? Chapter 60. The unparalleled beauty of the land. Xiahodi indeed felt that seeking Xuanmu was more meaningful than seeking Shui Qingxiu. What purpose did it serve to approach Shui Qingxiu? Sitting in the guest room, sipping tea, she smiled upon seeing Xuanmu enter. I heard from Xian Ho that you have been promoted to a grand position. Congratulations. Xuanmu sat down across from her, puzzled. Is the head of the 6 doors here specifically to congratulate me? I have no time for that, Xiahodi retorted, rolling her eyes. As she pulled out a book from her robe, isn't it about seeking your opinion? The sample issue has been rushed out. Take a look and see if it meets your standards. If it does, we can proceed with printing. So soon, Xuanmu exclaimed, both amused and exasperated. Did your publishing department not sleep a wink to finish it? Xiahodi replied nonchalantly. For such an important matter, what's a day or two without sleep? Indeed, Xuanmu was too weary to debate humanitarian concerns with her and flipped through the sample issue. At first glance, it appeared quite impressive. The cover, a striking blend of red and black that matched the 6 doors colors, was far from the common blue cover. A dragon and phoenix flanked either side, with bold lettering in the center, a compendium of new talents in the jianghu, and a smaller type below. First issue. While it still bore a simple appearance, in comparison to the books of this world, it would undoubtedly catch the eye in a bookshop. Upon opening the title page, Xuanmu noted Xiahodi's handwritten preface. Likely her own initiative, it was filled with grandiose discussions of harmonious society, promising to uphold the hearts of the people, and to commemorate the outstanding new talents of the jianghu for posterity, all while solemnly guaranteeing that this would become a regular occurrence, urging people to strive for martial excellence. Xiaodi eagerly asked, what do you think? The text flows reasonably well and possesses a hint of motivational fervor, though the handwriting resembles that of a dog's paw. Xuanmu commented. Xiaodi dismissed this concern. Who cares about that? Indeed, Xuanmu employed his signature tactic of feigning agreement, while secretly considering her a fool, continuing to flip through the pages. A full page of illustrations depicting Mu Jianli in white, as pure as snow, with a sword as radiant as a rainbow, caught his eye. The portrayal was strikingly lifelike, capturing even the faint pallor of her complexion, her resolute gaze seemingly ready to leap off the page. And the delicate strands of her long hair were evident, almost indistinguishable from photograph. Xuanmu breathed in sharply. The artistry of the 6 doors is truly masterful. Of course, Xiaodi beamed with pride. The boards are meant to attract talent, and we've perfected the art over millennia. Why have I never seen such lifelike portraits in my previous world? Xuanmu mused, flipping further, and indeed the 6 doors exhibited remarkable execution, adhering closely to their vision. Other than adding the opening preface, there were no deviations or personal flourishes, exemplifying the spirit of civil servants who seek to avoid errors rather than achieve greatness, strictly following the directives of their superiors. After perusing for a while, Xuanmu closed the book with a smile, declaring, "This is perfect. There are no issues." Xiaodi jumped with joy. Great. We'll rush to print today, and tomorrow it shall circulate throughout the world. It seemed that at least under Xiahodi's leadership, the efficiency of the 6 door civil servants was extraordinary. However, Xuanmu found Xiahodi's current demeanor quite amusing. Her exuberance was a stark contrast to her usual demeanor. What are you looking at me for? Xiaodi raised an eyebrow, her ponytail swaying slightly. One must always strive towards their dreams. The journey toward success is the most beautiful scenery, capable of uplifting one's spirit. Do you not agree? Xuanmu nodded with a smile. Indeed, those without dreams are no different from salted fish. Xiahodi scrutinized him for a moment before suddenly asking, then, Xuanmu, what is your dream? To follow your sister for a lifetime? He certainly had dreams. His ambition was to gradually transform this world, steering it onto a path he was familiar with and adept at navigating, and he was steadily progressing in that direction. But could he articulate that? Xiahodi shot him a condescending glance. So you are but a salted fish? Xuanmu, pulling Meng Lan closer, planted a kiss on her. This is my dream. Meng Lan blushed, remaining silent. Xiahou Di looked at him disdainfully. Playing with women? Truly the frivolities of the demonic sect. Such shallow aspirations. Xuanmu leaned against Meng Lan, leisurely remarking, my elder sister once said that without recognizing the talents of the world, how could I attain the Tao? I deeply resonate with that sentiment. And I would add, without encountering the beauties of the jianghu, what purpose is there in traversing this life? Xiahou Di responded, while Xuanmu continued, do not regard me with that look. Having seen your artistry, I have conceived another publication idea. Would you care to hear it? Xiahou Di, taken aback, replied, if a mere observation of artistry can inspire an idea, of course I am curious. Xuanmu leaned in closer, speaking in a conspiratorial tone. What do you think of creating a Jiangshan, Ju Se Pu'er, perhaps a Jiangshan by May 2? Initially, Xiahou Di regarded him with skepticism, but as she pondered, her expression gradually brightened. Xuanmu chuckled, finding it hard to contain his delight. Xiahou Di halted her pacing and stood directly before Xuanmu, gazing intently at him. This beauty collection may indeed circulate faster than the new talent list. While it may lack the profound significance of the new talent list, it serves as a valuable representation of the various regions of Jiangshan and is a commendable supplement. Do you have any specific proposals regarding the details? As always, I maintain that there should be no rankings or biases, just a few selections each issue. You all possess sufficient experience now, so I need not elaborate further. Xuanmu replied nonchalantly. However, I would like a few spots in the inaugural issue, if that is agreeable. Xiahou Di chuckled. We must consider the allocations as well. Your recommendations are welcome. Xuanmu wrapped his arm around Meng Lan's slender waist and patted her lightly. My Meng Lan must be included. I kindly ask that the name of the King Xianzi be spread by the 6 doors. Xiahou Di squinted at him for a moment before suddenly declaring, so, it seems that Xianho was indeed outmaneuvered by you. This is all to elevate Meng Lan, isn't it? Xiahou Di refrained from confirming or denying, scrutinizing Meng Lan closely before nodding. Miss Meng Lan possesses exceptional beauty that is indisputable. However, Xuanmu, your Xingyue sect is replete with beautiful women, many of whom are equally qualified for the list. I cannot allow you to monopolize it. Rest assured, would I be so thoughtless? Xuanmu laughed. I shall nominate another righteous fairy to demonstrate my impartiality. Xiahou Di was momentarily taken aback. It wouldn't happen to be Mu Jianli again, would it? While she is indeed qualified, she already graces our new talent list. Should she also dominate the beauty list, it could appear unseemly, leading others to accuse the 6 doors of favoritism towards the Jian sect. How would we resolve that? Xuanmu sighed. Such a simple truth you can comprehend. How could I possibly err? Xiahou Di retorted. What do you mean, even I can understand? Xuanmu quickly diverted the topic. This morning, I saw a woman accompanying Mo Shuixin from Qixin Valley. Her features were exquisite, her skin fairer than snow, her demeanor dignified, coldly stunning, akin to frost. You must be speaking of Zhu Qinyao, Xiahou Di interjected, immediately recognizing her. This woman has garnered the admiration of many righteous heroes, some even referring to her as the Ice Fairy. Indeed, she is a beauty of unparalleled caliber among the current generation of the righteous path, arguably surpassing Mu Jianli. She's indeed feasible. Meng Lan lowered her head, astonished. The young master speaks truly. This marks the beginning of the elevation of Qinyao. Once this beauty list is released, she will undoubtedly achieve the fame she desires, fulfilling her aspiration for adoration. Xuanmu, eager to prevent any notion of a hidden connection between himself and Qinyao from crossing Xiahou Di's mind, chuckled. Rest assured, I am entirely impartial when it comes to assessing the beauties of the world. The court has its share of candidates as well. Shall I also suggest someone from there? The court? Xiahou Di furrowed her brow, contemplating. If you mention the medicinal sects, I could see that. But in terms of the court, I genuinely cannot think of anyone whose beauty could stand alongside Zhu Qinyao and Meng Lan. Please enlighten me. Xuanmu casually replied. There is a lady who rivals the men, her demeanor spirited, soaring like a dragon, her eyes sharp as lightning, exuding an imposing aura. Xiahou Di became increasingly curious. Who might that be? Xuanmu blinked, pointing towards her. In an instant, with a resounding thud, Zhu Qingqing and Meng Lan were unable to intervene in time. Watching helplessly as Xiahou Di unleashed a kick that sent Xuanmu chair and all, sprawling to the ground, storming off in a huff. Chapter 61. A hidden dilemma, my lord. You truly seek beauty at the cost of your life. Meng Lan chuckled, helping Xuan Mu to his feet and brushing off the shoe print on his chest. We were all caught off guard. Thankfully, Chief Xia did not truly attack. Xuan Mu grumbled as he rose, muttering, "Didn't the Huiwa Divine Stone claim to be able to block attacks? Why did it not react at all?" Zhu Qingqing could not resist imparting her wisdom. The Divine Stone is not omnipotent. It has intervals in its operation. Moreover, Chief Xia did not exert any true energy. Hence, the stone would not respond. It would be wise not to jest with such individuals. Xuan Mu chuckled. "Ah, but you do not realize. Do you think she was genuinely angry? Perhaps she found it quite amusing." The two women exchanged glances, suddenly finding a semblance of truth in his words. After all, what woman does not enjoy being complimented on her beauty? And given that Xuan Mu's praise was sincere and devoid of any lewd implications, how could Xia Hodi, also a woman, resist such flattery? Her apparent fury could just as easily stem from having never received such compliments before, her heart racing with excitement. Meng Lan finally burst into laughter. "My lord, do you truly harbor feelings for her?" It was merely playful banter. How could I be serious? With her status, if I dared to entertain any thoughts towards her, not only would she likely slay me, but my sister would probably take matters in her own hands first. Xuan Mu stretched lazily, leaning against Meng Lan. "Ah, Meng Lan is the best." Xuan Mu then straightened his posture, declaring, "In this world, there is no one better than an elder sister." Laughter echoed both inside and outside the room as Xue Qingqiu strolled in, shaking her head with a smile. "How did I not see before that you are such a lazy fellow?" Xuan Mu grinned. "You've emerged from seclusion? Did you not say it would take a day?" "After closing myself off last night, the sun is nearly setting again. I assent that a day?" Xue Qingqiu replied nonchalantly. "If I had not come out soon, I would worry about what you might do in my absence, seizing power and causing mischief." Xuan Mu feigned innocence, "But I assure you, all I have done are good deeds." Xue Qingqiu's expression softened as she quietly observed him for a moment, an unknown emotion flickering in her eyes before she suddenly broke into a radiant smile. "Indeed." After a pause, she added, "If you had the ability to capture someone like Xia Hodi as a concubine, how could I possibly harm you? I would only have praise for you. To think you suggest taking the Minister of Justice as a concubine. You truly dare to say such things," Xuan Mu replied, bemused. "My brother possesses no such capability." "Did you gain anything during your seclusion?" Xue Qingqiu inquired with a smile. Xue Qingqiu chuckled softly. "At our level of cultivation, every slight advancement is a monumental challenge. There is no such thing as an easy gain from mere seclusion. Each moment of insight is a cumulative process, and, eventually, there will be a time when one breaks free from their cocoon. Accumulation is indeed valuable." Xuan Mu's expression turned serious. "Did Ini speak with you?" Xuan Mu shrugged, knowing there was no persuading her, merely stating the Shadow Wings must have received some significant business, unrelated to me. "I suspect a major event will occur in the capital soon. Perhaps news of an assassination attempt on a certain prince?" Xue Qingqiu's demeanor shifted to one of grave seriousness. "Did you visit the Fumbua Tower?" Xuan Mu nodded. It was evident he had some intentions regarding the reconciliation of the two sects. Especially given the substantial benefits I could provide him, his interest was palpable. "By the way, do you harbor any resentment towards me for unilaterally reconciling with the sects entangled in a millennium-long feud?" Xue Qingqiu fixed her gaze upon him, repeating, "You ventured alone to the Fumbua Tower after the failed assassination by the Shadow Wings?" Xuan Mu was taken aback, chuckling softly. "Let us speak of serious matters." Xue Qingqiu's eyes seemed to reflect a subtle shift as she regarded Xuan Mu for a long while before finally stating, "If you are not holding grudges over his attempt on your life, that speaks to your impressive resolve and magnanimity. How could I dwell on past grievances?" After a brief pause, her voice softened further. "Moreover, since you have entrusted me with the planning, I shall defer to your decisions." Xue Qingqiu was astonished. "This item serves as both your token of authority and a means of protection. Why return it to me? Since you have granted me full authority, the presence or absence of this token becomes irrelevant," Xuan Mu replied earnestly. "As for protection, I sense troubling winds lately. I cannot persuade you, but I believe that if you intend to meet with that shadowy figure, it would be more beneficial for you to possess it than for me." Shui Qingqiu's eyes seemed to glaze over slightly, and after a long moment, she nodded. Very well. In the residence of the Prince of Yong, at the abode of the first prince, Ji Wuyong, a refined middle-aged man clad in splendid attire reclined on a soft chair, his half-closed eyes scanning a volume of text. 6 maidens, each wielding a long sword, flanked him on either side. Another middle-aged man in a yellow robe, exceedingly corpulent, had his features compressed into a visage reminiscent of a swine, and at this moment he was drenched in perspiration, uncertain whether it was from heat or anxiety. He pondered the urgency with which Pan host sought the solitary sovereign. As he spoke, his small eyes darted incessantly towards the 6 female sword attendants. Those unaware might mistakenly believe the elegantly dressed man to be the prince, when in fact it was the rotund figure who was the crown prince, Ji Wuyong. The elegantly attired man was indeed a marquis, albeit a unique one. Pan Koji, the leader of the Heart's Intent sect among the 8 great sects of the righteous path, automatically assumed the title of Heart's Intent Marquis upon his succession. Regardless of the origins of this system, it ultimately resulted in local officials being unable to exert authority over the major sects, progressively leading to a fragmented state of affairs. In truth, even within their ranks, there was little respect for this marquis. They often referred to themselves as this seat rather than this marquis. Pan Koji paid no heed to Ji Wuyong's dismal demeanor, letting out a soft sigh as he tossed the book towards him. This is a new publication from the 6 Gates. The first batch of sample copies has been printed in 100 editions, and we managed to acquire one. You might find it worth perusing. Ji Wuyong caught the book, and despite his short, plump fingers, he deftly turned the pages. Upon glimpsing a portrait of Mu Jianli, his small eyes sparkled with excitement, nearly drooling. Pan Koji sighed, more audibly. Ji Wuyong seemed to realize something, offering an awkward smile as he began to read intently. After a moment, his expression gradually transformed into one of grave seriousness. It appeared the crown prince had come to an understanding. Pan Koji remarked, "The 6 Gates maneuver is ingeniously multifaceted. The immediate advantage lies in seizing a shortcut to fame. I dare say, within 3 issues, even I shall find myself seeking the favor of Princess D. My pursuit of her is inconsequential. Yet if the 6 Gates truly tightens its grip on the lives of the jianghu denizens, it would not bode well for you. Crown Prince, especially considering the relationship between Princess D and King Qi. The name D, referring to reeds and similar plants by the riverside, was a self-deprecating choice, as no royal family would bestow such a title upon a princess. Clearly, this was an informal moniker used among these individuals, suggesting that in their eyes, Xiahou Di's status as the illegitimate daughter of the emperor had long been established. Ji Wuyong's chubby face contorted in anger as he gritted his teeth. Who gave that little wretch such an idea? Pan Koji replied languidly. I am not entirely certain, but I understand that this endeavor cannot be executed without substantial intelligence support. Ji Wuyong realized, it must be Xing Yu's sect. Could it be that Xuanmu again? You are overly concerned with Xuanmu, in my view. He is merely a bug that could be crushed at any moment, Pan Koji remarked. The true threat lies with Shui Qingqiu. Just as in the past, when this woman somehow won the emperor's favor, allowing the demon sect to operate openly in the capital, Xuanmu was still nowhere in sight then. Ji Wuyong nodded slightly. Indeed, Shui Qingqiu is the true source of trouble. The world is stable only when the 8 sects of the righteous path guard their territories. The demon sect is merely a group of aberrations attempting to overturn the heavens. How can we trust them? Pan Koji shot him a glance, silently thinking how he was still embroiled in a heated conflict with the He Huan sect. However, he deemed it unnecessary to voice that thought, and simply said, the emperor has been bewitched by the demon empress, suddenly revealing a pathway to the demon sect, indicating a degree of indecision. Were it not for our support, I fear the crown prince would have long since been named the heir. Ji Wuyong's expression grew ever darker. With the publication from the 6 Gates, the situation had become increasingly urgent. Pan Koji remarked nonchalantly, all our people are gathered, everything is in place. We await only your decision, Crown Prince. What is causing your hesitation? One must seize the opportunity, for it will not return. Shui Qingqiu's prowess is formidable, and once she departs the capital, no one will be able to restrain her. However, Ji Wuyong appeared troubled. Although I possess the authority to mobilize the Mushiandian formation and some members of the Divine Mechanism sect, Xue Qingqiu is certainly not an easy adversary. Even if I can startle the palace, the six gates will surely be aware of it. Should that little wretch and Xianzhi arrive with their people, everything will be lost. Pan Koji smiled slightly. What if the six gates remain inactive tonight? Ji Wuyong suddenly became alert. Does that mean my father? Why doesn't he issue a direct order and instead relies on Pan Ho to persuade me? Pan Koji leisurely tapped the armrest. Whether the six gates will intervene is still uncertain. However, I believe the emperor would relish the spectacle of the conflict between righteous and demonic forces, regardless of whether it results in Xue Qingqiu's demise or mine. Yet, this struggle should remain confined to the grievances of the jianghu or the personal vendettas between you and them, rather than involving the court directly. Does the crown prince comprehend this implication? Ji Wuyong squinted his small eyes. So, my father has already conferred with you? Pan Koji laughed heartily, were it otherwise. How could I fathom that your father would simultaneously elevate the demon sect, while secretly wishing for Xue Qingqiu's demise? In truth, I still cannot comprehend what advantage your father perceives in eliminating Xue Qingqiu. Does he believe that if Xue Qingqiu dies at the hands of the righteous path, the Xingyue sect will gravitate towards the court? Even so, a disordered Xingyue sect is less valuable than Xue Qingqiu's little finger. Yivuyo sighed. I too cannot discern the rationale. And there was an emperor, Ji Qingyan, who could not issue orders from the capital, suppressing his resentment for a lifetime, having become utterly inhumane. Whether it was Xuan Mu, Pan Koji, or his own son Ji Wuyong, none could decipher his true motives for wanting Xue Qingqiu dead, no matter how many times they speculated or concocted reasonable explanations. 3 years prior, Ji Qingyuan's primary concern had been how to balance the righteous path. Generally speaking, the demon sect was an aberration seeking to overturn the heavens, a notion that had never crossed the minds of past emperors, including his own. However, one day, he was reminded of something during a casual conversation with the favored concubine Liu. She merely remarked, I heard that Xue Qingqiu bloodied Han, capturing the county magistrate of Wanyan, while the various sects of the righteous path remained silent, with not a single one stepping forward for the magistrate. Concubine Liu, suffering from a congenital blockage in her meridians, could not practice martial arts and often fell ill, rendering her incapable of aligning with any faction. This statement was merely a common tale from the jianghu, seemingly inconsequential. Yet, it was precisely this seemingly weak woman's casual remark that opened a door in Ji Qingyuan's mind. The demon sect could not be eradicated. Rather, it thrived amidst adversity, producing remarkable talents. Instead of dwelling on a grudge from a millennium ago, it would be wiser to support the demon sect and incite a conflict between the righteous and demonic factions, leading to mutual destruction. Thus, he dispatched his shadow guards to contact Xue Qingqiu, clandestinely expressing his desire to support the demon sect. Prior to this moment, he had been a far-sighted emperor. However, upon meeting Xue Qingqiu, a new devil took root in his heart. Xue Qingqiu was breathtakingly beautiful, her unparalleled grace making it hard for him to believe she was a formidable demon. The combination of these attributes only amplified her allure, especially in the eyes of an emperor, making her a woman worth conquering, capable of affirming an emperor's qualifications and charm. Yet he could not act on his desires, lacking even the right to pursue her, hiding his thoughts for fear of being ridiculed by Xue Qingqiu. Were she an ordinary woman, he might have forcibly taken her into the palace. Alas, she was Xue Qingqiu, one of the mightiest individuals in the realm, perhaps without equal, and he could not accomplish that. Each time he considered this, his heart felt as though it were being gnawed by 1,000 ants. Each passing day intensified his hatred for himself, for the world, and for Xue Qingqiu. He would rather destroy her than allow another man the chance to possess her. As an emperor, he was still aware of the greater picture. The Xingyue sect must be supported to counterbalance the righteous path. Thus he could not kill Xue Qingqiu. Even if he devoted all his efforts to assassinating her, it would undoubtedly lead to the complete corruption of the Xingyue sect, inflicting fatal damage upon his empire. A risk he could not take. The best course of action was to distance himself from the affair and incite the righteous path to eliminate her. To seek vengeance, Xingyue Zong must inevitably rely more on the imperial court, which might allow the court to fully grasp control over this millennia-old sect, achieving a dual benefit. However, this reasoning is insufficient. Regardless of whether Xingyue Zong can be as easily integrated and controlled as you wish, even if that were to come to pass. The absence of shui qingxiu would render the righteous path even more formidable and difficult to restrain, diminishing the significance of her removal compared to the balance she maintains over the righteous path. Yet, Ji Qingyuan must convince himself that eliminating shui qingxiu serves a purpose. Not our deranged thoughts, truly not, absolutely not. The righteous path is also eager to eliminate shui qingxiu, that is without question. But the issue lies in the fact that they cannot. She is simply too powerful. There exists only one opportunity, when shui qingxiu arrives in the capital. Under the effects of various formations, she seems to make sporadic visits to the capital each year. Unfortunately, she departs quickly, leaving no room for strategic planning. It was only when Xiahou Di captured Yinyi and entered the capital that the opportunity suddenly arose. Ji Qingyuan knows shui qingxiu will surely come to the capital, and as long as Xiahou Di does not release her, their standoff could last 10 to 15 days. Such a prolonged stay would provide him ample time to make sufficient arrangements and gather enough manpower to execute his plans. This is his sole chance. Unbeknownst to shui qingxiu, while she remains in Lingzhou, arrangements have already been discreetly made to summon the righteous path to the capital, preparing to orchestrate her demise. Thus, Ji Qingyuan once subtly suggested to Xiahou Di not to release Yinyi casually, as that could be a source of chaos in the world. In truth, it was merely a tactic to buy time until the righteous path's experts arrived. Unfortunately, he could not articulate this clearly, leading Xiahou Di to misinterpret his intentions, resulting in Yinyi being released after a business deal with the inexplicably appearing Xuemu. It must be acknowledged that Xuemu's publication collaboration is quite innovative, which Ji Qingyuan genuinely admires, leaving him with no grounds to criticize Xiahou Di for releasing her. Should shui qingxiu perish, and should Xingyue Zong indeed turn to the imperial court, Ji Qingyuan believes he would likely place significant trust in Xuemu. Xiahou Di sought a gold medal for Xuemu, which he approved, standing in the pavilion of the imperial garden. Ji Qingyuan gazes at the evening glow on the horizon and softly remarks, "I know you have long suspected there are members of Xingyue Zong within the palace." Ji Qingyuan chuckles, "Have you uncovered any leads?" The old eunuch sighs, "Perhaps I have overthought it. After 3 years of vigilance, there truly appears to be no suspicious individuals within the palace. I understand you still harbor doubts regarding the noble consort. It is true she often speaks favorably of Xingyue Zong. However, it is quite ordinary for a woman to admire shui qingxiu. Does not the Shushi consort also admire Mo Xuexin? In recent years, many have been chattering about Mu Jianli. What is so peculiar about that?" Ji Qingyuan shakes his head. "Very well, from today forward, you need not worry about it. Take my decree to Lu Shanmin and instruct them not to intervene in any disturbances in the capital tonight." The old eunuch complies. "Some individuals may not arrive in time. I worry it may not be secure enough. After you deliver the edict, change into civilian attire and personally participate in this operation of plucking stars and shooting the moon." Chapter 63. The storm approaches. At the hour of high, at Lu Shanmin, in the publication office, Xiahou Di stands in the workshop overseeing operations, motionless for an indeterminate time, watching cartloads of new heroes of jianghu being transported out of the workshop. Her usual solemn demeanor has brightened considerably, a radiant smile ever present at the corners of her mouth. Chief Inspector, an artist approaches, presenting a sketch. "I had the pleasure of meeting the Ice Fairy the other day and sketched from memory." "Chief Inspector, is there any discrepancy?" The artist hesitates, unable to respond, and after a long pause, says, "No one in the academy has seen the King Xianzi. This cannot be drawn." Xiahou Di scoffs, "Go visit her tomorrow to draw her likeness." To think a mere concubine could be called a fairy. How shameless. The artist swallows hard, completely bewildered by the chief inspector's strange behavior, and musters the courage to ask, "What about the third one?" "What third one?" Xiahou Di's voice suddenly rises an octave. The artist, taken aback, replies, Wasn't the chief inspector previously referring to Miss Xiao from Yaowang Valley?" "Oh." Xiahou Di awkwardly rubs her face. "I may have been a bit distracted after 2 sleepless nights." Yes, she is acceptable. I find her quite endearing. If you have not met her, send someone to draw her, using my authority." Before she finishes speaking, someone outside reports, "Chief Inspector, Eunuch has come to announce His Majesty's decree and has sent me to invite you." "Eunuch?" Xiahou Di is taken aback, her expression growing serious as she strides out. Eunuch Yu Xian, the emperor's personal chief eunuch, also holds the title of the palace's foremost expert, a pinnacle dongxu master, and serves as the emperor's greatest assurance of safety. The presence of such a figure to announce a decree carries significant implications. Before reaching the main hall, they overhear Xian Zhe questioning angrily. Eunuch Yu, is this truly the emperor's decree? Xian Zhe pays him no mind. I am saying you, a eunuch, are falsely relaying the emperor's command. Xiao Di takes a seat beside him, frowning. What exactly does the decree state? Xian Zhe sneers, handing over the decree. It states that Lu Shanmin is not to intervene in any disturbances in the capital tonight. How absurd! Xiao Di's first reaction is to suspect the decree is a falsehood. It is too outrageous. What purpose then does Lu Shanmin serve? Eunuch Yu, composed, responds, this is beyond my knowledge. The decree is here, without a doubt. If either of you have any confusion, you may inquire directly with the emperor. Xian Zhe scoffs. The palace gates are now closed. Does that not render your statement absurd? Eunuch Yu looks at Xiao Di, smiling meaningfully. Is it not that someone can enter the palace? With that, he takes his leave, watching Eunuch Yu depart leisurely. Xiao Di and Xian Zhe exchange glances, both aware that a great change is imminent tonight. Yet therein lies the troublesome aspect of the system. With the emperor's decree in place, they are powerless to act until its authenticity is verified. Xian Zhe's expression turns serious as he whispers, today at the hour of Shan, Lung Zhu will undoubtedly enter the capital. You know my relationship with them. Their entry cannot escape my notice. But what about others? Just as we only learned of Ying Yi's assassination attempt on Xuan Mu when he entered the capital, I suspect there may be other powerful individuals who have entered secretly. But we have yet to grasp that information. Xiao Di's eyes widen in surprise. Lung Zhu has already arrived? Lung Zhu and Yu Xian. Both are at the pinnacle of Dongxiu, along with Mo Xiuexin, Ying Yi, and if there are others, do they intend to assassinate the emperor? Xian Zhe shakes his head. That is impossible. Our claim of falsehood regarding the decree is merely disbelief in such a ludicrous command. In truth, you and I both know that if Yu Xian truly harbored ill intentions, the emperor would have no need to summon outsiders into the capital. Xiao Di contemplates for a long while, perplexed, but if we say they have come to surround and kill someone, it could only be Xue Qingqiu who warrants such a grand operation, right? But who knows Xue Qingqiu's whereabouts? A closed-door retreat could last a day. Would they dare to force their way in? The formations surrounding Ying Yi are not to be trifled with. What devastation would a forced entry entail? It is utterly unreasonable. The two leaders gaze at each other, both utterly bewildered. The disparity in intelligence makes it impossible to conjecture. A petite maid approaches with tea, prompting Xian Zhe to momentarily cease speaking and turn to her with a smile. Is Xiao AI finding things comfortable here? Xiao AI beams. Thank you, Chief Inspector and Lord Xian, for your concern. Everyone here treats me very well. Xiao Di observes her with a hint of suspicion, pondering whether this girl might be problematic. She is far too charming and beloved by all, with everyone treating her like a sister. Is it typical for a poor girl to possess such charm? However, given Xian Zhe's influence, she refrains from dismissing her outright. Additionally, she believes that if Xuan Mu truly sought to place a spy in Lu Shanmin, he could straightforwardly fulfill the role of a sacrificial offering without the need for subterfuge. Deep down, she subtly thinks that even if Xiao AI has issues, this situation might not be unfavorable, and she smiles. You are a subordinate of the publication office. Such menial tasks need not trouble you. The publication office is busy today. You should return and assist. Yes. Xiao AI slowly retreats, and the moment she exits, she swiftly turns and departs. The matters she has overheard are too peculiar. Regardless of how Xiao Di and Xian Zhe speculate, Xiao AI feels compelled to report to the Grand Chief for a decision. At this moment, Xuan Mu is practicing, not the dual cultivation technique, but a skill in poison. The pressing matters have been attended to, and it seems that there is little purpose for Xue Qingqiu to remain in the capital any longer. According to Xuan Mu's thoughts, it is indeed time to depart. Whether it is a collaboration with Lu Shanmin or Ying Yi, they will certainly send someone to Lingzhou to negotiate. It is not a concern. However, after dinner, Xue Qingqiu mentioned having something to attend to and vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving him a loss. Presumably, she went to meet her clandestine contacts within the palace, which is quite normal, as she had not seen them during her few days in the capital. Before leaving, It is only natural to seek a final audience. Xuemu does not believe that her absence will lead to any trouble. Rather, he finds himself with some leisure time to begin practicing his skills. This is, after all, an intricate poison, unsolvable and formidable in its potency. Regrettably, the poison is not sufficiently direct. An opponent with considerable prowess may not succumb immediately and could potentially find a way to counteract it. Holding a book in his left hand and extending his right palm skyward, he attempts to employ the energy manipulation techniques described within. Dark green qi gradually gathers from his dantian to the meridians in his arms, and one could almost discern a faint green glow emanating from his arm. Then, as if trying to burst forth from his palm, the green light suddenly faltered. Xuemu does not feel disheartened. Even the most rapid techniques require diligent practice and mastery, which is only logical. After countless repetitions, a faint green mist gradually emerges from his palm, though it dissipates swiftly. Shaking his head, he continues his attempts. After an indeterminate number of trials, the green mist finally condenses and grows denser. At that moment, Menglan hurriedly entered with Xiao AI, young master. Xiao AI has urgent news to report. Chapter 64. The heavenly mechanism is disordered upon hearing Xiao AI recount the happenings at Lu Shanmen. Xuemu's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet. Menglan cautiously inquired, "Do you believe it is undoubtedly a plot against sister?" "Without a doubt. But they indeed have no knowledge of the sect leader's whereabouts. Not even we do." Xuemu gritted his teeth and enunciated each word. "However, they possess Yingyi." Menglan's expression changed in an instant. Xue Qingxiu, with her cosmic insight, is almost impossible to track. Is there anyone capable of following her without being detected? Yes. No one is entirely elusive. All techniques strive for the art of concealment, and if the pinnacle of this generation's power personally infiltrates, it is absolutely possible to go unnoticed and relay messages through secret arts, enabling preemptive arrangements. This is the paramount significance of Yingyi's arrival in the capital. He is indeed bought to assassinate Xue Qingxiu. Should Xue Qingxiu perish, the situation would become rather complicated. We shall not dwell on that for now. If Xue Qingxiu manages to escape, you will incur no losses, and negotiations can continue as usual. Correct? Are you angry? At worst, we can grant you a little concession. The demonic sect scoundrels are quite predictable. Xuemu took a deep breath, paced back and forth, and solemnly stated, "We cannot act rashly now. Since Lu Shanmen has received the Emperor's edict, we cannot rely on them. We must save ourselves and summon Yingyi and all disciples to heed my command. Our first task is to find out where that foolish woman has gone." Xue Qingxiu glided through the streets of the capital, making her way towards the western part of the city. In the west lies a secluded courtyard known as Gutong Yuan, surrounded by wisteria and solitary trees. A tranquil locale by day, yet desolate and quiet by night, typically devoid of visitors. This is the place where she had arranged a clandestine meeting using secret methods just days prior. Such impromptu rendezvous cannot be preemptively grasped by anyone. As long as the parties involved do not betray one another, ambush is impossible. Xue Qingxiu possesses unwavering trust in her counterpart's loyalty, so she expects no issues during this venture. Yet, whether it is due to Xuemu's warning or an instinctive premonition that often accompanies those of her caliber, she feels an odd sense of foreboding as she proceeds, a sensation that has rarely troubled her over the years. Her heart stirred with vigilance. She expanded her consciousness to perceive the world around her. The shapes within several miles appeared as reflections in her mind, and she could even clearly hear the whispers of couples from afar, a multitude of words entering her ears without causing the slightest confusion, all distinctly organized. There were no signs of enemies, nor was anyone pursuing her. However, not far from a nearby street corner stood a peculiar figure dressed in a cassock with a top knot, holding a banner resembling a street fortune teller. This was a familiar acquaintance. She chose to disregard the strange man, yet he spoke first. "Sect leader Xue, please hold on." Xue Qingxiu paused, a semblance of amusement gracing her lips. "Su Jing, I have no need for fortune-telling today. Please call me by my full title." "Su Jing, F.A. Sure." The man appeared rather displeased. "You sect leaders are always so rude. Who knows whether you are a Taoist or a monk?" Xue Qingxiu, disinterested in idle chatter, replied, "I have pressing matters to attend to. We shall converse later." "Sect leader, wait." Su Jing chuckled. Today I am particularly inspired. This divination must be accurate. If it is not, I shall change my profession to selling dried tofu. Shui Qingqiu narrowed her eyes slightly. Among the 3 sects and 4 paths of the demonic sect, none are more despised than the Qitian sect, known for being thieves, liars, and scoundrels. With a reputation for deceit, while claiming to conceal the heavenly mechanisms and overturn the universe. Of course, they do possess some genuine insight into the heavenly mechanisms. But even with their true abilities, one should not expect them to speak honestly. Su Jing is somewhat unique. One may trust half of what he says. What does it mean to trust half? His words are invariably 50-50. If one divination is nonsense, the next will undoubtedly hold truth. Yet, no one knows whether this divination is true or false. Shui Qingqiu regarded him for a moment, recalling Xue Mu's warning about the multitude of experts gathering in the capital. Is this not one of them? She smiled. Then let us see what you can divine for me. If it proves accurate, I shall reward you handsomely. Should it not? No. This divination is free of charge. Shui Qingqiu raised an eyebrow. The Qitian sect does not charge for their services? That is indeed rare. Su Jing laughed. Sect leader Shui seems to misunderstand. We are the Qitian sect, not the Qianqian sect. I never imagined I would witness a genuine act of deceit against heaven, especially occurring in the presence of sect leader Shui. It is indeed a joy to behold. And thus, this divination shall cost nothing. What does this mean? Shui Qingqiu frowned. I hold deep respect for the heavens and would never deceive them. Such matters are beyond the sect leader's authority. Su Jing revealed a mysterious smile. Do you wish to hear this divination? Speak. You may encounter a calamity involving blood this year. While the topic of calamity was broached, Su Jing grinned in a lewd and unseemly manner, eliciting no response from Shui Qingqiu, who gracefully departed. Had it been today, perhaps she could have taken his forewarning to heart. But with the year just beginning and spring transitioning into summer, how much time remains? It was evidently a false prediction, so why engage further? Su Jing stood still, gazing into the shadows beneath the night, as if speaking to himself. The heavenly mechanisms are in disarray. The universe has been overturned. The heavenly mechanisms are in disarray. The universe has been overturned. Suddenly, he burst into wild laughter, dancing about in a frenzy. At the residence of Qian Valley, with lips lightly parted, her voice resonated like celestial music. I humbly request the 2 of you to announce my arrival to Miss Zhu, for it is an old acquaintance, Meng Lan, seeking an audience. It turns out to be the Qinshi fairy. In person, she is even more enchanting than the legends portray. The 2 disciples were utterly captivated. Fairy, please wait. We will relay your message immediately. Meng Lan smiled in gratitude, causing the 2 disciples to feel weak in the knees. Before long, Zhu Qinyao emerged, and together with Meng Lan, they vanished into the night. The 2 gatekeeping disciples continued to praise. Chunlan and Shogu both excel in their own right. What a privilege to witness them together today. Meanwhile, as they marveled at the sight, turning the corner, the women they admired stood like handmaidens beside a man. While the ice-like fairy knelt before him, I pay my respects to the steward. Xue Mu's expression was exceedingly grave. Is the Valley Master present? The Valley Master left just a moment ago, instructing the disciples not to venture out tonight. Do you know where she has gone? She did not disclose. Did you notice which direction she took? She headed west. Xue Mu turned to Meng Lan. You have been in the capital for some time. Do you know of any suitable locations for a covert meeting to the west? Meng Lan contemplated, with the Wanfo Pagoda, Tianling Temple, Mudan Pavilion, and Guidong Courtyard. If one were to speak of tranquil nightscapes, Guidong Courtyard would undoubtedly be the most fitting locale. Xiumu murmured a line. Is this the solitary phoenix in the depths of the courtyard, locking away the serene autumn? A chilling sensation surged instantaneously to his heart, causing Xiumu to feel every hair on his body stand on end. Drawing a deep breath, he clenched his fists. It must be here. Meng Lan immediately suggested. Shall we gather people to go? No. The opposition is filled with formidable foes. Your presence would only lead to demise. Xiumu shook his head. Just Inya and I will suffice. You and Qingqing should retreat from the capital first. Meng Lan exclaimed. How can that be? I am capable of contributing, while you have other tasks. Xiumu fixed his gaze intently upon her. You must scatter and depart. Should anything befall us, it is imperative someone informs Xiao Chan of who our true enemy is. Meng Lan was taken aback. Is it not the righteous sex? No. A glint of cold fury flashed in Xiaomu's eyes as he articulated each word with intensity. It is the Emperor. Chapter 65. The Tenfold Ambush. Su Qingqiu gracefully stepped into Guitong courtyard. The moment her feet touched the ground, her expression shifted dramatically, and she swiftly retreated. A black dagger abruptly materialized from the shadows behind her. The instant the dagger appeared, it seemed to absorb the last remnants of moonlight cascading into the courtyard, plunging the world into darkness. Su Qingqiu pivoted, flicking her fingers to strike the dagger. Yet, despite her evasive maneuver, she remained within Guitong courtyard, unable to escape. Ingyi. Su Qingqiu spoke coolly. Your Wuhan sect, with its self-serving doctrine, shall forever remain but a maggot. The black dagger hovered eerily in midair, and then a pair of hands suddenly manifested on its hilt, gradually forming into a complete figure, revealing Ingyi with a pallid complexion, evidently affected by her earlier flick. The figure quickly vanished from sight. Su Qingqiu silently contemplated his words, then unexpectedly broke into a smile, one that bore a hint of sweetness, murmuring, Xiaomu, thank you. She understood that although Ingyi had trailed her and indicated her location, he had also launched an ambush just as she sought to retreat, thus ensnaring her in the trap. Nevertheless, that was the extent of his malice. Ingyi's intention was clear. As long as there remained a glimmer of hope for her escape, he would not impose any further burdens upon her. This was the effect Xiaomu had previously illustrated with his grand vision. Otherwise, amidst the millennium-long discord between their sects, he would be the most relentless, shadowy adversary. His restraint now suggested a desire to maintain future collaboration with Xiaomu, and perhaps he had even reconsidered taking Su Qingqiu's life. As he genuinely pondered the prospect of reconciliation proposed by Xiaomu, with one less shadowy king targeting her, her chances of survival had undoubtedly increased. Xiaomu's brave venture into the tiger's den had directly eliminated a formidable enemy. Su Qingqiu maintained her composure, addressing the knight with poise, having entered the muti in formation. The concealed aura of your presence has already surfaced. Who are you hiding from in the latrine? Come forth. In her original eastern escape route, a middle-aged scholar appeared, donned in a blue robe, tall and lean, with a handsome visage, smiling amiably. Qingqiu, it has been a while. Observing his scholarly attire, Su Qingqiu chuckled. I have long deemed those who dance with words as feeble and ineffectual, failing to comprehend Brother Lung's peculiar affinity. Lung Zhu replied with a smile. Judging by your tone, Qingqiu seems to have altered her perspective. A fleeting softness crossed Su Qingqiu's eyes, and she smiled brightly. Indeed, someone has inspired me to re-evaluate scholars, but that person is not you, Brother Lung. Lung Zhu chuckled. I'm not Lin Wuyo. It holds little significance for you to criticize me. Su Qingqiu chose not to engage further, shifting her gaze to the left. In the northeast, another middle-aged man appeared, similarly tall and slender, clad in a brocade robe, flanked by several entering Dao masters, with 6 female sword attendants standing elegantly beside him, boasting a far grander presence than Lung Zhu. Su Qingqiu laughed lightly. Pan Cozy, still fond of ostentation, I see. Pan Ko's face twitched. It is Koji, not cozy. So Koji implies waging war against others or turning others into bandits. As I see it, Su Qingqiu nodded. I find these 6 female sword attendants quite commendable. Perhaps I shall have them accompany my brother someday. They appear quite formidable. Pan Koji smiled. To receive a compliment from Qingqiu, I am honored. Su Qingqiu then glanced northward, where a monk stood. Master Yuan Zhong, I have a matter to inquire. Master Yuan Zhong clasped his hands together. Ba, please proceed, Su Shizhu. Su Qingqiu, looking rather troubled, touched her cheek, as if this question had long been pent up in her heart. Are you aware of any Buddhist sect that wears moon-white silk robes, adorned with silver trim, secured by a light sash, yet is devoid of any lining, not even wearing undergarments? Master Yuan Zhong was taken aback, pondering for quite some time before responding. This old monk has limited knowledge and has not heard of such a thing. Su Qingqiu, somewhat disappointed, waved her hand. Never mind. It would be futile to inquire about such malevolent attire from you. It would be better to ask Wang Yong. Turning to the northwest, she smiled teasingly. Wang Yong is accustomed to indulging in flowers and willows, devoted to dual cultivation. You should have heard of it? Ji Wuyong's plump face twitched. Has this king ever heard of such lewd attire? Su Qingqiu chuckled. glancing at the figure in green beside Ji Wuyong. This one seems rather unfamiliar. The figure in green chuckled softly, speaking in a gentle voice. Merely a guest of Wang Yong. My humble name is inconsequential. Su Qingqiu remarked. To be a guest of the Dongshu summit is quite rare. He wished to utter something about a demoness facing her demise, yet still quarreling. But Su Qingqiu's aura was too potent, even surrounded by formidable individuals. None dared to take the initiative, let alone him. Su Qingqiu turned her attention northward again, where stood 4 colossal iron beasts resembling apes. A hint of gravity flickered in her eyes. These were the Shinji sect's war automatons, known as Shinji beasts. Su Qingqiu had little understanding of the specialized profession of Yensher, only knowing that these Shinji beasts were crafted from materials not of common iron, with unique cores, reputed to possess boundless power and indestructibility. While these 4 were not the sect's strongest automatons, they were nonetheless classified as A-grade, capable of rivaling entering Dao masters. Of course, outside, such mechanical beasts would pose no threat to a Dongshu master. However, in the current situation within the capital, her powers were halved while these creatures remained at their peak, and their considerable numbers constituted a threat. Among the Shinji beasts stood an inconspicuous old man clad in gray, his appearance quite disheveled. Su Qingqiu recognized him as one of the great craftsmen of the Shinji sect, known for his dedication to mechanical devices and indifferent to worldly affairs. With few knowing even his name, only that his surname was Yu. His personal operation of these 4 Shinji beasts was sufficient to induce headaches for anyone. Su Qingqiu sighed. Old Yu, you too are meddling in such matters? Su Qingqiu nodded, no longer addressing him, and turned her gaze to the west. There, numerous figures clad in white appeared, exuding an overwhelming sword aura. Leading them was a stern middle-aged man, radiating an intense aura of entering Dao, evidently standing at the pinnacle of that realm. Su Qingqiu tilted her head, observing for a while before suddenly inquiring, "Why has Lin Wuyo not arrived?" The stern middle-aged man replied calmly, "Zhao comes here, and that is sufficient." "Huh, donotist." Su Qingqiu laughed without restraint. "In my eyes, the threat posed by you, Zhao Kuan, is lesser than that of your disciple niece. It would be better to send her here than you. She would fare better." Zhao Kuan's eyes flashed with anger. Falling silent, Su Qingqiu then turned her gaze southwest, smiling slightly. "I have heard that Xue Jie visited my Baihua courtyard in the morning. Why did she not linger a while longer, waiting for my sister to emerge for a chat?" Mo Xuexin replied coldly, "I am not your sister." Su Qingqiu still smiled. "Someone holds great admiration for your chivalrous spirit, sister." Mo Xuexin was taken aback, then unexpectedly chuckled. For a demon sex enchantress to say such words is indeed rare. Su Qingqiu's smile was enchanting. "He is somewhat different from others." Mo Xuexin replied, "Your tone resembles that of one praising a lover." Xue Qingqiu maintained her cheerful demeanor. "Perhaps it is so." Mo Xuexin, with an odd expression, sealed her lips. Xue Qingqiu turned once more towards the south. "Old Nyo, you too have come?" Several elderly Taoist priests, clad in robes of clouded mountains and green bamboo, sat cross-legged in the southern direction, representing the emblem of the Zentiangong. The foremost among them slowly opened his eyes in the dead of night. "One of my disciples was slain, and Xuanmu has again taken the life of one from my sect. Does the Xingyue sect truly consider my Zentiangong to be a mere plaything? Oh, has even a discarded outer disciple left in the capital become your subordinate? Why not claim him as your direct disciple?" Xue Qingqiu laughed heartily. "Tian 1, do not blame me for not warning you. Chon'er has headed south. With a multitude of adept practitioners entering the capital at this time, beware that your Zentiangong may be thrown into chaos by Chon'er. The little demoness cannot stir up much trouble," the old Taoist retorted, closing his eyes in silence. Xue Qingqiu finally gazed southeast, sighing softly. "Shintazue, are you truly dim-witted?" The burly man stood firm in the southeast, a bloodthirsty grin flashing in his eyes. "Do not preach to me. I have never slain one in the Dongxi realm. Perhaps after this battle, I may achieve Dao. Who knows?" Xue Qingqiu gently shook her head. "I know you are merely bloodthirsty. Even if you slay Mu Jianli by overpowering her, is it merely a thrill of the hunt? But pardon my frankness. Relying solely on this will surely not lead to the attainment of Dao." Shintazue shook his head as well. "Our ancestors have entered Dao through slaughter. I, too, can do the same." Our paths are divergent. Thus further discourse is futile. Xue Qingqiu chuckled. Fengbo Tower, the path of extinction, and two factions of the demonic sect. Perhaps the Hahuan sect lurks nearby, waiting for the dead of night? Is this what is referred to as the righteous path encircling the demoness? Under Xue Qingqiu's beaming gaze, the righteous practitioners fell into silence. Not to mention the absence of the demonic sect, even with just a missing shadow wing. They could not lock onto Xue Qingqiu, which was truly a helpless situation. Xue Qingqiu silently counted. Lung Zhu, Tianwen, and that figure in green were at the pinnacle of Dongxiu. Pan Koji and Shinazai were at the mid-stage of Dongxiu, and Mo Shiuxin had just recently entered Dongxiu. In total, there were 6 in the Dongxi realm. If one counted herself, the number of Dongxi practitioners had surprisingly reached half. The remaining 30-odd individuals had all entered Dao, among whom Yuan Zhong and Zhao Kuan were at the pinnacle of Dao, and there was a shadow wing concealed in the dark. Such a lineup was truly laughably formidable. Xue Qingqiu's smile began to widen, growing ever more joyous, and she then burst into hearty laughter. 5 righteous sects, 3 demonic paths, 2 factions of the court. 6 in the Dongxu realm, over 30 in the Dao realm, for divine machines, and the Muxiandeo formation enveloping it all. Attacking a city and conquering a nation is but this. How fortunate Xue Qingqiu was to partake in such a grand feast. Even in death, what regret could there be? Chapter 66. The city breaking forbidden technique. The fall of the 8 desolations in a tranquil courtyard. The solitary phoenix tree stood lonely. The moonlight flowed like water, illuminating the scene. Observing Xue Qingqiu laughing heartily in the arena, everyone present, regardless of faction, could not help but feel a measure of admiration. Asking themselves, they realized that even in such a dire predicament, they could not laugh as joyfully as she did, and throughout, her aura dominated all, signifying that it was not a mere facade to mask insecurity, but genuine mirth. Zhao Kuan from the Wanjian sect sighed. Such composure is indeed extraordinary. No wonder Senior Lin was also ensnared by the demoness. Pan Koji sighed as well. The night is long and dreams are many. Let us proceed. Though he spoke of advancing, he did not take action. No one moved, each falling into silence, rendering the atmosphere palpably awkward. Xue Qingqiu glanced at them with curiosity, suddenly comprehending something, her laughter transforming into a burst of mocking mirth. Designing traps is easy, yet when faced with the reality of confrontation, they truly did not know how to proceed. For all present were sovereigns of their factions, leaders of sects, revered throughout the land, their statuses in the jianghu incomparably high. Moreover, having reached such a level of cultivation, pride resided in their hearts, making it indeed challenging to charge forward like mere ruffians. Yet, if they were to engage in a wheel of battle, who among them would willingly step forward to clash with Xue Qingqiu in a life-or-death struggle, allowing others to later seize the spoils? At Xue Qingqiu's mocking laughter, several individuals flushed with embarrassment, feeling utterly awkward. Yu Xian sighed, knowing he must take the lead. Thus, he was the first to move. Beneath the moonlight, a green shadow darted past, as if traversing through time and space, and a short sword abruptly appeared at Xue Qingqiu's brow. Though the force seemed ordinary, perhaps even lesser than the splendid aura of the confrontation between Mo Shiuxin and Xianzhe, it nonetheless stirred the hearts of all present. Shindazue's eyes lit up, exclaiming, "What a skill! Where did such a return to innocence master come from, beside a mere prince?" Ji Wuyong's face turned pale. Xue Qingqiu's fingers blossomed like fresh flowers, and in the blink of an eye, the sound of metal clashing rang out dozens of times. The figure in green withdrew several steps, pointing the short sword at her. Yet Xue Qingqiu's smile faded, her gaze sharpening. "The Yongjing has been severed. You are indeed a eunuch." The figure in green fell silent. Xue Qingqiu's expression shifted to one of realization. So it is I did not expect a master of such caliber to emerge in the world. Yu Xian offered no reply, his figure moving once more, attacking with unmatched swiftness. However, Xue Qingqiu no longer played along. Her figure became indistinct in the eyes of the onlookers, as if the moon reflected in water was disturbed by a stone, creating ripples of distortion. Meanwhile, a delicate hand inexplicably reached out from the night, pressing against Zhao Kuan's back. Zhao Kuan hastily dodged, but it was a moment too late. A surging force struck his left shoulder. He coughed up blood and staggered back, while several swords from the Wanjian sect were drawn simultaneously. Xue Qingqiu's delicate hands swept through the air, producing a clanging sound of metal, and after a flurry of clashes, several swords twisted into shapes akin to twisted dough. The crowd was left aghast. Looking at Zhao Cohen, his left arm hung unnaturally, having failed to withstand even a single move, rendering it useless. At the same time, Xue Qingqiu had already slipped through the twisted sword formation. The ambush that once seemed like a joke was about to be breached in a single move. A green shadow suddenly blocked Xue Qingqiu's path, smiling slightly. Qingqiu, this road is closed. The master of the Xiren sect, Leng Zhu, a peak expert of Dongshu. Yet these individuals were not without their flaws. At least their natures were entirely different. Shinta Zue was a bloodthirsty butcher, unmatched in his murderous aura. Could the two schools of Buddhism and Tao endure that? The Tao and demons, in self-rejection, instead bore a sense of mutual restraint. This Leng Zhu was the same. The Xiren sect preached the law of nature, mimicking all things, embodying its essence. True to his name, Leng Zhu took bamboo and wood as friends, presenting himself as a modest gentleman, concealing his sharpness within. Even the fierce sword aura of the Wanjian sect did not sit well with him. Yet he proposed to collaborate with Shinta Zue. One could not fathom the organizer's intentions. Perhaps Tianwen, Yuan Zhong, and Leng Zhu had not anticipated Shinta Zue's appearance here. And with such a brief ambush time, internal discord was impossible, leaving them no choice but to accept it for the moment. As these thoughts swiftly coursed through her mind, Xue Qingqiu's figure did not pause for an instant. The sound of dragon roaring rang out, the starry cloud quietly unsheathed, and she slashed diagonally with her sword. Strangely enough, Xue Qingqiu retreated instead, as if having suffered a minor setback from this trivial strike. Leng Zhu thought little of it, advancing with his green bamboo. A bright smile appeared at the corner of Xue Qingqiu's mouth as she floated backward in midair, her vital energy oddly reversing, directly flipping over and swiftly thrusting her sword towards the side front. The dazzling sword light erupted, carrying an aura of fierce killing intent, starkly contrasting with the previous ordinary exchanges. Her target was Shinta Zue. Shinta Zue laughed heartily, bellowing, "Come well." An overwhelming force surged forth with his iron fist, causing the night to appear tainted with dark red, becoming eerily bloody. The desolate scent of rust and vengeful souls wafted pungently, and the phoenix tree in the courtyard visibly began to wither. The righteous sects simultaneously frowned. Xue Qingqiu effortlessly transformed into ripples, withdrawing. The clash of energies erupted, and both gazed at one another, anger evident in their eyes, though it felt lengthy to recount in the brief span of a breath. Not even a single inhalation had passed. Y11N persistently pursued Su Q Enki, ultimately seizing the fleeting moment when she attempted to withdraw, striking at her waist. In Y11N's incredulous gaze, a gentle moonlight softly enveloped Su Q Enki, rendering the short sword ineffective against its ethereal glow. Sighs of disbelief echoed around. Q-U-S-H and S-H. Su Q Enki offered a faint smile, imbued with a hint of warmth, as if reminiscing about a cherished memory. Every calculation she made was aimed at temporarily neutralizing this peak combatant, who existed completely outside the boundaries of righteousness and malevolence. She succeeded. Pan Kao's, quietly watching among the sword attendants, sighed. Shintu, there's no need for such wide-eyed stares. We are all ensnared in this scheme. Yet we act like roosters in a fight. Leng Zhu let out a cold snort, distancing herself from Shinta Zue, seemingly embarrassed to be associated with him. Shinta Zue, his countenance filled with murderous intent, wore a grim expression. At this moment, Ji Wuyong gritted his teeth and declared, "If you continue to overestimate your status, the enchantress will leave unscathed tonight, and you shall face the loss of all dignity." His words plunged the crowd into silence once more. Reluctance to engage stemmed from pride. But should so many formidable beings fail to contain Su Q Enki, what dignity would remain? The WNTI and D, or N of Su NTI, and Z Ing sighed softly, warning, Su Z NGZH, be cautious. As he spoke, a Bagua formation rose gracefully. Almost simultaneously, others took action. Yuan Daching pressed his palms together, a golden light flaring up, and a massive swastika soared towards the heavens. Pankei has gestured, and 6 long swords emerge from the back of the sword attendants, weaving a mysterious sword formation in mid-air, striking down like lightning. Msu X close her eyes, enveloped by a tempest of wind and snow, including dozens of other transcendent beings. A multitude of radiant beams surged forth like a raging torrent, converging upon the slender, exquisite figure at the center. Su Enki's eyes reflected neither sorrow nor joy as the starry essence whirled violently, a piercing brilliance shooting skyward. In an instant, the moonlight intensified, stars twinkled brilliantly, and the tempest raged, altering the very colors of the skies. The WNTI, ND, or N's expression shifted dramatically as he shouted, "Everyone, be careful. This is the 8 desolate starfall. A devastating technique." Chapter 67. The dual envoys of HU and SHUD stood at the entrance of the Li SHNMN, watching the great cauldron at the door tremble incessantly, her heart laden with unease. The cauldron before the Li SHNMN was a replica of the Jun SHD, possessing a certain resonance. Its continuous shaking indicated that the Jun SHD was currently enduring an extraordinarily terrifying surge of energy. What was the source of this upheaval? It was not an assault upon the Jun SHD, but rather the suppression effect it exerted was being simultaneously provoked by numerous top-tier powerhouses, signifying it was currently suppressing the full force of countless D and GX experts. SHUD had faith that the Jun SHD could withstand it. Yet such an eruption filled her with extreme anxiety. As the head of the Li SHNMN, she remained oblivious to the identity of those engaged in the conflict, which was powerful enough to cause the cauldron to tremble. This energy was nearing the threshold of harmony. Zhu Zh also remarked, "One can only wonder how much power is being unleashed. Combined, it seems almost equivalent to harmony." Just as those words left his lips, the bronze cauldron began to tremble violently, and with a resounding crack, it developed a fissure. At that moment of shock, a thunderous explosion echoed from afar, prompting both to look up, witnessing an overwhelming brilliance. The moonlight surged, stars flickered wildly, and the vast clouds appeared to be swept away. The heavens changed hue, and the Milky Way hung upside down. In unison, they exclaimed, "The 8 desolate starfall. They are truly besieging Su Enki." SHUD's face drained of color as she could no longer remain silent. Without uttering a word, she dashed toward the imperial palace. The palace guards noticed a crimson light racing toward them, akin to a meteor rushing toward the moon, arriving in the blink of an eye. The guards instinctively formed a line to block her, but the red light crashed through, scattering their formation. As the smoke cleared, SHUD appeared at the center, furiously demanding, "Open the gates." The guards fell silent. Their leader tremblingly replied, "Chief, the emperor is all ready." Without hesitation, SHUD unsheathed her sword, striking it heavily against the door, causing it to tremble as if the earth itself was shaken. "Open the gates. His Majesty has already retired." With that, SHUD's blade fell, and a head rolled to the ground. Retired? She stood amidst the wind, allowing blood to drip down. "If you continue to waste words with me, I shall ensure your complete cessation. Do you think my father would allow me to pay for my life?" The leader of the guards, staring into her furious, crimson eyes, dared not utter another word. The palace doors swung open, and SHUD dashed like a shooting star toward the imperial study, fully aware that the emperor could not possibly be asleep at this hour. Indeed, from a distance, she could see the study ablaze with light, accompanied by GQ sigh. "Foolish child, are you aware that trespassing into the palace is a crime that even your father cannot protect you from?" SHUD, filled with rage, kicked the door open and exclaimed, "You care about trespassing? We have finally glimpsed the hope of the Li SHNMN's rise. Why would you wish to kill Su Enki and obliterate our prospects?" GQ replied coolly, "With Su Enki dead, we can better control the Xingyu." Before he could finish, SHUD interrupted, "Do you think Su would remain oblivious? Would he heed your commands?" GQ, unfazed, responded, "Even if he perceives the truth, he is a wise man and will surely know what actions are in his best interest. You know nothing. Onze dishuted. The most dangerous individual in the Xingyu Zi is not Su Enki. If you provoke Su, he is the one who can shatter your empire into mere dust. Then we shall kill him too. How many within the Xingyu Zi can see through this? As Su Q Enki approached GT Ying Yuan, Su M was simultaneously racing toward GT Ying Yuan with YNY. Upon nearing their destination, just a few miles away from GT Ying Yuan, YNY suddenly halted, a frown creasing her brow. What is wrong? Su M Inquit, glancing around in confusion. The curtain of the Taiyan's formation has suddenly opened. My senior sister must have fallen into a trap. YNY extended her hand to press against the air, murmuring, "This formation isolates the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. It must be dismantled, otherwise. No matter how powerful my senior sister may be, she will eventually be drained of energy, unable to sustain herself." Today, YNY was devoid of her usual charm. Her demeanor starkly serious. Su M, preoccupied with urgency, pressed, "Can you break it? This formation is manipulated by someone holding the array disk. If I can retrieve the main array stone from the disk, it will be dismantled directly. If I attempt to break in from the outside, it will take time." Before she could finish, a light laugh echoed from ahead. "You no longer have time." They looked up to see dozens of handsome men and women blocking their path, with a man and woman leading the group. The man wore a rare scholar's attire, entirely green, including a matching headscarf, and held a folding fan, swaying it leisurely. The woman was scantily clad, exposing her ample bosom and bare arms and legs, an enticing sight. "Y matin a indifférent expression. H. Su M nodded, casting a glance at the duo. His gaze lingered longer on the scholar's attire and fan rather than the woman's exposed skin, particularly marveling at the headscarf. Seeing Su M pay her no mind, the scantily clad woman's expression shifted, and she playfully encouraged, "Is this the renowned Sanhao, Su Shing? Come to our Hu Nzing. Su Enki is merely pretending. She will not provide you with earthly bliss, so why toil to serve her?" Su M replied with a smile, "What benefits can you offer me?" The woman's laughter grew more seductive as she lifted her skirt slightly, revealing more of her pale thighs. "What do you think I can offer?" Having witnessed countless encounters, Su M felt no reaction to this display. It held no allure for him. He remarked nonchalantly, "While it is indeed fair, the personality is unappealing, rendering it uninteresting." The group fell silent for a moment, but eventually, some grasped the meaning of his words and burst into laughter, even the scholar chuckling, while the scantily clad woman turned ashen with rage. YNY interjected in a teasing tone, "Our Xingyu Ziying boasts more beauties than you. Even I have grown up to be more attractive than you. Su M will not follow you." The sudden display of cuteness left Shui Mu's expression stiff. "Are you certain you will grow up? Will you not continue to shrink into an infant?" The scholar, folding his fan, chuckled lightly. "I have never played with a 5-year-old beauty. Would you allow me this indulgence?" "My dear." Yet, Inyi remained unfazed, her face expressionless as she retorted, "You cannot defeat me, El Shutong. I am a scholar, not a mere student." The scholar named El Shutong leisurely clapped his fan. "However, your words ring true. In our two sects, strength speaks volumes. If I cannot defeat your senior sister, how could I possibly triumph over you?" Inyi maintained her stoic demeanor. "Then let us test it." As her words hung in the air, the night abruptly distorted. Shui Mu felt as if he were caught in some dreamscape, surrounded by bizarre, twisted fragments, unable to discern anything clearly. Through the mist, Inye's voice reached him. "Mu, you should leave first. It would be best if you can find the formation disk. Here, I shall defeat them." To be frank, Shui Mu had little faith in her. After all, there were dozens of opponents, and she was just a child who had yet to master martial arts. How could she hope to win against so many? However, he understood that remaining here would only hinder her efforts. Departing was the only sensible choice. Thus, he said nothing more and hastily ran to the side. Was he unhappy with his lack of visibility? Indeed, he was dissatisfied with being inconspicuous. Deep down, he knew that there was a formidable ally still hidden on their side. Shuiqing Xiu had come here to meet someone, yet the ambushers were unaware of her true purpose. They had merely set their sights in the right direction, prompted by Ying Yi's guidance to prepare in advance. In other words, there should be another ally outside the battlefield, anxiously seeking a breakthrough. Shui Mu aimed to capture this person's attention, knowing full well that this individual could not possibly be weak. At the very least, they should be on par with Ying Yi. This was the strongest possible reinforcement he could hope to find at this moment. Of course, this would also attract the enemy's attention. Since they had dispatched the He Huan sect to intercept Yi, others must be stationed outside to intercept disciples of the Xingyu sect. Drawing attention from the rooftop was undoubtedly a perilous gamble, but he had no other options. Sure enough, it was not long before two figures swiftly approached him. Both were familiar faces. One was Miao Yu from the Xianyi sect, the very same who had been humiliated by Shui Qingxiu during the incident at Baihua Garden. The other was unexpectedly Li Gong, a court attendant who had accompanied during negotiations at the Six Gates. The presence of a court attendant made Shui Mu's heart stir. This situation should not have warranted the involvement of a court attendant. Their appearance here was peculiar. At the Six Gates, Shui Qingxiu did not display any special relationship with Li Gong, but that did not prove anything. In front of Xiahou Di and Xianzhe, one could not show any favoritism. Was this the person he had been waiting for? In the midst of his thoughts, Miao Yu and Li Gong landed before Shui Mu almost simultaneously. Miao Yu exhibited no wariness towards Li Gong, given the involvement of the Prince of Yong. It was not surprising for a powerful eunuch to appear here. He merely smiled at Li Gong as a form of greeting, his gaze landing directly on Shui Mu. It has been several days, Mr. Shui. I see you have reached a remarkable level of mastery. Truly a prodigy. Shui Mu chuckled lightly. So, it is Elder Miao of the Xianyi sect. Why do you not visit Gutong Yuan? Is it perhaps still due to your heart's desire? Implicit in his words was the notion that those of stature were busy besieging Shui Qingxiu, while those lingering outside were either inconsequential or cowardly. Miao Yu sneered. Indeed, I cannot match even a single move from my elder sister. However, capturing Mr. Shui will require little effort. Shui Mu was intrigued. May I inquire why Elder Miao harbors such animosity towards me? Miao Yu declared, the demons of the dark arts are not only hated by me, but by heaven itself. Just as he uttered the last word, a slender hand pierced through his back, blood gushing forth as it emerged from his chest. Miao Yu turned in disbelief to see the delicate, charming face of Li Gong. The star-plucking hand? Are you a star? Li Gong maintained a seductive smile, withdrawing his bloodied hand as Miao Yu collapsed to the ground. The villain perished through excessive chatter. Shui Mu, entirely unfazed, swiftly inquired, without further ado, do you know where the formation disk of the Mu Tian array is, Li Gong? Li Gong, initially eager to elaborate on his identity, was compelled to admire Shui Mu's unervingly calm demeanor, as if he had anticipated his origins and required no superfluous words. He replied directly, it is in the hands of Jiwu Yong, currently located at Gutong Yuan, which may pose a challenge to retrieve. An alternative strategy is needed. No sooner had he spoken than Gutong Yuan erupted in a violent explosion, the night sky shifting hues. The Milky Way inverted. This was the scene witnessed by Xiahou Di. Li Gong's body trembled as he exclaimed, the 8 desolation stars are falling. The sect leader is fighting desperately. At this moment within Gutong Yuan, the spectacle was extraordinarily grand. Shui Qingxiu, clad in white as snow, floated ethereally in midair. The sky, which had merely held a crescent moon, suddenly transformed into a full moon, growing larger and larger, as Shui Qingxiu appeared to be embedded within it. Akin to Chang'e, an otherworldly Chang'e, her long hair billowed, delicate hands outstretched as if embracing the heavens, a divine sword floating before her, radiating a terrifying divine light that intertwined with the unique glimmer in her beautiful eyes, captivating all who beheld her. Surrounding her was a continuous cascade of moonlight like frost, while countless meteors bombarded the area, colliding with the brilliant beams that had previously surged towards Shui Qingxiu, resulting in explosive energy that shook the heavens. Yet, even amidst this chaos, it could not fully counteract the formidable might of Shui Qingxiu's ultimate technique. After the explosion, the central courtyard, where several individuals had embraced the phoenix tree, was reduced to mere fragments, the courtyard walls obliterated, and a myriad of blood splatters scattered around, accompanied by cries of anguish. When the splendor faded, devastation reigned. The entirety of Gutong Yuan had seemingly vanished, leaving several miles of desolate land, pockmarked and in disarray, rendering it unimaginable that such destruction could be wrought by a single individual. This was still within the confines of the capital's unblemished formation. Were it in the outside world, mountains and rivers would have met their demise, reduced to ruins. Shui Qingxiu descended gently, resting her sword upon the ground, her face bearing an unnatural pallor. evidently drained from the recent exertion. The assailants were equally afflicted. Several powerful figures bore solemn expressions, among them Imo, Xue, also pale, seemingly injured. Even the stronghold was not spared. The other entry-level cultivators lay strewn about in disarray, with few able to stand, casualties uncounted. The master of the Shunji sect, Lao Yu, had sheltered beneath a mechanical beast, now utterly deformed and unrecognizable, clearly rendered inoperative. The most tragic of all was Ji Wuyong, in addition to Yuxian. He had brought 2 personal guards who had perished, and he himself was coughing blood, a wound the size of an egg in his abdomen, as if pierced by a meteor. Those qualified to participate in the assault on Xue Qingxiu were no ordinary cultivators. Individuals of Zhu Chunyao's caliber had been strictly prohibited from leaving the station, fearful of collateral damage. Here, the lowest cultivation was on the brink of entry, and with such severe losses, it could be said that the martial world had faced a significant blow. Amipa, Master Yuan Zhong of Wujiu Temple intoned a Buddhist chant. Xue Shizhu, your actions have disturbed the harmony of heaven and earth. Xue Qingxiu closed her eyes and bowed her head, murmuring, harmony of heaven and earth? To slay me is your notion of harmony? If so, let this world be transformed into a demonic prison. As she uttered the final words, her tone grew fierce. The starry essence plunged deep into the ground, and with a resounding crash, moon-white infernos erupted from the earth, engulfing both friend and foe alike in a sea of flames. The Taoist questioned, his expression shifting dramatically. Demon Queen, your Wu Tianyue Hua flame array has yet to fully form. Do you intend to perish with it? Xue Qingxiu laughed amidst the inferno. Let us see how many of the world's strong can accompany me to the grave. Yu Xian seized Yi Wuyong, flinging him far away. The Prince of Yong must leave this place. The Demon Queen intends to annihilate all. As Ji Wuyong's plump form soared away, the flames on the ground rapidly spread. Stop her! Master Yuan Wu exclaimed. This demonic fire spreads. The capital shall become a realm of death. At a distance, in front of the 6 doors, Xianzhi stood there, dumbfounded, gazing at the shattered false Zhen Shiding. Was this explosive power the result of all the formidable beings unleashing their ultimate moves simultaneously? He was not mistaken. Indeed, everyone was employing their most potent techniques. If the Wu Tianyue Hua Yin formation were to run rampant, the capital would undoubtedly be reduced to scorched earth. Those present were either righteous cultivators or members of the court, unable to bear witness to such devastation. This was precisely the outcome that Xue Qingxiu had meticulously orchestrated. Xue Qingxiu's face had long lost all color due to excessive consumption of energy. She understood that within the Muxianshan formation, she could not rely on the continuous flow of heaven and earth's spiritual energy. Such reckless use of forbidden techniques to exhaust her true power was akin to seeking her own demise. Yet, she had no choice but to employ it. Only by forcing a multitude of powerful beings into a defensive stance could she carve out a space for maneuvering. Otherwise, facing the simultaneous onslaught she had just endured, even with 3 heads and 6 arms, she would be unable to withstand it. Amidst the raging sea of flames, Xue Qingxiu cast a glance at Shun Tuzue. The master of the Maching Dao stood there, somewhat dazed, neither attending to the demonic fire below nor intending to strike at her. She could tell that Shun Tuzue was beginning to regret his choices. This bloodthirsty fanatic, who had embraced the path of slaughter throughout his life, had come to this grand event merely to experience the thrill of personally annihilating a Dongshu powerhouse in hopes of understanding the Tao. Yet in the midst of a siege, he found himself unable to unleash his full ferocity, his bloodthirsty momentum clashing with the righteous path, rendering him bound and restrained. In a flash of thought, Xue Qingxiu did not pause her movement. Her figure abruptly vanished, reappearing beside Zhao Kuan, seemingly intent on piercing this weak point. You shall accompany me to the grave. Zhao Kuan's face turned pale with terror as he swung his sword in defense. His earlier injuries had rendered his left arm useless, causing him to falter slightly in his actions. Boom! Her palm struck precisely at his heart, and Zhao Kuan fell backward, lifeless, his expression one of disbelief as his heart shattered. I have stated before, you are not even as worthy as your master's niece. A metallic fist came crashing in from the side, accompanied by a fierce beam of light. Xue Qingxiu met the attack with a palm strike. only to be forced back with a startled gasp. Everyone was expending their energy, yet the divine mechanism beast remained at its peak. Moreover, it was indifferent to the demonic fire below, tirelessly fulfilling its role in the battle. Another beam of light surged towards her, while several strong practitioners from the Wunjian sect lunged forward in a furious assault. A glimmer of insight flickered in Xue Qingqiu's eyes as she deftly sidestepped two swords, her slender hand striking the waist of the divine mechanism beast. To the astonished gaze of old Yu, this beast, reputed to be impervious to true energy transmission and indestructible, exploded into dust. Every entity possesses its weaknesses, particularly inanimate constructs. The Yinshi of the divine mechanism sect were merely this. Xue Qingqiu laughed heartily, withdrawing just in time to evade a fierce sword strike. The righteous cultivators, while extinguishing the flames, were filled with profound admiration. Xue Qingqiu, with her mastery over creation, adeptly harnessing the power of the stars and moon, coupled with her agile close-quarters combat and keen perception of vulnerabilities, was not something that could be attained through mere seclusion. It was evident she had braved countless storms and battles, flirting with death itself. Countless powerful beings surrounded her, initially believing the battle held no uncertainty. However, they found themselves decimated by Xue Qingqiu, whether through her overwhelming strength or her manipulation of their various mindsets, resulting in casualties far exceeding everyone's expectations prior to the conflict. Observing the scene of devastation, the demonic figure bathed in blood amidst the inferno truly warranted the phrase, "Demon abyss, boundless." Yet at that moment, the flames on the ground began to flicker. Xue Qingqiu's body swayed slightly. Chapter 69. Taking you home, Xue Qingqiu's demonic might was a result of exploiting numerous circumstances. For instance, their inability to cooperate in a joint assault, their hesitation to employ excessively lethal techniques for fear of collateral damage, and their need to divert their attention to prevent her from amplifying the casualties among civilians. In contrast, she could act without restraint, unleashing her full force. However, in truth, she was steadily marching towards her own demise, as her consumption was monumental. The Mushianshan formation drained everyone's true energy, and she could not form an effective cycle. Her expenditure was several dozen times that of any other participant. If her aim was to inflict harm on her enemies, she could take pride in her accomplishments. Regrettably, her objective was to break through, yet she had continually failed to find an opportunity. The current Wutianyuehua Yin formation was not merely a matter of lighting a fire. It required the continuous borrowing of star and moon energy to sustain it. At this moment, with her true energy nearly depleted, Xue Qingqiu sincerely could no longer maintain it. The powerful cultivators of the righteous path quickly discerned the situation, their efforts to suppress the inferno allowing them to muster additional strength. And multiple beams of light surged forth simultaneously once more. The Huiwa Divine Stone's activation did not take long, merely a brief moment, but in reality, from the first defensive maneuver until now, not even half a moment had passed. This marked the first time she had been injured that night. The demonic fire extinguished entirely. Li Gonggong hurriedly led Xue Mu toward the epicenter of the explosion, seeing groups of guards stationed at the critical juncture from distance. They hid around a corner, and Li Gonggong whispered, "Should we charge through? I have no issues." Li Gonggong immediately replied, "That must be Ji Wuyong." Xue Mu's heart stirred. An opportunity had arisen. You take a detour and sneak past. I will attract their attention, and you can find a chance to deal with Ji Wuyong. Xue Mu adjusted his appearance and strode boldly forward. Clearly, these individuals did not recognize Xue Mu, who had only recently arrived in the capital and had spent most of his time secluded in Baiwa Yuan, having no interaction with the establishment outside of the 6 doors. However, upon seeing Xue Mu's remarkable demeanor, no one dared to dismiss him as an idle bystander. A stern-looking captain stepped forward to negotiate. "Halt. We are apprehending rebels ahead. No outsiders are permitted." Xue Mu snorted coldly, producing a resplendent golden waist token. "Do you recognize this?" The captain was taken aback, his expression growing more solemn. "It is indeed the golden token of the 6 doors. I greet you, esteemed officer." These guards clearly lacked the authority to be privy to course secrets. In their eyes, the terrifying explosion had occurred, the energy of a Dongshu powerhouse reaching the heavens. And it was strange that no one from the 6 doors had arrived until now. To have a golden token officer show up was already a sign of negligence. The chief, Xiahou Di, should have been present. Enough of this pretense. Make way for this officer. Xuanmu adopted an arrogant demeanor, pushing past the captain and proceeding forward. You have gone too far. The captain, possessing a temper of his own, blocked Xuanmu once more. Do you have the order from Chief Xiahou? This was clearly a deliberate provocation. Had Xuanmu approached with cordiality, it would have been a simple matter for all parties to enter amicably. However, his brashness incited the guards' displeasure, and they were unwilling to make it easy for him. Xuanmu shoved the captain aside again. Step aside. At this, the palace guards collectively erupted, surging towards him. The 6 doors are so overbearing. Is this how Chief Xiahou commands his subordinates? Xuanmu looked down his nose at them. How Chief Xiahou conduct himself is not for a bunch of lackeys like you to comment on. You. The guards surged forward, nearly ready to strike him. At that moment, Ji Wuyong was thrown out by Yu Xian, landing in the arms of his personal guards. Still in a state of shock, upon noticing the commotion nearby, he shouted, "What is happening over there?" Send 2 men to investigate. Several personal guards hurried over, while the rest stood on tiptoes to peer at the chaotic scene. Even Ji Wuyong's attention was entirely diverted towards the tumultuous area. At that instant, a gray shadow darted in with remarkable speed from behind. In this world, princes were also martial, capable of vying for positions through force. Yi Wuyo, having participated in the encirclement of Xue Qingqiu, was evidently not a complete fool. However, having been severely injured by Xue Qingqiu earlier and now distracted by the chaos instigated by Xuanmu, how could he react to a sudden ambush from a peak Taoist powerhouse? With a resounding crash, a claw struck his freshly bandaged wound. Ji Wuyong's eyes bulged, and before he could utter even a grunt, he fainted on the spot. At this moment, someone finally reacted, exclaiming in shock and anger, "There are assassins!" The scene descended into further chaos. The guards surrounding Ji Wuyong encircled the figure clad in gray, apprehensive that Ji Wuyong might truly be crushed, thus refraining from acting recklessly. Meanwhile, those surrounding Xuanmu changed their expressions dramatically and rushed over, completely disregarding Xuanmu. A silent cloud of green mist dispersed among the crowd, and soon, individuals clutched their throats, blood streaming from their 7 orifices. Turning to look, Xuanmu's palm emanated a dense green aura, a chilling poison spreading ominously. Even his pupils reflected a ghastly green, exuding an air of murderous intent. The gray-clad figure no longer paid attention to these ordinary guards, but instead reached out to search Ji Wuyong, extracting an array plate and removing its core array stone. The vast array that enveloped the area suddenly vanished without a trace. Xue Qingqiu found herself at the end of her rope. Even Mo Xiuxin, whom she usually regarded with disdain, was forced to retreat from single strike. The toll had been too great. With a loud thud, her back was once again struck by the Shinji beast. A deep, unhealthy flush crept across Xue Qingqiu's face as she gazed at the faces surrounding her, her mind becoming somewhat hazy. Am I to die here? Memories from childhood rapidly flipped through her mind. The rigorous training of her youth, the heavy burdens during her blossoming years, the sorrow of her master's sudden passing, the helplessness of her senior sister's disappearance, the struggles of single-handedly upholding the sky, the dreams of her sect's rise, and the hopes placed upon Xiao Chan, ultimately solidifying into Xue Mu's smiling face. How foolish it is, had I known it would come to this. I might as well have indulged in your desires earlier, sharing a moment of passion, thus not betraying this life nor you. What a pity, such beauty. With a loud crash, a fist struck her chest. Xue Qingqiu could only see a monk's robe. She did not evade or retreat, but similarly struck out. Her physical cultivation had reached the pinnacle of the world, and even if it meant exchanging blows, it would hasten her opponent's demise. Master Yuan Zhong. A gasp echoed in her ear. Oh, that was Yuan Zhong just now. This monk possesses a formidable reverse karma technique. He may not be able to kill her, which is regrettable. As Xue Qingqiu's mind drifted, the sky suddenly shifted, and the air became clear. The previously vanished spiritual energy surged back in, invigorating Xue Qingqiu's spirit as if a drowning person had suddenly received fresh air, greedily inhaling it. Ha ha ha! Feeling the rushing true energy replenishing her exhausted meridians. Xue Qingqiu laughed heartily. Have you repented? No one responded, merely continuing their silent assaults. Laughing, Xue Qingqiu charged toward Leng Zhu's position. Leng Zhu sighed. His body remained still, yet his foot silently kicked out, evidently intending to take advantage of Xue Qingqiu's momentary daze. However, at this moment, Xue Qingqiu was remarkably alert, finding the time to mock such underhanded tricks. Midway through her charge, her true energy suddenly reversed, and she redirected toward Yuxian. Leng Zhu's silent kick landed solidly on her back, causing another flush to rise on Xue Qingqiu's face. Yet she utilized the force of that kick to accelerate toward Yuxian. Yuxian, still recuperating from his previous injuries, dared not confront her head-on. He awkwardly angled his short sword, allowing Xue Qingqiu to dart past him. Ha 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 ha. Xue Qingqiu laughed wildly as she departed. Thank you for the escort. Oh no, a trap. Who would have thought that Xue Qingqiu, who had been exchanging injuries for injuries, would suddenly flee? The shift in momentum was so rapid that it caught everyone off guard. Yuxian exclaimed, "Pursue. She is gravely injured. Replenishing her spiritual energy is of little use." Xue Qingqiu could hardly muster the strength to run, breaking through only by sheer willpower. She understood that since someone had dismantled the Mushinshin array, it indicated that help was on the way. There was a glimmer of hope in breaking free, while remaining to fight would lead to certain death. Xue Mu, too, was rushing toward the center of battle, carrying the unconscious Ji Wuyong. It was undeniable that his cultivation had proven useful, as he barely felt the weight of the hefty figure he was hauling, moving swiftly, just as the righteous sect's powerful figures were about to catch up with Xue Qingqiu. Xue Mu's figure finally appeared before them. The hastiest among them, Yuxian, had his short sword barely a foot away from Xue Qingqiu, when Xue Mu suddenly bellowed, "Everyone, stand down." The crowd instinctively turned to see Xue Mu gripping Ji Wuyong by the neck, causing Yuxian to gasp in alarm and hastily withdraw his strike. Old Yu, in a fluster, commanded the remaining two Shinji beasts to cease their attacks, shouting, "Everyone halt! Beware of Wang Yong." The righteous sect members were indifferent to Ji Wuyong's fate. Pan Koji continued to thrust his sword forward. Old Yu's eyes flashed with anger as both Shinji beasts launched simultaneous punches toward Pan Koji. Pan Koji had no choice but to defend, and the scene momentarily froze. Chapter 70. Lin Wuyo in this situation. Xue Qingqiu suddenly heard a voice that nearly brought tears to her eyes, a feeling she hadn't experienced in at least 13 years. At this moment, Xue Mu stood tall, more imposing than ever, drawing ever closer to the hero she had idolized since childhood. As the words left his lips, powerful figures quickly surrounded her once more. Zhongzhu Xue, the Wintiandeo sighed. We acknowledge that you are indeed the mightiest of this era. This battle has left us deeply impressed. Therefore, today, we cannot allow the tiger to return to the mountain. Xue Qingqiu did not even glance at him. Her gaze remained fixated on Xue Mu's face, as if wishing to etch it into her heart for eternity. Xue Mu offered a slight smile. Stay calm. It's not that easy to fall. Trust me. A figure clad in green and a lecherous old man drew Xue Mu's attention to the two Shinji beasts beside the old man, his expression revealing surprise. What are these? Xue Qingqiu softly replied. Shinji beasts, war puppets from the court's Shinji sect, quite formidable. In such an unscientific world, there exists this scientific contraption? Xue Mu suppressed his astonishment and smirked. You want me to release this fat man? Simple, you know how to negotiate. Xue Mu's intention was clear. They would have to stop the righteous sect's powerful figures and allow Xue Qingqiu to escape. Yuxian felt a deep sense of frustration. He had been commanded by the emperor to kill Xue Qingqiu, but serving a ruler is akin to serving a tiger, even if he succeeded in killing Xue Qingqiu. If anything were to happen to Wang Yong, he might find himself in trouble instead. Old Yu, however, had not considered such matters. He had simply come at Wang Yong's behest, never receiving any imperial edict nor orders to kill Xue Qingqiu. For him, the safety of Wang Yong was paramount. Without needing Xue Mu's instruction, he had already turned his weapon to block Pan Koji. At this moment, he unhesitatingly redirected the two Shinji beasts to shield Xue Qingqiu. Yuxian sighed. Mr. Yu, Old Yu looked at him curiously. What? Are you disregarding Wang Yong's safety? Yuxian wrestled with his thoughts for a long while before finally waving his hand and sighing deeply. Xue Qingqiu's eyes sparkled with amusement. She was utterly exhausted, yet had forgotten to think. It seemed that Ji Wuyong was indeed quite useful, as he had already disrupted their encirclement. Pan Koji coldly remarked, What does it matter if a useless king dies? Yu Xian, do not let small matters lead to greater losses. Yu Xian fell silent. Leng Zhu softly said, then let us act on our own. I have long found these incompatible individuals unpleasant. Implicitly, he suggested that not only was Shintazue incompatible, but in his eyes, even Yu Xian and those Shinji beasts fell into the same category. The air suddenly tore apart, a dark shadow silently emerging from the shadows. A dagger viciously stabbing into Leng Zhu. Having spoken earlier, the 5 great powers of the righteous sect had already stirred with extreme vigilance. The dagger pierced Leng Zhu, producing a sound akin to striking bamboo, causing no harm. Yet, the 5 individuals poised to attack were once again forced to halt. A completely unharmed shadowy figure had truly caused trouble. Xue Qingxiu suddenly chuckled softly. Shintazue, you must realize that such a siege is of no benefit to your path, and may even be detrimental. Thus, just now, it was rather difficult to act freely. Am I correct in my assertion? Shintazue remained silent. Xue Qingxiu spoke aptly. He might not have feared Xue Qingxiu in a one-on-one confrontation, yet this time he found himself unable to unleash his full potential, his combat prowess severely diminished. Aside from the initial exchange with Leng Zhu, he had remained a mere observer, ensnared by the conflicting martial paths of the righteous and demonic factions. Xue Qingxiu continued, should we escape this predicament, I shall accompany you for an exhilarating battle afterward. What say you? Shintazue blinked, his fierce visage suddenly breaking into an intriguing smile as he clenched his fists and stepped forward. You, surnamed Leng, come forth and continue our unfinished duel. Leng Zhu wore an impassive expression, while the righteous sect's experts exchanged wry smiles. Shintazue was not genuinely seeking a fight. He had merely observed that Xue Qingxiu might indeed evade capture. It would be wiser to feign goodwill, having not truly engaged in combat, and bearing no grudge. The demonic sects had long engaged in mutual skirmishes, making this minor dispute inconsequential. The Yearning faction had similarly observed the situation for an entire night, and upon sensing a slight shift in circumstances, they promptly emerged to offer their allegiance. This was the nature of the demonic sect. Expecting them to adhere to principles of righteousness or contractarian spirit was truly wishful thinking. Xue Mu smiled faintly, lifting Ji Wuyong and gradually retreating. Sister, let us depart. Yu Xian angrily exclaimed, when will you release the Prince of Yong? Xue Mu replied as he retreated, fear not, I am not foolish. What benefit would there be in killing this rotund fellow? I shall release him once it is safe. Yu Xian hesitated, watching helplessly as Xue Mu, holding Ji Wuyong, slowly departed with Xue Qingxiu. The righteous experts exchanged glances, each displaying a hint of bitter amusement. A seemingly successful ambush had unexpectedly gone awry due to Ji Wuyong's involvement. How could this be explained? Was it fate? Xue Qingxiu had employed the forbidden technique Wu Tianyue Hua Yan, and Yu Xian, fearing for Ji Wuyong's safety, had cast him out. Originally, there was nothing amiss. The issue lay in how Xue Mu, possessing only the cultivation of the Qi Si stage, had managed to breach the protective circle around the Prince of Yong and even capture him, who was at the peak of Huayun and nearing the Tao. Even with the assistance of disciples from the Xingyue sect, such a feat was nearly impossible. Under the protection of over 100 individuals, Ji Wuyong was no weakling. How could he have not even had a chance to flee? They truly could not fathom this scenario. Pan Koji pursed his lips, watching the figures of the Xue siblings and Ji Wuyong vanish into the night, muttering softly to himself, do they truly believe they have escaped unscathed? That remains to be seen. As soon as Xue Qingxiu stepped out of the righteous expert's line of sight, she immediately faltered, nearly collapsing to the ground. Xue Mu hurriedly discarded Ji Wuyong and supported her. How are you? Xue Qingxiu leaned softly against him. My meridians are severely damaged. I fear I cannot muster any true energy for a while. Where is Yinyi? Her delicate form leaned against him, yet she was drenched in blood, her white garments soaked, the stench of blood almost unbearable. Xue Mu suppressed his feelings of compassion and whispered, Yinyi faces the Hahuan sect alone. I fear for her safety. Regardless of your current strength, I hope you can endure a little longer so we may assist her. Xue Qingxiu replied affirmatively. I will follow your lead. Xue Mu gazed down at her, and she looked up at him. Their eyes met, and both felt a warmth on their cheeks. Xue Qingxiu had never anticipated being embraced by a man, feeling not the slightest resistance, but instead a surge of tenderness. Recalling the moments when she thought she might perish, a blush spread across her face. Just as she was about to say something to mask her embarrassment, her expression suddenly changed, and she quickly stood up from Xuanmu's embrace. Not understanding the situation, Xuanmu swiftly seized the unconscious Ji Wuyong, gripping his neck. As he spoke, two figures approached slowly under the moonlight. The first was a strikingly tall, middle-aged man dressed in white like snow, carrying a long sword on his back. His temples slightly frosted, with a high nose and starry eyes, resembling an extraordinarily handsome elder. Mu Jianli, adorned similarly, followed closely behind, mirroring his demeanor. The only difference was that Mu Jianli exuded a robust sword intent, while the man appeared to have returned to simplicity, just an elegant and charming elder. The man halted Tu Zhang in front of Xue Qingxiu, his sharp gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions as he observed the closeness between Xuanmu and Xue Qingxiu, a blend of regret and relief. He pressed his lips together, as if attempting to speak yet finding no words, eventually murmuring, "Qingxiu, may you be well." Mu Jianli, wearing a slightly disillusioned expression, tilted her head, puzzled by her master's strange demeanor. She had accepted his decision not to participate in the ambush, as her own sword path did not permit such actions. However, her master's current behavior seemed to suggest that his abstention was not merely a matter of sword principles. Xue Qingxiu stood quietly, the starry spear in her hand, speaking each word deliberately. "You have ultimately come, Lin Wuyo." Chapter 71. A Sword's Covenant, Xue Qingxiu said calmly. "If you have come to kill me, why do you not join them? Had you acted sooner, would you not have fulfilled your long-held desire?" Lin Wuyo chuckled softly. "That is not my aspiration." "Oh," Xue Qingxiu laughed, a hint of mockery in her smile. "What then is your ambition?" "You know," Lin Wuyo replied succinctly, his gaze settling on Xuanmu for a moment before shaking his head slightly. "A poison man. Is this truly your choice?" Observing their exchange, Xuanmu felt a pang of jealousy as Lin Wuyo's striking appearance added to his discomfort. Retorting, he shot back, "A poison man is always preferable to a swordsman." Lin Wuyo appeared uninterested in engaging him further and continued addressing Xue Qingxiu. "At this moment, if you accompany me, I assure you that no one shall lay a finger on you." Xue Qingxiu laughed heartily. "What is this? First, you deliver a beating, then request the lady to obediently comply?" Lin Wuyo shook his head slightly. "I do not wish to lay hands on you." After a moment of silence, he extended his hand, and his long sword leapt from his back into his palm with precision. "One sword. I shall only strike once." Xue Qingxiu gazed solemnly at the sword in his hand, and, after a long pause, said, "Your realm." Lin Wuyo smiled faintly. "Is it not quite an improvement?" After a prolonged silence, Xue Qingxiu replied softly, "You have indeed reached this level." As she spoke, she slowly raised her starry spear. "Come, let me test how you differ from before." Xuanmu was startled, quickly stepping in front of her. "Are you mad? How can you possibly face him in your current state?" Xue Qingxiu looked at him, her expression exceedingly gentle. "Xuanmu. Yes, thank you for these past days. Less nonsense." Xuanmu turned to face Lin Wuyo, coldly smirking. "I once thought the Jianjian sect was truly unblemished in sword heart. It seems I merely bully the injured with a bit of skill. Why pretend to be so grand with this sword of yours? If you possess the capability, wait until you recover and fight me fairly." Lin Wuyo's expression remained unchanged. "I have stated that I shall only strike once. This sword is not limited to who receives it." "What do you mean by injured?" Xue Qingxiu and Xuanmu were both taken aback, instinctively glancing around, only to find Mu Jianli as the sole other witness. At that moment, Mu Jianli looked at her master with an expression of confusion, as if she had never seen him like this before, as though he had been possessed by another. After what felt like an eternity, Xuanmu pointed at himself. "Are you implying that I should receive this sword?" Lin Wuyo replied nonchalantly. "Are you not a disciple of the Xingyue sect?" Xuanmu's expression was peculiar. "I am. Considering your unremarkable cultivation, I shall make an exception, relaxing the conditions. It requires no cultivation, merely a single sword strike. If you can withstand it, we shall leave together. If not, you shall remain here." Xuanmu and Xue Qingxiu spoke in unison, their words entirely contradictory. Xue Qingxiu declared sternly no, without waiting for Xuanmu to speak. She swiftly continued, "Lin Wuyo, do you wish to kill him? To slay a man who has never practiced martial arts? I truly overestimated your grace." Lin Wuyo remained expressionless. If a man lacks the ability to defend his woman from a single sword strike, what value does his existence hold? If I do not slay him, heaven shall. Suddenly, Xuanmu chuckled. Old Lin, your moves are quite impressive. Have you gleaned wisdom after being cast aside? Lin Wuyo unexpectedly revealed a hint of a smile, perhaps. Xue Qingqiu was taken aback and tugged at Xuanmu. What are you two discussing? Xuanmu beamed. If I do not take the challenge, I would be too ashamed to linger by your side. What use is your obstruction? Xue Qingqiu opened her mouth, finally grasping the implications of the two men. All this talk of swords, righteousness and evil, slaying demons, and vengeance was merely a display of jealousy. Lin Wuyo was forcing Xuanmu into a position of disgrace. Realizing this, her expression grew increasingly perplexed, while Mu Jianli's countenance morphed into a myriad of colors. You cannot accept this challenge. Xue Qingqiu sighed in exasperation. He needs no cultivation to defeat you. One strike will be your end. Was there a contest? You do not understand. He wishes to see me kneel before you. Unable to raise my head, Xuanmu replied, gently pushing her aside like a child. Stand to the side and play for a while. This is a matter for men. Go, who said you should kneel? Xue Qingqiu spat, yet her gaze held a trace of allure. In this tense standoff, where life and death hung in the balance, an unexpected flirtation emerged. Lin Wuyo's lips twitched as he coldly demanded, Xuanmu, will you accept? Xue Qingqiu shot him a glance, and suddenly wrapped her arms around Xuanmu's neck, lifting her chin to kiss him. Xue Qingqiu's lips bore the chill of injury. Dry and cracked, soaked in blood, the metallic scent pungent. Xuanmu was weary, stained with blood as well. Their embrace was uncomfortable, devoid of romantic allure. Yet they kissed as if lost in the most exquisite delicacy of life, oblivious to their surroundings. Lin Wuyo's face twitched more visibly, yet he did not intervene, his gaze revealing a complex mix of emotions. All four present, including Mu Jianli, understood that regardless of whether Xue Qingqiu or Xuanmu accepted the sword strike, the outcome would be the same, death. Xue Qingqiu, despite her injuries, could not possibly withstand Lin Wuyo's full strength, and Xuanmu, lacking martial skills, stood no chance. The difference was that if Xuanmu fell, Lin Wuyo might spare Xue Qingqiu out of a flicker of old affection. Xuanmu was not merely preserving his pride. He was risking his life to secure a sliver of survival for her. At that moment, she could no longer contain her surging emotions and kissed him deeply. This was her first kiss. A seductress navigating the martial world, reaching 28 years without a single worthy recipient, until now. They did not linger in their kiss. Moments later, Xue Qingqiu gently pushed Xuanmu away, whispering, Go. It is not that I cling to life. I shall take this body to avenge you, and then join you. Xuanmu placed a finger on her lips. The latter part is unnecessary. With that, he turned and strode towards Lin Wuyo. The complexity in Lin Wuyo's eyes vanished, replaced by a formidable intent. Xuanmu stood before him, clearly not seeking death. After all, a desperate fight might yield survival. Lin Wuyo regarded him silently, asking softly, Are you prepared? Xuanmu remained silent, pausing for a few seconds before a vibrant green aura erupted from his body, surging forth with a rich, dark energy that struck towards Lin Wuyo's face. Although this move appeared weak to the onlookers, Lin Wuyo's eyes flashed with admiration, and Mu Jianli nodded slightly. If an ordinary person waited to dodge Lin Wuyo's strike, they would likely perish without ever seeing the blade. Only by pouring forth all their strength and advancing boldly could one hope to engage in a duel. Although the chances of success were minuscule, there remained a slender possibility. At that moment, no one could belittle this man, who had only gained martial prowess 3 days prior. His courage and calm resolve were sufficient to render 90% of martial artists ashamed. The sword was drawn, its cold light slicing through the green aura. With a sharp clang, blood splattered. In Chapter 72, Returning the Tiger to the Mountain, no one anticipated that Xuanmu, seemingly charging forward with valor, would abruptly halt and perform a peculiar act. He kicked the large Ji Wuyong, lifting him to shield himself. Lin Wuyo's sword, streaking like a comet from 2 yards away, suddenly struck the corpulence before him, obscuring Xuanmu's figure behind the 250-pound mass. Lin Wuyo, with his typically dignified demeanor, finally revealed a peculiar expression of bemusement. Xue Qingqiu and Mu Jianli's faces lit up with astonishment. However, Xuanmu was not faring better. Lin Wuyo's momentum was overwhelming. Piercing through Ji Wuyong's considerable frame, it continued unabated and inevitably drove into Xuanmu's chest. Xuanmu had prepared a second line of defense. Having placed the array plate he confiscated from Ji Wuyong against his chest, resulting in a clang. The metallic disc was penetrated, yet the sword's force finally ceased, embedding 3 inches deep, but not fatally. The continuous obstacles had disrupted the trajectory, and although the sword struck Xuanmu's chest, it missed the heart by several inches, rendering it a non-lethal wound. Since the escape began, Ji Wuyong had been thoroughly utilized by Xuanmu. Even this 3-inch wound could not be deemed serious. Xuanmu clutched his chest, staggering backward, while Lin Wuyo shook his head in disbelief, sheathing his sword. Xue Qingxiu rushed over, her face a mix of surprise and joy. Swiftly applying pressure to Xuanmu's wound, tearing a strip from her garment to bind it, and quickly placing a pill in his mouth. Her actions flowed seamlessly, revealing her experience from years spent in the martial world, where she had undoubtedly faced serious injuries. The demeanor of a weeping child would never grace her. Xuanmu grimaced in pain, allowing Xue Qingxiu to tend to his injury, gasping, "Lin Wuyo, do you still honor your word?" Xuanmu, laboring to support himself on Xue Qingxiu's shoulder, whispered weakly, "We must go. The pursuers are still on our trail. Delays may lead to disaster." With tears in her eyes, Xue Qingxiu helped him up, and, summoning her remaining strength, they soared away without casting another glance at Lin Wuyo. Lin Wuyo remained rooted in place, a long time passing before he let out a bitter laugh. "Her judgment is indeed commendable." Mu Jianli quietly remarked, "Master held back." It was a statement, not a question. Given Lin Wuyo's swordsmanship, it was improbable that a mere obstruction would cause a deviation. Something was amiss. Lin Wuyo unexpectedly chuckled. "Xue Qingxiu was so flustered that she failed to perceive my intentional restraint. Yet my disciple's sword heart is unblemished, seeing it clearly." His pride was evident, though it was unclear whether he reveled in outsmarting Xue Qingxiu or in his apprentice's potential. However, after a moment of pause, he added, "Though the direction of my strike was deliberately altered, the series of unexpected obstacles ultimately surpassed my expectations. This was indeed achieved through his own merit." Reflecting on the unexpected appearance of the airborne behemoth, Mu Jianli displayed a rare hint of youthful amusement, adding, "Perhaps it is better that the injury is lighter." Since he chose to accept the challenge, Master has already fulfilled his purpose of testing his character. Master had intended to let them go, so it would not be harmful to him. Mu Jianli asked, "Are you trying to act cute, Master?" At that moment, several figures flickered ahead. Leading the way was Yu Xian, who, upon seeing Ji Wuyong lying on the ground, now a mere shadow of his former self, hurriedly rushed forward to check, noting that he still had a breath left. Lin Wuyi's sword had pierced through his abdomen. Though not fatal, he was left with only a sliver of life. Yu Xian, without considering who had caused Ji Wuyong's injuries, instinctively blamed the Xue siblings. While staunchly tending to Ji Wuyong's wounds, he inquired, "Where is the Demoness?" The righteous ones also dashed over, asking in unison, "Where is Xue Qingxiu?" Lin Wuyi remained silent, his icy gaze fixed upon Yu Xian. "Is a Demoness something a unit can call?" Enraged, Yu Xian retorted, "You." Lin Wuyi coldly responded, "This worthless prince, akin to a swine, has shattered meridians and is infested with poison in his brain. If you do not find a way to save him, even if he survives, he will be but a drooling fool." Yu Xian's expression changed dramatically. He could no longer afford to dawdle and swiftly carried Ji Wuyong away. Tianwen Dao sighed, repeating his question, "Where is Xue Qingxiu?" Lin Wuyi replied nonchalantly, "I, Lin Wuyi, made a pact of the sword with them, and they accepted it. I'm a man of my word, naturally allowing them to leave." Tianwen fell silent, while Pan Ko's anger flared. "Could it be that you still harbor old feelings?" Lin Wuyi chuckled. "Do I need to explain my actions to you?" Pan Ko was furious, but Lung Zhu pulled him back. "Xue Qingxiu is gravely injured and cannot go far. We can pursue her." The others understood and ceased their entanglement with Lin Wuyi, continuing forward. Suddenly, a sharp sound resonated, followed by a blinding flash of light. Amidst a thunderous crack, smoke billowed, revealing a sword mark on the ground, stretching several zhang in length, 3 feet in width, and unfathomably deep, lying across their path. They halted in unison, demanding, "Lin Wuyi, what is the meaning of this?" Lin Wuyi replied coolly, Those who cross this line shall die. Umipa. Master Yuan Zhong sighed softly. Lin, your actions are akin to releasing a tiger back to the mountain. Even if I do, what can you do about it? Lin Wui replied indifferently. With 6 in the Void Realm and over 30 in the Tao, in such a favorable position as the Mu Tian formation, you still cannot kill a mere woman. How dare you blame me for releasing the tiger? His words, though harsh, left the gathered crowd in silence. They were not devoid of anger, but Lin Wui's strength was undoubtedly on par with Xue Qingqiu's. At this moment, what sense would it make to confront him? This so-called sword master could also be viewed as one who disregards kinship. Zhao Kuan, a fellow disciple, had perished at Xue Qingqiu's hands, along with several brothers, yet Lin Wui did not so much as flinch. If a conflict were to erupt now, it was likely that this swordsman would indeed eliminate them, and none wished to be the one to take that risk. Lin Wui, you shall regret your actions today, Pan Ko exclaimed, transforming into a streak of light as he departed in fury. Lung Zhu shook his head slightly, gradually vanishing from view. The remaining few sighed, rendered speechless by Lin Wui's scorn. Master Yuan Zhong, a formidable figure of the Buddhist sect, and Tianwen, the Taoist leader, along with Mo Shuoxin, who was proud and aloof, found themselves in a passive position throughout the battle. While exorcising demons was undoubtedly righteous, their collusion with the demonic sect raised questions about their moral standing. Moreover, with their numbers overwhelming, they felt an inherent discomfort in their actions. Particularly Tianwen Daoist, who had engaged Xue Qingqiu numerous times over the years, found it perplexing that, despite being surrounded by many strong allies, he could not exert his full strength, rendering him ineffective. Thus, they prefer to focus their efforts on restraining Wu Tianyue Huiyin rather than attacking Xue Qingqiu with full force. The righteous path was certainly not one of reckless abandon. Xue Qingqiu understood this well, having never chosen to break through in their direction to avoid dragging them into the fray. Coupled with the fact that Shun Tuzue, who was known for his ambush tactics, could not unleash his full potential, how many could truly strike without hesitation? Yet, how could one argue this with Lin Wui? The ones participating in the siege were themselves. If they were so principled, they should emulate Lin Wui and refrain from involvement. However, if neither of them participated and everyone solely focused on their own paths, how could they possibly kill a peak expert like Xue Qingqiu? It was an unsolvable dilemma. They were also perplexed as to why Lin Wui would prevent them from pursuing, knowing that the hatred from the casualties in this battle would largely fall upon him. Was it merely nostalgia for old feelings? To turn against countless comrades? What was the point? Lin Wui was not a solitary figure. He had a sect and disciples. Did he truly wish to be a recluse? One would think he, as a prominent sect leader, would not be so mired in past sentiments, making this peculiar behavior utterly baffling. Regardless, the attempt to seize the stars and shoot the moon had utterly failed. Chapter 73. Hell on Earth, the Xue siblings supported each other through the night, making their way to the location where the Hahuan sect had previously obstructed them. The sword had pierced half of Ji Wuyong's chest, though it did not reach any major arteries. Nor did it disturb his meridians or lungs with any true energy or sword intent. It was merely a superficial wound. Moreover, this ordinary injury had received timely and effective treatment, with prompt pressure applied to stop the bleeding and alleviate pain, followed by swift bandaging and medication. For a martial artist accustomed to the ways of the world, such immediate care might have allowed them to retain some combat effectiveness. However, for Xue Muzhen, it felt as if he were on the brink of death, unable to muster the strength to walk and leaning limply against Xue Qingqiu's shoulder, stumbling along. Even with the pain alleviated, he still felt as if he could scarcely breathe. In truth, Xue Qingqiu's injuries were far more severe. Her internal wounds were so grave that a weaker individual would have perished long ago. Yet, at this moment, she appeared much stronger than Xue Muzhen, able to support him while moving at a considerable pace. The absolute disparity in their cultivation was evident. Xue Qingqiu did not perceive Xue Muzhen's condition as inadequate. Rather, she felt a surge of admiration, saying, "Xue Muzhen, I had truly underestimated you." Xue Qingqiu smirked. "What rival? You're my brother." Xue Muzhen retorted angrily, Yes, I am a brother, and Lin Wui is the old flame, right?" Xue Qingqiu, both amused and exasperated, replied, "You are my brother, and he is an enemy. There is no rivalry whatsoever." "An enemy?" Xue Muzhen scoffed, putting aside whether he intentionally let me go. The fact that no one is pursuing us now is likely due to him blocking the pursuers. I would welcome a dozen such enemies. His words, laced with jealousy, elicited both laughter and irritation from Xue Qingqiu. If you still have the energy to speak such lengthy sentences, it seems you are not in dire straits after all. As she spoke, she nudged him with her shoulder, seemingly no longer offering support. Xue Muzhen exclaimed, Don't. You didn't kill me. Don't let your push be my undoing. Xue Qingqiu cast him a sidelong glance, half smiling. Are you feeling wronged by your injuries? Of course. Who would willingly be stabbed like this? Ouch, it hurts. Do you not realize that Lin Wuyi's realm is subtly above mine? Huh? Xue Qingqiu's expression turned serious as he articulated. He is half a foot on the edge of the Tao. Xue Muzhen's mind raced. Suddenly enlightened. Are you suggesting that he could truly be the world's foremost expert? Indeed. Xue Qingqiu sighed. To withstand Lin Wuyi's sword and survive, you should be proud. There is no need to feel wronged. What is the matter? It is nothing. The ideological frameworks of the two worlds indeed differ. In the eyes of those in this world, a novice who could withstand a half-step Tao sword without dying is a feat worthy of widespread acclaim. Yet, for Xue Muzhen, the thought of pride after being nearly killed was absurd. Xue Qingqiu assumed Xue Muzhen's reaction was merely jealousy and chose not to argue, secretly enjoying his envious demeanor, whispering, In the future, I will help you kill him to avenge this sword. Yes, you are the best, sister. Xue Muzhen intentionally rubbed against her. Do not be foolish. Xue Qingqiu gently tapped him, whispering, I can sense the presence of Yi. Xue Mu immediately became serious and urged, Let us go. The aura of Yi had deviated significantly from their previous position, suggesting a slow yet deliberate change of location. The two hastened their pace, only to be met with a wave of putrid bloodshed from afar. Xue Mu widened his eyes in astonishment, gazing at the scene before him. He found himself in a hellish landscape, a veritable inferno. Previously, dozens of handsome men and beautiful women had encircled Yi, but now, the ground was littered with bodies in disarray. The corpses displayed various states of demise. Some bore no wounds, but wore expressions of sheer terror, as if they had been frightened to death. Others appeared to have been struck by a colossal hammer, their bodies grotesquely contorted, with some limbs shattered, blood gushing forth and pooling around them. Some individuals still lived, running around frantically, screaming in madness. Others wielded blades, their eyes bloodshot, indiscriminately hacking at both the living and the dead. Men and women engaged in frenzied copulation on the ground, their garments torn and tattered, resembling wild savages. In essence, there was not a single sane person in sight. Everyone was either dead or deranged. At the heart of the chaos, a hazy mist lingered. Within it stood a figure, indistinct in features but vaguely discernible in silhouette, exuding a flawless form, curvaceous with a slender waist and long, straight legs. Her hair cascaded down to her calves, and her graceful arms extended elegantly, floating in midair. The sight, juxtaposed against the infernal backdrop, was undeniably sinister. Was she one of the He Huan, Shuang Shi? Xue Mu turned his head, searching for the scholar Lu Shitong, uncertain if he had fled. Yet, Yi was nowhere to be found. Xue Qingqiu remained silent, cautiously supporting Xue Mu as they navigated through this hellish scene. When a crazed individual charged at them with a weapon, Xue Qingqiu effortlessly dealt with the threat. As they slowly approached the mist, Xue Qingqiu sighed softly, producing the Huiwei divine stone and tossing it into the haze. The mist dissipated abruptly, and the graceful figure vanished. Xue Mu, astonished, scanned the surroundings for the woman, only to find a little girl lying motionless on the ground, already unconscious. Noticing Xu Mui's confusion, Xue Qingqiu offered a brief explanation. This scene was undoubtedly orchestrated by Yi. She is unharmed, merely exhausted to the point of fainting. Once she awakens, she will be in better condition than we are. Xue Mu nodded, suppressing his bewilderment, and crouched down intending to lift Yi, but the movement tugged at his wounds, nearly causing him to collapse onto her. Xue Qingqiu swiftly caught him, exhaling a sigh. Let me carry her. Xue Mu stood awkwardly to the side, catching his breath, while his eyes roamed the hellish landscape, sending chills through him. Suddenly, he recalled Xia Hodi's words. Yi's powers were too terrifying. Once her abilities reach fruition, she cannot be allowed to roam the world, or chaos would surely ensue. Should that happen, darkness would flourish, the hearts of men would decay, and calamity would befall the realm, reminiscent of the demonic chaos of a millennium ago. It seemed that the situation was not exaggerated. This was a literal manifestation of hell on earth, a composite of multiple hells. It was unfathomable how this little girl could have conjured such horror, especially when contrasted with her usual playful demeanor. Xueqingxiu cradled Yinyi, but did not move forward. Instead, he coldly addressed the void ahead. "Are you here to kill us as well?" Xiahou. A slender figure emerged from the shadows, the crimson cloak billowing like blood. Xuanmu pressed his lips together. She had finally arrived at 6 doors. At this moment, the combined strength of the 3 of them would not suffice against Xiahou, especially with Xian Zhe likely lurking in the background. If they intended to kill them, there would be no escape. Indeed, just as one crisis seemed to settle, another loomed. Were they friend or foe? As Xiahou approached the trio, her gaze fell upon the horrific scene, her expression filled with anguish. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath before reopening them, glancing between Xueqingxiu and Xuanmu, rendered momentarily speechless. Xuanmu remarked coolly, "What does the 6 doors intend? Please state it plainly." Xiahou fixed her gaze on him, her voice hoarse. This was a misstep. I do not understand how it spiraled into this. Everything was heading toward the positive outcome, but took a sudden turn for the worse. However, given the current state, you can only make the best of this situation, can you not? Xuanmu retorted coldly. The evidence suggests he has succeeded. The righteous path has suffered greatly. He must be quite pleased. And then you would present our 3 heads as offerings, delivering a heavy blow to both the righteous and demonic sects, allowing him to host a victory banquet, correct? Xiahou fell silent for a moment before softly admitting, "Yes, I was indeed here to make the best of this situation. As long as I eliminate all members of Xingyue's sect, the court's involvement in this battle will remain obscured. You Xiaochan will only believe that the righteous sects are hunting in the capital. But none of us anticipated that in such a dire moment. You would not bring any disciples to assist, but instead disperse them, seemingly waiting for this moment." Xiahou sighed slightly. "What would happen to Xingyue's sect if I were to kill you now?" Xueqingxiu realized why only Xuanmu acted alone in the rescue. He had anticipated this outcome and had already laid a contingency plan. What would happen to Xingyue's sect? Killing these 3 would indeed be an unbearable blow to the sect. Its foundational structure would remain intact. The young sect master was still present, and all elders and officials were accounted for. The realm would still be intricately woven, rich in resources. Should Yu Xiaochan ascend as the sect master, unimpeded by misguided conflicts with the righteous path, her vengeance would surely rain down upon the world, transforming a sect already steeped in malevolence into one utterly consumed by darkness, mercilessly slaughtering and obliterating, turning the realm to dust. Yu Xiaochan was no innocent. She would undoubtedly carry out such actions with sufficient capability. Even if ultimately eradicated, the devastation wrought upon the land would be incalculable, and to eliminate Xingyue's sect would necessitate greater reliance on the righteous path, further ensnaring the court in a web of dependency, plunging it into the most arduous of predicaments. Ji Qingyuan did not desire such an outcome. He could not bear it. In truth, his plan was most likely to lead to this very result. Yet, driven by twisted motives, he pursued a naive dream, resulting in an utterly incomprehensible massacre. Xiahou wearily proposed, "Let's make a deal, Xuanmu." Xuanmu replied coolly, "Speak." Xiahou hesitated, her lips moving for quite some time before she finally stammered, "This matter is merely a conflict between the righteous and the demonic." Xuanmu could not help but chuckle, and just as Xiahou assumed he was about to mock her, he countered, "Then how do we categorize Ji Wuyong?" Xiahou was momentarily taken aback, understanding Xuanmu's implication, and a glimmer of hope flickered in her eyes. "He must be severely punished, whether it be my father or the emperor. If they do not kill him, I, Xiahou, shall assist you." "Kill? No need for that," Xuanmu replied with a chuckle. "However, it would be greatly appreciated if the 6 doors could assign some elite soldiers to protect us law-abiding citizens and avoid any further dereliction of duty. I would rather not be attacked again at night." Xiahou promptly responded, "That is part of our duty. It is only right." Xuanmu smiled again. "Given our injuries, will the negligent 6 doors not offer some form of compensation?" Xiahou was furious at being labeled negligent, yet she knew she could not rebut. Being called negligent was still a relatively mild characterization. She could only reply, "You may propose conditions as long as we can fulfill them." Xuanmu sneered, "What if I were to say that what I desire is you?" Xiahou was unprepared for such a statement, and anger flashed in her eyes. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to retain composure and replied stiffly, "Let us discuss something else, Xuemu. Raising such insincere topics serves no purpose other than to provoke my ire." Xuemu certainly did not expect her to acquiesce. He was merely irked and could not help but utter a sharp remark. "Clearly, we are amicable partners, yet to be stabbed in the back like this. Is it not permissible for me to vent a few curses?" Xiahou Di sighed. "This matter is beyond my jurisdiction. Were I in charge, even if it meant weakening the Xingyue sect, the one to be eliminated would not be you, Zhongzhu Shui. Shvimo chakalt. Meh. Yes, indeed, you." Xiahou Di stared directly at him, unashamedly. "I am grateful for your high regard." Xuemu smiled. "Well, let's not dwell on trifles. First, the formation plate of Ji Wuyong belongs to me now. Secondly, I require healing ointments, the finest available. You are aware of our individual needs. Lastly, it would be prudent for you to consult the Emperor about what sort of situation he wishes to witness, and have him send someone to discuss it. Let us proceed to Bihua Yuan." Xuemu laughed. "Sister, we shall take our leave." Xue Qingxiu remained silent throughout, coldly cradling Yin Yi as she turned to depart, while Xuemu clutched his chest, laboriously trailing behind. Xiahou Di stood alone in the wind, watching their receding figures, letting out a long sigh. Xuemu quipped, "Where can we go? The Imperial Palace?" Xue Qingxiu snapped back to reality. "Given our current state, where could you possibly flee? It would not be long before the righteous path catches up with us outside the city, and at that point, none of us would stand a chance. What good would running do? It might be better to trust Xiahou Di just this once." It is not that Xuemu is particularly bold. Rather, he simply has no other options. She sighed and inquired, "How much do you trust Xiahou Di?" "Compromise." After contemplating for a moment, Xue Qingxiu whispered, "Do you not intend to seek revenge against the Emperor? It is merely a temporary concession. We still need to rely on the court to accomplish many tasks. This is politics, not the martial world, dear sister." Xuemu's voice carried a hint of coldness. "However, I have already arranged a small reprisal for the Emperor, a little interest collected. When the time is ripe, I shall ensure this wretched Emperor understands the meaning of regret." Xue Qingxiu believed this wholeheartedly. Although Xuemu often displayed an admirable magnanimity, it did not imply he could swallow such grievances. Fundamentally, he should be considered rather petty. As for the nature of his revenge against the Emperor, Xue Qingxiu lacked the energy to speculate further and was too weary to inquire. "Why do you not let Xiahou Di eliminate Ji Wuyong? He will bring us subsequent troubles. Ji Wuyong has been afflicted by my special poison. I fear no one else can resolve it. Whether he lives or dies makes little difference. It is perhaps better he remains alive, as someone might seek me out, even though I cannot remedy it myself." The two conversed as they bore their injuries, slowly trudging toward Bihua Yuan. The lights in Bihua Yuan shone brightly. The sound of silk and bamboo mingled with laughter and revelry faintly audible. The people here were entirely oblivious to the calamities that had transpired in the western part of the city. Even such a violent explosion, in the eyes of ordinary folk, was none of their concern. Even the maidens of Bihua Yuan were unaware that their powerful patron had nearly been slaughtered today. In the shadows around, members of the Six Gates patrolled discreetly, ensuring protection, and both of them easily spotted Xian just standing atop the building. In truth, they had initially aimed to eliminate the disciples of the Xingyue sect, intending to obscure all traces of this battle. Unfortunately, they discovered the place abandoned and realized Xuemu had long since prepared for this, scattering the clues ahead of time. Thus, their hunt transformed into a protective endeavor. The political landscape shifted with remarkable swiftness. The two exchanged glances and suddenly burst into laughter. Once, Xuemu was akin to those currently seated in the flower hall, gracefully fanning himself, adorned in elegant attire, while Xue Qingxiu wielded a sword amidst blood and fire, traversing the world. The two of them, in thought patterns and lifestyles, were entirely dissimilar, akin to two parallel lines that, no matter how closely they seemed to touch on the surface, found it exceedingly difficult to discover a point of intersection in their hearts. Yet now, a sense of mutual understanding arose, a palpable feeling of standing within each other's worlds. As the once faint barrier between them crumbled with a resounding impact, leaving no trace behind. Chapter 75. The sisterly bond. The two approached to meet Xianzhe. He brought 3 types of medicine, corresponding to internal injuries, external wounds, and soul nourishment, all derived from Yawang Valley's finest sacred remedies. proving far superior to the medicines from the Xingyu sect that Xue Qingqiu possessed. Without a hint of hesitation, Xue Qingqiu accepted them, not exchanging a single pleasantry, coldly leading Xue Mu into the bamboo grove at the back. Xianjia hesitated, letting out a long sigh. He was a warrior type, lacking interest in politics or strategy, thus serving as an aide to Xiahou Di in the Six Gates. The current situation left this imposing marquis feeling utterly lost. He did not even know what the next day would bring, but his instincts as a strong warrior hinted that matters would not conclude so easily. Not to mention tomorrow. Even tonight, beyond his line of sight, something was bound to occur. Yet at this moment, he truly lacked the courage to consult Xue Mu, unable to lift his head. The Six Gates govern the martial world, oversee public security in the capital, and ensure safety and patrols. And yet, in the face of such a shocking case, the Six Gates had remained entirely uninvolved, never even showing their faces, and were even subtly contemplating eliminating the remnants of the victims. The victims were still their jovial partners in collaboration. At this juncture, the first batch of the jianghu new talents list had only just been dispatched from the city, while the second item, the most beautiful in the realm, was still in the process of being illustrated when such calamity struck unexpectedly. Xianjia genuinely felt he had no face left to show the world. Meanwhile, Xue Qingqiu placed Yin Yi onto the bed, retrieved a blade of grass, and gently set it on Yin Ye's forehead. The grass emitted a gentle glow, with wisps of mist swirling as tiny fireflies drifted into Yin Ye's brow. Xue Mu, standing nearby, began to remove his clothing, inquiring, "What sort of leaf is this?" Yun Yang Yi. It possesses remarkable effects in nourishing the soul. Xue Qingqiu wearily approached, naturally resting her hand on Xue Mu's bare shoulder to assist him in removing his clothing. The wound on Xue Mu's chest had nearly scabbed over due to timely treatment earlier, yet the fabric clung to it, making it difficult for him to remove. With a flick of her delicate hand, Xue Qingqiu applied gentle pressure, and somehow the scab detached itself, leaving Xue Mu astonished as he discarded his shirt. Such skill. Xue Qingqiu chuckled. "Do you hold my expertise in the human body in such low regard?" Xue Mu fell silent, lowering his gaze to observe as Xue Qingqiu opened a jar of ointment and applied it to his wound. A touch of gentle kindness providing him with the first taste of sisterly care. "This is Guiyu ointment from Yawang Valley. It works wonders. Apply it and rest. By tomorrow, you should be well enough. We can procure some nourishing medicine afterward." Her delicate hand softly smeared the medicine over Xue Mu's chest, a cooling sensation radiating from the fiery wound, spreading throughout his limbs and saturating his heart. Xue Mu placed his hand over hers, softly saying, "I can manage. Your injuries are far more severe, yet you have done the most. Each to their own duties. Are you not the one laboring over negotiations?" Xue Qingqiu gazed at her hand resting on Xue Mu's bare chest, held still by his larger hand. The warmth from his palm resonated with the rhythm of his heartbeat. After a moment of silence, Xue Qingqiu shook her head and smiled. "Could it be that you still harbor thoughts of taking advantage of me at this moment?" Xue Mu replied, "The time was not right before. Now that we are safe, I should." Xue Qingqiu teased. "Should what?" Xue Qingqiu blinked in surprise, taking some time to process, realizing he was scolding himself. She found it somewhat amusing. Yet upon catching the serious expression on Xue Mu's face, she did not laugh, softly saying, "Very well, I admit my fault." Xue Mu, adopting a stern expression, asked, "To what extent are your injuries? How long until you recover?" Xue Mu bit his lip, genuinely pained. He had intended to express some tender sentiments, yet held them back, instead adopting a serious countenance. "This is all you're doing. Concealing matters from me. Had I known of the situation in the palace sooner, perhaps I would not have been so easily ensnared. Henceforth, you must not keep secrets from me." In response to his domineering words, Xue Qingqiu did not refute. She merely smiled softly, aware that Xue Mu intended to take this opportunity to establish authority. However, she had no desire to engage in a battle of wits with him at this moment. Instead, she leaned down and gently kissed him on the cheek. "Do not be angry. Anger is not beneficial for your injuries. Once you are healed, we can slowly engage in reprimands. I retreat for an uncertain period. Be cautious while you are outside." The overwhelming gentleness emanating from Xue Mu made him feel somewhat embarrassed to maintain a stern demeanor, and he spoke softly. "Come out early." I will try my best." Meanwhile, in another place, there was yet another individual radiating an abundance of sisterly attributes. In the imperial palace, within the study, Emperor Ji Qingyuan sat on a chair, his expression a complex blend of fatigue, disappointment, and excitement, tinged with a hint of nervousness. Yu Xian, bloodied and kneeling before the imperial desk, spoke in a hoarse and weary voice. This old servant is incompetent and has failed to protect the chief steward, who has also suffered significant injuries. Ji Qingyuan interrupted his apologies. Is Xue Qingqiu truly that formidable? As a peak Dongshu cultivator, Yu Xian had been set up and injured early in the day, rendering him unable to perform effectively, which resulted in the failure to protect Ji Wuyong and ultimately led to a collapse that he found deeply humiliating. Yu Xian bowed deeply, filled with shame. Xue Qingqiu possesses extraordinary demonic skills and cunning intellect. I am no match for him. I have failed my mission, and the fate of Prince Yong is uncertain. I bear guilt. Ji Qingyuan sighed. Although we did not achieve our objective in this battle, we unexpectedly obtained a better outcome. The chief steward is not at fault. Beside him stood a beautiful woman in palace attire, around 30 years of age, with exquisite features and a gentle smile, who reminded him, Your Majesty, Chief Steward Yu is gravely injured. He should rest and recuperate first. Any matters can wait until he has recovered. Ji Qingyuan smiled with satisfaction. Look at you, Chief Steward. You always suspect the concubine, yet she is concerned about your injuries. Yu Xian refrained from commenting, merely saying, I thank the concubine for her concern. I am not severely harmed. Very well, let this matter rest for now. I have already instructed Xiahou Di to handle the follow-up. He then ordered, Bring Chief Steward Yu a bottle of Jiuandan to aid in his recovery. Yu Xian expressed his gratitude and withdrew. Concubine Lu softly advised, Your Majesty, do not overexert yourself. It is late, and your health is paramount. Ji Qingyuan replied with a smile. This time, I have eliminated the person you admire most. Do you not resent me? Concubine Lu slowly shook her head, her eyes reflecting a tender affection. Whatever your Majesty intends to do, there is certainly a reason behind it. I only wish for your Majesty's well-being. That is enough for me. Ji Qingyuan laughed heartily. My beloved, you do not understand martial arts, and do not realize that this slight bout of sleeplessness has no impact on a martial artist. Now, it is late. You should rest, as I have some matters to discuss with Xiahou Di. Concubine Wanshi then took her leave. Go on. The concubine is truly the most gentle and benevolent person in the world. This thought resonated in nearly everyone's heart. Chapter 76. The so-called heavenly mechanism at this moment. Yu Xian had entered the palace's worship hall, preparing to heal his wounds. His position as the chief steward of the inner palace differed from that of Xuemu's world. He was, in fact, a martial force within the palace, responsible for martial matters rather than internal affairs. There were more than 10 eunuchs serving in the palace, with varying strengths, some weaker than Yu Shaochan, while others, like Eunuch Li, were at the pinnacle of their paths. Upon seeing Yu Xian enter, Eunuch Li opened his eyes in surprise. How did Chief Steward Yu sustain injuries? The blood on his body was evident. Yu Xian was unaware that Eunuch Li had once appeared on the battlefield. By the time Mu captured Ji Wuyong, Eunuch Li had vanished. He spoke in a tone typical of a colleague addressing a subordinate. I was tasked with a duty. I appreciate your concern. Eunuch Li. Isn't today Eunuch Zhang's turn? Eunuch Zhang had personal matters to attend to and swapped shifts with me at the last minute. Eunuch Li explained casually, extending a hand to assist Yu Xian. Yu Xian intended to decline, but did not wish to offend his colleague's goodwill. After a moment of hesitation, he accepted the assistance. It is but a minor injury. It is late. You should also rest early. Eunuch Li kindly channeled a bit of true energy. We are all part of the same worship hall. You have always looked after me, Chief Steward. We're like family. Come, let me assist you. The true energy was pure and gentle, gradually cleansing the remnants of Xue Qingqiu's energy from Yu Xian's meridians. Yu Xian felt somewhat reassured and smiled. Eunuch Li is truly too kind. I do not dare claim anything else, but I am quite knowledgeable in healing, Eunuch Li said with a smile, helping him sit upright. This minor injury will heal in no time. Yu Xian settled down, swallowed Jiuandan, and began to meditate for self-healing. At that moment, Eunuch Li's gentle and nourishing true energy suddenly shifted. Instead of dispelling the remnants of Xue Qingqiu's energy, it resonated with it, acting as a catalyst. The residual true energy from Shui Qingxiu surged violently, akin to a tsunami, unleashing a ferocious force that threatened to tear everything apart. Yuxian was caught off guard, and, in an instant, his meridians shattered, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. In a desperate attempt, he struck backward with his palm, but Eunuch had already retreated gracefully, saying nonchalantly, "Chief Steward Shui sends his regards to you, Eunuch Yu." Chief Steward Shui? Shuemu? Yuxian's mind was in disarray. How could he possibly be aware of his existence to orchestrate such a scheme? He wanted to shout a warning that Eunuch Li was a spy, but found his voice hoarse and breathless, unable to utter a sound, reduced to murmuring to himself. It turned out that Shuemu could capture Prince Yong because you foolishly suspected the concubine, fearing the exposure of her 10-year infiltration. Rest assured, I will not expose you. Eunuch Li mocked with a laugh. No matter who examines the corpse, they will only conclude that you perished due to the hidden injuries left by the sect master. Your Xingyue demonic skill resonates with Shui Qingxiu's true energy, which is the core heritage. Aunuk li sup rasa shukla. His laughter sounding eerily strange. What is so remarkable about being a direct descendant? Although the current sect master has only sisters, the previous sect master had brothers. You should blame your own foolishness, always focusing on the palace's women, filled with suspicion. Do you truly not know that this sect once had men? Yu Xian's eyes revealed a dawning realization, which morphed into boundless regret, and he spewed another mouthful of blood, his body convulsing, ultimately falling still. Eunuch Li screamed, "Quick! Someone come! Chief Steward, you has suddenly bled from all 7 orifices." A shooting star fell from the sky. Xianjia looked up at the heavens and sighed deeply. His premonition was correct. Indeed, trouble had arisen before the night had passed. Countless powerful individuals awakened from their meditations, rising in alarm. A Dongshu has fallen. Who is it? Ha ha ha. A bizarre figure clad in a robe, with a top knot, laughed heartily. The heavenly mechanism is in disarray. Ha ha ha. The so-called heavenly mechanism is an enigmatic concept. To put it plainly, it is a prediction of a future that is destined to occur, merely a glimpse of its essence. If not for the unforeseen intrusion of Shuemu, what would the Xingyue sect be like at this moment? It remained locked away in the 6 doors until now. Yu Xiaochan did not leave the capital. Shui Qingxiu fell victim to a trap. The capital's branch was annihilated, and none survived, including Zhuo Qingqing and Meng Lan. Only Yu Xiaochan managed a temporary breakthrough, fighting her way out in blood, transforming into a fearsome female demon in the martial world. Years later, she might perish in a siege or fall in love with a certain protagonist. Whether she will lay down her weapon or engage in a love-hate relationship remains uncertain. She will be the heroine of that story. Yet being a heroine does not guarantee happiness. This was the original heavenly mechanism, but has been disrupted. A peak Dongshu powerhouse has indeed perished, yet it was the emperor's most trusted chief steward. The subsequent situation would no longer resemble anything foreseen by those who sought to probe the heavenly mechanism. Its trajectory seemed to have forged a new path, one that was vaguely connected to the name Shui. 1,000 miles to the south, Yu Xiaochan stood on a hill, gazing at the shooting star streaking across the sky. Murmuring, "So beautiful," Yu Xiaochan languidly remarked. "Even someone like you, who is all muscle, is not worthy to seek romantic escapades with me." The burly man sneered. "Stop the nonsense. I don't have time to indulge your idle chatter." Yu Xiaochan replied leisurely, "As if you were so busy, Feng Liang. If it weren't for Uncle Yin Yi saving you, your head would already be hanging at the gate of Xintian's sect. Yet here you are, flaunting your importance." Feng Liang was momentarily speechless, then coldly snorted before saying, "So, I will cooperate with you in this matter. Just tell me your plans straightforwardly. I desire a plethora of Xing Wang Shi." Yu Xiaochan smiled and inquired, "Do you know where the most abundant supply resides?" Feng Liang, without a moment's hesitation, replied, "Xian Tianzong." Yu Xiaochan was momentarily taken aback. "I hadn't realized you were also intrigued by such seemingly useless array stones." Feng Liang responded nonchalantly, breathlessly. "When Yin Yu was gathering these stones, I made it a point to pay attention. However, let me be clear, should you require me to venture into Xian Tianzong, I shall not accompany you." Yu Xiaochan narrowed her eyes and scrutinized him for a moment. "So, you are not as reckless as I thought. You even take care to observe these matters. Truly reckless individuals meet their demise swiftly." Feng Liang retorted, "Yet I'm still alive." As they moved northward, Even Tian when it joined, and Feng Liang muttered, "What is their purpose?" "I do not know," Yu Xiaochan replied, her gaze becoming somewhat distant as she continued to look skyward, murmuring, "The intelligence has reached Lingzhou, then to the capital. It is likely already a step too late. No wonder the Xing Luo array is of such significance." Feng Liang chuckled. "Surely, you are not worried about your master? She is a formidable expert. How could she possibly encounter trouble?" "I do not know. In any case, I find myself restless tonight," Yu Xiaochan confessed, biting her lower lip. "However, with him around, there should be no issues." Feng Liang was taken aback. "Who?" Yu Xiaochan beamed brightly. "A man. What a lunatic." Feng Liang remarked as he turned to leave, "If there is anything, call for me. I shall go practice." Yu Xiaochan stood in solitude for a moment before suddenly retrieving a piece of paper from her bosom. By the light of the moon, she studied it for a while, a pair of dimples appearing on her face. "You claim it to be a disingenuous custom, yet I cannot believe that if you could write it, there would be no trace of sincerity in your heart." The moonlight, like water, illuminated the paper, revealing Xue Mu's elegant and meticulous handwriting. After gazing at it for a while, Yu Xiaochan murmured, "No matter what transpires, you will surely handle it well. Will you not?" Chapter 77. Newly ascended Ji Qing Yuan stood before the lifeless body of Yu Xian, his frail, age-spotted hands trembling incessantly. The turbulent, true energy emanating from Yu Xian's body was undeniably that of Xue Qing Qiu, infused with the profound essence of the Xing Yumo Gong, an intensity that could not possibly be replicated by any other. It was indeed as Li Gong had stated, regardless of who examined the corpse. The only conclusion would be that the dark creation left by Xue Qing Qiu had suddenly erupted, leading to death. After all, at this moment, there would be no witnesses from the battle at Gutong Yuan to recount the specifics. Old Yu Tu was not particularly strong and could not articulate the finer details. They were left to speculate and exaggeratedly mythologize Xue Qing Qiu's capabilities. Ji Qing Yuan's trembling was not merely a lament for the loss of a loyal steward. It was rooted in fear. Fear of the terrifying power of Xue Qing Qiu. Fear of losing the protection of a pinnacle expert in the palace. And fear for his own safety. Simultaneously, he regretted allowing Yu Xian to engage in battle, realizing that had he known it would lead to such a loss, he would never have permitted it. As for seeking revenge against Xue Qing Qiu, that was absurd. He was more concerned with who could now assume the position of steward for Yu Xian, who could ensure the palace's security, and who could represent him in external negotiations without losing ground. While several major sects obeyed the imperial summons, they were hardly the types associated with martial prowess. Being comprised of swordsmiths, mechanical artisans, and herbalists, devoid of genuine martial experts. The loss of Yu Xian had caused his own strength to plummet dramatically, leaving him feeling vulnerable. Should he summon Xianzhe? However, Xianzhe would undoubtedly refuse to be castrated. Could it be that they were to establish a precedent of foreign ministers residing in the palace? A dozen or so eunuchs stood solemnly on either side of the Gongfeng Hall, and Ji Qing Yuan's gaze slowly swept across them, revealing his disappointment. A millennium ago, the royal family was also a righteous sect, but once it became the imperial house, many matters transformed. For instance, one could no longer casually recruit disciples from outside. Martial arts could only be passed down to sons, evolving from a sect into a family. The so-called disciples could only be selected from the eunuchs, trained to become shadow guards, tasked with the emperor's personal protection. The number of true experts among them was scant, for it was a fanciful notion to expect martial geniuses to emerge from those who had been castrated since childhood. Such occurrences had been exceedingly rare over the millennium. Given the inadequacy of the shadow guard's martial strength, the Gongfeng Hall came into existence. Most members were formidable martial artists who had offended powerful enemies or had been promised by the royal family access to martial resources in exchange for entering the palace. Such martial prowess was considerably higher, and the loyalty screening was exceedingly rigorous, resulting in a mere handful remaining in the Gongfeng Hall. Currently, there were only a dozen or so. Unfortunately, this threshold was incredibly difficult to breach. Countless individuals spent their lives without making progress, or else the world would not have been limited to just a few at the pinnacle. Even the leaders of sects like Ying Yi had never reached that level, indicating that this final step was heavily reliant on fortune and comprehension, not merely resources. Even if a newly initiated pinnacle expert were present, Ji Qingyuan would likely feel a sense of relief akin to finding rain after a long drought. But alas, none were available. Wait a moment. Ji Qingyuan's gaze landed on Li Gongong, surprise evident in his expression. Li Gongfeng's aura appears to fluctuate. Could it be? Ji Qingyuan rejoiced. Have you broken through? Ji Qingyuan exclaimed. Take whatever you need from the inner treasury. Spare no expense to break through to the pinnacle. After pacing a few steps, he suddenly recalled that Li Gongong had previously been sent by him to negotiate publication collaborations with Xing Yuzong. Now that he was on the verge of reaching an agreement with Xing Yuzong, Li Gongong's prior interactions with them would facilitate harmonious communications, proving to be an immense advantage at this juncture. Even if Li Gongong did not achieve a breakthrough, he would still be the most suitable candidate to succeed Yu Xian. With this thought, he promptly made a decision. Appoint Li Shaolin as the palace's steward and head of the Gongfeng Hall. All items necessary for the breakthrough would be at his disposal. Li Gongong entered the secret chamber with an array of rare and precious elixirs, and shortly thereafter, the aura of the pinnacle surged upwards. Ji Qingyuan looked up, revealing a relieved smile. The addition of a new pinnacle expert truly filled the most anxious void within him, instantly bolstering his confidence. He was unaware of what Li Gongong was contemplating in the secret chamber. Li Gongong was reflecting on his conversation with Xue Mu after subduing Ji Wuyong. May I inform Steward Xue that I am Li Shaolin, the direct descendant of Xing Yu, half a step to the pinnacle? After the upheaval 13 years ago, I refrained from entering Yin Yang, forged an identity, and infiltrated the palace, currently serving as one of the managers in the Gongfeng Hall, enjoying the Emperor's esteem. How shall we rescue the sect master? I hope the steward can provide guidance. Do you know who is attacking the sect master? I do not know the details, only that the palace steward Yu Xian is involved. He is at the pinnacle and the head of the Gongfeng Hall. What can I do within the palace? Eliminate Yu Xian. If the steward is merely seeking retribution, it would be a fruitless endeavor. For as long as we survive and Yu Xian perishes, you will greatly increase your chances of becoming the head of the Gongfeng Hall. At that time, there was no opportunity to inquire further. Xue Mu was too pressed for time, taking Ji Wuyong to assist Xue Qinxiu. Now, in retrospect, Li Gongong found it somewhat chilling. How did Xue Mu know he would be promoted? He could not possibly have foreseen his breakthrough. His implication was clear. Even without a breakthrough, promotion was still achievable. In that fleeting moment, he had managed to foresee this outcome, which was nothing short of miraculous. Li Gongong could not comprehend how Xue Mu arrived at such conclusion. He sat silently for a while, then rose and exited the secret chamber. The stars sparkled in the sky, and the moonlight was hazy, creating a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Perhaps this time, the sect master had indeed found an extraordinary ally. He pretended to visit the emperor's chambers, eager to report his breakthrough at the earliest opportunity, only to be informed by the eunuchs at the door that the emperor had already retired for the night. Li Gongong had anticipated this, and, bowing respectfully, retreated into the darkness, disappearing from sight. After finding solace, Ji Qingyuan soon felt utterly fatigued and went directly to bed, entirely unaware of where Li Gongong had ventured at that moment. In the palace of the frail Lu Guifei, who was presumed to be too weak to remain awake, all the eunuchs and palace maids had been sent far away. Lu Guifei reclined alone on the fragrant bed, having discarded her opulent royal attire and removed the valuable hairpins that adorned her hair, carelessly tossing them onto the dressing table. Even the makeup on her face had been meticulously cleansed, revealing skin that was smooth and delicate yet possessed an unhealthy pallor, subtly illuminated by a faint lamp. The opulence and grandeur had transformed into a simple modesty, yet within that simplicity lay an uncanny allure that seemed ill-suited for a royal. Had she broken through? She spoke softly, as if conversing with the air. Gongong Li gradually materialized before the bed. Chapter 78. The Unpredictability of the Palace. In slaying Yu Xian, he had inadvertently touched the bottleneck, achieving a fortuitous breakthrough. Gongong Li knelt on one knee, bowing deeply, a newly ascended Dongshu master, who would not display such deference even in the presence of the emperor. Are you proud of yourself? Is it your feeling of pride? The voice of Guifei Lu remained gentle, yet the question she posed sounded increasingly strange. You have broken through to Dongshu, fulfilled decades of aspiration, and risen to the position of Grand Minister, wielding immense power within the inner palace. Are you proud or not? Gongong Li kept his head bowed low. Not at all. This was achieved at the cost of Qing'er's life. Guifei Lu slowly straightened her posture, her eyes fiercely fixed on his lowered head. Qing nearly lost her life, and Xingyu's sect was on the brink of destruction. Your breakthrough is stained with Qing'er's blood. Gong Gong Li murmured. It is my incompetence for not rescuing the sect master in time. Incompetent? No, no, no. Guifei Lu suddenly laughed maniacally. The incompetent one is me. Gong Gong Li remained silent. It is I who could do nothing. I thought that entering the palace would allow me to assist her. But what happened? I unwittingly facilitated the collaboration between Ji Qingyuan and Qing'er, and in the end, I almost sent her into the gates of hell. The one who is incompetent is me. Guifei Lu rose, her stunning features contorted with extreme anguish. It is all my fault. It has always been me. Everything is on me. Gong Gong Li sighed. What has occurred is in the past. Your self-reproach serves no purpose. Who says it has no purpose? Guifei Lu viciously stepped on him. This will remind me of the unforgivable sins committed by Ji Qingyuan. Guifei Lu's delicate foot came down upon him. For a Dongshu master, it was akin to a mere tickle. Yet Gong Gong Li desperately restrained his entire power, allowing her to stomp upon his head repeatedly. His handsome face bearing an expression of obsession and fervor. In this inner palace, from the emperor to the Guifei to the eunuchs, there was not a single normal person. They were all perverse. After a frenzied bout of stomping, Guifei Lu, lacking in cultivation, quickly became breathless. At that moment, Gong Gong Li finally spoke. Do not tire yourself. I must tire myself. I wish someone would slap me hard, whip me, and curse. Lu Wanqi, you are the greatest sinner of Xingyu's sect. Gong Gong Li would not strike her. Instead, he said, your body does not belong to you. It should be preserved to serve the sect. This statement acted like a spell, rendering Guifei Lu motionless for a long while. Eventually, she gasped, what can I do? I have lost all my power. Your identity is the best pawn. Gong Gong Li softly replied, I believe Master Shui will arrange matters. Had it not been for him, the sect master would have met with misfortune. Gong Gong Li lifted his head, gazing fervently at Guifei Lu. He will be the hope for the rise of the sect. I have faith in him. Guifei Lu murmured to herself. With such an unpredictable background, picked up by Qing'er along the way, why would he genuinely help her? Because, Gong Gong Li paused, his fervor unabated. It is similar to how I feel about you. Get lost. Guifei Lu, having finally calmed down a bit, was utterly enraged by his words. In a fit of hysteria, she threw everything she could grasp at him. You Qianjiang deceived me, and you played the flute to bless. I entered the palace with resentment, while you willingly castrated yourself. You squandered your cultivation, yet you're like a turtle. What use is there apart from watching me with other men? If Xuanmu were like you, then Qing'er would be blind. I will leave. I am leaving now. Do not be angry. Gong Gong Li indeed rolled out, while Guifei Lu, seething with rage, watched his departing figure, panting heavily by the bedside. Soon, the palace fell silent once more, as if the earlier outburst had been nothing but a nightmare. Clenching her silver teeth, Guifei Lu suddenly seized a silver needle from the dressing table and viciously stabbed it into her delicate arm. A suppressed groan of pain escaped her lips as she gasped. This is my sin. The following morning, the imperial physician announced that the Guifei had caught a chill during the night and had been frightened by nightmares, resulting in illness. The palace sighed. This Guifei was perfect in every way, except for her frail constitution. Xuanmu, of course, was unaware of the tumultuous events that transpired within the palace that night. He merely suggested to Gong Gong Li that Yu Xian be killed, with no certainty of success. After applying medicine to him, Xue Qingqiu entered seclusion to heal, leaving Xuanmu alone. As soon as his head touched the pillow, he fell into a deep slumber, not waking until nearly noon the next day. Upon waking, he found that the wound on his chest had improved significantly since the previous night. It no longer pained him when still, though moving did cause some discomfort. It was a far cry from the feeling of impending death he had experienced before. The sense of weakness from blood loss had nearly vanished, and his spirit was quite good. One must admit, the efficacy of the medicine in this world was indeed miraculous, surpassing any scientific explanation. Another remarkable thing was the patterns on his palms. Xuanmu was aware that he had nearly depleted his energy the night before. Yet now he felt a surge of vital energy, even sensing some improvement. Could it be anything other than the effect of the patterns? After changing out of his blood-stained clothes and freshening up, He gazed into the mirror, noting a slight paleness and weariness in his complexion. Yet, whether it was an illusion or not, he felt he exuded a certain fierce and decisive aura, reminiscent of the often-seen heroes of the martial world. After pondering for a moment, he made his way to Baiwa Garden and summoned an elderly courtesan. Find a few attendants who can serve. To wait outside for the sect master and Inya men. They will need care upon waking. Additionally, send someone to Fumbwa Tower to summon Ingyi to see me. The order to summon Ingyi was quite audacious, leaving the elderly courtesan trembling as she complied. Before the courtesan could dispatch her people, Ingyi herself arrived at the door, politely announcing, Ingyi of Fumbwa Tower requests an audience with Master Shui. The expression on the courtesan's face was priceless. She realized that the Grand Minister's confidence was not unfounded. Shuemu stood at the door, curiously observing Ingyi. I'm unaware of the extent of your assassination skills, but it seems your boldness is commendable. Ingyi maintained her composure. Every business has its own matters. What is there to discuss about face? Shuemu chuckled. Your reasoning seems sound. But do not forget, I can choose not to do business with you. My Xingyu sect has plans across the realm. Why can't I establish tea houses myself? Ingyi feared exactly this. If the relationship turned sour, not only would business cease, but competition would arise. He sighed. Master Shui, your demonic might is unparalleled, striking fear across the land. Your momentum is unmatched, greatly benefiting the sect. There is even a possibility of turning misfortune into fortune, leading to a deeper understanding of the Tao. Why harbor resentment towards me? Oh, should we be thanking you? Shuemu replied coolly. I do not concern myself with such matters. I am a person, not a divine machine. Humans have emotions. I am not merely a calculating machine weighing pros and cons. Right now, I find you quite displeasing. Unless you appease my anger, there will be no business discussion. Chapter 79. From Ruin to Rebirth. Ingyi felt a pang of frustration. He understood that Shuemu was attempting to extort him. Yet he also recognized that he was indeed at fault. After all, it was he who was the pivotal factor in the assassination of Xue Qingqiu. Without his tracking and positioning, no one could have ambushed Xue Qingqiu in advance. Moreover, he had prevented her from retreating in time, making him the principal culprit. He was aware of Xuemu's anger. The reason he did not confront him immediately was that Xuemu lacked the strength to do so. Had Xue Qingqiu been present, she would have already struck him down with a sword, and there would be no talk of business. Fortunately, he had refrained from intervening during the siege, which was a wise decision. Furthermore, after Xuemu's arrival, he had also appeared to obstruct the righteous ones, which could be seen as a form of atonement, allowing them to still negotiate. It is indeed impossible to gain without some form of sacrifice. After a moment of silence, Ingyi, with a hint of reluctance, stated, I am aware that Steward Shui practices poison arts, and our sect possesses a time-honored compendium of toxicology, which I am willing to share with you. Xuemu scoffed. Your Wuhan sect does not specialize in poison. What pretense of generosity is this? Ingyi shook his head. You misunderstand, Steward Shui. Assassins are often closely tied to the arts of poisoning. Our sect has unique insights in this realm that would undoubtedly be beneficial to you. Additionally, we possess many exclusive formulas that were not meant for public distribution. However, as the art of poison is no longer mainstream, I shall take the liberty to present them to you as a gesture of sincere apology. Xuemu felt a flicker of interest. The Bai Chao Lu is merely one perspective, and it consists of only a single book. Even its records of poisonous substances are not exhaustive, and the formulas are limited. He needed supplementary knowledge from other sources. Maintaining his composure, he continued to negotiate. I have yet to finish my own compendium of poisons, and while your offer holds merit, it is not my immediate necessity. Ingyi, undeterred, replied, This is merely a token of my sincerity, which will also include some rare toxic substances for your study. The rarity of such items significantly added to the sincerity of the offer, as they could not simply be purchased with wealth, but were the accumulated essence of a sect's heritage over millennia. Xuemu's expression softened slightly as he chuckled. I wonder what the Emperor offered you, Lord Ingyi, to persuade you to intervene? Xuemu paused, gazing at Ingyi intently. The tea mountain was intriguing. For others, it might merely be a venture with little profit, but for Xuemu, it held deeper significance. The rightful harvest of such land, along with ownership and control, has always been the rightful domain of the righteous path. If the demonic sect could stake a claim, it would bear political value rather than mere profit. With this in mind, Xuanmu promptly proposed, if you were to allocate a portion of this team mountain to me, we could further our collaboration. And he narrowed his eyes and scrutinized him for a moment before decisively stating, I refuse to part with any portion. However, if Steward Shui is willing to invest, I will graciously offer you a tenth. The two exchanged glances, each recognizing the underlying intentions of the other. 30%, 20%, deal. Suddenly, Xuanmu broke into a smile, warmly inviting Yingyi to a more comfortable seating arrangement. In truth, Lord Yingyi is quite principled, and I am grateful for your assistance in thwarting the band of monks and Taoists pursuing us. I appreciate your kindness. Did you just recall my assistance in stopping them? Yingyi huffed, displeased, and fell silent. It was ridiculous that as a sect leader, he found himself negotiating an unequal war compensation at the door, only now being invited to sit down. Previously, he thought Xuanmu was magnanimous, but now it appeared otherwise. It was merely a matter of gauging his limits. He could overlook many things, but once provoked, he might retaliate more fiercely than anyone. Yingyi, with a hint of anticipation, inquired, Is it the long story that Steward Shui mentioned yesterday? I'm afraid, after last night's incident, when I was wounded by Lin Wui, I scarcely had the time or energy to concoct a long tale. Let us settle for a brief one. Wait, and he suddenly stood up. What did you just say? I said that the long story cannot simply be spoken off the cuff. Let us use a shorter one for now. That is not what I meant. Who wounded you? Lin Wui. And he gasped. How is it possible that you're still alive? Xuanmu retorted, Then I must be a ghost, I suppose. Yingyi's expression shifted for a moment, and with a respectful bow, he spoke with greater solemnity. It seems that Steward Shui possesses remarkable skills. I apologize for my earlier assumptions. In that moment, Xuanmu truly understood why Shui Qingqiu had spoken as he did last night. Enduring a wound from Lin Wui and surviving was indeed a remarkable feat, akin to how Mu Jinli escaped from the hands of Shun Tu Zue, which ultimately brought her fame and recognition across the world, proving far more impactful than previous battles. Still irked, he remarked, Whoever wishes to be stabbed by him can willingly endure it. I am filled with rage. Yingyi, perceiving the situation keenly, chuckled, Are you jealous? Steward Shui? In truth, I possess some knowledge regarding Lin Wui. You should be at ease. Oh, Xuanmu's expression turned serious. I would like to hear more. Years ago, Lin Wui indeed harbored genuine feelings for your sister, and afterward, his heart was shaken, nearly leading to his ruin. Many elders of the sword sect were deeply pained and enraged by Lin Wui being ensnared by a demonic enchantress, which is indeed true. Yingyi sighed, yet Lin Wui, being one of the top figures of our time, managed to rebuild himself after such a fall. His heart, once shaken, was reforged, becoming even more formidable and resolute, breaking through the void realm with relative ease. Countless people once mocked him, but he soared to new heights, leaving those mockers with bruised egos. Rebuilt after a fall? Xuanmu pondered. In truth, the current state of their Xingyue sect could also be seen as a form of rebirth. He hoped to rise further. Not just a rebirth, but also a breakthrough of the 7 emotions. Yingyi stated solemnly, What does it mean to break through the void? Once one has penetrated through, one naturally perceives clearly. At this moment, Lin Wui's heart is devoid of the 7 emotions and 6 desires. He is solely focused on the sword. Xuanmu's heart stirred, and he squinted. If that were the case, stepping out of emotional entanglements would signify letting go. If he were still mired in past affections, he would never have escaped the emotional tribulation. What he thought was an irrational act by Lin Wui last night now seemed less so. It contradicted his sword path and was inexplicable. Perhaps there was another intention behind it, but what could it be? Yingyi, unaware of Xuanmu's thoughts, smiled thus. There is no need for you to worry about such a rival. Xuanmu came to his senses and laughed heartily. I see now. I appreciate Lord Yingyi's enlightenment. At that moment, a pen and ink were delivered by Qian Qian herself, who beamed at the two men. I heard that the steward is to write a literary piece. Qian Qian is merely eager to catch a glimpse, so do not mind my boldness. Indeed, if one were to identify the staunchest fan of Xuanmu's yellow literature, it would undoubtedly be Qian Qian. Before the capital's foremost courtesan, Yingyi did not even glance her way, clearly disinterested in women, and urged, Since we have already established our collaboration, this small matter need not be thanked. I am far more eager to see the steward's brilliant writing. Xuanmu picked up the brush, contemplated for a moment, and suddenly grinned. Is there not concern that Fumbui Tower might be deemed immoral in a public setting? Having anticipated that the short piece he mentioned earlier would likely be of such a nature, Ingi laughed heartily. Of course not. Chapter 8. The third piece of yellow literature is released leaning back in his chair, and he leisurely sipped tea while slowly perusing the story penned by Xuemu. Before long, his expression transformed from astonishment to a kaleidoscope of emotions. A king of assassins, known for his ruthlessness, displayed such a colorful expression. It was evident that Xuemu's new work had completely exceeded his expectations. Even Qian Qian, beside him, widened her eyes, gazing at Xuemu as if he were a deity. In the realm of martial tales, there is typically nothing extraordinary, yet this particular story seemed excessively brutal. After only reading the beginning, Ingi felt a flicker of recognition. The protagonist bore a striking resemblance to someone from the Hawan sect. Xuemu's previous two pieces were deeply meaningful, and this one likely contained more than just a simple narrative. It surely harbored profound significance, perhaps inciting animosity toward the Hawan sect. After all, the Hawan sect had participated in last night's conflict, suffering considerable losses. Yet the critical pair of Hawan envoys had escaped. With this train of thought, Ingi read with increased seriousness. Indeed, Xuemu crafted the protagonist to be loathed by all, evoking a desire for a righteous hero to bring him to justice. Yet, he constantly eluded capture, and Ingi believed that this thrilling pursuit would certainly stir the emotions of those sipping tea in the tavern, silently acknowledging Xuemu's exceptional talent. However, as the story progressed, his expression began to shift once more, this time to one of sheer astonishment. Countless failed pursuits have incited the ire of a formidable female captain from Lushan. When she personally intervenes to capture a lecherous thief, she inadvertently falls into a trap and is instead captured by him. One would expect Xuemu to pen a tale of a righteous hero coming to her rescue, but to one's astonishment, he instead writes about the lecher's clandestine training of the female captain. The narrative vividly details humiliation, conditioning, and the destruction of her resolve, awakening her primal desires in various intricate ways. Truly a veritable textbook on clandestine training. Despite her inner fury, the captain's body betrays her, responding involuntarily to the lecher's advances. Who laughs heartily, remarking, "Though you protest, your body is quite honest." What is this, Xuemu? Have you experienced such things? One can almost envision the patrons of the tea house, their teeth gritted in anger, yet their eyes gleaming with intrigue, caught between imagining themselves as noble heroes descending from the heavens or as the very lecher himself. This is detrimental to impressionable minds. While it may corrupt the youth, do you truly grasp what the female captain of Lushan represents? Though there are multiple female captains within Lushan, anyone's first thought would likely be of Xiahou Di. Just imagine her reaction upon hearing this tale, a scene too beautiful to behold. It dawns on me that Lushan's inaction last night was also a means of retaliation against Xuemu. He is indeed a frighteningly petty individual when riled. Xuemu continues to write fervently. After having tasted the fruits of his conquest over the captain, the lecher's mindset begins to shift. Gradually, he finds the allure of virtuous women waning, and his insidious hands reach towards women of status and power. However, such women are often well guarded, and despite his relentless pursuits day after day, opportunities remain elusive, leading to a growing sense of urgency within him. Yet, one day, he finally discovers a chance. Yang finally expels a breath of tea, unable to articulate his feelings. A master lightly strikes the lecher atop his head, ending his nefarious existence, while leaving behind a remark. Your tricks hold no sway over my Xinyu sect. Upon reading this, Yang's expression shifts through a spectrum of emotions. However, one wonders how many birds this stone will yield. The intent of revenge is evidently clear, yet this element appears inconsequential in the grand scheme. What truly matters is the advertisement for Xinyu sect. The implication is that women trained in our arts need not fear lechers. Should this narrative gain traction, one can only speculate how many disciples Xinyu sect will attract. Fresh blood is the very foundation of any sect's legitimacy. After a prolonged silence, Yang finally smiles wryly, remarking, "With Xue as the steward, Xinyu sect surpasses 1,000 troops." Xuemu chuckles modestly, "You flatter me." Yang sighs, This tale is not suitable for Fengwu Tower. Feigning ignorance. Xuanmu inquires, why not? Surely, the guests would relish it? Indeed, they would find it irresistible, even to the point of wanting to hear it repeatedly. Yet, with Lu Shanmin at our doorstep, it is a miracle if Fengwu Tower is not brought to ruin in an instant, let alone conducting business. Xuanmu laughs heartily. Rest assured, this story will circulate in Baihuiyuan as well. It will not be confined to Fengwu Tower alone. Moreover, should Xiahou Di learn the identity of the author, she will merely seek me out. Even if she approaches Fengwu Tower, you can simply tell her that this is Xuanmu's intent, and she will not hold you accountable. Ayang's heart stirs. So, Steward Xue, you have ulterior motives? This is of little significance to you, is it not? You have already attained what you sought. Leaning back in his chair, Xuanmu leisurely sips his tea. Could it be that the illustrious lord of the Wuhan path fears Lu Shanmin? Ayang remains unfazed, retorting, I could have chosen not to utilize this story, but if Steward Xue is willing to enlighten me on the deeper meaning behind it, I am inclined to cooperate with Fengwu Tower. Xuanmu pauses, pondering Ayang's intentions. Does he harbor a desire for deeper collaboration? After a moment of contemplation, he lowers his voice. This tale is intended for two individuals, one being Xiahou Di and the other El Shuadong of Huan sect. Instantly, Ayang comprehends Xuanmu's implication. Indeed, Xuanmu's portrayal of the female captain is not solely for catharsis. He has concealed a deeper purpose, deliberately inciting conflict between Lu Shanmin and Huan sect. El Shuatong is a true lecher, likely to be provoked by this tale into hunting down the female captain, eager to experience the protagonist's prowess. Meanwhile, the capital buzzes with tales of the lecher's violation of the female captain, stirring Xiahou Di to action as she seeks to vanquish lechers to uphold the authority of Lu Shanmin. Should these two factions collide, Xuanmu harbors no fear of Xiahou Di seeking him out for trouble. In fact, he awaits her approach. If she does come, all he need do is mockingly remark, El Shuadong, that lecher still thrives in scathe. If Lu Shanmin truly possesses the ability, go and slay him. What need have you of me? In such a scenario, whether El Shuadong emerges or not is irrelevant. He may remain hidden, and Lu Shanmin will inevitably seek conflict. Ayang remained silent for an extended period before suddenly producing two scrolls from his robe and offering them to Xuanmu. One contains our sect's poison scripture, and the other holds this year's intelligence gathered by Fengwu Tower regarding the capital. Let us embark on our collaboration without reservation. Chapter 81. The surge of new talents after Ayang departs. Xuanmu sits quietly in the room, perusing the intelligence provided by Fengwu Tower. Most of it bears little value, filled with trivial family matters and urban gossip, revealing a general sense of apathy towards the capital. Only two pieces of information capture Xuanmu's attention. The first concerns Xianzhe. This prominent figure within Lu Shanmin unexpectedly hails from the natural sect, one of the 8 major righteous sections. Furthermore, he is not an individual who ventured out alone. Rather, he is from a branch that collectively split off to join the imperial court, forming a significant force within Lu Shanmin. The natural sect, following the tenets of nature, is inherently complex, embodying the very essence of the Tao, with countless subschools. Some are reclusive, some soar like eagles, while others glide in shallow waters or exhibit the might of tigers and leopards, each with distinct styles ranging from tranquil to flamboyant, solemn to ferocious, and so forth. Xuanmu finds himself at a loss for words. Is this not akin to a druid? Xianzhe's faction follows the ways of ferocious beasts to comprehend the Tao of nature, leaning towards a grand and imposing approach, which stands in stark contrast to the more ruthless factions within the same lineage, though they maintain amicable relations with other schools of thought. It is unclear what turmoil led to this faction's separation from the natural sect, and the records provide scant detail. One can only imagine the implications of an intact natural sect, which could potentially possess 2 Dongshu experts. Indeed, a sect that teaches the ways of nature holds considerable potential. Xuanmu is almost certain that the schism within the natural sect was manipulated by the emperor, as he stands to gain immensely from it. This intelligence could very well unearth a thread that might draw Xianzhe into the fray. Had he possessed this information sooner, he might have been able to enlist Xianzhe's assistance. With a soft sigh, Xuanmu reflects on his greatest limitation, time. Having spent only a few days in this world, he has barely begun to grasp the authority of Xingyue sect. lacking an overarching understanding and the ability to strategize. This feeling of being forced to act step by step is profoundly uncomfortable. He has only recently managed to break free from a crisis, thanks to the unexpected arrival of Lin Wuyo. What a future! It is impossible to expect such good fortune to repeat itself. Yet, it seems unlikely that there will be another opportunity. Xuemu's gaze fell upon the second message, penned by Yi himself, detailing the movements of the prominent figures in the capital. Leng Zhu was visiting Xian Zhe's residence, engaging in typical social interactions. Meanwhile, the Shuangshi of Yihuan concealed themselves in their secret lair, seemingly in the process of recuperation. It was rather peculiar that Mo Xuexin lingered there, leaving one to wonder about her intentions. Noticing that Xuemu harbored no desire to rekindle their past connection, Qian felt a twinge of disappointment and withdrew. In truth, Xuemu was excessively tense at this moment. Mo Xuexin's presence here was not particularly extraordinary, but rather due to his jianghu new talent list. The first batch of a new talent list had entered the bookstore last night, and by dawn, it spread through the capital with alarming swiftness, causing a sensation. After the initial 1,000 copies of a new talent list were sold out within just 2 hours, the entire capital buzzed with news of this new phenomenon, with nearly all citizens flocking to bookstores, eager for a glimpse. Long lines formed outside every bookstore, extending out into the streets. It is important to note that this was a world where martial arts were revered. Everyone practiced martial arts and kept a keen eye on jianghu affairs. The emergence of such a publication commanded attention akin to that of a nuclear explosion. In an era where information was scarce, being able to witness the growth of jianghu talents firsthand, rather than relying on hearsay, was immensely appealing to the populace. The allure was further amplified by expert commentary and the opportunity to learn from battle analyses, making it an invaluable resource for the ambitious. Moreover, the excitement did not end there. People engaged fervently in discussions about this issue's 5 selections, with some expressing admiration, others disdain, and many debating the qualifications of those listed. Speculations about who might appear in the next issue ran rampant, igniting fervent discussions across the capital. The prior topic of last night's explosion was overshadowed entirely by this phenomenon. The 5 individuals on the list gained immense fame, basking in the limelight. Many were surprised to learn that Zhujian Valley was not solely a swordsmithing establishment, but also home to a pair of talented brothers, each excelling in their own right. Who was this rogue named Chu Tianming? Until now, he had been an unknown, yet from this moment forth, no one would remain unaware of him. A once obscure jianghu youth, now eclipsing the renowned Qianlong 10 heroes of the past 2 years. If Chu Tianming can make the list, why cannot he? Amidst this commotion, Mo Xuexin held a copy of the jianghu new talent list, her eyes filled with astonishment. The brilliance of the 6 doors endeavor was truly remarkable. Whose vision was this? It was indeed commendable. Mo Xuexin, more observant than the average jianghu individual, turned to the final page and scrutinized the editor's name. Chief Editor, Xiahou Di. Deputy Editor, Xian Zhe. Consultant, Xuemu. Mo Xuexin squinted at Xuemu's name for considerable, while before murmuring, it must be his scheme. Beside her, Zhu Qinyo lowered her head, unwilling to reveal the jealousy and dissatisfaction glimmering in her eyes. Had she sought Xue Guangguan's support earlier, perhaps her name would already be on that list? The thought suddenly flickered through Zhu Qinyo's mind. If she were to appeal to the steward, would he allow her to be on the next list? Yet, considering the incident last night with the Valley Master attacking Xue Qingxiu, would he not bear a grudge against her? No. If the Valley Master could place her on the list, then there would be no need to seek his favor. It would be best to sever ties with that incident, and never meet him again. In such a scenario, she, Zhu Qinyo, could remain an aloof fairy, and that incident would merely be a fleeting nightmare from that fateful night. However, she heard Mo Xuexin sigh. This matter will alter the landscape of jianghu. It is better to act swiftly. I must visit Xiahou Di to ensure Lei Er's inclusion in the next list. Sure Lei, a core disciple of Qixian Valley, is also one of this generation's rightful Qianlong 10 heroes. Mo Xuexin's visit to Xiahou Di could only be for him, certainly not for Zhu Qinyo. Zhu Qinyo's heart plummeted, her jade-like hands clenched tightly, her nails digging deeply into her palms, almost drawing blood. Relying on the Valley Master was no longer an option. Only he had promised to support her. Xuanmu glanced at her and smiled. Come in. With that, he dismissed the array and stepped into the building. Zhu Qinyo followed closely behind. Xuanmu, before her very eyes, removed his outer garments, unwrapping the bandages and tending to his injuries, completely unperturbed by his bare torso before her. Zhu Qinyo felt a flush creep on her cheeks, biting her lip in turmoil, but gradually approached, gently taking the ointment from him, whispering, "Since the steward is indisposed, let me assist you." Xuanmu, unreserved, allowed her to take the ointment and bandages. Reclining on the chaise, his eyes half closed as he observed her. In his heart, he began to form a conclusion. Her sudden act of servitude indicated an ulterior motive. Connecting this with the information he had heard during dinner regarding the Jianghu new talent list gaining traction in the capital, he quickly discerned the reason for her visit. Evidently, Zhu Qinyo was not adept at caring for others, her clumsy attempts at changing the bandage proving somewhat cautious, yet she managed not to cause Xuanmu pain. Observing her awkwardness, Xuanmu sighed. Zhu Qinyo, you hail from a prominent family, do you not? Compared to Qi Xian Valley, the so-called noble families of the past pale in comparison. He sighed again, raised in luxury and privilege, excelling among peers in martial arts, adored and admired by all, yet suddenly transformed into an ordinary disciple, surrounded by individuals stronger than oneself, while others view entry into a super sect as a rise to prominence. The inner turmoil remains a solitary burden. Zhu Qinyo's hands faltered, seemingly wanting to refute him, but after much contemplation, she found no words, ultimately sighing in resignation. Is the steward truly a deity? I am no deity. I have merely witnessed more than you. Xuanmu replied. I have seen individuals in similar circumstances succumb to despair, failing to rise again. You are fortunate. You still possess ambition and a desire for progress, which is commendable. Zhu Qinyo's movements noticeably lightened, and she whispered, Thank you, steward. Are you here for the new talent list? He inquired, but Zhu Qinyo's expression dimmed. At that moment, Xuanmu continued, however. Zhu Qinyo's eyes brightened, only to be followed by a wry smile. There is no need for the steward to manipulate my thoughts. I shall heed your guidance. It is not my intention to manipulate your thoughts, Xuanmu said casually. While the 3 corpses may be preserved for now, they cannot be kept indefinitely, and it is not worth preserving them for such trivial matters. How can you assure me that if I expend effort to support you, you will still heed my commands in the future? Zhu Qinyo hesitated. There were certainly methods available, especially since Xingyu's sect possessed poisons capable of control. Moreover, this individual before her was a master of toxins. Yet, Xuanmu was currently not proficient in such arts, a fact he would not reveal. Instead, he stated, If I were to tell you that I, Xue, am a man of my word, and that your aspirations of becoming a celestial being are already in motion, attracting attention comparable to Mu Jianli, would you believe me? Zhu Qinyo remained skeptical. She did not believe Xuanmu had any genuine obligation to uphold his promises. As if he were to elevate her, and she later turned against him, he would be at a great loss. Xuanmu smiled faintly. I believe that elevating you is as effortless as breathing. Equally, it would be no challenge to ruin you. The cost of betrayal is one you cannot bear. Furthermore, your desire for progress is intrinsically linked to my machinations, so I might as well grant you some advantages, and you will naturally come to realize who is truly worthy of your loyalty. Zhu Qinyo pondered his words, unsure of how much truth lay within them. Before she could contemplate further, an angry shout echoed from outside. Xuanmu, get out here. Xuanmu remained unfazed, replying nonchalantly. Xiahou Zongbu is quite incensed. Why not come in for a cool drink to alleviate the heat? Zhu Qinyo quickly retreated into an inner chamber, while Xuanmu leisurely donned his clothing, awaiting Xia Hodi's arrival upstairs. He certainly understood why Xi Hud had come. A skilled assassin is meticulous about timing. How could he be careless in business? Today, the entire capital was abuzz with discussions about the new talent list, making it distinctly an unsuitable moment for storytelling. Xi Hud stormed up the stairs in a fit of anger, but suddenly furrowed her brow, sniffed, and cast a suspicious glance toward the inner room. Su Am remained unperturbed, even chuckling. I never knew the chief of the 6 doors possessed such skills. Well, there is a woman hidden inside. Did you not notice that I am still in disarray? It's fortunate I didn't hold you accountable for ruining my affairs. Yet here you are, looking around, perhaps hoping to take her place? Xi Hud erupted in fury. Indeed, you are a lecherous rogue, No wonder you pen such obscene works. With that, she inexplicably pulled out a whip and lashed it toward him. Your body is quite honest, is it? Let me see how honest it truly is. Su-em exclaimed in shock, tumbling with a chair beneath the table just as the whip cracked violently against the surface, sending echoes through the room. From his vantage point under the table, he glimpsed her long legs clad in leather boots and tight trousers, clearly poised to kick. He quickly called out, "As a member of the Six Doors, your double standards are quite unacceptable." The kick missed him, instead overturning the table. "What double standards?" she retorted. Enraged, Chud continued, "Whether you write about courtesans or your sister is of no concern to me. What does it mean when you write about a female chief? Isn't that a blatant double standard? Besides, I am not the only female chief in the capital. Even if there were others, who would think of anyone but me? Are you claiming that wasn't to your intent when you wrote? Look at you. I've even written about a lost princess. Observe how dignified the royal family is. They're not as fickle as you." In a fit of rage, Chud smashed the table to smithereens with her whip, declaring, "That wretched woman is also mine." The atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Su-em quietly adjusted his chair and sat back down, blinking innocently. Chud's chest heaved with anger as she took a moment to catch her breath before glaring at him fiercely. "Fine, you've extracted my words. Are you satisfied now?" She plopped down in front of Su-em, across the remnants of the shattered table, and glared at him for quite some time. Her tone softened slightly. "Su-em, I accept that you seek revenge. Regarding last night, whether I acted on behalf of the Six Doors or the royal family, I owe you an apology. I only hope that such childish actions do not provoke the wrath of the Six Doors, as it would serve no benefit to you." Su-em paused, taken aback. Although she still criticized him, her tone carried an acknowledgement of fault, which was quite an achievement for a strong-willed woman like Chud. He found himself momentarily at a loss for words. People generally respond better to kindness than harshness, and he too was no exception. After a moment, he sighed. "In truth, you were not at fault last night. Whether it was your inaction prior or your decisive action later, you were merely following orders. It is not your issue. My true anger does not stem from last night." Chud was momentarily stunned. "Then what is it?" Su-em replied earnestly. "Your capture of Yny allowed your father to find an opportunity to lay his plans. Although Yny was pursued by Su Tianziying and stumbled into the Six Doors, had you not sought to gain merit by capturing him, he would certainly have escaped given his abilities. Everything that followed would not have occurred, would it? Your moment of obsession and desire for recognition led to such grave consequences. Indeed, this was the crux of the matter." Su-em pondered how Chud would feel if, should Su-Q Enki truly perish, chaos ensued. And she traced it back to this very decision. Chapter 83. Luring the snake from its hole, Chud remained silent for a long while, grappling with her thoughts. Deep down, she felt a tinge of regret, realizing that capturing Yny had indeed been a miscalculation. However, being the strong-willed person she was, she did not wish to reveal this to Su-em, nor did she want to apologize. Su-em continued, "My intentions for revenge are merely expressed through words. Your loss of face is fleeting and inconsequential. However, your reckless obsession could indeed ruin many things. For instance, our promising collaboration was nearly obliterated. Do you not reflect upon that?" After a moment of contemplation, Chud gently shook her head. "You do not understand the complexities of matters that have persisted for millennia." Su-em replied, "I comprehend the challenges faced by the Six Doors, yet in my view, your approach has always been flawed. Capturing a thief is a task that should require only a minor officer. Is this truly the duty of the chief of the Six Doors? Even if you were to capture someone, it should be a high-ranking thief from Qtianziying. But have you succeeded?" Chud retorted, "That is what I have been saying. Many things are not as simple as you, the bystander, imagine. The members of Qtianziying are elusive and unpredictable. If they were so easy to apprehend, would the Six Doors require your reminders? Those individuals may be hard to deal with, but some are clearly within reach, yet you have not taken action against them." Su-em scoffed. "Shnt Zu, a mere butcher, has blood on his hands. It would be one thing if the Six Doors had simply refrained from pursuing him, but to allow him free rein in the capital while he assaults collaborators and then brazenly exits? What does that signify? Is the Six Doors merely a figurehead?" Su-em continued, demonstrating understanding. "I recognize that you have your concerns, especially regarding the strength of Ding X, correct? Very well, let's take a step back. Even if SHT Zhu is beyond your reach, what of others who are not? Liu SHT Ing and his duo of HUN are accompanied by dozens, yet could not overcome YNY. Is this not a capability the six doors should possess? She HUD felt helpless. Su M's words painted the six doors as grossly negligent. Yet Liu SHT Ing was no easy target. Countless people wished to consume him alive, and had he been so easily defeated, he would have perished long ago. Flushed with embarrassment, she HUD found herself at a loss for words. Su M's observations hit home. This was indeed a rare opportunity to deal with Liu SHT Ying, yet she had not considered it at all. There is no need to dwell. She HUD declared suddenly, her eyes ablaze with fury. I know where Liu SHT Ying is hiding. Wait. Upon seeing her turn to leave, Su M could only laugh in disbelief. You can't just rush in headlong. I will assemble the elite forces of the six doors to encircle him. He cannot escape. She asserted. But what if he has hidden passages from his time in the capital? What if he has hostages? Su M sighed. Sit down. Let me strategize. After all, I'm your advisor. Inside, the HCH New York O had been listening intently and found the situation rather amusing. She no longer felt ashamed of being led in circles by Su M. The head of the six doors was now appearing almost as foolish. The once intimidating figure had been reduced to second-guessing herself after confronting this author of yellow literature, redirecting her anger toward the true villain. Su M suggested, luring the enemy is more effective than surrounding them. Send a less skilled female officer to linger near his vicinity, whether capturing thieves or apprehending criminals. Let her handle it as she sees fit. She HUD quickly grasped his intent, luring the snake from its hole. If this lecherous rogue hears about the story of his abuse of female officers, he is likely to act impulsively, which is not surprising. Let us facilitate this opportunity and see if he can resist. If he can endure this time, we shall devise alternative plans. After some reflection, she HUD nodded. I believe Liu SHT Ying will likely fall for the trap. However, Su M, there are two issues we must address. Speak. First, we cannot ambush him. His alertness and perception are exceptionally high. Before she could finish, her words caught in her throat as she stared in astonishment at Su M, who had produced an item. It was the formation plate of the MTNZHN. She HUD recognized that although the plate had been pierced by a sword, its core remained intact, and the formation's energy subtly emanated, making it entirely usable. She HUD chose not to mention this and swallowed hard before continuing. Secondly, as I previously mentioned, there are no female officers in the capital, at most. Only those like Shi O who perform clerical duties. I fear they may not be suitable and could easily lead to failure. You truly do not regard yourself as a woman? Xuanmu expressed his exasperation, stating, You are indeed beautiful, truly. Do not mention El Shatong. If I were to find someone, well, cough. Xiao Di felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance. Ever since that night, when Xuanmu angrily blurted out, What if I wanted you instead? He had increasingly taken to teasing her with words, rendering her authority as the chief constable of the Lushan men nearly non-existent in his eyes. Engaging with him in such matters felt utterly pointless. After glaring at him for a considerable time, Xiao Di feigned ignorance to his half-mumbled words and continued to address the matter at hand. I am concerned that El Shatong might hesitate to show himself upon seeing me. This was indeed a valid point. Xuanmu pondered for a moment before suddenly exclaiming, Such matters can involve a righteous path. We could have a female disciple disguise herself as a constable. Not to mention, they would boldly lead the charge against my Xingyue sect, but shrink back from attacking the Huan sect. Right? Of course not. They would certainly participate. Xiao Di affirmed with a pat on her thigh. The people from Qixin Valley have not left yet. Mo Xuexin just came to ask me for a slot in the next new talent list. I was so furious at the time that I intended to find you, and had no mood to deal with her. I brushed her off, but now, having her send someone should pose no problem. Xuanmu blinked in surprise. Make sure to choose someone pretty, with moderate skills. Xiao Di replied, I think Zhu Qinyao would be quite suitable. Xuanmu feigned disapproval. Is that appropriate? Zhu Qinyao does have a bit of fame. Has El Shatong seen her? Zhu Qinyao's minor fame is nothing. The Huan Shuangshi only recently arrived in the capital. How could they have met? Xiao Di decisively concluded. Let us proceed with this plan. I will approach Mo Xuexin for assistance. Inside, Zhu Qinyao felt her heart leap to her throat. To hunt down the Huan Shuangshi, such a monumental achievement lay before her. Whether aspiring for the direct line of succession or seeking to make a name for herself in the world, could there be a more fitting opportunity? Is the painting of Zhu Qinyao completed? It is already finished, Xiahou Di replied with some reluctance. If not for last night's incident, we should have had all three completed by now and ready for printing. Zhu Qinyao was greatly shaken. What painting? Printing? Was this something akin to the new talent list? She realized that his plan to cultivate immortals was indeed in motion. Outside, Xuanmu consoled Xiahou Di. It is in the past. What has happened. We must look forward. I know. Xiahou Di chuckled, turning to leave. Go and indulge your beauty in the inner chamber. She must be waiting anxiously. Xuanmu smiled at her retreating silhouette. You do not mock my lack of ambition in women? Thus, he mused, this truly is a marvelous world. Xuanmu sighed deeply, turning around to find Zhu Qinyao standing before him, her eyes shimmering with an almost fervent admiration. Chapter 84. The Transmission of Information. The origin of everything. Xuanmu smiled slightly. I have said, I am already planning for you. As long as you are obedient, there will be many more benefits for you in the future. Zhu Qinyao bowed deeply without hesitation. Chun Yao understands and is willing to follow the chief steward for eternity. Is that so? Xuanmu chuckled. You are quite cunning. I cannot afford to trust too easily. At that moment, Zhu Qinyao genuinely feared Xuanmu's disbelief. Observing Xiahou Di's obedient demeanor, she realized that if Xuanmu were to obstruct her in any way, her opportunities could vanish in an instant. Aware of Xuanmu's question, she knew she must perform, so she raised her head, her eyes reflecting a rare allure, and gently bit her lower lip. How might the chief steward come to trust Qinyao? Xuanmu reclined in his chair leisurely. Did you hear what Chief Constable Xiahou just mentioned? Zhu Qinyao seemed to have anticipated this, smiling sweetly as she approached. Qinyao has indeed been waiting anxiously. I am injured and unable to engage in such matters. Xuanmu laughed softly, caressing her cheek. Was this your calculation? Zhu Qinyao's eyes reflected a hint of anxiety as she shook her head. It was not. Qinyao simply forgot. Xuanmu's large hand gently stroked her delicate face, while his other hand pressed lightly on her shoulder. Zhu Qinyao understood and, with a playful glance filled with mock reproach, slowly sank to her knees, delicately loosening his belt. Her flowing hair cascaded over his legs, moving up and down, though inexperienced, occasionally causing a slight discomfort to Xuanmu. He reached out to stroke her hair, feeling quite satisfied. Let this be a preliminary interest payment from Qixin Valley. As for eternal loyalty, such promises can never be guaranteed. Yet Xuanmu understood that as long as she harbored desires, needs, and vanity, ever competing with others, she would never escape his grasp, for no one in this world understood how to elevate someone more than he did. This superficial world is but this. Fully aware that Xiahou Di would go to Qixin Valley to borrow someone, Zhu Qinyao dared not linger, swallowing the beauty-enhancing essence before hastily departing, flushed with embarrassment. Xuanmu exhaled a sigh, filled with satisfaction yet tinged with concern. Xue Qingqiu had yet to emerge from her seclusion, still deep in slumber. Since last night, it had been nearly 12 hours, and he was uncertain of her condition. He straightened his attire and ventured to the room where she was resting. The little girl was sound asleep, appearing sweet and serene, her small face flushed, indicating that she should be fine. After all, Xue Qingqiu had judged that her state upon waking would surpass that of anyone else, and in such matters, her judgment was utterly reliable. In the room stood two maids from Baiwa courtyard, waiting. Xuanmu quietly instructed, take good care of her, and inform me immediately when she awakens. Xuanmu felt no thrill of being regarded as a significant figure. Instead, he left with a heavy heart, arriving at the entrance of Xue Qingqiu's secluded chamber. Outside, two maids stood guard, and upon seeing him approach, they greeted him respectfully, Chief Steward. Xuanmu waved his hand. Is there any movement within? Both maids shook their heads. Xuanmu pressed his lips together, gazing at the tightly shut stone door, letting out a long sigh. Without her eavesdropping, even the experience of being attended to by Chan Yao felt somewhat lacking, and he found himself oddly uncomfortable. Was he truly being foolish? Standing quietly at the door for nearly a quarter of an hour, a twinge of pain emerged for his chest wound, reminding him that he was still an injured party. It was inappropriate to stand for so long. Shaking his head, he finally turned to leave. At that moment, the matron from Baiwa courtyard rushed in, breathless, to announce, Chief Steward, a eunuch has arrived in the palace. Xuanmu responded coolly, which eunuch? It is said his surname is Li, and he speaks quite politely, requesting to see the chief steward. Xuanmu narrowed his eyes and turned around. Bring him in, and lead him here. Moments later, indeed, eunuch Li hurriedly arrived, speaking quickly. Chief steward, it has been quite difficult to locate you. Xuanmu replied coldly. Should I have gone 10 miles to welcome you? Oh no, not at all. Eunuch Li glanced at the maids on either side. Xuanmu waved his hand. You may leave. I have matters to discuss with Eunuch Li. The maids quickly bowed and exited, and Eunuch Li knelt heavily on the ground, speaking in a low voice. Li Xiaolin pays his respects to the chief steward. Xuanmu stepped aside for him to face the stone door. Now, pay your respects to your sect master. Eunuch Li bowed, also puzzled by Xuanmu's demeanor, and asked softly, Is the chief steward in a bad mood? Xuanmu replied coldly. You have been lurking in the palace for over a decade, and with such upheaval caused by the emperor, while formidable figures from across the land have gathered, you remain utterly unaware. Such negligence has resulted in our passive situation. Tell me, how can I be in a good mood? Eunuch Li finally understood what had angered Xuanmu. During their previous collaboration, the situation had been urgent, leaving no room for anger. Now that the dust had settled, he faced retribution. Feeling a twinge of guilt, he sighed. Ji Qingyuan is excessively suspicious, always assigning tasks to specific individuals. For instance, my involvement in the Lu Shanmin publications was unbeknownst to Yu Xian, who was responsible for this assassination. I was in the dark as well. Xuanmu coldly snorted. Do not tell me that we have only you in the palace? Eunuch Li instinctively opened his perception to survey the surrounding area, then lowered his voice again. Li Guifei is one of ours. In her daily life, she openly declared her admiration for the sect leader in an attempt to conceal her origins. While this approach had its advantages, it also resulted in Ji Qingyuan not sharing certain matters with her. Last night, she felt immense regret and self-reproach. The noble consort Xuanmu, upon hearing this, was not surprised by her identity. According to the mysterious claims made by Xue Qingxiu that night, there must be individuals of extremely high status in the palace. Not merely Eunuch Li. The consort's assertions aligned perfectly with this premise. As for their origins and how they entered the palace, Eunuch Li likely would not elaborate, and it would be better to inquire with Xue Qingxiu later. In truth, he had already formed a vague judgment about their backgrounds. Get up, Xuanmu sighed. I am aware of your unwavering loyalty. Otherwise, given your strength, you wouldn't bother to regard me at all. It would be pointless for me to vent my anger on you. Eunuch Li stood up and quietly expressed his gratitude for the steward's understanding. Xuanmu lamented, however, there have been far too many errors in this matter, which is truly infuriating. Your lack of intelligence is one aspect, but the local intelligence failure is inexcusable. Numerous powerful figures from various sects have mobilized, yet the local response was entirely absent. The local intelligence likely reached Lingzhou first, and then took several days to reach the capital, perhaps still on its way. Xuanmu nodded. I have considered this as well. Although it is frustrating, one cannot blame anyone. It can only be said that various misfortunes have conspired. Otherwise, Ji Qingyuan's glaring vulnerabilities would never have led to success. We must strengthen this aspect in the future, and I wonder how Xiao Chan is faring in the south. As he spoke, his voice gradually dwindled. He was already aware of what Yu Xiao Chan aimed to accomplish in the south. She had developed a new formation that utilized a material called Xing Wang Shi, creating a long-distance sound transmission effect between two formations. It was akin to a fixed telephone in the Xuanwu world. For a sect that prioritized information, one can only imagine the allure of such a development. However, Xing Wang Shi was only produced in certain states in the south, and it was precisely for this reason that she ventured south. One could argue that this event marked the beginning of everything, and even now, it remained the focal point. Information transmission, even in its most primitive form, in Xuanmu's eyes, was not merely a means of conveying intelligence. This innovation was even more crucial than nurturing a few Dong Su experts, as it heralded a transformation of the world. Chapter 85. How to execute a dark scheme. Eunuch Li observed his contemplation and flattered him. Indeed, there have been numerous oversights in the past, but with the steward present, we can surely rectify the errors of yesteryear. Do not mention it, Xuanmu replied, somewhat fatigued as he pressed his hand against his chest wound and unceremoniously sat down beside the stone door. How long have I been emerging from the mountains, only to face such a deadly situation? All the most formidable figures in the world are here. Is there no sense of reason? Is there no opportunity for someone fresh to begin? Uniquely replied, in normal circumstances, would not the villain laugh maniacally, letting you know the vast difference between the second and first layers of body refinement? Then, when he is struck down, he would exclaim in horror, how could this be possible? Isn't that exhilarating? Xuanmu retorted, what excitement do I find when my Qi Si encounters a group of Dong Su experts? Uniquely declared, regardless, I must avenge this grievance from Ji Qingyuan. Xuanmu raised his eyes and asked, was there any opportunity for you to carry out the task I assigned you then? The fish string had already been subdued. Uniquely finally had something comprehensible to say, hurriedly stating, the steward's foresight is remarkable. Ji Qingyuan indeed appointed me as the grand steward of the inner palace. Upon hearing that the fish string was dead, a flicker of satisfaction crossed Xuanmu's eyes, for this individual had been among those who pursued Shui Qingxiu most fiercely. With this mood uplifted, he became much friendlier towards Uniquely, smiling. Then your position as Grand Steward is certainly of much higher rank than mine. What should I call you? Come, seat. We are comrades, are we not? After a few exchanges with Xuanmu, the earlier awkwardness Uniquely felt from being questioned dissipated, and he found Xuanmu to be quite intriguing. He understood that this was part of Xuanmu's strategy, but he found it agreeable. Thus, he also sat beside the door and remarked, in our eyes, the emperor is merely a clay figure, and what significance does the Grand Steward hold? Please, do not mock me. However, there is something I must report to the steward. I was elevated to Dong Su last night. Xuanmu stared at him in astonishment, then chuckled, you truly hit the jackpot. Dong Su and the Grand Steward of the Inner Palace, along with the noble consort. As he pondered, his expression grew increasingly serious. Did this not imply that Ji Qingyuan's very life rested in their hands? Xuanmu mused, if we were to assassinate him, what would be the greatest challenge? The Wu Wei formation, Uniquely replied without hesitation. The formation is named Wu Wei, meaning it does not defy the emperor's orders. Within this formation, the emperor himself remains unaffected, able to exert his full strength. The inner palace is also guarded by the Shun, Ji-Min, war beasts, whose combat prowess rivals that of Dong Su, and they too are not constrained by the formation. Additionally, there are numerous shadow guards. One could say the possibility of assassination within the palace is nearly zero. Xuanmu scoffed, truly fearful of death. Uniquely laughed, of course. The war puppets are enormous and difficult to carry. If the right opportunity arises, and he is unguarded towards me, there's indeed a significant chance for an assassination. If the steward is inclined, Xuanmu pondered, does the noble consort, Lu, have any sons? Eunuch Li's eyes gleamed with an otherworldly light, and his voice shifted slightly. No, Ji Qingyuan is incapable of fathering children since before the noble consort entered the palace. The peculiar glimmer in Eunuch Li's eyes intensified as he whispered, I have a plan. Steward, see if it can work. Oh, Xuanmu expressed interest. Pray tell. Find someone to lend seed, confirm the pregnancy, and then devise a way to eliminate Ji Qingyuan. At that time, we can publicly declare that the noble consort is carrying a posthumous child. I believe no one would dare to question it. After all, few are aware of Ji Qingyuan's incapacity, and even if they do, it would not be surprising if he occasionally managed to perform. Xuanmu's mouth fell agape in astonishment, rendered speechless. It was no wonder that Xingyu's sect was considered a demonic sect. Individuals born here, regardless of gender, truly possessed an air of the extraordinary. Uniquely, are you mistaken? Surely you do not believe that borrowing seed is a guaranteed success? Xuanmu replied with exasperation, even with your position as Grand Steward for cover. Perhaps it could work once or twice, but sustaining a long-term relationship is utterly impossible. Ji Qingyuan is not a fool, and the noble consort Lu may not willingly partake either. Uniquely softly asserted, our sect possesses secret methods to ensure success on the first attempt. The noble consort would be willing. Xuanmu waved his hand dismissively. I do not favor such a method, nor do I wish to regard the noble consort Lu as merely a tool. She has endured so many years in the palace, and she deserves respect. Aunup li Baoja then continued to persuade. The noble consort is unparalleled in beauty, and Ji Qingyuan has never touched her. Having remained a widow for over a decade at such a young age, she is not without her own struggles. If the steward is inclined, Xuanmu regarded him with a peculiar expression. You expect me to take action? Indeed, no one else qualifies. Xuanmu was momentarily taken aback, reluctantly swallowing hard before shaking his head. Given the favorable circumstances, there are indeed better strategies. There is no need to resort to such underhanded means. I will contemplate this matter further. For now, let us set it aside. Eunuch Li sighed in deep regret. Xuanmu found his demeanor increasingly strange. What was his mindset? After a brief silence, Xuanmu finally broached the main subject. Was it Ji Qingyuan who sent you to negotiate our reconciliation? Eunuch Li snapped back to reality. Indeed, as the steward surmised. Moreover, he hopes that the steward can intervene to save Ji Wuyo. Xuanmu sneered. I had already anticipated such a development. Your promotion was precisely for this reason, as you have a modicum of rapport with us and are easier to negotiate with. Eunuch Li suddenly grasped the implication. So that is the case. It was quite a clever deduction. As for Ji Wuyo, he was temporarily set aside. It was clear that I do not possess the magnanimity to repay grievance with virtue. Hence, I cannot assist him. Xuanmu continued. As for Ji Qingyuan, this presents an excellent opportunity for extortion. How shall we leverage this situation? Eunuch Li immediately suggested. There are numerous treasures accumulated in the inner treasury over the millennia. The steward may demand a selection of rare materials or divine weapons. I believe Ji Qingyuan will be quite generous this time. Xuanmu stated seriously. I seek items of true value, those that pertain to the future plans of Xingyue's sect. Li Gonggong spoke with solemnity. Chief Steward, please elucidate. I require the formal political status of Xingyue's zone. Do you comprehend this notion? Xuanmu began to explain. It is a transition from obscurity to legitimacy, preventing the court and the righteous sects from using the pretext of hunting down demonic women or suppressing the remnants of rebels to repeat such disgraceful acts. Regardless of how the righteous sects label us or express their animosity, on the official front, we must hold a position of integrity and clarity. You may interpret this as a form of amnesty. However, we shall not heed their commands, only seeking our rightful status. I roughly understood the chief steward's intent. Perhaps this could indeed be accomplished. Li Gonggong pondered for a moment. A nominal position or a title? A title, Xuanmu replied with a cold snort. I have heard that the various lords of the righteous sects are quite arrogant. Thus, we too shall require a title, establishing an equal dialogue with them, and seeing from whence they derive the audacity to label us as demons. A nominal position is easily granted, yet a title may encounter some resistance. Although amnesty and titles are customary, we are, after all, not genuinely seeking amnesty. Without a grand justification, Ji Qingyuan may find it challenging to proceed. What are merits? That would depend on the magnitude of those merits. I trust they will not be insignificant. Xuanmu gently caressed the formation plate in his arms, his eyes gleaming with a cold intensity. Chapter 86. The hunt. As dusk approached, the Fengbo Tower was particularly lively, with dozens of tables in the main hall crowded with patrons, while countless others stood by, eagerly watching the simple wooden stage at the center. The entire day in the capital had been spent discussing the jianghu new heroes list, and the novelty had begun to wane. However, upon hearing that Fengbo Tower had something new, many flocked to experience it that evening. On stage stood an exceedingly lecherous old man, animatedly recounting a tale. The female constable pursued into the mountains, only to find a hunter's cabin, the air thick with the scent of blood. As she prepared to enter, she discovered a hunter sprawled on the ground, blood pooling around him. The female constable felt a pang of sorrow, realizing her failure to apprehend the thief had resulted in harm to an innocent. The audience sighed collectively, some irate souls cursing, "Damn you, vile thief! Should you fall into my hands, you shall wish for death." The crowd echoed in agreement. The storyteller slammed his hand on the table. Indeed, the female constable vowed to exact 1,000 cuts upon this rogue as a warning to others. However, as she lifted the hunter's corpse to bury it, the body suddenly moved, instantly targeting her vital points. It turned out the corpse was merely a ruse by the lecherous thief. Alas, the female constable, intent on avenging the innocent, had unwittingly fallen into the thief's trap. A gasp escaped the lips of one previously furious listener, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a long pause, someone murmured, "Truly the work of Sanhao Shui Sheng. It is undoubtedly authentic." Nearby, another voice protested, "Such writings have been plentiful of late. How can you assert this is indeed the work of Sanhao Shui Sheng?" The man shook his folding fan, nodding sagely. Those other writings are mere drivel, lacking any depth. Only the prose of Shui Sanhao resonates with the hearts of men and women alike, leaving a lingering aftertaste that evokes contemplation. Your insights are profound. Amidst the bustling crowd, a scholar clad in green discreetly bowed his body to conceal his rigid form and quietly slipped away. His seat was quickly occupied by other patrons, with no one paying heed to who had previously occupied it. Just as he was lost in thought, a commotion arose from the front. In the night, a masked thief darted across the rooftops, closely pursued by a female constable in red, her voice cold and commanding. "Flee not, scoundrel!" Lu Shutong's gaze instinctively fell upon the female constable, his eyes widening with astonishment. This constable was truly captivating. Her features were exquisite, her skin as flawless as jade. Her demeanor frosty yet regal, her piercing gaze striking fear. Lu Shutong was certain that even among the beauties of Hahuanzong, she would stand out. Moreover, there was an air of pride about her that was unparalleled, unlike any he had encountered before. Such beauty in a female constable was truly a rarity. The story of Xuan Mu training this constable flickered through his mind, igniting an unquenchable heat within him. Upon closer inspection, he realized that the female constable was not particularly strong, having only recently entered the Linghun realm, still in the Zhaoshan phase. For most martial artists, she was quite formidable. But for someone of Lu Shudong's caliber, a member of the Hahuan twin envoys, she was almost trivial. In the blink of an eye, the female constable had chased the thief far away, leaving only a small red dot in sight. Looking around, he found the surroundings desolate and unremarkable. Unable to restrain himself any longer, Lu Shutong transformed into a streak of light, giving chase. The female constable had already caught up to the thief, her willow leaf blade flashing dangerously as she cornered him. Lu Shutong quietly approached her back, chuckling, "My friend, allow me to assist you." The female constable, her expression icy, bit her silver teeth. "Who are you to dare obstruct the affairs of the Six Gates?" This imposing demeanor stirred something within Lu Shutong, who quickly unfolded his fan. "I am Lu. May I inquire your esteemed name?" The female constable was taken aback. The Hahuan twin envoys. Lu Shutong beamed with pride. Indeed. Before he could finish, his expression suddenly shifted. Without warning, the roof beneath him collapsed, sending him plummeting downward. Looking up, he saw that the female constable had already anticipated this, gracefully leaping aside, while the thief had ceased fighting, standing alongside her on the intact beam, coldly regarding him. Simultaneously, from below, hidden assailants surged forth, a golden fist radiating a dragon's might, charging fiercely toward him. From the other side, a lithe figure wielding a blade that shimmered like silk unleashed a torrential storm of attacks. Additionally, two elderly figures adorned with jade tokens encircled him with an air of solemnity. "Xianzhe, Xiahou Di." Lu Shutong's spirit plummeted. Two jade token constables flanked him, marking the full force of the Six Gates in a premeditated ambush. Yet these individuals were not adept at concealment, particularly Xianzhe, whose power was as fierce as a dragon, commanding awe and respect, and he was not one to hide his presence. How could he have been unaware of their existence? It defied logic. Even if they were to fight fairly, he would not stand a chance against Xianzhe, let alone with Xiahou Di joining in. Moreover, he was currently in free fall, unable to find solid footing, and his mind still bore the pain and confusion from the previous night's ambush. He truly saw no opportunity for resistance. With a resounding clang, Lu Shutong barely managed to parry Xiahou Di's blade aimed at his neck. Yet he was utterly powerless against Xianzhe. The ferocious dragon-like energy crashed heavily into his chest, causing him to spit blood and be hurled several feet back. Crashing against the wall, Xiahou Di's face shone with excitement. As one of the twin envoys of the demonic Hahuan sect, capturing him would be a significant accomplishment, especially now that the Hahuan Holy Maiden was engrossed in her secluded cultivation. Such a figure would undoubtedly elevate the prestige of the Six Gates, proving that they were not mere decorations. They could capture Lu Shutong and any high-ranking member of their sect. Thus, they ought to behave themselves and think twice before committing offenses. Xiahou Di glanced towards the corner, feeling both grateful and ashamed. Ultimately, it was Xuan Mu's counsel that empowered the Six Gates, not her own prowess. In truth, she had detected a familiar fragrance on Ji Qinyao, a scent she had encountered in Xuan Mu's bamboo pavilion, and she understood its implications. However, she had no intention of exposing him. Regardless of Xuan Mu's schemes against Qishuan Valley, this matter stemmed from the conflict between righteousness and demonic forces, and the Six Gates would remain uninvolved. It was unexpected that this individual possessed such remarkable abilities. It was not surprising that he had gained favor within Xingyue's own. But how had he won over someone like Zhi Qinyao, a cold beauty of the righteous path? Straddling both worlds, where would he turn next? In a fleeting moment, memories of his teasing flashed through Xiaodi's mind, igniting a fiery wrath within her. She strode purposefully towards El Shatong, who had fallen to the corner, and with a swift motion severed a portion of his manhood, sneering, "Is your body still writhing? Are you being honest?" El Shatong, writhing in pain, retorted with exasperation. "That remark was not mine. You've mistaken the culprit." Xiaodi defiantly replied. "Nonetheless, you share the same thoughts." From the shadowy recesses of the wall, Xuanmu emerged with a slight smile, producing a formation plate. To receive without reciprocation is impolite. The Mutian formation deceived even my sister. What makes you, El Shatong, so significant? Chapter 87. Heart's Intentions. El Shatong, the dual envoy of Yihuan, was captured by the Six Doors and rendered incapacitated, publicly displayed at their gates. The news spread like wildfire throughout the capital, reverberating with unprecedented speed across the realm. The uproar it provoked eclipsed even Xue Qingqiu's breakout from the encirclement of the six major sects, as most were unaware of that battle, only knowing of an explosion in the western part of the city. Those who participated were sworn to secrecy, while a select few held their tongues. In stark contrast, El Shutong's case was a vivid spectacle for all to witness, its intimidation factor unparalleled. That very night, countless individuals from various sects and families flocked to the Six Doors to pay their respects to Xiahodi, their offerings filling the side hall. Xiahodi spent the better part of the night dismissing these sycophants, contemplating whether to feel satisfied or to sigh in resignation upon seeing the mountain of gifts. Others might perceive the grandeur of the Six Doors, and she herself had been inexplicably thrilled, yet as she regained her composure, an unsettling chill enveloped her. Xuanmu had already communicated his demands through the imperial envoy, Gong Li, requesting some rare treasures, which seemed trivial. However, the proposal for a nobility title was a political maneuver with far-reaching implications, capable of instigating monumental changes within the Xingyue sect and affecting the overall balance between righteous and demonic paths, thus having profound consequences for the state of the world. Under normal circumstances, such a request would be unthinkable. The remnants of the demonic sect